Chapter 1. Exiting the Palace. At the break of dawn, the palace gates swung open, revealing two contrasting worlds on one side. The gathered citizens shivered in the cold, yet their hearts brimmed with anticipation, yearning to reunite with daughters they had not seen in years. At the very moment the gates parted on the opposite side, a procession of palace maids stood in a dimly lit corridor, dutifully adhering to the palace's strict decorum. Yet each of them craned their necks in hopeful expectation, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. In the chill of late autumn, Jiang Jinyue stood amidst the line, her bundle slung over her shoulder, tightening the collar of her watery blue dress as she stood on tiptoe to peer. Outside, a flock of geese flew overhead, and her heart seemed to soar alongside them, yearning to escape the solemn confines of the royal palace. Once she stepped beyond the palace gates, the burdens of her past would no longer concern her. Soon, the line began to move, and the scene at the palace entrance transformed into a chaotic tableau of tearful reunions and heartfelt embraces, a cacophony absent within the palace walls that invigorated her spirit. As the emotions of the departing maids intensified, the supervising official hastened his pace, and when it was Jinyue's turn, the sky had yet to lighten. She presented her release document to the official seated at the entrance, who, while transcribing, inquired as per protocol, "What is the reason for your departure?" "The Empress Dowager has left the palace for seclusion, and I have received the Emperor's decree to return home," Jinyue replied. "How old are you?" 17, she answered, prompting a swift glance from the official, for it was unusual for a maid of such youth to be released, as most were 22 or older. After verifying her documents and finding no discrepancies, the official shifted the conversation, asking, "Is your family in the capital? Is anyone here to receive you? If not, what is your place of origin?" "My ancestral home is in Hangzhou. 10 years ago. Due to my father's crimes, I entered the palace and now have no family remaining. I am prepared to leave the palace on my own," Jinyue stated, causing the official to pause in surprise. The palace had made meticulous arrangements for this group of maids. Those with families in the capital had already been notified, while those from distant locales were assigned carriages to return home according to their origins. Before the official stood a petite young woman, her delicate oval face evoking the gentle demeanor of Jiangnan women, yet her bright, clear eyes reflected a naivete that belied her intent to depart alone. "Are you certain you can leave the palace on your own?" the official inquired, to which the girl nodded resolutely, without hesitation. However, just as the palace guards were about to grant her passage, a youthful voice called out from behind, "Wait. Hold on." Jinyue halted her steps, observing a boy of about 15 or 16 rushing towards her with great urgency, blocking her path. Following closely behind him was a young official clad in crimson robes, his demeanor stern as he swept a cold gaze over her before lowering his eyes to the registering official. The official promptly rose, bowing deeply. "Greetings, Lord Lu." The high-ranking official nodded slightly and, bending slightly towards Jinyue, extended his hand. "Your document, please." His voice was steady, imbued with a reassuring authority that contrasted with his distant appearance. Jinyue assumed this was merely a routine verification and handed him her document. As he examined her release papers, the earlier boy interjected, "Miss, if you have any remaining family, you must report truthfully. Do not deceive the officials. The palace will ensure your safe return home." In a moment of subtle frowning, Jinyue softly defended herself, saying, "I truly have no family left. Moreover, the palace regulations state that the decision of marriage and returning to one's relatives is at the discretion of the freed palace maid. To be restored to one's family is a grace bestowed by His Majesty, not a command." Her father, a merchant, had lost his life due to a mishap, while her mother, frail in health, passed away soon after giving birth to her. When the family was confiscated, she was indeed left all alone. Initially, she had thought the visitor was an inspector, yet the current situation made her somewhat anxious. The long queue behind her had begun to murmur, and her relatives waiting at the palace gate were growing increasingly impatient. The official responsible for registration cautiously inquired, "Lord Lu, is there an issue?" Upon hearing this, the high-ranking official in crimson robes set down his documents and casually replied that there was nothing amiss, then instructed the young man beside him, "Qingya, go to the Jingzhou Inn and check if she has any relatives in the capital." "Yes." The procession exiting the palace resumed its flow, yet Jiang Jinyue was led aside to wait. Clutching her bundle tightly, she stood helplessly at the palace gate, attempting to leave several times, but was thwarted by the guards wielding their swords. As dawn gradually broke, she gazed at the jubilant palace maids departing, her eyes slightly reddening. With a hint of reproach, she looked at the figure of Lord Lu, her expression a blend of confusion and pity. After a while, Qingya rode back on horseback, accompanied by officials from the Jingzhou prefecture. "My lord, we have found something." Lu Yanting extended his hand to receive the household register from the Jingzhou official, flipping through it a couple of times before his usually composed demeanor revealed a trace of surprise. Noticing the gravity of his gaze, Qingya leaned closer and murmured, "Tong Xiangning, from Hangzhou, this individual was the aunt of the palace maid." All the information seemed normal, yet the latest entry indicated that over a decade ago, the Tong family had entered the residence of the Duke of Ningguo as a concubine to the third son. Qingya abruptly turned to regard Lu Yanting's stern profile. The old duke had passed away 7 years prior, and the third son of the duke's household had now become the third master, the very uncle of the high official before them. After all the commotion, this palace may turn out to be family. Moments later, a blue cloth carriage halted before Qingya approached to assist her into the vehicle. She vehemently resisted, stepping back in distress. "I do not want to go. I have no relatives left. That place is not my home. I do not wish to go." The joy of exiting the palace had completely evaporated. Her eyes were reddening with urgency, and her complexion had turned pale as she tried to flee. A hand grasped her wrist, rendering her immobile, and Jiang Jinyue looked up at the imposing official before her. On the verge of tears, Lu Yanting tightened his grip on her wrist, speaking softly, "If you do not wish to leave, would you prefer to discuss the case of the Empress Dowager with me here?" His tone was not particularly harsh, yet it exuded a formidable pressure. Jiang Jinyue seemed to freeze, suddenly falling silent, murmuring, "The matter has long been settled. I have nothing to say. Besides, I have not seen my aunt in many years. She may not even recognize me. Why do you insist on pressing me?" Lu Yanting, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on her. When he finally released her wrist, Jiang Jinyue noticed a red mark encircling it. Having spent years within the inner palace, where even men were seldom seen, she lamentably realized that standing before him, radiating such an imposing presence, she lacked even the ability to resist. After the passengers boarded the carriage, Lu Yanting mounted alongside Qingya, setting off towards the duke's residence. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Qingya inquired, "My lord, she is merely a lowly palace maid with limited knowledge. Why must we involve her with the duke's household?" This morning, Yinshu sent word that the empress summoned everyone away and then self-immolated in the palace. The maid who rushed in to rescue her is none other than she, Lu Yanting replied. Qingya gasped in shock. "She was present in the inferno that night. Do you suspect that this young woman is connected to young Master Ning's demise?" "No wonder my lord, upon receiving the news earlier, hurriedly summoned me without elaborating on the details." Lu Yanting shook his head nonchalantly. "I cannot say for certain, but the emperor has closed the case. I cannot overtly detain her, so I intend to ascertain the truth, which may lead us to further revelations." Qingya glanced at the carriage behind them, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "My lord is astute. We nearly let her slip away. However, by serendipity, she turns out to be a distant cousin, which makes our task considerably easier." The duke's residence was situated in Chong'an Lane, not far from the imperial city, a place where every inch was precious, home to esteemed officials and dignitaries. After a short incense stick's time, the carriage halted at the side gate of the duke's estate. The young girl, clutching her bundle, disembarked and surveyed the surroundings with a wary expression. Upon dismounting, Lu Yanting exchanged a glance with Qingya. Understanding the unspoken cue, Qingya stepped forward to take her bundle. "Miss, hand over your belongings. You shall accompany us." However, the girl clung tightly to her parcel, her demeanor defensive as she retreated a couple of steps and replied, "No need, thank you." At this early hour, the autumn winds howled, chilling the air and tugging at her thin garments, accentuating her frail silhouette and her solitary plight. Chapter 2. The Duke's mansion. Upon witnessing the scene, the other party did not press further but led her inside, striding through the flower-adorned stone path and the elegant pavilions. They ventured westward for a considerable while, the depth of the estate weighing heavily on Jinyue's heart. Along the way, numerous maids and servants passed by, yet none cast a curious glance her way, indicating the strict decorum upheld within this household. After the two escorts guided her through a small door, Jinyue glanced at the scenery before her surprise evident as she found herself back on the street. This street connected to a short stretch of the Imperial River, surrounded by residences, much quieter than the main thoroughfare, with maids and matrons washing clothes and chatting by the riverside, their garments revealing that they belonged to different households. Had she entered the Duke's mansion only to emerge from another side? Doubt crept into Jinyue's mind, and her footsteps gradually slowed. Fortunately, after taking only a couple of steps outside, Lord Lu and his attendant halted in front of the main entrance. Upon raising her head, Jinyue noticed the plaque bearing the Lu family name, though it was notably smaller than that of the Duke's mansion. Surprisingly, this main entrance aligned with the side door of the Duke's estate, almost imperceptible if one did not pay attention. As she pondered this, she was caught off guard when a man turned to look at her, prompting her to immediately return his gaze with caution, unable to suppress her curiosity as she whispered, "Where is this?" "This is your home," Lu Yanting replied, striding confidently into the residence. Seeing her anxious expression, Qingyao offered a kind explanation from the side. "Miss, this is your aunt's home. The distance from the Imperial Street to the West Mansion is considerable, so we took a quicker route through the Duke's estate." The West Mansion he referred to as the residence of the third master, Lu Yu. Since the late Duke's passing, the households had been divided. The eldest master, Lu Jin, married a princess and had a sole son, Lu Yanting. When the princess descended, she constructed the princess mansion to the north of the Duke's estate, connecting it to the current Duke's residence. The second and third households were positioned adjacent to the Duke's estate, one to the east and the other to the west. Thus, the second household was called the East Mansion and the third the West Mansion. Consequently, the Lu family occupied a significant portion of Chong'an Lane, with many capable descendants holding prominent positions in the court, making them a venerable and esteemed clan, often lauded for centuries. As Jiang Jinyue followed the two men inside, she observed that although the West Mansion lacked the grandeur of the Duke's estate, it excelled in its elegant tranquility. Despite the autumn season, the garden was adorned with an array of exquisite flowers and rare plants, complemented by rock formations and waterfalls, a truly remarkable haven. With the third master absent, the mistress of the third household came forth to receive guests. Her face bore the marks of age, appearing somewhat gaunt and weary from years of toil. Yet her head adorned with jewels signified her distinguished status. "Erlang, what brings you to our abode today?" she inquired, waiting for Lord Lu and the lady to clarify matters, while Jiang Jinyue felt increasingly agitated, not even wanting to lift her head. After a moment of surprise, the mistress promptly summoned maids to serve tea and sent someone to fetch concubine Tong, ensuring all courtesies were observed. Soon, a woman in her 30s gracefully approached. This was concubine Tong. She possessed a striking beauty, with the delicate allure characteristic of Jiangnan women, compelling those present to compare her with the young girl before them. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers quickly discerned that the slender girl burdened with a bundle bore no resemblance to her. The young lady's face lacked the sharp, calculating demeanor. Her eyes were larger, imbued with a touch of innocence and grace, subtly eclipsing the former. "Is she my sister's daughter? Was she not already confined within the palace?" Tong Xiangning, accustomed to speaking in a high-pitched voice in public, scrutinized Jinyue with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, unable to resist glancing at Lu Yanting. "She has been released," Lu Yanting stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiangning displayed no signs of delight, merely elongating her tone as she remarked, "Ah, you has grown so much. I wonder what you plan to do after leaving the palace." Her words bore no intention of invitation. Jinyue adjusted her bundle and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. Having worked in the palace these past years, I have saved some funds and intend to follow in my father's footsteps, opening a shop in the capital to make a living." Tong Xiangning nodded, her tone laced with evident sincerity. "You are a promising child. Surely your parents would find solace in the afterlife." At this remark, Lu Yanting frowned, casting a serious glance at the aunt he had scarcely encountered, asserting, "She is still quite young, and you are her only relative, bearing the responsibility of her upbringing. Moreover, I have brought her back today, as a guest of the Duke's residence. We do not lack for a distant cousin. Having spent years in the palace, she is naive to the ways of the world and the tempests outside. It is understandable that she harbors such innocent notions. Yet, a woman well-versed in the inner chambers ought to recognize that in this world, a woman has no support, and living alone is no easy feat. Upon hearing Lu Yanting's words, the third lady's expression shifted, revealing her displeasure towards Tong Xiangning, her tone tinged with reproach. Yanting is quite right, Aunt Tong. Your words are somewhat out of line. Stung by their reprimand, Tong Xiangning felt a flush of embarrassment, falling silent as she retreated a couple of steps. Merely observing as the third lady approached Jinyue, taking her hand and inquiring with warmth, truly, one could see the grace of someone who has emerged from the palace. Your stature and demeanor surpass even those of the young ladies in our household. It is a pity that I do not often visit the palace, and thus have missed the chance to meet such a remarkable person. May I inquire your name and which palace you served in? Jinyue responded to each question, on the verge of revealing her previous service in the Empress Dowager's palace when she hesitated, recalling the recent upheaval surrounding the Empress Dowager and the rebellious prince. Fearing that mentioning it might alarm the lady before her, she carefully considered her words. However, it was the stern-faced Lu Yanting who interjected first. Aunt, she merely performed menial tasks in the yetting. The third lady glanced between him and Jinyue, her eyes darting, before patting Jinyue's hand in consolation. My apologies for prying into your sorrowful past. Miss Jinyue, you may comfortably reside here. As for other matters, they can be planned gradually in due course. Just as Jinyue contemplated declining, a chilling gaze swept past her, leaving her feeling as if pricked by thorns, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. She keenly observed that everyone from the third household seemed to be subtly vying for the favor of this young master, whose status must be exceedingly high. She feared that should she inadvertently displease him, she might not even make it out of the Lu residence alive. Upon this reflection, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 3. Coincidence becomes literature before long. The third madam ordered the servants to tidy up the small building adjacent to the Jiangjinyue pavilion for Jiang Jinyue to reside in. In her youth, concubine Tong had a penchant for singing, and during her favor days, the third master, Lu Yu, built her a two-story small opera house right next to her Jiangjinyue pavilion. However, as the years passed and the third master took a new favorite, concubine Tong's performances lost their audience, and the opera house gradually fell into disuse. Although it had suffered from neglect over the years, its foundation remained intact. With a bit of cleaning, it resembled a quaint embroidery house. As noon approached, Lu Yanting went to the Dali Temple, and the third madam also departed for the Duke's residence to converse with the matriarch and attend to the midday meal. In the small building, only concubine Tong remained, assisting Jiang Jinyue in making herself comfortable. Once the others had left, she removed her faade, reclining on the couch while indulging in pastries sent by the third madam, her expression sour as she muttered complaints about her mistress. Humph, I thought she was so benevolent. Arranging for you to stay here, doesn't that merely encroach upon my territory? In my opinion, our third household has fallen into decline because of her. She can't even keep the men in check. Over the years, whenever the master desired a new concubine, she has always assisted him in acquiring one. It was evident that she regarded Jiang Jinyue with disdain, venting her grievances openly. And look at her sons. Compare them to the first wife, born of a princess. The Fengzi Long son, at such a tender age, already a junior official at the Dali Temple, destined to inherit a title. One of her two sons. One, just like his father, indulges in debauchery and is utterly talentless. The other is obsessed with painting and calligraphy. At 17 or 18, he weeps at the drop of a hat. What embarrassment! Having grown up in the palace, Jiang Jinyue spoke and acted with utmost caution, knowing that even a single ill-considered word could provoke the ire of her consort aunt, which had cultivated her naturally reticent demeanor. Upon leaving the palace and encountering concubine Tong's demeanor, she felt a sense of discomfort. However, she refrained from speaking out, silently tidying up the areas that the maidservants had neglected. After a considerable time, concubine Tong seemed to realize that her words were inappropriate in Jiang Jinyue's presence and shifted the focus on herself. My dear Yue, I must apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Your maternal grandfather passed away too soon, leaving me without support, forcing me into this role as a concubine. Life in this household has been quite arduous over the years. She sighed softly. Had it not been for my pregnancy, Lu would never have considered me worthy of entering his home. If I had not sought him out myself, I would have met a fate akin to yours. Though the child was lost, I ultimately bore you. It was only 2 years ago that I managed to conceive again, only to have that wretched man concubine cause me to lose it. That pitiful mistress is too indifferent to care. At this point, she gritted her teeth, speaking in anger. Just watch. With your arrival today, that little vixen, man concubine, will undoubtedly stir trouble before the master. Who knows if he will harbor grievances? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue paused in her task of arranging the bedding, bending slightly with her hand resting on the soft, clean quilt, feeling like a thief who had usurped a nest. Everything here was clearly not meant for her. After years in the palace, she had tasted the bitterness of the world's indifference and understood that there is no inherent obligation for anyone to support another. She was acutely aware of the trouble she had caused her aunt, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Turning around, she gently expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Aunt, for providing me with a temporary refuge. Rest assured, I shall not impose for long. Just a few days will suffice. And once I find a suitable place, I will leave. Upon hearing this, Aunt Tong set down the pastries in her hand, her face clouded with hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, she reined in her superficial thoughts and reluctantly remarked, "Oh no, the young master is a treasure in this household. Even our Lord bows his head in his presence. If you are sent here today, and I permit your departure so soon, it will surely reach the ears of the main and second households. Not only will our third household be criticized, but our Lord will first cast blame upon me." Jiang Jinyue gazed at her in silence, her heart heavy with sorrow. In less than half a day since leaving the palace, she had become an inescapable burden to others. Neither could she leave, nor could she remain. This thought inevitably led her to recall Lord Lu. She had never wronged him, and was at a loss as to why he had intervened. Perhaps I shall wait for a while, until the commotion subsides, and then devise a suitable reason to depart from here. Would that be acceptable? Seeing her stand there, visibly anxious, with her formerly radiant features now shadowed by deep worry, Aunt Tong compared her to the carefree young ladies of the Duke's mansion and lamented how much this girl must have endured, being the daughter of her late sister. With a sigh, she finally spoke. "Very well. You entered the palace at 5 and have spent over a decade there, knowing nothing of the world outside. I had not thought this through before. Upon reflection, it is indeed unwise to allow a young lady to fend for herself alone in the outside world. For now, you may stay here in peace, and I shall implore our Lord to find you a suitable match for marriage soon." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue wiped her tears with a handkerchief, revealing a grateful smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Aunt." Though she was inexperienced in worldly matters, she was perceptive enough to discern the undercurrents of her aunt's sentiments. Should she take her aunt's words to heart, it might complicate matters later. Accepting her current situation, she decided to stay temporarily, hoping to find a suitable shop to rent and depart swiftly. She could only wish for those days to pass peacefully, without further disturbances from Lord Lu. Not long after midday, a maid approached, saying, "Miss, the lady requests your presence for a conversation." Upon hearing this, Jinyue immediately set aside her work and followed the maid down the small staircase to the Yunyu pavilion, where the third madam resided. Upon her arrival, the third madam took a sip of tea before gesturing for her to sit. After Jinyue had greeted her and taken her seat at the first position beside her, she listened attentively as the third madam began to speak. During lunch today, the old lady heard that the young master had brought back a cousin. She expressed interest and wishes to meet you. Jiang Jinyue raised her eyes, initially believing she had encountered no one upon entering the mansion, as even the servants behaved with utmost propriety. Little did she know that the master's gaze was ever watchful throughout the household. Outside the palace, life was hardly different from within its confines. She wore a troubled expression, fearing that her inadequate qualifications might disturb the old lady. Naturally, she could not refuse the old lady's request to meet her. By voicing this concern, she hoped that the third madam would offer her some guidance. After all, They now shared the same roof, and should she face any reprimands, the third house would not fare well either. The third madam, with a gentle smile, consoled her with a flurry of polite remarks, before finally inquiring, "Jinyue, have you and the young master met before?" It was indeed due to this matter. Jinyue honestly shook her head. "Today is the first time we have crossed paths." Upon hearing this, the third madam felt a sense of relief wash over her. She was well aware that upon bringing Jinyue back today, the young master would have already conducted a thorough investigation into Jinyue's background, in accordance with the first house's customary practices. Since no issues had arisen thus far, it seemed that Jinyue posed no peculiarities. With this reassurance, the third madam smiled and remarked, "It appears that fate has indeed intertwined our paths, as the old lady mentioned that you share a connection with our household. When we dine later, do accompany me to pay your respects." It was hardly a coincidence, Jinyue thought, as she remained oblivious to the young master's intentions. Chapter 4. Yangyi Studio. The old lady resided in the Yangyi Studio, located on the eastern side of the Duke's residence, a considerable distance from the west courtyard. The autumn dusk was particularly serene, with the cool breeze causing the fallen leaves to dance and carpet the ground in golden hues. The gentle rustling of servants sweeping the ground and the melodious sound of water trickling over pebbles added to the tranquil ambience. As Jiang Jinyue traveled in a soft sedan chair alongside the third madam, her mind was preoccupied, unable to appreciate the scenery. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yangyi Studio, she was greeted by a chorus of laughter and cheerful conversation, likely the young ladies entertaining the old lady. During their journey, a maidservant accompanying the third madam had informed Jiang Jinyue that there were not many young ladies of the legitimate branch in the Duke's family. Only Miss Jing from the second house and Miss Yu, born of the third madam, were present. The next generation included the third house's eldest son, Lu Yanting, who was currently wandering outside, bringing back a little girl just 6 months old, who had yet to utter a word. Within the household, there were only 2 proper young ladies, and thus they were cherished dearly. When the time for education arrived, the old lady invited a highly esteemed female scholar to establish a school for girls at home to teach the 2. The Lu family was an illustrious lineage with deep-rooted branches, and seizing this opportunity, many cousins and distant relatives were admitted into the household. Officials in the court, who were on good terms with various masters, also sent their daughters to partake in the lessons, resulting in a lively gathering of over a dozen young women in the courtyard in recent years. At that moment, the young ladies conversing with the old lady were likely among them. As the third madam guided her inside, they were discussing the art of incense burning. In the past, she had often watched the maidservants light incense at home, yet when it came to doing it herself, it seemed quite a tedious affair. "You see, old lady, that Mr. Lin insists we start from preparing the incense utensils and materials, and we toiled until midnight last night. What is there for Sister Shenwan to worry about? You have always been the most outstanding. Just look at how strict Mr. Lin is. While he scolded everyone when we were filling the incense powder today, he praised you alone." A voice, that of an elderly gentleman, echoed, "The current dynasty values elegance and refinement. The act of burning incense is neither particularly difficult nor overly complex. It merely requires some attention to detail. If one has mastered it well, others should not shy away from the challenge. Mr. Lin teaches with great care, and you all must study diligently." Recently, as she accompanied the third madam outside, she heard her bright voice, suggesting that this venerable lady possessed a commendable spirit. Upon passing through the dining hall with the third madam, she observed several ladies, accompanied by their maids, preparing for the evening meal. After being introduced by the third madam, they entered the inner hall where conversations flowed freely. The hall was filled with guests, and the elderly woman sat regally upon a zeton couch adorned with auspicious beasts. Though her hair was silvered, her vitality shone brightly. Her figure had softened slightly, revealing the poise of someone accustomed to a life of luxury. The third madam approached and bowed respectfully. "I present to you the esteemed matriarch. I have brought Miss Jiang." Jiang Jinyue followed closely behind the third madam and offered a modest bow, revealing only a hint of her face, yet causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. The onlookers turned to observe her, noting her simple attire, a pale pink silk dress, devoid of any powder or embellishment, She resembled a blooming lotus, ethereal and untouched, even outshining Shenwan, who was renowned for her beauty throughout the capital. Upon learning her identity as the young lady personally escorted back to the residence by the heir earlier that day, subtle expressions of intrigue crossed the faces of the assembly. A beautiful orphan, reliant on such an esteemed aunt, yet still presenting herself as a respectable young lady within the household. Her intentions were laid bare for all to see. However, before the venerable matriarch, they dared not utter a word. The elderly lady, smiling, motioned for Jiang Jinyue to rise. With a twinkle in her eye, she remarked, "Indeed, you are a remarkable child. You possess an admirable appearance, and it seems you are destined to be connected with our noble house. Today, you fortuitously encountered your second cousin. Did you not? You may reside here with peace of mind. By the way, we were just discussing the burning of incense. In my youth, I spent some time in the palace, and I recall that the ladies there would often use a considerable amount of incense, lighting it in large burners to allow the fragrance to waft into the main hall. I heard that this method enhances the scent's natural quality. I wonder if it is still practiced today?" Jinyue listened attentively and gently shook her head, responding respectfully, "In response to your esteemed words. Since the ascension of the new emperor, such extravagant practices have been prohibited in the palace, and they no longer employ such wasteful methods." The elderly lady nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, everything has changed so swiftly. I vividly remember my own youth, and now, in the blink of an eye, I find myself an old woman." Hearing this, the young ladies quickly encouraged her. "Our venerable ancestor possesses a robust constitution, far more spirited than we lazy cats. What is so commendable about being young? We are confined to our studies daily, envious of your carefree existence." The elderly lady laughed heartily, her slightly clouded eyes seemingly reminiscing about her past. "I know you are jesting with me, yet I find it quite delightful. Jinyue, I recall a particular incense from my days in the palace, something akin to little purple cotton. I have not encountered its fragrance since leaving the palace. Miss Jiang, do you happen to know of it?" Jiang Jinyue stood in contemplation for a moment before softly addressing the elderly matriarch. "Honorable matriarch, this fragrance was created by Empress Jiang of the previous dynasty. It has fallen into disuse over the years, yet I recall an old nurse speaking of this formula. If you do not mind, I would like to attempt to restore it, given that her sustenance and living expenses were all covered by the Duke's residence. It was only reasonable for her to contribute something in service to the matriarch." Upon hearing this, the matriarch surveyed the surroundings and pointed at Jinyue, exclaiming, "Listen, truly a gem from the palace, sharp and insightful. She surpasses us all." The other young ladies turned their gaze towards Jiang Jinyue. While they smiled on the surface, their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Jinyue hurriedly shook her head. "Matriarch, you flatter me. My skills are merely the duties I perform in the palace. One must memorize them well to avoid punishment. Do not be so modest. Having such intent is commendable. You will reside here in the mansion, living alongside the other young ladies, and let them learn from you." The matriarch continued, instructing a nurse beside her to introduce each person present. Beside the matriarch sat Miss Lu Jingyi, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, whose father, the second master Lu Yan, held a second-rank official position and spent most of his time stationed in the northwest. The family, feeling pity for her father's absence, doted on her immensely. To her right was Miss Shenwan, daughter of the esteemed Prime Minister Yuanchu. Shenwan was strikingly beautiful, with slightly arched brows and eyes that exuded a sense of pride, unmistakably the demeanor of someone accustomed to high status. In these times, many were devoted to Buddhist practices, and though her features were not exceptionally distinguished, her phoenix-like eyes and somewhat plump visage made her appear as if she had stepped out from painting. The remaining young ladies hailed from either prominent families or collateral branches of noble houses, and Jiang Jinyue greeted each in turn. With her keen perception, she noticed the lukewarm reception from the other ladies. All were of marriageable age, their intentions clear upon arriving at the Duke's residence, which inevitably sparked a sense of rivalry within them. After the meal, the third madam and other ladies had household matters to report to the matriarch, so they sent a maid to escort Jinyue home. By the time night fell, a chill hung in the air, and the wind blew with a biting cold. As Jinyue followed the maid carrying a lantern, she was about to turn left when she caught sight of a tall figure approaching from another path. A twinge of fear gripped her, and she whispered to the maid, "Sister, I feel a bit cold. Let us hasten back." The maid nodded. But just as they took a few steps, a familiar voice called from behind, "Wait." Jinyue had no choice but to stop and watch as he approached. He had already changed out of his official attire, now clad in a simple moon-white satin robe. Under the moonlight, the sharpness in his features seemed to soften slightly. Nevertheless, Jinyue still sensed an air of authority emanating from him, likely a remnant of his prolonged tenure at the Dali Temple. "Are you settled?" he inquired, standing before Jinyue, his tone grave. Jiang Jinyue nodded, but refrained from speaking further. He cast a glance at the maid beside her and continued, "Come with me. I have questions for you." Upon hearing the words, Jiang Jinyue remained utterly motionless. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and laughter approaching from behind, causing her to tense at the back of her head. The other young ladies emerged from Yang Yizhai one after another, feeling like a thorn was embedded in her back, and recalling the unpleasant encounter from the morning. She promptly bowed and said, "I greet your highness. I must take my leave." Without pausing, she hurriedly took her maid and departed from the scene. Lu Yanting remained rooted in place, observing her hasty retreat with an inscrutable expression on his face. "Your highness, have you come to pay your respects to the old matriarch?" Shen Wan inquired, smiling as she approached him to salute. Lu Yanting withdrew his gaze with a nonchalant hum, before striding into Yang Yizhai. Shen Wan watched his cold silhouette and then turned her attention to the direction Jiang Jinyue had fled, tightening her grip on the handkerchief in her hand. She had witnessed the exchange between him and Jiang Jinyue in its entirety. Could it be that the prince was so concerned for her that he needed to check on her personally at night? The following day, Jiang Jinyue, relying on her memory, spent money to send someone out to procure several kinds of incense materials and borrowed some incense tools to create incense in the small building. The Empress Dowager had a penchant for elegance and was not fond of the incense produced in the palace. In her Xian palace, there were 3 sisters specifically responsible for making incense. Influenced by them, Jiang Jinyue had learned some craftsmanship since childhood. Just as she was about to grind the processed materials into powder, she heard a loud kick against the door from downstairs, followed by a sharp, youthful voice piercing the tranquility of the building. "Villain, come out. Why did you steal my things?" Furrowing her brow slightly, Jiang Jinyue set aside her work and descended the stairs. Soon, she spotted a young girl around 10 years old with her hair styled in 2 buns, standing in the room, glaring at her with her hands on her hips. Beside her stood a maid who had brought her lunch, holding a food box and looking utterly flustered. The little girl, upon seeing Jiang Jinyue, continued her tirade. "Hey, this is my home. What are you doing living here? Get out." Not expecting the girl, despite her youth, to have such strength, Jiang Jinyue was pushed back repeatedly. She quickly steadied herself against a nearby rack, observing the girl's features, which bore a resemblance to Aunt Tong, and furrowed her brow to ask, "Are you Yui?" The girl crossed her arms and snorted disdainfully. "Since you know who I am, why did you steal my things and even take my maid? You little thief who occupies another's nest." Just as Jiang Jinyue was about to explain, a loud clap resonated as Aunt Tong rushed over. Seeing Lu Yuyi's demeanor, she slapped her thigh, pinched the maid sharply, and sharply admonished her daughter. "My little ancestor, you mustn't shout wildly. Your father has been in a foul mood recently. If he hears you, he might scold you severely." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu, rather than calming down, pointed at the various decorations in the small building and the maid standing beside her. Speaking hurriedly, "Auntie, I was just away for a few days to play. You tell me, why did she take the opportunity to steal my maid while I was gone? And all the items in this room, they were gifts from our ancestors and the mistress to me, and I have stored them in the treasury." Aunt Tong gently patted her chest to soothe her. "Do calm yourself, dear. Sister will not be here for long. It is merely a matter of lending to her due to the lady's stinginess. After a while, when sister departs, you can have it returned just as it was. Is that not acceptable?" The maid standing nearby interjected. "Indeed, miss, you have misunderstood. I am merely responsible for delivering meals to Miss Jiang daily. Upon hearing of your return, I intended to set down my burden and seek you out. Who would have thought you would arrive first? I don't care. You are not to serve anyone else." Lu Yui glanced at the food box in the maid's hand, snatched it, and overturned its contents onto the ground. The soup and broth spilled everywhere, not only staining the newly laid carpet, but also splattering onto Jinyue's pale skirt, rendering her particularly disheveled. Anton looked at the chaos and could not help but pinch Lu Yue, exclaiming, "Oh dear, do you not realize that the carpet has just been changed and costs quite a bit of silver? You, my child, have been overly indulged by your father. You ought to be well disciplined. It may be permissible at home, but I tell you, such behavior is not acceptable outside." She grasped Lu Yue's arm and began to lead her away, saying, "Enough. You've been frolicking with your third brother outside for several days now. Come, let us return and attend to your studies. Be wary of punishment from the teacher tomorrow." As mother and daughter gradually walked away, tranquility returned to the small building. The maid, looking remorseful, quickly spoke up, "Miss, I shall prepare another meal for you." Jinyue, feeling a deep sense of discomfort in this unfamiliar place, slowly crouched down to gather the scattered shards of broken dishes. "Miss, please, do not trouble yourself. I will take care of it," the maid insisted, wanting to assist her, but was gently declined by Jiang Jinyue, who smiled softly. "It is of no consequence. You should return quickly, lest you face difficulties with Yue." Thinking of Lu Yue, the maid hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, before finally retreating, glancing back 3 times as she made her way to the courtyard where Lu Yue was. After tidying up the fragments, Jinyue went outside to fetch some water. Unexpectedly, she heard a thud from the second floor. She paused, and soon the sound resonated again. Rhythmically, before long, she discerned that it seemed to be something falling to the ground. Wiping her hands clean, Jiang Jinyue cautiously ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the halfway point, she saw numerous pebbles scattered on the wooden floor by the window. A sense of suspicion arose within her. She wondered which child was causing mischief, and she continued upward, lifting her skirt. Reaching the window, she spotted a lad by Lord Lu's side, crouching in a tree by the wall of the Duke's residence, holding a handful of pebbles. Upon noticing Jiang Jinyue, he flashed her a bright smile and waved his hand, signaling her to step aside. Hesitantly, she moved aside, and a paper wrapped around some stones fell to the floor. Jinyue approached to pick it up, and seeing that she had acquired the item, Jinyue swiftly flipped himself over and fled from the tree. She unfolded the paper, revealing strong, vigorous handwriting that unmistakably bore the style of its author. "Tomorrow night at the hour of high, meet at the east side gate of the west residence." Lu Yanting. Chapter 6. The Family Academy. Jinyue stared intently at the note for a while, then picked up a fire stick and ignited the paper, subsequently casting it into the copper basin. As she watched the flickering flame extinguish within the basin, she extended her hand to vigorously wipe away the tears from her face. She had no intention of going. After encountering him last night, she spent an entire evening reflecting and deciphering certain matters. He was the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, and it seemed he had a hand in the recent case involving the Empress Dowager. As a maid of the palace, it was evident that Lu Yanting sought her out for this very reason. However, since the Empress Dowager had departed from the palace, His Majesty had already ordered the case to be closed, forbidding anyone in the palace from mentioning it again. Therefore, why would he pursue her for answers regarding a matter that His Majesty had expressly forbidden to discuss? Ultimately, it could only bring harm to both the Empress Dowager and herself. This did not align with the legal procedures of the Dali Temple, and moreover, if he questioned her in such a manner, she genuinely had no knowledge of the details and feared that speaking could lead to dire consequences. In truth, she had told a lie today. Several years ago, she had encountered this gentleman once. At that time, she had just returned from the Ministry of Rights under the Empress Dowager's orders and was still relatively unfamiliar with the palace. On one occasion, a murder had occurred in the palace, and Jiang Jinyue returned from her duties late. Although guards patrolled the grounds, she couldn't help but feel a sense of dread as she traversed the secluded paths. Recalling the ghost stories shared by her elder sisters in the dormitory, she felt her legs weaken as she passed a lakeside. Her heart grew increasingly anxious as she sensed someone trailing behind her. Seizing the opportunity at a corner, she glanced back and saw a tall figure clad in the attire of the Dali Temple's patrol officer. A weight lifted from her chest, but after taking a few more steps, she heard an unusual noise behind her. Cautiously turning around, she witnessed him firmly restraining an inner court eunuch, who was being pinned against a tree trunk and letting out a horrific scream. Terrified, She dropped the lantern she held and fled towards Sin Palace in a panic. Upon arriving breathless, she inquired with the night guard, only to learn that the individual was likely the second son of a noble house, involved in the investigation of the murder, hence his presence in the palace at such a late hour. The incident left an indelible impression on Jinyue. He was as terrifying as a vengeful spirit. At the second watch of the night, with silence enveloping the surroundings, she pondered the risk of approaching him recklessly. Once he obtained the answers he sought, would he not consider silencing her forever? Furthermore, the young ladies in the residence had already cast their watchful eyes upon her, due to previous events. If she were to meet Lu Yanting at such a late hour and be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to her ruin. This led her to reflect on the attitudes of Lu Yue and concubine Tong towards her, stirring resentment towards that Lord Lu in her heart. No one in the household welcomed her. Why was she clinging on so desperately? The immediate priority was to secure a shop as soon as possible, after which she would tender her resignation. As autumn rain fell in the dead of night, the chills seeped in, enveloping the outside in a misty haze. With the days growing colder, Jinyue remained indoors, diligently preparing the spices the old lady had requested. The method of crafting this incense is not particularly difficult, yet it demands considerable effort. Jiang Jinyue labored through 2 nights, and upon completion, she entrusted it to Madame San to deliver to the matriarch during her morning greetings. An hour later, when Madame San returned, she smiled and reported that the matriarch was exceedingly fond of the incense, prompting her to have it lit on the spot while praising it in the company of several ladies. Not only that, she gifted Jinyue a pair of exquisite jade earrings and specifically instructed Madame San to inform Jiang Jinyue that she should join the young ladies in attending the private school starting the following day. Although Jinyue wished to decline, Madame San did not afford her the opportunity, stating that she had other matters to attend to and dismissed her. On her way back to the small building, she rubbed her aching wrist and noticed it had begun to rain once more. Jinyue hurried home, reminiscing about the note from Lu Yanting, and sat silently by the window on the second floor for a long while before closing it. The next morning, Auntie Tong made a rare visit to invite her to breakfast together. "Come, taste the freshly made lotus leaf porridge." "Thank you, Auntie." Auntie Tong smiled as she served her some dishes, saying, "You are quite obedient, unlike my Heir, who is still in bed despite having to go to school soon. I know you are knowledgeable. During your time at the school, do help her out a bit, as sisters should look out for one another." Although the third household had only this one daughter, treated within the estate as a legitimate daughter, she was rather disappointing, being the least accomplished among her peers at the school. Now, with so many noble girls around, comparisons inevitably led to thoughts of her mother, Tong. Moreover, Auntie Tong harbored her own selfish motives. For many years, she had fallen out of favor, and with the third master taking several concubines. Her reason for visiting Jiang Jinyue was likely to check on her only daughter. Surrounded by beautiful concubines, it was uncertain when another daughter might emerge. And if the master were to lose interest in Heir, their good days would soon come to an end. Besides, Auntie Tong still harbored hopes of bearing another child. "You speak wisely, Auntie." Her request was not unreasonable. Jinyue did not refuse, recognizing her dependence on others and the necessity of contributing in some manner. Auntie Tong, seeing her agreement, beamed and produced a golden hairpin from her bosom, cheerfully handing it to her. This was originally a tassel pin, but the tassel fell off. "So your sister does not want it. She is quite capricious, but I see this pin is of excellent quality and suits you perfectly. Take it." Jinyue thanked her and tucked the item away, rising to follow the route she had scouted the previous day to the school. Within the confines of the academy, the others held little affection for her, thus they paid her little mind. Jinyue found solace in her solitude, especially as the day's lesson involved incense, a subject she was well versed in, making it quite easy to follow. However, when Mr. Lin posed questions, Shenwan and her group often encouraged Jinyue to respond. Having learned from past experiences, she refrained from showcasing her abilities, yet when her answers fell short, Shenwan and several younger girls would mock her. Conversely, when she answered well, they would shoot her scornful glares. By noon, Jiang Jinyue felt as if she were melting under the sun as she made her way home, fortuitously encountering Lu Yue. Today, she had not gone to school, presumably sneaking out to play without Auntie Tong's knowledge. At this moment, she was by the lakeside with several young maidservants, loudly calling for the elderly servant who was clearing the duckweed on the water to bring the boat over, as she wished to embark on a leisurely outing. Jiang Jinyue recalled her aunt's morning admonition and approached Lu Yue, saying, "Sister, our teacher has asked us to return home in the next couple of days to gather some fresh flowers for class on flower arrangement, which we will later present to our esteemed ancestors and several ladies. I shall come by your place this afternoon. Shall we select the flowers together?" Lu Yue turned to see her and waved her hand dismissively. "Go away, go away. These tasks are meant for the servants. However, since you are so keen, I shall let you handle my share as well. I need to rest this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Jinyue pondered for a moment and decided to acquiesce. After all, her aunt's instructions only required her compliance, and avoiding collaboration with Lu Yue would spare her from unnecessary disputes. Today marked the birthday of the Grand Princess, and the Duke's residence was hosting a banquet for guests, with many prominent ladies from the capital expected to attend. Jinyue could hear the commotion from there while at her family school in the morning. The Duke's estate boasted a considerable garden connected to a bamboo grove. As the afternoon sun waned, Jinyue, after inquiring about the route from her maidservant, ventured towards the bamboo grove with a wicker basket in hand. The garden was expansive, with one side adjoining the front courtyard. To avoid disturbing the guests, she chose a more secluded path that led through the bamboo forest. The distant sounds of a performing troupe echoed through the air, further accentuating the tranquility of the surroundings. Jinyue ambled eastward, contemplating the flowers that might be in bloom during this season. After walking several paces, she faintly discerned the presence of two voices nearby. Lost in thought, she assumed they were merely the household servants and remained unguarded. However, as she proceeded further, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Turning her head, she spotted two figures standing in the distance, Lu Yanting and a young woman conversing. The girl was tall and graceful, with striking features. Though Jinyue had never encountered her at the family school, she must be one of the noble ladies attending the Grand Princess's birthday celebration today. Having spent years in the palace, Jinyue was well aware of the consequences of witnessing what one should not. Her heart raced as she believed she had stumbled upon a secret, and she promptly turned to leave. Yet, Lu Yanting, a skilled martial artist with keen hearing, had already noticed her the moment she halted. She hurriedly retraced her steps, but he swiftly positioned himself in her path, blocking her way. In a flurry of panic, she retreated a couple of steps, blurting out, "I did not mean to intrude upon you. You need not worry, I shall not speak a word of this. Please, do not harm me." Lu Yanting's gaze remained calm and indifferent. Jinyue glanced back in a state of alarm, only to find that the woman had vanished entirely. The vast bamboo grove now contained only the two of them. A wave of dread washed over Jinyue as she turned to face Lu Yanting, her eyes filled with trepidation. His expression was composed, and although he possessed an elegant and handsome demeanor, she sensed a lurking menace within him. After a considerable pause, the other party finally spoke in a cold, somber tone, yet the inquiry was about an entirely different matter. "Why did you not come last night?" Jinyue, head bowed, remained silent upon hearing these words. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before she finally raised her gaze, only to find him still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly leaning towards her, awaiting her response. Reluctantly, she stammered a few words. "I cannot read. I do not understand what the note says." To her surprise, he let out a rare chuckle. "Very well. If you cannot read, I shall ask you directly. After the failed coup, when the Empress and the rebel king dismissed all palace attendants and set fire to the Xi'an palace, the one who rescued the Empress that night was you, was it not?" Indeed, he had sought her out for this very incident. Jiang Jinyue regarded him with caution. Suddenly emboldened, "Is it that you blame me for saving the Empress and seek revenge? Or perhaps you wish to use me against her?" Lu Yanting furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled by her words, and took a couple of steps closer. "You?" Jinyue realized her previous statement had been somewhat inappropriate, lacking reason, and clearly a reflection of her resentment towards his actions of forcibly bringing her into the manor. Holding on to her grievances in a fit of defiance was undeniably irrational. However, with matters having reached this point, she had already provoked the right person. So she boldly stepped back 2 paces and threatened, Your Majesty has already granted me amnesty from the palace. I am now a registered citizen of Jingzhou, having shed my slave status. If you were to kill me, you would find yourself in trouble as well." Lu Yanting appeared somewhat astonished by her words, pondering where this young lady's thoughts had wandered. Just as he was about to respond, voices from the other end of the grove interrupted. "Ah, how chaotic it is up ahead, yet this place is so exceptionally tranquil and elegant. Madam Shan, shall we not retire to the side room? I find it stifling. Perhaps we could sit here for a while." "Very well." Lu Yanting swiftly turned his head, hearing several footsteps approaching. Just as he was about to say something, he turned back only to catch a glimpse of the girl hastily departing, along with the bamboo basket that had fallen to the ground. Upon returning, Jinyue found herself in a state of unease, making frequent mistakes during her lessons the following day, prompting Lu Yue to roll her eyes at her multiple times. Coincidentally, this day marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions. The Duke's residence had been bustling with preparations for a family feast, and as the lanterns illuminated the evening sky, all the lords, ladies, and young masters and misses were expected to gather in the main hall for dinner. Jinyue sat by the window of a small building, counting banknotes from a small box while observing the lively crowd below making their way to the Duke's residence. A servant had come to invite them, and the third master and third madam were just stepping outside, while Lu Yue expressed dissatisfaction with the necklace she was wearing, instructing her maid to fetch a gem-studded one from within. The servant, in a moment of curiosity, asked, "Miss Yu, is your cousin not going?" Lu Yue, adjusting her collar, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need. Today is a day for family reunion. What purpose would she have in attending?" Soon, as the last of the footsteps faded beyond the courtyard gate, silence reclaimed the manor. Separated by a mere wall, Jinyue sat by the window, meticulously organizing the silver coins from her small box and diligently recording each amount on paper. As she finally comprehended everything and placed the box beneath the bed, she bent down only to feel a dull ache in her back, and her right wrist throbbed painfully. The residence was eerily quiet. Many of the household servants had gone home to partake in the festivities, while those not on duty had arranged small gatherings in the backyard. Aunt Tong and a few matrons had gathered to play cards, and Jinyue strolled slowly around the garden, unwittingly stepping outside the estate. Upon reaching the riverbank, she beheld the shimmering water illuminated by the moonlight, and the usually bustling streets were now surprisingly desolate. Indeed, at this hour, most people were at home enjoying their reunion dinners. In just an hour, the Lantern Festival would commence on the Imperial Street, and the young ladies and gentlemen would emerge, bringing life back to the outside world. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 5, her memories of celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival in her childhood were rather faint. Though she vaguely recalled the lively festivities in Jiangnan, she remembered riding on her father's shoulders, clutching the toy he had bought her, and after watching a fire-breathing dragon performance, they went to West Lake to admire the floating lanterns. Before her father was taken away, he claimed he was wronged, and Jinyue believed him, despite her ignorance of the case from that time. Such a good man, who would not even crush an ant on the road, could not possibly have committed those deeds. She opened a shop to accumulate wealth with the hope of one day returning to Hangzhou to investigate the circumstances surrounding her father's case. The rare tranquility of the moment made it hard for Jinyue to return to the estate. She sat by the riverbank and observed a few lanterns drifting away, their faint glow carrying the hopes of their owners, floating towards an unknown destination. Looking back, the Duke's residence loomed in the shadows, a colossal presence that weighed heavily on her heart. Jinyue sat by the river for a long while, until she noticed one lantern caught and stranded by the weeds growing from the riverbed. She stepped a few paces closer, picking up a twig to gently nudge it back into the current. While she had no lantern of her own, she wished for the lanterns of others to convey her heartfelt desires. May her father be reborn as a high-ranking man or a woman from a noble family, living a life free from worry. At the family banquet, as the clinking of cups resonated, Lu Yanting surveyed the table of women before glancing at the matriarch, exchanging a few whispered words with Qingya before excusing himself from the table. Just as he reached the side door, before entering the western residence, he spotted a familiar figure seated by the river. The autumn breeze was chilling, and she sat alone at the water's edge, still clad in summer attire. The young girl was softly sobbing, her gaze quietly following the reflection of the full moon on the river, enveloped in solitude, a stark contrast to the earlier, lively gathering. Chapter 8. Conversation. She seemed lost in a certain emotion, unaware of Lu Yanting's approach from behind. He cleared his throat softly to draw her attention. Jinyue leaned slightly forward, using the twig to stir the weeds by the lake, when a sudden sound from behind startled her, causing her to turn. Unexpectedly, she found herself face to face with a tall man standing in the darkness. Startled, Jinyue instinctively took several steps back, nearly toppling into the river. But fortunately, he was quick to react, grasping her and pulling her into his embrace with just a gentle force. The two individuals stood in such close proximity that she could discern every intricate stitch of the cloud-patterned dark robe worn by Lu Yanting. For a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of astonishment as the crisp scent of pine enveloped her senses, reminiscent of the clear and refined scholar spoken of during her late-night conversations with several young palace maids. Their breaths were pure and gentle. Before long, however, the sharp pain radiating from her hand brought her back to the reality of whose arm she occupied. Noticing that he was still gripping her right wrist with considerable force, Jiang Jinyue promptly gestured for him to release her. Lu Yanting averted his gaze, as if just becoming aware of the situation, and swiftly let go. Jiang Jinyue glanced down to find her wrist encircled by a reddened mark. She discreetly rubbed it, casting a slightly reproachful look at Lu Yanting. Once he confirmed she was steady on her feet, he took a couple of steps back and inquired, "I apologize. Were you frightened?" Jiang Jinyue shook her head, her interest in the scenery dissipating. Just as she intended to navigate around him and return, he seized the moment. "Wait. What is it, young master? Your right hand appears to be troubling you." At his words, she lowered her gaze and concealed her right hand within her sleeve, merely shaking her head to indicate that she was fine. That day, while rescuing the Empress from a fire, her right hand had been struck severely by a falling beam. Although it had not been burned, the wrist had since then ached faintly, and amidst the recent turmoil, she had neglected to seek medical attention. Such injuries were not unfamiliar to her. A simple application of red flower oil would typically suffice. Yet, this time, it seemed more serious, and despite the passage of time, it still throbbed occasionally. Lu Yanting had fortuitously pressed on the tender spot, and with his considerable strength, she felt a cold sweat begin to form. Though she usually maintained a serene demeanor, at that moment, her composure faltered, and all she wished was to return home swiftly. Just as she was about to take her leave, he preempted her. "I must apologize for my previous rudeness at the palace gates. My abrupt call to you last time was due to my carelessness regarding your circumstances. I sincerely apologize." Jiang Jinyue halted, taken aback by his unexpected humility. It was astonishing that someone of his lofty status, a figure surrounded by admiration, would deign to apologize to her. Yet, a moment of reflection darkened her gaze. Despite his acknowledgement of the truth, his instinctive actions suggested he deemed her insignificant, treating her with such casual disregard. Her mood had soured considerably, with him delaying her departure. She decided to speak candidly. "Though I am a maidservant of the Empress, she often disperses us during her discussions with ministers. I truly know nothing and am unable to assist you in any way. You may regard my status as lowly, thinking to manipulate me at will, which is why you have detained me and persistently press for answers. Yet even an ant clings to life, though I am humble and ignorant of right and wrong. I am aware that it was the Empress who rescued me from dire straits and later petitioned His Majesty for my release from the palace. You asked me to betray her, and that is utterly impossible." At that moment, standing before him, she found an unexpected resolve. Death no longer loomed as a source of terror. Should he desire her demise, he was welcome to proceed as he wished. After listening to her words, Lu Yanting realized that the young woman harbored a profound misunderstanding of him. He could only open his mouth to explain, "You are mistaken. My intention in seeking you out is not to target the Empress Dowager." Jiang Jinyue lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a mixture of doubt and uncertainty as they met Lu Yanting's. He glanced around and, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, offered it to her. "This street is not a suitable place for conversation. We may soon be interrupted. Shall we find a more private location?" Jinyue surveyed her surroundings. On this mid-autumn festival, The western residence was relatively deserted, and the path to the small building would provide greater seclusion. She accepted the handkerchief and wiped her tears away, leading Lu Yanting into the building. The small house was considerably smaller than the other courtyards in the western residence, with the first floor divided by folding screens into a main hall and a study. The second floor was similarly partitioned into a bedroom and a bathing room, where the maid would frequently ascend to bring warm water. Her penchant for cleanliness had led her to spend a considerable sum on tips for the maid who brought hot water daily. Jiang Jinyue only led him to the first floor, and upon noting that no one was outside, she quickly shut the door. Lu Yanting had already seated himself comfortably in an armchair in the study. As she entered, he gestured for her to sit beside him and began, "I sought you out because I require your assistance with a matter." Noticing that Jinyue remained standing, her hands clasped in front of her as she silently regarded him, he lowered his voice and continued, 10 days prior, the Empress Dowager conspired with the rebel prince to instigate a coup. The insurgents breached the palace through Guangshuan Gate and Chengtian Gate. His Majesty tasked me with defending Chengtian Gate, while my close friend Ning Heng was assigned to Guangshuan Gate in the west. The emperor had been forewarned of the rebels' approach and their numbers, and thus had taken precautions, rendering the situation manageable from our perspective. When I departed, Ning Heng even remarked that once the matter was resolved, we might enjoy a late-night meal at Xingqing Tower. Jinyue pondered this. He must be a very important friend to the heir. Lu Yanting's gaze remained fixed on her as he followed her train of thought. Indeed, that is why, after the rebels were quelled, I rushed to report back to His Majesty, but did not find him. I thought he might be hiding, so I immediately dispatched my subordinates to inquire about his whereabouts. His tone was unusually gentle this evening, as if he were attempting to soothe her troubled spirit. Yet Jiang Jinyue detected a disquieting undertone in his words and hesitantly asked, "So what happened to him?" Lu Yanting's expression grew somber, and he spoke with difficulty. The palace dispatched numerous guards, yet they could not locate him. Subsequently, chaos ensued when the Empress Dowager set herself ablaze in Xian Palace. The palace was thrown into disarray, and it was not until the following day that his remains were discovered amidst the ruins of the fire. Chapter 9. Healing. Jiang Jinyue's eyes widened in horror, leaving her at a loss for words. The person before her had maintained a serious demeanor in recent days, and she had assumed it was merely his character. She had not realized he had endured such an ordeal. However, lost in her thoughts, she suddenly fell silent. Lu Yanting rose and slowly approached her. In the past few days, the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice have conducted extensive investigations but uncovered no leads, which is why I placed my hopes in you. After all, you were the only one who entered to save the Empress Dowager that night. And by the time others ventured in, the flames had escalated to a point where it was already the following morning. I know your heart is kind and you cherish loyalty. You have always been grateful to the Empress Dowager. That night, when she dismissed everyone, it was you who sensed something amiss and returned to save her, which is why she remained unharmed. You are a person of deep affection. Therefore, could you extend some assistance to me as well? His gaze was earnest, and he regarded Jiang Jinyue with utmost seriousness. As he articulated, Jiang Jinyue was indeed moved upon hearing her friend's plight, yet she was acutely aware that he had brought her to the residence for this very purpose. If she continued to refuse Lu Yanting, he would not relent. Hesitantly, she nodded. As long as you cease any further actions against the Empress Dowager, I shall comply. Lu Yanting exhaled softly, lowering his head as he inquired. Very well, but I need you to accompany me back to the palace, to the ruins, if you would. The candlelight flickered dimly, softening his gaze with a touch of tenderness. Under the hazy glow, Jiang Jinyue spoke in a gentle whisper. I agree to your terms. Once this matter is resolved, you shall not interfere with me any longer, correct? Lu Yanting promised. I assure you, 3 days hence, I shall send a carriage to fetch you. The following day in class, they learned the art of tea whisking. After Mr. Lin instructed them, he allowed the young ladies to try their hands at it. The task was intricate and tedious, requiring much manual dexterity. Jiang Jinyue found herself straining as she worked. Upon finally leaving the academy, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Contemplating whether to inform Aunt Tong and seek a physician, she was unexpectedly met by a doctor carrying a medicine box at crossroads. She would typically pass by the old lady's Yangyi study on her way back to the West residence, but as Jiang Jinyue preferred the less-traveled paths. This was the first time she encountered anyone. Just as she intended to continue her way, the physician called out to her, inquiring if her hand was injured. Glancing at her right hand, she hesitated on how to respond when the physician offered to examine it. Evidently, he was heading to the old lady's Yangyi study. Fearing to delay him, she was about to decline when old lady's personal maid, Li, approached from the roadside to greet the physician. "Dr. Lu, you usually take the eastern path. Why have you come this way today?" "Oh, what has happened to Miss Jiang?" Dr. Lu clasped his hands and explained, "This young lady seems to have a serious injury to her right wrist that, if not treated promptly, may lead to complications." Jiang Jinyue acknowledged the necessity of treatment and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Lu. I shall visit the apothecary this afternoon to procure some ointment." The physician stroked his beard, shaking his head somberly. "Your wrist is already swollen. In my humble opinion, acupuncture may be required." Jiang Jinyue's expression froze. "Is it truly that serious?" As a guest, Li, having overheard their exchange, could not allow Jiang Jinyue to leave so easily. After much urging, she brought her back to the Yangyi study. Upon informing the old lady, she instructed Jiang Jinyue to sit quietly, allowing Dr. Lu to take her pulse. It was not yet mealtime, and the Yangyi study was notably tranquil, with the old lady seated on the couch, sipping tea. Once Dr. Lu had taken her pulse and examined her injury, the old lady set down her teacup and inquired, "What is the verdict?" Hearing Dr. Lu's words that her injury was not severe but had developed inflammation due to neglect, the old matriarch's face hardened as she admonished Jiang Jinyue. "My child, you treat the Duke's residence as your own home, yet when you fall ill, you remain silent. Had we not fortuitously encountered the physician today, would you have continued to endure in silence?" Yanting, a duty-fou had insisted on summoning the physician to ensure the old matriarch's well-being after she had indulged a little too much in fruit wine during the Mid-Autumn Festival. This morning, she had even expressed her grievances to several ladies, but now, reflecting on the matter, she realized that had it not been for this coincidence, the young lady might have faced grave consequences. Jinyue rose obediently, replying, "Do not worry, dear matriarch. This injury was a result of an accidental bump several days ago. It has not pained me much, and I believe it was healing, which is why I hesitated to summon a doctor." The matriarch's expression remained stern. "You are young and naive. If you have been injured for so long without anyone noticing, it indicates that the third daughter-in-law has not taken proper care of her kin. I shall summon her this afternoon to inquire thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue quickly shook her head, offering her apologies. "Matriarch, both the third lady and my aunt have treated me exceptionally well. Whatever sister you possesses, I have as well. Just recently, I received a hairpin from them. It is merely that I have a fear of pain from a young age. I dreaded going to see the doctor, which is why I kept it secret, causing you unnecessary worry. Truly, it is my fault." "Ah, I see. Silly girl, at such a tender age. It is unwise to shy away from medical attention." The matriarch had always held a disdain for the concubines in her third son's household, as they often created the most trouble. Furthermore, regarding Tong, who had been expressly rejected by the family, only to later clandestinely pursue the third son, her bold intrusion into the matriarch's presence with a pronounced pregnancy still irked her. Initially, when Jiang Jinyue first entered the residence, the matriarch had harbored preconceived notions about her status. Yet, witnessing her obedient nature, her understanding demeanor, and her apparent sincerity, any lingering resentment dissipated. "Dr. Lu, please proceed with the acupuncture," the matriarch instructed, gesturing for Granny Li to assist Jiang Jinyue in sitting down while Dr. Lu prepared to administer the needles. As Jinyue gazed at the array of needles, a sense of trepidation welled within her. In the company of unfamiliar faces, she feared revealing her vulnerability. "I cannot disturb the matriarch here. I shall return to the west courtyard first." Granny Li gently pressed her down, smiling as she said, "Look at you, dear girl. You still possess the heart of a child. Whether treated early or late, there will be some discomfort. Dr. Lu is the most skilled physician in the residence, so do not be afraid. Indeed, if you are so fearful, I cannot allow you to depart," the matriarch declared. raising her hand to signal the physician to begin. As the procedure commenced, Jinyue sat in her chair, breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. Endure a little longer. Dear girl, your pain signifies the severity of the injury, Granny Li reassured her, supporting her shoulder. Despite her agony, Jinyue maintained her composure, exhibiting the decorum befitting a child from the palace, in stark contrast to the more unruly demeanor of the third household's girl. In recent days, Jiang Jinyue has been forced to take leave from her studies at home due to an injury requiring medical attention. During this time, she prepared floral tea for Lu Yue, which garnered her praise from the female instructor. Lu Yue, feeling pleased, refrained from troubling Jiang Jinyue. Soon, the day of her arranged meeting with Lu Yanting arrived. At noon, a carriage came to a halt at the West Mansion, ready to take her away. However, upon entering the carriage, she discovered the presence of another individual inside. Chapter 10. Return to the palace. Lu Yanting had been waiting for her inside the carriage. As Jiang Jinyue took her place, she noticed his serious demeanor and instinctively straightened her posture. Although the carriage was spacious, the proximity between them made her feel somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, Lu Yanting was not one to engage in idle chatter. Given the recent investigations into Ninghong, he likely had not rested much, and at that moment, he leaned back, eyes closed, absorbed in his thoughts as they made their somber journey into the palace. As she gazed at the red-tiled roofs and the imposing palace walls before her, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She had thought she would never set foot in this place again, yet here she was, returning after just a few days. The carriage stopped before the palace entrance, and after a prolonged walk, they finally arrived at Sand Palace. The main hall of Sin had been reduced to ashes, losing its former grandeur and becoming a mere ruin. My lord, Miss Jiang Jinyue approached Lu Yanting to pay her respects, accompanied by another attendant, Yin Shu. Numerous officials from the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice were scattered throughout the area, marking places and examining evidence. After discussing matters with them, Lu Yanting returned to Jiang Jinyue's side. We are prepared to enter. If you feel uncomfortable, you may decline, he said. Jiang Jinyue turned to look at him, intrigued by the notion of refusal. However, having already faced the chaos of the fire, she was unafraid of these ruins. Returning to the palace, witnessing the place where she had spent 5 years reduced to nothingness evoked a sense of discomfort, primarily due to certain events from the fire. Yet, Jiang Jinyue inquired, if we do not go in, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Lu Yanting regarded her without hesitation. That is not the case. You may wait outside, but it will require more effort, as certain matters necessitate your direct account. Jiang Jinyue shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. My lord, I am quite all right. Let us proceed together. Following Lu Yanting into the palace, she observed that the debris had already been cleared by the guards, and the interior, though still a wreck, was relatively tidy, with white chalk delineating various sections on the floor. Can you recall any irregularities from that night? Lu Yanting asked as they walked. Jiang Jinyue clenched her trembling hands beneath her flowing sleeves, her heart racing audibly. I have pondered this all night and can confirm that from the moment I entered Sand Palace until the rescue of the Empress, there was no third person present. As she spoke, she retrieved a blueprint from her robes, detailing her movements from the moment she entered until she saved the Empress. I feared I might struggle to recall the details today, so I took the liberty of drafting this sketch last night. She handed the paper to Lu Yanting, who, upon receiving it, did not open it immediately, but continued to gaze at her. Jiang Jinyue understood his lingering doubts about her and reassured him, Rest assured, Your Highness. What is written above is undoubtedly true. Lu Yanting came to his senses and lowered his head to unfold the blueprint. He scrutinized the route depicted. Although this map diverged significantly from the standard prescribed by the Dali Temple, it was still remarkably clear, revealing that the artist was remarkably diligent. The young girl was surprisingly earnest. Wasn't she said to be illiterate? Lu Yanting recalled something and glanced at Jiang Jinyue's right hand, asking, Is your hand all right after writing like this? Jiang Jinyue let her hand fall behind her, seemingly unconcerned. The physician has treated me with acupuncture for 2 days. I'm quite well now. By the way, Your Highness, could you tell me where you found young Master Ning? Lu Yanting carefully put away the blueprint and led her over several larger ruins, stopping at a small clearing. On the ground, a rough human figure had been outlined in chalk, surrounded by some powder, with what appeared to be uncleaned bloodstains. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Jinyue was momentarily struck, as if she could envision the remains that once lay there. Her body shuddered slightly before she steadied herself, striving to conceal her discomfort from Lu Yanting. However, he keenly observed her reaction and, noticing her unease, promptly led her away. Once outside, bathed in the warm sunlight, Jiang Jinyue regained her composure and informed Lu Yanting that she had never been to this place before. Yet, she knew it was a small Buddhist hall, accessible only by the route she had previously traversed, the very path she had drawn on the blueprint. But when she had pulled the Empress out, flames had engulfed the area, and numerous palace attendants and guards had rushed to extinguish the fire. In such a public spectacle, no one could have concealed a body within this hall. Lu Yanting quickly grasped this reasoning, his expression growing increasingly grave. The coroner had previously stated that the skull of the remains had suffered a violent impact, leaving certain marks, implying the individual had likely perished before being burnt. Coupled with Jiang Jinyue's testimony, he could almost ascertain that the murderer had placed Ning Heng's corpse in the Buddhist hall before the Empress had self-immolated. Yet, how could the murderer have known that the Empress would indeed set herself ablaze, thus conveniently erasing all traces of Ning Heng? This left numerous questions unanswered. After posing a few more inquiries to Jiang Jinyue, he escorted her back to the residence. As the carriage halted at the West Mansion, dusk approached. Just as Jiang Jinyue alighted from the carriage, a maid from the third house rushed over. "Miss, where have you been?" Jiang Jinyue glanced back at Lu Yanting, hesitant to reveal the truth, and instead asked, "What is it?" The maid cast a few furtive glances toward Lu Yanting and then realized, "Have you forgotten? Today is the last day the physician is to administer your acupuncture. He has been waiting in the small building for you. I have been searching everywhere." Hearing this, the piercing pain of the past few days flooded her mind. Jiang Jinyue instinctively murmured, "What? It seems a bit late today." Lu Yanting, standing behind her, observed her hesitance and sternly remarked, "Avoiding the issue is not a wise choice. If you delay even for a day, the medicine may prove insufficient, and you might end up spending more time and enduring greater suffering to compensate. Wouldn't that be a loss rather than a gain?" Jiang Jinyue lowered her gaze and reluctantly replied, "Understood." As for Ning Heng's case, Jiang Jinyue realized she could not assist Lu Yanting significantly. Her immediate priority was to acquire a storefront and settle down in the capital. There are various ways to establish a shop in the Great Way. One can lease a lively location for a storefront and start a business. If one has sufficient funds, they might buy a property outright and open a shop without the burden of rent. The third option involves purchasing an already established shop. This latter choice is common, especially among noble women who, upon marriage, sell their family-owned shops for cash flow. Such shops often come furnished with existing inventory, making it quite convenient. Jiang Jinyue favored this third option. However, she lacked connections and needed to seek an opportunity to inquire at the East Market. Lost in her thoughts, she was abruptly jolted back to reality by a sharp sound from above, as Mr. Lin's angry voice broke her concentration. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing?" Startled, she realized she had lost composure in class and hurriedly stood to apologize, eliciting stifled laughter from Shen Wan, who sat in front. "Miss Jiang, I was just discussing demeanor and conduct, and here you are, losing your composure in public. Surely you believe you have mastered it? If so, please step forward and demonstrate what I just taught." Mr. Lin, known for his serious countenance, now brimming with ire, made Jiang Jinyue tremble with anxiety. With a sea of gazes upon her, she stepped forward, her face turning crimson as she stammered, "I apologize, sir. I didn't hear clearly." Chapter 11. The penniless young lady. Mr. Lin, taking a deep breath, struck the desk with a ruler and said, "Was it that you didn't hear clearly? Or did you simply not listen at all? Approach me and mind your posture." Jiang Jinyue complied instantly, walking towards him while listening to his instructions. "Maintain your composure. Keep your shoulders level and your back straight, and avoid excessive arm movement." She focused ahead, gradually advancing as per Mr. Lin's guidance. However, when she reached his side, he deemed it insufficient and placed 2 cups of tea on her shoulders, commanding, "Continue, walk back." Jiang Jinyue cautiously turned around and began to retrace her steps. Yet, barely 2 steps in, Shun Wan, seated on the opposite side, slyly extended her leg, tripping her. Despite anticipating this, she had already committed to the step, and in her heightened tension, she could almost see the smug expression on Shun Wan's face. Jiang Jinyue quickly regained her composure, steadying herself just in time as she leaned forward. Although much of the water splashed out, fortunately, none fell from her shoulders, sparing her the embarrassment of making a fool of herself before the class. Since entering the palace, she had learned dance at the Imperial Academy, and even after joining the Cian Palace, she had not neglected her training. The content imparted in this lesson reminded her of the tasks from her childhood, where even the slightest misstep would result in punishment. However, the subtle tricks employed by Shun Wan were not enough to confound her at this moment. Yet, had it not been for Shun Wan's deliberate provocation, she would have preferred to remain inconspicuous. Fortunately, Mr. Lin finally chose to relent, allowing Jinyue to return to her seat, admonishing her to refrain from repeating such errors in the future. As Jiang Jinyue moved back to her place, the open window ushered in a refreshing autumn breeze, gently dispelling the blush from her cheeks, completely unaware that the preceding scene had been witnessed by those outside. In the autumn, as the leaves fell sparsely and the smoke veiled the withering grass, it was heard that the garden had recently been adorned with a plethora of exotic flowers, all renowned varieties that bloom in the fall. The Grand Princess seldom had the opportunity to accompany the elderly matriarch around the Duke's residence. This academy was situated in the row of houses adjacent to the garden, with most windows flung wide open. After observing the happenings within, the elderly matriarch chuckled, remarking, "These girls are just like I was in my youth. By the way, Yanting has reached the age for marriage. Has the princess taken a liking to any particular young lady?" The Grand Princess's countenance remained indifferent. Her features, similar to Lu Yanting's, bore the marks of time's passage, rendering her appearance considerably stern. Once a pampered princess, she had tirelessly devoted years to securing her younger brother's position on the throne, a burden fraught with untold hardships. Thus, despite her mere 40 years, signs of weariness were apparent upon her face, which she endeavored to mask with cosmetics. Yet her pallid complexion could not be concealed. She cast a fleeting glance at the academy, displaying little interest. Mediocre, I suppose. In terms of family background, the Shun family's daughter is indeed a suitable match. But she's rather impetuous and immature, absolutely unsuitable. With a self-deprecating laugh, she added, "However, I cannot dictate my son's affections." The elderly matriarch sighed. The princess has been preoccupied with state affairs for years, and consequently, her attention towards Yanting has waned. Nevertheless, he is a commendable young man, and the princess can find solace in that. By the way, that Jiang girl earlier appeared poised and honest, and it was Yanting who personally brought her back, which is noteworthy as he seldom meddles in such matters. At this, the matriarch's brow furrowed with concern. However, her status is indeed quite disparate from his, and her aunt's character leaves much to be desired. Yet, if Erlang truly harbors affection, perhaps she could eventually be granted the position of a secondary consort. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess raised an eyebrow, her gaze inadvertently drifting back towards the academy. Unlike the other exquisitely adorned young ladies, this girl wore a simple hanging bun, adorned with 2 outdated fabric flowers, and donned a plain silk dress, seated at her desk, engrossed in her studies. A rather unrefined appearance. What her mother was unaware of was that, despite having previously sent someone to investigate, there was no prior connection between her and Yanting. However, she later learned that the girl had once been in the service of the Empress Dowager, and she hoped there were no ulterior motives. The elderly matriarch expressed surprise. "What? She has ties to the Empress Dowager? Then we shall observe her further. By the way, in a few days, the Su family's daughter will also come to study here." The princess's previously subdued eyes sparkled at this revelation. "Oh, Jiang? She visited during the recent birthday banquet with her mother, and I noticed that the girl has blossomed beautifully over the years. Although her family background does not quite compare to that of Shun Wan, she possesses a gentle demeanor and keen intellect, embodying the virtues of a dutiful and capable young woman. Her mother was once my companion in the boudoir, and should she come, I would indeed have someone to converse with." Their discussions would hardly reach Jiang Jinyue's ears, for her thoughts were consumed by the matter of purchasing a shop. After enduring the lessons, as Jiang Jinyue was about to leave with her silver, Lu Yue trailed behind her into the small building, demanding that Jiang Jinyue complete her schoolwork alongside her own. "Sister, I have matters to attend to now. I promise to help you once I return." Jiang Jinyue was disinterested in indulging her, but as she descended the stairs with her silver, she noticed Lu Yue fixated on a hairpin that lay on the table, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Isn't this the hairpin I discarded some days ago?" "Jiang Jinyue, what do you mean by this? It is one thing to reside in our home, but now you covet even my lost belongings?" Seeing this, Jiang Jinyue hurriedly clarified. "This was given to me by my aunt. I've left it untouched here. Look, this table is where I place miscellaneous items. My vanity is upstairs." Lu Yue, hands on her hips, dismissed her explanation. "I do not care. It is yours." "Then take it back," Jiang Jinyue said, offering the pin, which was missing its tassel, to her. However, Lu Yue refused to accept it, merely glaring at her in anger. As the two faced off, a gentle male voice emerged from the doorway. "Yue, you're causing a ruckus again." Jiang Jinyue turned toward the voice to see a young man in a light blue brocade robe approaching them. He was slender, to the point where his cheeks appeared slightly sunken, yet he stood tall, and Jiang Jinyue estimated he was about half a head shorter than Lu Yanting. He bore a resemblance to Lu Yanting, but with a touch of femininity, likely inherited from his mother. As she pondered how to address him, he spoke first. "Upon my return, I heard of a clever cousin visiting. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. I am Lu Yanting, recently studying at the Mingjing Academy in the outskirts of the capital, and my cousin has not yet had the chance to see me." Upon hearing this name, Jiang Jinyue recalled some impressions. This was indeed the fourth young master of the Lu family, Lu Yanting, whom Aunt Tong had incessantly criticized for his obsession with painting and calligraphy. Jiang Jinyue bowed her head in greeting. "I have met you, fourth cousin." Lu Yue, captivated by Lu Yanting's presence, noticed that he was solely focused on the downtrodden cousin, and with a pout, she rushed over to tug at his sleeve, insisting, "Brother, why are you talking to her? By the way, didn't you say you would take me to play with the shuttlecocks when you returned? Let us go now." All right. "As you wish," Lu Yanting replied, clearly exasperated by his younger sister. After bidding farewell to Jiang Jinyue, he led Lu Yue away. Once they departed, Jiang Jinyue casually set aside the slightly misshapen hairpin and stepped outside. The autumn air was deepening, with yellow leaves drifting down the Imperial River, carrying a hint of melancholy. By the time these leaves had floated beyond the city's edge, dusk had fallen, accompanied by a persistent autumn rain. A wooden carriage of fragrant nanmu advanced through the Imperial Street, accompanied by Qingya, who rode nearby. Casting a glance at the throngs of people that rendered the area impassable, he softly addressed the individual within the carriage. "Young master, after several days of inquiry, we have yet to uncover any enemies linked to young Master Ninghong. Aside from his interactions with Master Li from the East Market prior to his passing, all else appeared normal." Inside the carriage, Lu Yanting lifted the curtain, his deep black eyes surveying the chaotic curtain of rain, and nodded faintly. In the recent questioning, Liu maintained his composure. "Investigate his background. If he is not affiliated with the Empress Dowager, then—" Lu Yanting lowered his gaze, evidently having arrived at a conclusion. Just as he was about to let the curtain fall, Qingya's clear voice mingled with the surrounding clamor reached the interior. "Young master, is that not Miss Jiang? What brings her here?" Chapter 12. Acquiring a shop. Jiang Jinyue stood before a pawn shop, her attire speckled with rain, the hem of her light yellow skirt stained with mud. The rain fell incessantly upon her, and she remained uncertain of how to seek shelter. A few pawnbrokers surrounded her, vociferously presenting their wares, while Jiang Jinyue pursed her lips, clearly in a state of distress. Despite her evident displeasure, her delicate and somewhat youthful visage appeared innocent and bewildered amidst the shrewd merchants. Much like a lamb ensnared by wolves, Lu Yanting frowned and instructed Qingya, "Go and see." Dismounting, Qingya approached and pushed through the throng encircling her, greeting Jiang Jinyue with a smile. "Miss Jiang, are you here in the East Market to purchase something? It is quite a distance from the Duke's residence. Why have you ventured here alone? Did you not call for a carriage?" Jiang Jinyue, caught in a dilemma about how to extricate herself, looked up in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer and nodded slightly. I arrive in an oil lamp carriage, just wandering about. Jinyue glanced at the persistent pawnbrokers lingering behind her, his expression skeptical. As the rain intensified, the brokers, fearing Jinyue might whisk away their chance at a lucrative deal, crowded closer, eagerly surrounding Jiang Jinyue once more, proclaiming, "Miss, do take a closer look at this shop I have. Its location is superb. Though the price is steep, with this property, you need not worry about recouping your investment." A rather assertive matron elbowed aside the scholarly-looking broker, patting Jiang Jinyue's shoulder to draw her attention to the blueprint in her hands. "Miss, I previously showed you my shop, and you did not express dissatisfaction, did you? The owner is eager to sell, and the price is quite reasonable. Do reconsider." Jiang Jinyue gazed at the array of enticing yet bewildering blueprints before her, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, the brokers had numerous properties. She had spent an entire afternoon visiting 3 pawnshops and inspecting 4 or 5 establishments. However, the ones in prime locations were exorbitantly priced, while those in less desirable areas were still costly and drew few patrons. Some located near Pingkangfang were reasonably priced, yet that area was notorious for its indulgent nightlife. Alone, Jiang Jinyue could not help but contemplate her safety, realizing she would need to hire additional guards, incurring yet another expense. In just one afternoon, her energy and resolve had been thoroughly depleted. The years spent within the depths of the palace had enveloped her in a tranquil fantasy. Yet reality swiftly shattered this illusion within mere hours. It became painfully clear that living independently in the capital was an arduous endeavor. The savings she had painstakingly accumulated were rendered insignificant in the bustling metropolis, where every inch of land was precious. Indeed, she was as others had described, a mere impoverished relative residing in the Duke's residence. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Jinyue felt as though her once assured escape route had vanished. Lost in thought, a figure descended from the carriage opposite her, striding directly towards her with an air of sternness. "The rain is growing heavier. Have you not noticed?" Jiang Jinyue gazed at the person before her, momentarily stunned. Upon the arrival of the young lord, Lu Yanting, the chatter of his entourage fell silent, as if stifled by his presence. Hesitantly, she replied, "My lord, we are merely engaged in legitimate business." "Indeed, could it be that another thief has been apprehended in the East Market?" Lu Yanting dismissed their remarks, slightly bowing his head to drape a cloak over Jiang Jinyue's shoulders. "It is nearly dark. Let us retreat to the carriage." As he attempted to lead her away from the crowd, Jiang Jinyue suddenly recalled their current location and quickly objected. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord, but I can return on my own." After the incident of accompanying Lu Yanting from the palace, which had drawn the attention of Aunt Tong, who had questioned her for an extended time, the following day, Jiang Jinyue wished to maintain a low profile in the residence, eager to avoid any trouble. However, the man before her exuded an undeniable authority, leaving her with little choice but to follow him into the carriage. The vehicle, infused with the scent of pine resin, separated her from the smoky atmosphere of the East Market, creating an illusion of 2 disparate worlds. Upon entering, she noticed a half-finished game of chess laid out on the table, the black and white pieces positioned at Lu Yanting's end, suggesting he had been playing against himself. Taking a seat beside him, Jiang Jinyue accepted the handkerchief he offered to wipe away the rainwater from her hair. Appearing utterly fatigued, Lu Yanting observed her unconscious frown and slightly scrunched nose, resembling a droopy-eared rabbit, which elicited a hint of amusement from him. Setting aside his own thoughts, he inquired, "Are you considering renting a storefront or outright purchasing one?" Realizing he was already aware of her intentions, she chose to be forthright. Placing the handkerchief down and arranging her damp hair, she replied, "I am more inclined towards the latter. However, the shops I viewed today were not entirely satisfactory, and I anticipate needing to venture out again tomorrow." The merchants were astute. In addition to showcasing their properties, they would probe into one's background. If they discerned ignorance, they would ensnare you as they had done today, making it challenging to extricate oneself. Indeed, Lu Yanting nodded. The East Market is rife with all sorts. The magistrate often receives cases from here. As a young lady, you must exercise caution. Jiang Jinyue, hearing his words, could only agree with a nod. Although this young lord appeared somewhat intimidating, he was remarkably prudent in his dealings and, despite his youth, held the esteemed position of deputy magistrate. Possessing an intimate understanding of the capital, she found herself inclined to trust his counsel. Perhaps she should consult Aunt Tong the following day. After all, she had lived in the capital for over a decade and might possess some valuable insights. "What kind of shop do you desire?" Lu Yanting inquired, deep in thought. Without hesitation, Jiang Jinyue replied, "A candied fruit shop." Her expression was resolute, indicating that she had made up her mind. As the wind lifted the corner of the carriage curtain, Lu Yanting noticed they had not yet left the East Market. The streets remained bustling and noisy. Despite the fine drizzle, vendors shouted their wares, and the populace jostled closely together, mingled with beggars and merchants from the western regions, occasionally punctuated by boisterous calls, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. However, Lu Yanting, who held a position at the Dali Temple and dealt with countless cases, was acutely aware of the dangers lurking beneath such lively scenes. The young ladies of the Lu family, however, perceived the world as serene and tranquil, perhaps viewing it through the lens of their privileged life, filled with thoughts of polo matches and tea gatherings. Their greatest concern seemed to be the fear of disappointing their teachers in their studies. Although Jiang Jinyue had not grown up in the Lu household, her years in the palace had exposed her to hardships, yet she remained somewhat naive, akin to the young ladies of the Lu family, all merely adolescents. But how could it be that merely a few days after arriving at the mansion, she was already so eager to find a shop, expressing a desire to purchase rather than lease, seemingly intent on moving out? Was she unhappy living in the mansion? Chapter 13. The Winter Banquet. As the one who had brought her back to the Western Mansion and her nominal cousin, Lu Yanting felt it necessary to voice his concerns. However, upon hearing his question, Jiang Jinyue immediately shook her head in denial. "Not at all. Here, everything I need is provided. It is far better than my life in the palace. And I even have the opportunity to attend school, which is a significant privilege." Since she said so, Lu Yanting could not press further and merely continued. "You assisted me in investigating Ning Heng's affairs, so I owe you a favor. I will have Jinyue select a suitable shop for my private estate and provide you with the deed. After that, you won't need to manage it personally. A steward will collect the profits for you each month." The shadow of Ning Heng's death hung over him like a sword, a feeling he did not relish. Yet the concerns that Jiang Jinyue harbored were merely trifling matters for him, and he was more than willing to assist. In truth, Lu Yanting had little time to tend to the worries of young ladies, but since she had previously aided him, providing her with a deed was his way of repaying her kindness, ensuring their future dealings would remain uncomplicated. He was astute enough to understand this, yet to his surprise, she was even more perceptive. Upon hearing his offer, Jiang Jinyue did not hesitate to outright reject Lu Yanting's goodwill, her clear and resolute gaze betraying a hint of her subtle anxiety. "Your Highness, there is truly no need for concern. Upon my departure from the palace, I did harbor some resentment towards you, but after experiencing the world outside, I have come to understand its hardships. The comfort I enjoy since leaving the palace is due to the refuge you provided. Thus, we are square." Lu Yanting casually picked up a chess piece, toying with it in his hand. Although rejected, his expression remained inscrutable. "Then consider your options further. What are your plans moving forward?" Jiang Jinyue pondered for a moment and candidly stated, "I possess a sum of 100,000 coins, primarily accumulated during my years in the palace. I had initially believed this would suffice to purchase a shop with a back residence, allowing me to relocate there. However, upon reflection, it seems insufficient. Shops in prime locations within the capital, even without a back residence, command prices of at least 150 guan. I shall continue my search with the aim of acquiring a shop first." Her aunt mentioned that the wife of Chun Sheng's silk shop was a formidable matchmaker with whom she shared a certain rapport. In the spring, she would assist in finding a suitable candidate, preferably a scholar from the upcoming palace examination in March. Should a suitable match present itself, it would be fortuitous. If not, she could utilize the shop's profits to rent a modest residence and move out. This was a conclusion she had arrived at after careful consideration. Living in the Duke's residence was uncomfortable for her, and while renting a place was an option, it would deplete her funds for purchasing a shop. Without a means to generate income, she would be left to languish day by day, jeopardizing her ability to save money and investigate her father's affairs. Thus, earning money was of utmost urgency for Jiang Jinyue. Although the daughters of the duke's household were not fond of her and did not associate with her, their interactions were minor frictions that she could navigate with humility. The elder matriarch and several ladies of noble lineage were not ones to hold grudges, which was a significant improvement compared to the palace's perilous atmosphere, where one could lose their head over trivial matters. In light of this, Jiang Jinyue felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the young master, even a sense of indebtedness. Upon reflection, she owed him far more than she had received. How could she bear to accept his shop? Though she felt as insignificant as an ant, she adhered to her own principles. The carriage fell into a brief silence before Jinyue turned her head to lift the curtain, revealing that they had arrived at a familiar road. Her conversation with Lu Yanting had made her lose track of time, and she realized that a considerable amount had passed. Suddenly, Jiang Jinyue turned and spoke with increased urgency to Lu Yanting. "Young master, please let me off here. I can walk the rest of the way back by myself." Once the carriage came to a halt, she nimbly jumped down. In no time, her delicate figure had distanced itself significantly from the carriage. The autumn days grew dark swiftly, and this quiet alley required several more steps to reach the nearby Imperial River. Lu Yanting opened the carriage window and instructed Jinyue, "Follow her," ensuring she reaches the West Mansion safely before returning. "Yes," Jinyue replied, dismounting and traversing the rooftops in pursuit, observing as Jiang Jinyue quickened her pace in the dimly lit surroundings. He could not help but wonder why the young master was being so cautious. Despite having previously chosen not to take a shortcut through the duke's residence for the sake of her reputation, it almost suggested that there was some hidden affection between them. Nevertheless, Lu Yanting had indeed been particularly attentive towards her lately, likely due to the influence of Ningheng. As 2 weeks passed, the time of the cold dew approached. This year, the cold arrived early. Although the heated Kong beds had not yet been activated, the young ladies, sensitive to the chill, had already lit charcoal fires in their rooms. On this day, the Long Princess hosted a small winter welcoming banquet in the Changchun garden of the duke's residence, inviting only the young ladies residing there and a few close acquaintances among the matrons, as they were to indulge in roasted meats. Everyone gathered in a pavilion surrounded on 3 sides by the courtyard. Although the pavilion was spacious, surrounded by drapes that offered some seclusion, it remained an outdoor setting. Shenwan and the other young ladies residing there had donned their respective plush garments brought from home, light yet warm. A glance revealed a tapestry of colors, smoky purple, vibrant magenta, jade green, and bamboo moon hues, each adorning the young women in a most endearing and charming manner. Jiang Jinyue, considered a relative, had also been provided with 2 winter outfits by the household, crafted from fine materials. Yet, one was in a bold crabapple red and the other a striking violet, undeniably excessive and ostentatious. Aunt Tong and Lu Yue, who relished such vivid colors, likely influenced the seamstress's choices, reflecting their own preferences. However, for Jinyue, already in an awkward situation, wearing something so conspicuous was not ideal. Thus, she opted for a more understated ensemble today, seated at the far end, quietly listening to the conversation while occasionally glancing at the garden scenery to pass the time. She had heard that the Grand Princess was not fond of bustling crowds, spending most of the year in the palace managing state affairs for her younger brother. The Empress Dowager, a stepmother, had only one daughter who passed away young, while the Grand Princess and His Majesty were born of the original Empress, leading to a long-standing discord with the Dowager. Consequently, Jinyue had seldom seen the Grand Princess in the Dowager's palace, learning instead from the palace maids that the Grand Princess possessed a cold, elegant beauty, somewhat aloof. Nonetheless, in recent days, her demeanor appeared to have softened, likely due to the Dowager's fall from grace. The mere thought of the Dowager rendered Jinyue even more reticent. Before long, a young servant entered the pavilion, addressing the Grand Princess and the young ladies. The heir apparent has heard that the Grand Princess intends to roast meat for the guests. This morning, he ventured to the outskirts and hunted a deer, which has now been sent to the kitchen for preparation. This afternoon, the Grand Princess and the ladies shall enjoy roasted venison, a delightful feast for the winter. Upon hearing this, the young ladies beside the grand princess began to chime in, exclaiming, "The heir apparent truly demonstrates commendable filial piety. Thanks to the grand princess, we too shall partake in such a feast. His prowess in hunting is unparalleled, rivaling even the generals who brave the battlefield." The grand princess set her teacup aside, acknowledging their words with a mere nod, seemingly unimpressed, and replied coolly, "He is my only son. How could I allow him to go to war? By the way, where is the heir apparent? Why has he not yet entered?" At this, the ladies turned their smiles towards the young servant, curious about the heir apparent's whereabouts. The servant continued, he was on his way, but fortuitously encountered the carriage of Miss Sue, which had broken down en route. Given the harsh cold, he generously offered her his carriage and will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, the smiles of the ladies dimmed somewhat. The grand princess, however, exhibited a flicker of joy and inquired eagerly, "I see. I was wondering why I had not seen Jinyue. Has she arrived?" Before the servant could respond, a matron entered from the flower-laden door, announcing, "Your Highness, Miss Sue has arrived." As the conversation unfolded, a gentle-faced woman gracefully approached the pavilion, her expression laden with apologies. "Your Highness, please do not take offense. Yesterday's rain rendered the roads quite treacherous, and my carriage encountered a mishap, causing a delay." The princess raised her head, gesturing for Su Jinyue to come closer, and with a warm smile inquired, "Not at all. I am relieved you are unscathed. By the way, how is your mother faring these days? She was quite unwell during my birthday banquet." "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My mother's cough is a chronic ailment, but after using the loquat syrup you graciously provided, she has improved over the past couple of days, although she is still unable to venture outside." After bowing respectfully, Su Jinyue was invited by the princess to sit beside her, seemingly oblivious to the presence of other young ladies, as she continued to inquire with genuine interest, "Is that so? Who is currently attending to her illness?" "Is still the physician you recommended last year, Your Highness. He is quite capable." "That is good to hear. But look at your hands. They're quite cold. Why did you not bring a hand warmer?" The princess gently touched her hand, displaying a look of concern. Accepting the golden hand warmer adorned with auspicious beasts that the princess offered, Su Jinyue smiled softly and replied, "I was in such a hurry that I completely forgot." Her appearance was strikingly graceful, with refined speech and delicate willow-like eyebrows framing a pair of expressive eyes, reminiscent of a well-educated young woman. At that moment, all attention turned to her, including Jiang Jinyue, albeit for different reasons. Upon observing the young woman's beauty, Jiang Jinyue was taken aback, her gaze withdrawing as she sat in contemplation. Was this not the same young lady whom Lu Yanting had encountered in the woods? Recalling the earlier conversation where the attendant mentioned Lu Yanting had offered her his carriage, coupled with the princess's warm demeanor towards her, Jiang Jinyue felt a realization dawning upon her. Her heart raced, yet she took solace in her discretion, hoping that Lu Yanting would not resort to silencing her. Lost in thought, she remained oblivious to another person who approached the pavilion. "I have seen Mother." "Oh, speak of the devil. Here comes the prince." The princess turned at the words of the lady beside her, spotting her son bowing outside. She regarded him with satisfaction, beckoning him to join her. During his birth, her younger brother ascended to power, leading to a tumultuous political climate where much authority lay in the hands of the Empress Dowager. Throughout the years, she had supported her brother in the struggle for power, neglecting the affairs of her own household and maintaining a distant relationship with the Duke of Ning. Their union bore no heirs, leaving only Lu Yanting as their sole child. Yet throughout his upbringing, the princess's care for him paled in comparison to her devotion toward her brother. Nevertheless, he was remarkably understanding and accomplished, excelling in every endeavor. Now that she had finally triumphed over the Empress Dowager, the princess, burdened with her declining health, turned her focus towards Lu Yanting. He had already passed the palace examinations and begun his official career. What he now lacked was a fulfilling marriage. With this thought, her gaze fell upon the gentle and considerate Su Jinyue nearby. As Lu Yanting entered, all the ladies' eyes were drawn to him, yet only Su Jinyue maintained her composure. The princess could not help but feel an increased fondness for her. However, the grand princess glanced towards the back and noticed that Miss Jiang sat there in a daze, seemingly oblivious to Lu Yanting's entrance. She had been unusually quiet from the beginning, neither adept at social niceties nor skilled in flattery, yet her honesty was commendable. Initially, she had intended to follow the old matriarch as suggestion. If her son held any affection for her, he could only bring her into the household as a concubine after their marriage. However, after inquiring about Lu Yanting's intentions for bringing her back, it became clear that it was due to Ning Hong. The flicker of hope in the grand princess's heart dissipated entirely, and her gaze towards Jiang Jinyue softened considerably. Her son and that young Master Ning were close friends, having studied together and later served in government side by side. Over the years, Zhao State had taken advantage of the instability in the Great Wei dynasty to establish numerous spies throughout the capital, relaying information back to Zhao. After His Majesty assumed control, he aimed to cleanse this issue and dispatched Yanting and Ning Hong to investigate. The two had proven quite effective, capturing numerous Zhao spies within just 2 years. With the recent upheaval in the Empress Dowager's palace and the untimely death of young Master Ning, such a promising talent lost was indeed lamentable. Yet all she wished for was her son to emerge from the shadows swiftly. As Lu Yanting entered, he immediately spotted Jiang Jinyue at the very back, her head bowed, silently preoccupied with her thoughts. In her hands, she held a small copper warming stove, for which wisps of green smoke occasionally escaped. Jiang Jinyue appeared distressed by this, seemingly worried that the scent would disturb others, as she constantly shielded it with her sleeve. Lu Yanting knew that the family used smokeless charcoal that burned for long periods without odor. How had the third house fallen to such a state? Were the maidservants intentionally being cruel to her? Chapter 15. The young master's shop. He furrowed his brow slightly, exchanged a few words with the grand princess, and then excused himself, saying, "Mother, I have some affairs to attend to and must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves." Just as he was about to depart, a lady suddenly inquired, "Is the young master busy with the recent cases in the capital? I've heard that a band of robbers has recently surfaced, daring to abduct maidens under the emperor's very nose. Several young women in the remote markets have fallen prey to their malice. I've had to bring nearly 10 guards with me whenever I venture out these days for peace of mind." Lu Yanting nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Yes, however, there's no need for excessive worry, for that group only operates in the outskirts. The capital prefect has already made arrangements, and I believe they will be apprehended soon. Nonetheless, it would be wise to avoid venturing into isolated areas for the time being." With that, Lu Yanting did not linger and made his way back to his residence at Guelu Courtyard. Upon returning to his study, Qingya was already waiting for him. "Sir, I have selected several property deeds as per your instructions this morning. Please have a look." Lu Yanting took a seat at his desk, accepted the contracts, and examined them. He pulled out 2 of them, his gaze flitting between the 2 properties. One was located in the eastern part of the city, somewhat remote, but included a back residence. The other was adjacent to the Duke's mansion in Xingya Alley, conveniently close, but lacking a back residence, featuring only a small courtyard. "Very well. I shall discuss it with her later." Xingya was somewhat perplexed. "Your Highness, we have taken on the case involving the oppressive group harassing the common women, and yet you still choose to spend your own time investigating Master Ning's affairs at night. Such trivial matters could be handled by your subordinates." Lu Yanting lifted his gaze. "It is of no consequence. I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to her in person. Please relay a message on my behalf shortly." With this statement, Qingya could only acquiesce, saying, "Understood." Lu Yanting regarded Qingya for a moment, seemingly recalling something, and then retrieved the land deed for a shop close to the Duke's residence, which did not include the rear premises, placing it into his bosom. At noon, the group gathered at Changchun Garden to roast and enjoy meat. After their meal, they planned to visit the plum grove at the estate for leisure. Having not lingered long, Jiang Jinyue seized a moment amid their idle conversations, citing a hand injury as her reason to take her leave. There was no one present with whom she was familiar. She preferred to return to her small building alone, to bask in solitude. Just a few paces out of Changchun Garden, she spotted Qingya approaching from a distance, who softly addressed her, "Miss, His Highness intends to seek an opportunity to meet with you tonight, if that is agreeable." Jiang Jinyue's gaze instinctively darted around her, and upon confirming their solitude, she queried Qingya with some confusion, "Why?" "Regarding Master Ning, His Highness mentioned he has several questions he wishes to clarify with you." The mention of Master Ning conjured distressing images in Jiang Jinyue's mind, reminiscent of the fire scene and the terrifying remnants she had witnessed in the palace ruins when Lu Yanting had escorted her there, stealing her racing heart. She nodded and replied, "Very well, but I shall be free in the afternoon. If it is convenient for His Highness, he may come to my small building then." When Lu Yanting arrived at the small building, Jiang Jinyue was seated by the window, studying a map of the capital's marketplaces. The guards he had dispatched informed him that she had been wandering through various marketplaces in the city, aside from attending social gatherings and classes at her family school. Yet she had not found a suitable shop. Noticing his presence, Jiang Jinyue hurried to the window to glance outside, and seeing no one around, she promptly closed the door. After attending to these tasks, she hastily poured tea for Lu Yanting. "Your Highness, please have some tea." Lu Yanting settled onto a couch not far from the table, accepting the tea she offered, feeling as though he had trespassed into a realm of secrecy. Observing her dutifully standing to the side, he suppressed a smile and casually inquired, "Why did you not join them for leisure this afternoon? Is it that you do not get along with them?" Jiang Jinyue replied with little emotion, "Not at all. Everyone has been very considerate towards me. I simply recalled some matters I had yet to attend to, so I returned early." She had grown increasingly composed lately, to the extent that Lu Yanting felt as though the current version of her was a stark contrast to the spirited girl who had once resisted boarding his carriage at the palace gates. Initially, she had exhibited emotions, laughter, anger, and dissatisfaction towards him. But now she resembled a clay doll, devoid of any temper, responding to inquiries with mere monotony. Regardless of the questions posed, she consistently replied affirmatively, never displaying irritation, nor revealing her thoughts, merely exchanging pleasantries devoid of the vigor typical of her age. He set the teacup aside on the table and addressed her. "There are certain inquiries regarding that matter which I wish to revisit with you. Of course, you may speak freely." Jiang Jinyue approached the couch beside Lu Yanting and took a seat. Perhaps feeling a bit cold, she casually wrapped a blanket around herself, concealing her hands. "Firstly, did the Empress Dowager and young Master Ning ever meet?" Jiang Jinyue shook her head. "No, young Master Ning has never visited the Xian Palace, nor has the Empress Dowager ever mentioned him. Secondly, did the Empress Dowager ever have dealings with the Zhao Kingdom?" At this point, sensing her potential concerns, he added, "Do not worry. She has already secluded herself in the imperial monastery. Even if there were matters at hand, they are of no consequence." Jiang Jinyue pondered for a moment before denying it again. The Empress Dowager once considered leveraging the power of the Zhao Kingdom to suppress the new emperor, but that plan has been abandoned for several years. Moreover, she has been exhausted these past years dealing with the new emperor. How could she have the time to contemplate such matters? "All right, I understand." Lu Yanting gestured for her to stop and advised, "You have left the palace. You must know that there are many ears and mouths out there. Do not refer to the new emperor in such terms again." Jiang Jinyue pressed her lips together, ultimately saying nothing. Once Lu Yanting finished his inquiries, he retrieved the land deed from his embrace and handed it to her. Jiang Jinyue raised her hand to accept it, her eyes revealing hesitation as she discerned the contents. "This shop is under my name. You have just assisted me. I can transfer it to you at a low price, only 100,000 coins. Chapter 16. A shop awaits. Jiang Jinyue glanced at him, then at the land deed in her hand, remaining silent for a while. Her tone was somewhat constrained. "Considering the location of this shop, it cannot be bought for less than 150,000 coins. My lord." Lu Yanting seemed to perceive her apprehension. Rising to his feet with hands clasped behind his back, he stated, "Indeed, I have lowered the price somewhat. I intended to sell the shop anyway. Rather than let it fall into the hands of dubious individuals, it is better to pass it on to a knowledgeable relative. Moreover, you have just done me a favor. I should repay you, should I not?" He appeared rather busy, having stood up as if to leave. Jiang Jinyue, holding the deed, felt that if she refused again, it would be somewhat ungrateful. She could only say, "Then once the shop begins to yield profits, I will reimburse you the remaining sum, if that is agreeable." Lu Yanting did not deliberate for long and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Jinyue will assist you with the subsequent official procedures." He added, "By the way, the ready-made clothing shop next to this one is also my private property. If you find any garments you fancy, feel free to take them." "Thank you, my lord." Upon exiting the small building, Jinyue leaped down from a tree, following Lu Yanting as they walked outside. As they walked, he inquired, "My lord." From the girl's words, "Does this matter have no connection to the Empress Dowager?" Lu Yanting furrowed his brow, his suspicions confirmed, a glint of bitterness in his eyes. Previously, His Majesty ordered us to eradicate the hidden elements of the Zhao kingdom, and just as we were making progress, the Empress Dowager's palace turmoil hindered our efforts. It appears that the people of Zhao are taking advantage of the chaos, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Ninghong. They wish to send me a warning while fearing that traces of Ninghong might reveal their whereabouts. Hence, they discarded him in such a conspicuous location as a provocation. Ninghong had been frail and sickly since childhood and was not favored by his family due to superstitions regarding celestial omens. He had been residing in a mountain temple outside the city. When he returned to the capital at the age of 15, he fortuitously saved Lu Yanting, who had been injured by an assassin, and thus their acquaintance began. Though he resided in a mountain temple, he never neglected his studies. Upon returning to the Chengyan Marquisate after 3 years, he successfully passed the imperial examinations and served alongside Lu Yanting in the court, maintaining a cordial relationship with him. Last year, His Majesty dispatched Lu Yanting and Ninghong to eradicate the hidden agents established by the Zhao kingdom throughout the Great Way, and together they dismantled numerous such operatives. However, they were unable to uncover a long-concealed secret line known as Huaping Zhuang hidden in the capital. 3 months prior, Lu Yanting finally discovered some clues regarding Huaping Zhuang and was poised to formulate a plan when he received 3 warning letters in succession. Having received countless threats since his appointment as the Minister of Justice, and having previously faced multiple assassination attempts, he paid little heed to these warnings. Subsequently, the investigation into Huaping Zhuang was delayed due to upheaval in the Empress Dowager's court. What he did not anticipate was that Ninghong would perish in the ensuing fire. The Zhao kingdom and Huaping Zhuang. Lu Yanting's palm clenched tightly, his expression icy, a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor he had displayed before Jiang Jinyue. He vowed to avenge Ninghong, ensuring that the Zhao people would pay a grievous price. As the two of them approached the gate of the mansion, they happened upon 2 maidservants conversing beneath a nearby tree. "Where are you off to?" "I'm delivering candles to Miss Biao. The candles in the small building have run out again. Isn't it peculiar? Miss Jiang lights candles every night in that small building. It used to be fine, but I heard from the night watch matron that ever since she returned with the Heir a few days ago, she has been lighting even more candles at night, as if frightened by something. Indeed, it's quite strange. But let us not dwell on it. Miss Biao seems timid all day, which is rather pitiable. We should refrain from gossiping." Their voices gradually faded away as Lu Yanting paused, casting a glance back at the small building nestled among the flowers and trees before departing. Jinyue was exceptionally capable. The following day, after Jiang Jinyue finished her studies at the academy, a carriage was dispatched to escort her, promptly taking her to the government office for registration. Only after that did he receive Jiang Jinyue's payment, leading her to the shop. It was not until they stood outside the shop that Jiang Jinyue began to grasp the reality of the situation. This shop was hers. The establishment, though modest, featured a small courtyard at the back, yet it boasted cleanliness and a prime location. Since her arrival, several groups of young ladies had already visited. The shop retained its original staff. The shopkeeper, Mr. Chun, was a kind-hearted man in his 40s who spoke softly and treated Jiang Jinyue with the utmost respect. During their journey, Jinyue mentioned that Lu Yanting had purchased a spacious residence in the western part of the city to accommodate some individuals without homes among his properties. Thus, after closing for the night, the shopkeeper and 2 assistants would return to the western residence to stay overnight, returning early the next morning. Before Jiang Jinyue's arrival, Mr. Chen had already tidied up the shop with the 2 assistants, setting aside the account books for her review. Despite currently having no money, Jiang Jinyue was visibly delighted after finally finding a suitable shop after many days. For 3 consecutive days, she frequented the shop, only hurrying back to the mansion late in the evening. On this particular afternoon, she was engaged in a discussion about taxes with the proprietress of a neighboring pancake shop on the street, when a throng of individuals approached with great vigor. Jiang Jinyue instinctively glanced up and recognized Shen Wan, accompanied by her maid and a retinue of several guards, leisurely strolling down the street. "Shen Wan, having spotted her, scrutinized her from head to toe, and with a dismissive scoff, derided, "Sister Jinyue, how refined of you! Is it not enough to show off at the family school every day? Now you have the leisure to squander the Duke's silver while perusing the shops." Chapter 17. The troublemaking Miss Shun Jiang Jinyue sensed the ill intentions behind Shun Wan's words and chose to disregard her with a fleeting glance. Shun Wan's maid, eyeing the shop behind Jiang Jinyue, curiously read the sign aloud. "Jinyue Pavilion? Miss, has this candied fruit shop changed its name? Was it not originally called by Wei Yuan? Oh, right, the eldest son is returning soon. Did you not mention wanting to purchase some sweet candies for him? Perhaps you should step inside for a look." Shun Wan shot her a glare. "Do you not see that I am conversing with Miss Jiang? Is there no decorum?" At that moment, the shopkeeper, Mr. Chun, unexpectedly emerged and, upon noticing Jiang Jinyue, greeted her with a smile. "Miss, we have just finished arranging the new stock at the counter. There are delightful sweets from the western regions. Would you care to take a look?" Hearing this, Shun Wan's expression shifted, tinged with surprise as she exclaimed, "What? This is actually your shop? Jiang Jinyue, as a newly emerged palace maid, how could you possibly afford such a prime location? Have you perhaps ingratiated yourself with someone?" Her gaze toward Jiang Jinyue was laden with complexity. Jiang Jinyue, aware of the depth of Shun Wan's misunderstanding, felt compelled to clarify, "No, Miss Shun, I purchased this with my own savings. Do not tarnish my name with baseless accusations." Shun Wan regarded her, then the candied fruit shop behind her, a smirk forming on her lips. She nonchalantly entered the shop and seated herself. "Very well. As a guest, since you claim to be the owner of this establishment, you ought to attend to me properly. Who knows, if I am pleased, I may indulge in some purchases." "Miss," this Mr. Chung glanced at Jiang Jinyue, his eyes filled with inquiry. "It's fine. You may attend to your duties," she replied. The shop was quiet in the afternoon, and Jiang Jinyue managed a faint smile as she prepared a cup of tea, placing it before Shun Wan. Shun Wan merely glanced at it before disdainfully retorting, "Jiang Jinyue, how dare you serve me such inferior tea that even the servants in my household would not deign to drink?" Recognizing her intent to provoke, Jiang Jinyue's patience waned. She resided in the Duke's manor, not living off Shun Wan's coin, nor did she owe her anything. Why should she continue to endure such contempt? Ceasing her task, she spoke plainly, "You are indeed correct. This humble shop cannot accommodate a guest of your stature. Perhaps you should seek another establishment." At this, the maid beside Shun Wan immediately adopted an arrogant stance, hands on her hips, and scowled. "Presumptuous. Our young lady is the daughter of the Prime Minister of esteemed rank. How dare you, a mere shopkeeper, attempt to dismiss her?" Jiang Jinyue furrowed her brows, her tone growing even colder. "I truly do not comprehend how I have offended you, miss, to warrant such relentless harassment. However, I kindly implore you to exercise restraint and not to hold a commoner like me to account. Have you any idea how you have offended me?" Shun Wan's expression turned slightly irate upon hearing this. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table and advanced towards Jiang Jinyue with deliberate steps, gritting her teeth as she spoke, with the air absent. "Who are you pretending to be so fragile for? Someone, summon everyone inside and smash her shop." Shun Wan's gaze was fixed on Jiang Jinyue, her eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Her maid, seemingly accustomed to such matters, promptly stepped outside, saying, "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Jiang Jinyue's complexion darkened to an extreme. Her eyes reddened slightly as she clenched her fists. "Miss Shun, you are bullying me with your power." Despite her anger, her tone remained gentle. Although she had yet to do anything, tears began to well up in her eyes uncontrollably. Jiang Jinyue despised this uncontrollable side of herself, but to Shun Wan, it appeared as nothing but a display of feigned delicacy and shamelessness. "What if I am bullying you? At least I have power to rely on, while you are powerless and should know your place. Yet, you dare to covet what does not belong to you. You ought to learn a lesson." As Shun Wan spoke, she cast an impatient glance at the guards standing outside the door, commanding, "What are you standing there for? Smash it! Stop!" Jiang Jinyue hastily attempted to call the shopkeeper and two other attendants to intervene, but just as she was about to speak, two more individuals arrived from outside. "Miss Shun, what is happening here? Upon turning, Shunwan recognized the two useless siblings, Lu Yue and Lu Yanting. Lu Yanting entered with a smile and inquired, "Miss Shun, why are you so furious with my cousin? Let's speak civilly." Shunwan regarded him with indifference, rolling her eyes internally as she reluctantly explained, "Ah, it is the fourth young master. You have been away studying for quite some time and are unaware of the situation. Your cousin here delights in seduction and has questionable morals. I merely wish to assist the Duke's residents in examining the origins of her shop, as I suspect it to be ill-gotten. Since you are here, please report this matter to the Duke's residents and ensure a thorough investigation to avoid tarnishing its reputation and bringing trouble to the West Courtyard." In the face of Shun Wan's aggressive demeanor, Lu Yanting maintained his gentle disposition. He surveyed the small shop with a light chuckle. "Miss Shun, you are mistaken. This shop was indeed purchased with her savings. Just the other day, I passed by and saw Jinyue counting her coins. Furthermore, while she is in our residence, she has been quite proper, mingling only with the other young ladies for lessons and play. What contact could she possibly have with men?" As he continued, Lu Yanting's expression turned serious. "Miss Shun, do you imply that we, the Duke's residents, lack propriety? I urge you to choose your words carefully, for you are casting aspersions upon all the young ladies of the Duke's residence. This slander is not yours to spread." Instantly, Shun Wan fell silent. Her disdain for Jiang Jinyue was one matter, but she had no intention of implicating the Duke's residents, for there were individuals within it whom she valued. Though she looked down upon Lu Yanting, the so-called useless scion, he was nonetheless a member of the Duke's family, often in contact with the heir. If you were to speak ill of her to the heir, it would be a most regrettable outcome. However, she had yet to say anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Yue, infuriated, shouted at herself, "Sister Shunwan, you are also studying in my home. You should be well aware that we sisters usually spend our time together. How can you so brazenly slander us? If you look down upon the Duke of Ning's residence, I shall inform grandmother, and you need not come here any longer." Shunwan's complexion shifted between shades of pale and ashen as she gazed at the arrogant Lu Yue. She struggled to suppress a surge of anger, enduring the provocation. Though her father had risen to the rank of prime minister, he was still of humble origins, and compared to the illustrious Lu family, he was indeed lacking. Moreover, if she were to leave the Lu residence, would that not grant an opportunity for that Su Jinyue and this insufferable wretch before her? She could not afford to depart. Chapter 18. The Shun residence. With a disdainful snort, Shunwan hurriedly departed the shop, her earlier bravado replaced by a retreat marked by disarray. "Cousin, are you all right?" Lu Yanting inquired, picking up the teacup that Shunwan had knocked to the ground. It was now chipped and unusable. "Thank you, cousin, I am fine." Jiang Jinyue accepted the teacup and placed it aside, bowing slightly to Lu Yanting. Meanwhile, Lu Yue scrutinized the small shop as they walked, her tone imbued with astonishment. "A few days ago, when you mentioned to Auntie your intention to open a shop, I thought it was a jest. I did not expect you to have a modicum of skill. Jiang Jinyue, from now on, I shall consume everything from here." Before Jiang Jinyue could respond, Lu Yanting, sensing the impropriety, furrowed his brow and said to his sister, "Yue, do not be rude. Cousin, pay her no mind. She has been spoiled by our family since childhood and possesses this temperament. Do not let it trouble you. It is nothing." Jiang Jinyue invited the two to sit at a small table at the back of the shop, requesting the attendants to bring 2 cups of tea. Lu Yue took a hearty sip, then disdainfully set it down. "Shunwan is correct, Jiang Jinyue. This tea is rather mediocre, considering you have come from the palace. How can you lack taste?" Jiang Jinyue, seated opposite them, smiled wryly. "Life in the palace is not as splendid as you imagine. As servants, we do not indulge in fine teas." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting raised his head, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. "Cousin, there is no need for such self-deprecation. Having spent many years in the palace, you are well versed in its affairs. Your insights must be extraordinary, far surpassing mine, a mere outsider to the world of officials." Jiang Jinyue, taken aback by his sentiment, retorted, "How could I dare to compare myself to you, sir? My life has been so uneventful, it is nearly at its conclusion. While you have a long path ahead, you shall surely ascend to great heights and achieve prominence in the court." Before Jiang Jinyue could finish her thought, She noticed Lu Yue glaring at her with evident hostility. Confused, she turned to look at Lu Yanting, only to see him with his head bowed, his eyes beginning to glisten with tears. His already delicate features appeared even more pitiable as sorrow flickered across his face, and in the next moment, he began to weep. She wore a look of astonishment as she beheld Lu Yue rising from her seat, furrowing her brows as she addressed Lu Yanting, crying incessantly. When will you mend this habit? If my friends were to witness this, I would be utterly humiliated. Jiang Jinyue, feeling at a loss, hurriedly offered a clean handkerchief and hesitantly inquired of Lu Yanting, I beg your pardon, cousin, have I inadvertently said something amiss? Lu Yanting, consumed by tears, remained silent and unresponsive, while Lu Yue shot her another glare and coldly remarked, Do you not know that my brother has failed his civil examination this year? In our family, aside from the elder master who enjoys a prestigious title, all the other young men are scholars serving the nation, each a dragon among men. Yet he alone languishes in mediocrity, a veritable disgrace to our branch. It seems he can only aspire to a minor official post. And yet you speak thus. Are you not being intentionally cruel? Upon her words, Jiang Jinyue distinctly noticed that Lu Yanting had begun to weep openly. She rushed forward to offer her apologies amidst the ensuing chaos, and only after escorting the siblings back to their carriage did the establishment regain its tranquility. Standing outside, watching the carriage recede into the distance, Jiang Jinyue felt a wave of regret wash over her. During her stay at the Duke's residence, she had sought to avoid any semblance of impropriety, never once inquiring about the young master's circumstances. Her scant knowledge gleaned solely from the words of concubine Tong or the servants. She had believed that her discretion would avert any trouble. Yet her ignorance had inadvertently brought her cousin to tears, and she felt deeply remorseful. However, this cousin, Jiang Jinyue sniffled, pondering to herself, was quite an adult now. Well, perhaps it would be best to offer him a token of apology. Meanwhile, Shunwan returned to the Xiang residence, her earlier composure evaporating as she stepped through the door. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, and she wept all the way inside, only to encounter Madame Shun tending to potted plants in the garden. She dashed into her mother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Observing her daughter's distress, Madame Shun swiftly handed her pruning shears to a nearby maid and gently inquired, My dear, what troubles you? Mother, you cannot imagine. A distant cousin from the Lu family has come to visit, and she bullies me relentlessly. Madame Shun, alarmed by her daughter's state, quickly retrieved a handkerchief to dab at Shun Wan's tears, her expression one of bewilderment. It is unusual for you, who have always been the one to tease others, to find yourself in such a predicament. Pray, tell me what happened. Mother, I assure you it is true. Today, while strolling in the market, I chanced upon the Lu family's unfortunate cousin, who had opened a shop. Thinking to be cordial, I entered to buy some sweets for my brother. To my astonishment, she insisted on driving me away, boasting of her royal connections, declaring that my father's esteemed position mattered not, for he was once a mere commoner, and thus I was equally uncouth. She brought me to the brink of humiliation. Mother, I beseech you, you must help me. As Shun Wan spoke, she placed her hands on her mother's shoulders, shaking them insistently. Her cries a mixture of pity and sorrow. Madame Shun gently restrained her hands and soothed her. Now, my dear, I have told you before that while you may behave as you wish at home, once you enter another's household for your studies, you must be humble and courteous, refraining from wielding your parents' influence to intimidate others. Mother, but this time it is they who are bullying me. Do you not believe me? Upon hearing this, Shun Wan shook off her hand, her tone laced with indignation. Mrs. Shun hastily replied, My dear, I understand, but that unfortunate cousin of yours is of no concern to you. The fact that she could utter such words only reveals her own base and tedious nature. It is beneath you to be vexed by her. I shall inquire into this matter, and if she truly spoke thus, I will have a word with the matron of the Duke's residence. She reached for a handkerchief to wipe Shun Wan's tears, but Shun Wan, in a fit of temper, stepped back 2 paces. What is there to inquire about? You do not believe me. Are you still my mother? Very well, if you will not assist me. It matters not. When brother returns in a few days, I shall have him avenge me. With that, she stormed off in a fury. Seeing this, Mrs. Shun hurriedly instructed a maid to follow Shun Wan, watching her retreating figure with a heavy heart. This unruly child. Mrs. Shun took back the scissors from the old nurse beside her and, after a couple of half-hearted snips at the flowers, set them aside with a troubled expression. Though she was not very old, the softness of a Jiang woman graced her features, and time seemed particularly kind to her. Even in her displeasure, from a distance, she resembled a beautiful woman harboring resentment, stirring the tranquil waters of autumn. The old nurse observed Shun Wan's departing silhouette and whispered, "The young lady's temperament has become increasingly headstrong over the years. If I may be so bold, madam, I fear that should she marry in the future, she may find herself at a disadvantage." Mrs. Shun rubbed her brow, returning the handkerchief to her bosom, her face clouded with worry. "Do I not know this? On that frigid day when I found her at the gate, her swaddling was nearly frozen, her breath as faint as a kitteness. She was truly pitiful. For these years, she has been the sole girl in the family, and my husband and I have indeed indulged her a bit too much." As she spoke, Mrs. Shun waved her hand in exasperation. "Enough. I shall take my time to speak with her. Wanner is still young. She will surely mature one day." That day, the Jinyue Pavilion closed its doors early. Jiang Jinyue, seizing the opportunity before twilight, opted to walk back to the West Mansion instead of taking a carriage. Meandering through the streets and pausing at shop fronts, searching for a suitable gift for her fourth cousin. It was well known that her cousin had a penchant for elegance, particularly in literature and art. Jiang Jinyue initially planned to indulge this interest by visiting a painting shop. However, upon reflection, she realized that as the son of the Duke, he had access to the finest of everything. What could she possibly offer that would captivate him? If she were to impress him, it would need to be of the utmost quality. Yet, Jiang Jinyue found herself short on funds, her daily expenses barely sufficient. Should she force herself to purchase something, it was likely to be a work that would not meet his discerning eye. Just as she wrestled with her dilemma, she unexpectedly spotted a bustling stall by the roadside, selling the four treasures of the study. Unlike other vendors, the stall's proprietor sat quietly under a straw hat, his expression unreadable. Perhaps she could buy an ink slab for her cousin. It was a common and consumable item, and even the most expensive of them would not surpass the cost of those paintings. Gifting it to her cousin would be a safe choice. Although Jiang Jinyue was not directly responsible for ink and brushes while serving the Empress's son, years of exposure had afforded her some understanding of the matter. She approached and was taken aback to discover that such an unremarkable stall housed exquisite ink, including Wei Dan ink, Yuan Guang ink, and even green pine resin ink made from pine soot. These inks could be regarded as high quality, yet their presence at such a modest stall struck her as peculiar. "How much for this piece of green pine resin ink?" Jiang Jinyue inquired, lifting one of the ink blocks. The stall owner, a scholar in appearance, was rather unremarkable, yet his eyes, concealed beneath a bamboo hat, were strikingly sharp. It dawned on Jiang Jinyue that he had not been merely lost in thought. Instead, he had been keenly observing the passers-by around him. Upon hearing her bright, crisp voice, he withdrew his gaze from the street, glanced at her briefly, and replied in a rather indifferent tone, 100 coins. 100 coins? That seems rather steep, Jiang Jinyue pondered. Might you consider lowering the price? The man, without a moment's hesitation, bluntly rebuffed her request, stating, buy it or not. With that, he returned his attention to the pedestrians passing by, showing no further interest in her. Jinyue crouched down, examining the ink closely. Indeed, it was quite good, particularly suitable for Lu Yanting. Moreover, she felt somewhat lazy and was reluctant to expend much effort selecting a gift for him, especially given the biting cold. Resolute in her decision to purchase, she caught sight of a significant scar on the stall owner's right hand, resting on the table. It appeared to be a recent injury. Given its severity, it must be difficult for him to write, which likely compelled him to sell these items. Very well, please wrap this ink for me, she said, handing him the coins, noting that his right hand trembled slightly as he accepted them. Indeed, there was something amiss with his hand. The following day, after class, Jiang Jinyue hurried back to the West Mansion, clutching her books. She had inquired earlier and knew that Lu Yanting would be at the Changshan Prince's residence playing polo that afternoon. She needed to arrive quickly or risk missing him. She intended to deliver the gift directly to his courtyard, but the distance between the gentleman's quarters and the inner lady's residence was considerable, and she feared getting lost. Considering it was nearly noon, she decided to wait at the small pavilion beside the West Mansion, a spot along Lu Yinchu's inevitable path. Seated with the wooden box in her arms, she rested her elbow on her head, gazing dreamily at a nearby hibiscus tree. After a while, Lu Yanting had yet to arrive. Instead, Lu Yanting and his entourage entered through the main gate of the West Mansion. "Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" Qingyao waved at her with a smile. Lu Yanting also spotted her, halting a few feet away. Dressed in a dark patterned robe, he exuded an imposing presence. Upon seeing him, Jiang Jinyue instinctively paused and quickly stepped out of the pavilion, bowing to Lu Yanting. "Young master, are you free today? What brings you to the West Mansion?" she asked. Lu Yanting nodded slightly, raising the official document in his hand. "Yes, but I have some official matters to discuss with my uncle." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the brocade box in Jiang Jinyue's hands. "Are you waiting for someone?" Jiang Jinyue nodded thoughtfully, considering that the heir was a man of integrity, one who would never resort to unfounded speculation. She opened the brocade box and presented the piece of ink to Lu Yanting, saying, "I have been waiting for my cousin. What do you think of this ink?" "Your Highness?" Lu Yanting observed her joyful expression and the object in her hand, seemingly understanding something. "Oh, it is quite satisfactory." Jiang Jinyue nodded and closed the box once more. "If your Highness likes it, I shall give you another piece next time." Lu Yanting's demeanor was rather aloof, as he politely declined. "No need. I only use Xiangui ink. I must take my leave now. You may do as you please." Once the two had walked away, Qingyue couldn't help but glance back at Jiang Jinyue's retreating figure, remarking to Lu Yanting, "This Miss Jiang, after you brought her back to the estate and sold her the valuable shop at a low price. Why is she only thinking of gifting the fourth master and not you? Moreover, she addresses the fourth master as cousin, while you, your Highness, are met with such coldness. The disparity is rather stark, is it not?" As Qingyue continued, he began to rationalize for his master. "It is understandable, given your fierce demeanor. The young lady seems somewhat intimidated by you each time they meet, which cannot compare to her relationship with the fourth master, who is indeed closer to her as they share the same family." Engrossed in his own thoughts, he failed to notice Lu Yanting's already darkening countenance. "All right, your Highness," Qingyue said, retrieving a cloth pouch from his bosom. "You forgot to mention, when shall we present this luminous pearl to the young lady?" Noticing the glimmering corner of the pearl peeking from the pouch, Lu Yanting instinctively turned back to see the young girl standing gracefully beneath the locust tree by the pavilion, her gaze filled with anticipation. He turned away and continued toward the third masteress study without sparing the pearl a glance. "Have the servants from the West Mansion deliver it, stating it is from the estate without mentioning me." Chapter 20. Encounter with assassins. Although Qingyue was perplexed, he never questioned Lu Yanting's requests and could only comply. He was a remarkably kind-hearted youth. When he encountered Lu Yan on the way, after exchanging pleasantries, Qingyue earnestly reminded him, "Miss Jiang is waiting ahead for the fourth master. Do ensure he does not take a wrong turn." After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Jinyue finally awaited the emerging Lu Yan. She hurriedly approached to apologize and presented the ink treasure once more. Lu Yan, having reverted to his gentle demeanor today, albeit slightly awkward, considered Jiang Jinyue's feelings and smiled. "Cousin, this ink slab is indeed splendid. It is commendable that you sought out for me, and I shall accept it, as long as cousin likes it. You are not upset with me, are you?" Jiang Jinyue asked anxiously. Lu Yan smiled as he handed the brocade box to his servant, jesting, "Since I have accepted your gift, I must reciprocate with some sincerity, mustn't I? Well then, it is but a small matter. I was indeed at fault. If you continue to dwell on it, I shall be quite embarrassed." "That is good." With a weight lifted from her heart, Jiang Jinyue immediately began to contemplate bidding farewell to Lu Yan and preparing to head to the shop. Lu Yanting, lost in thought, turned to her and remarked, "By the way, I just heard from my second brother that the bandits causing chaos in the capital last night have been apprehended. You can feel more at ease when you go out now." "Thank you, cousin," she replied. Ever since the capture of those miscreants, Jiang Jinyue noticed a significant increase in foot traffic at the shop over the past few days, leading to an improvement in business. One leisurely day, she sat in the shop perusing the list of suppliers for candied fruits. The sales of the candies were quite promising, and it seemed that the heir had previously neglected oversight of these establishments, leaving them in the hands of subordinates. Upon taking over, Jiang Jinyue discovered that some suppliers had been consistently raising prices, and she felt it was time for a change. While she pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Jiang Jinyue looked up from her book to see a young servant from the tavern across the street, rushing toward her shop, urging the terrified townsfolk to seek refuge inside, before hastily shutting the door behind them. Confused, she noticed that Manager Chun had already taken 2 assistants to secure the entrance. But the panicked citizens had poured into the shop, quickly filling the already small space to capacity. In the chaos of shutting the door, Jiang Jinyue glimpsed several mounted soldiers galloping past, followed closely by a contingent of officers. "Miss, it seems they are pursuing a fugitive in the streets," Manager Chun said. Clutching his chest, Jiang Jinyue surveyed the sudden influx of people, her expression turning grave. In their haste, many of the candied fruits displayed on the counter had been knocked to the floor, and now there were about a dozen frightened faces squeezed into the shop, including a mother clutching her child. The noise was overwhelming, and Jiang Jinyue spoke sternly to Manager Chun. "This crowd is untenable. You and Shi Qing and Shi Yun guard the door, while I escort these people to the back courtyard." "Understood." Jiang Jinyue led the frightened citizens to the small courtyard at the back, finally allowing herself a deep breath. The courtyard was merely separated from the bustling streets by a wall, making the clamor of the outside world all too audible, accompanied by the occasional sound of hooves clattering on the cobblestones, tightening her chest with anxiety. Meanwhile, Manager Chun and several men barricaded the door with wooden sticks, straining to listen to the tumult outside. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came to a halt before the door, followed by footsteps approaching, culminating in a rapid series of knocks. The tension in the room escalated. None dared to open the door. Manager Chun, trembling, made a shushing gesture, signaling everyone to remain silent. As the knocking grew increasingly frantic with no response from within, a commanding voice cut through the air with chilling authority, like a death knell. "Open the door." With no other option, Manager Chun cautiously peered through the crack, spotting a man dressed in a resplendent crimson official's robe, his brow furrowed in the utmost seriousness. This was none other than the heir. As soon as the door swung open, Lu Yanting strode in alongside Yin Shu-Qingya, heading straight into the shop. "Your Grace, what has happened?" Manager Chun inquired, his face awash with concern. Lu Yanting's brows and eyes seemed to be cloaked in frost, his lips pressed tightly together. Upon hearing his words, he whispered, "The fugitive we are pursuing has vanished into the alley. Judging by the general direction, it is highly likely he has taken refuge in your courtyard. What is the current situation at the back?" Manager Chun felt a sudden jolt in his heart and hurriedly replied that Jiang Jinyue and several townsfolk were currently in the backyard. He moved swiftly towards the rear, simultaneously signaling Yin Shu-Qing and Qingyao to take a detour and encircle from outside the backyard. Upon arriving at the rear yard, Lu Yanting immediately spotted Jiang Jinyue amidst the crowd. A child was wailing loudly as she led the mother, who was cradling the child, to sit at a stone table. Lu Yanting's gaze swept around, landing on a haystack piled high in the corner. In the deep autumn season, the wind held around them. It was uncertain whether the sound was merely the wind or something else, but from within the haystack came a faint rustling. Normally, such a slight noise would go unnoticed in such a cacophonous environment, yet Lu Yanting keenly detected it. Jiang Jinyue had already seen him and stood there, momentarily startled. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yanting gestured with his eyes for her to remain silent. In an instant, Lu Yanting unsheathed his sword and slowed his pace towards the haystack. As he approached within 3 steps, the sound from within became more pronounced. In a flash, a man clad in black leaped out, engaging Lu Yanting in a fierce struggle. The onlookers in the courtyard recoiled in fright as Lu Yanting pierced the man's abdomen with his sword and turned to Jiang Jinyue, instructing, "Jinyue, lead everyone out." "Understood." Although Jiang Jinyue was terrified, she complied. Meanwhile, Yin Shu-Qing and Qingyao leaped over the wall to join the pursuit. Suddenly, Jiang Jinyue felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She could not help but glance back, seeing the man, like a cornered wolf, wielding a dagger with ruthless ferocity. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils as she recognized the hand gripping the dagger. This was the scholar who had set up a stall on the street just a few nights prior. Chapter 21. Buying new clothes. Jiang Jinyue wished to warn Lu Yanting about the man's injured right hand, but the man was now fighting desperately. Spotting Jiang Jinyue, who stood out among the crowd as an extraordinary figure yet appeared defenseless, he lunged towards her, hoarsely shouting, "Come here." He suddenly pulled Jiang Jinyue into his embrace, pressing the bloodied dagger against her neck, growling, "Don't come any closer." Yin Shuqing and Qingyao halted, looking to Lu Yanting for guidance. Lu Yanting stopped in his tracks, coldly stating, "It's futile, don't waste time." The man gritted his teeth, tightening his grip. Whether it's futile or not is not for you to decide. The two remained locked in a standoff, and Jiang Jinyue did not expect these men to value her life. If they grew impatient, it would only be her life at stake. She struggled to steady her rapid breaths, contemplating a means of self-rescue. She was acutely aware of the predicament of the man before her. His right hand was impaired, and now his left arm had been injured by Lu Yanting. The very hand pressing against her neck was his right. Jiang Jinyue contemplated that perhaps she had a chance. At that moment, the man was engaged in negotiations with Lu Yanting, who stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, as if facing not a ruthless assassin, but an old friend of many years. Meanwhile, a large contingent of soldiers had rushed to the scene, their bows drawn towards the two men, causing the assassin to grow increasingly anxious, his grip on the dagger trembling slightly, while a fresh line of blood began to mark Jiang Jinyue's neck. Lu Yanting continued to parry with him leisurely, instructing someone to feign, leaving to prepare a carriage and silver for the assassin, all the while maintaining the man's composure. Discreetly, he accepted the hidden needle from Yin Shu, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. His gaze traveled from the assassin's face, inching downwards towards his heart, and then further still. However, at that moment, the lower bodies of the assassin and Jiang Jinyue were nearly overlapping, complicating his aim. Lu Yanting narrowed his eyes, fixing his attention on Jiang Jinyue's hair. The assassin towered over her, her dark hairpin resting against his neck, while below, her pale and silent face was a sight to behold. An assassin was but a life, easily extinguished. He could always capture another. As Lu Yanting twitched his finger, poised to release the needle, a sudden flash of movement caught him off guard. Jiang Jinyue unexpectedly drew her hairpin and thrust it sharply toward the assassin's right hand. The assassin, already nursing an old injury, felt a surge of agony in his hand and screamed, dropping the dagger in shock. Jiang Jinyue dashed towards the crowd, but the assassin would not allow her to escape. Without leverage, she knew abandonment was imminent. Thus she resolved to save herself, a truth understood by both her and the assassin. He swiftly retrieved the dagger with his other hand and lunged towards her. But as he approached, Lu Yanting had already leapt forward, sword raised high, and with a powerful swing, severed the assassin's right hand from his wrist. The sound of blood splattering sent a chill through Jiang Jinyue, rendering her momentarily breathless. She turned to witness the crimson droplets staining her skirt, hearing the man collapse to the ground with a groan of pain, her eyes widening in horror. Lu Yanting's sword dripped with blood as he coldly commanded Yin Shu and Qingyao, "Attend to him. Ensure he does not perish." He then approached Jiang Jinyue, sword still in hand, and asked, "Are you unharmed?" Yet, she wore an expression of wariness mixed with terror, and his words faltered in the air. He had intended to assure her of his trustworthiness and urge her to remain patient to avoid injury, but the thought felt overly presumptuous. Her life was her own, and given their unfamiliarity, Jiang Jinyue would naturally hesitate to entrust her fate to him. Her earlier reaction suggested that she might not have believed he would come to her aid, prompting her desperate gamble to carve out a path for her survival. A swirl of complex emotions stirred within Lu Yanting, leaving him momentarily speechless, tinged with an unexpected sense of frustration. Jiang Jinyue averted her gaze, unable to look at the sword in Lu Yanting's hand, nor at the lifeless body on the ground. Her eyes fixated on the bloodstains on her sleeves. Her voice laced with weakness. "I have seen him before. He was selling goods by the street. I initially thought he was merely a fallen scholar. Yet I never anticipated that everything would end like this." The man has already been captured. Noticing the fear etched across Jiang Jinyue's expression, Lu Yanting handed his sword to Jinyue and instructed the guards to disperse the bystanders and cleanse the shop of any evidence. He then led Jiang Jinyue to a corner, observing her discomfort as she fidgeted with her dress. In a gentle tone, he asked, "Your attire is stained. Do you have a spare garment with you? Perhaps you should change." He understood that women of the present day valued propriety and often traveled with multiple outfits in their carriages for unforeseen circumstances. However, Jiang Jinyue shook her head, troubled. She had none. As Jinyue continued to manage the situation, he remarked, "My lord, the ready-to-wear shop to the left and the one adjacent to the Jinyue Tavern across the street are both our properties. Miss Jiang can acquire garments from there." Lu Yanting then grasped Jiang Jinyue's wrist, guiding her next door. "Let's find you something to wear." "Thank you, my lord," Jiang Jinyue replied. Upon entering the neighboring shop, the female shopkeeper, upon noticing Lu Yanting accompanying her, hurriedly approached to pay her respects. Learning that he wished for her to select garments for the young lady, she beamed and led Jiang Jinyue to a back room to sit for a moment. "Miss, your beauty is remarkable, and your fair complexion will suit any attire. However, you are rather slender, so some alterations may be required." As she spoke, the shopkeeper retrieved a soft, warm skirt adorned with yellow cloud patterns, perfect for the impending winter. Jiang Jinyue changed out of her blood-stained dress, and, after a brief twirl before the mirror, stood still, awaiting the necessary adjustments to her waistline. The shopkeeper, skilled in her craft, promptly made the alterations and remarked, "You truly look splendid in this outfit. By the way, with winter approaching, you might consider selecting a few more winter garments. We have received a new batch of warm satin from Hangzhou, which is quite fashionable. Many young ladies from noble families have requested custom fits from us. Would you care to take a look?" Jiang Jinyue pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Thank you, but I only need this one." Lu Yanting's voice filtered through the thin curtain. "See if there are any suitable garments for her, and wrap them up." "Certainly." The shopkeeper cheerfully began selecting clothes for Jiang Jinyue, who furrowed her brow. Why had he not yet departed? Instinctively, she reached into the pile of blood-stained garments for her purse, but after a prolonged search, she found nothing. Hesitating, she lifted the curtain and looked at Lu Yanting. Her words caught in her throat. "My lord," she began. Chapter 22. The chilly day. Lu Yanting seemed to sense her apprehension and spoke in a gentle tone. "You have been startled today. Consider these garments as my apology." Observing her dazed demeanor from earlier, he remembered his own obligations and instructed the shopkeeper to fetch some medicine while telling Jinyue to remain behind, preparing the carriage to escort her home. As they conversed, the female shopkeeper brought forth a medicinal plaster, gently tending to the wound on Jiang Jinyue's neck, her voice soft as she reassured, "Rest assured, young master, this injury is quite superficial. A few days of ointment will restore her to her former self without leaving a scar." Lu Yanting nodded, advising Jiang Jinyue, "You should take good care of yourself over the next couple of days and refrain from coming to the shop. Later on, we can have the doctor prescribe some calming remedies for you." Jiang Jinyue nodded once more, responding, "All right, thank you, young master." It was early winter, and though the sun had not yet fully set, a gloominess pervaded the atmosphere, devoid of any vitality. The cold wind seeped through the slightly ajar window of Jiang Jinyue's small abode, intensifying the chill. She stepped forward, peering out through the window, noticing the vast night sky, foretelling imminent snowfall. Closing the doors and windows tightly, her gaze fell upon the neatly arranged new garments brought back that day, along with a luminous pearl beneath the candlelight. Although the servant who delivered the pearl claimed it was a gift from the household, Jiang Jinyue was acutely aware that such a treasure was beyond her means. After spending some silver to inquire, she discovered that it was indeed a gift from the young master. The young master possessed a noble character, untainted by the world's grime, resembling the warm sun in winter. However, she felt indebted to him, with no way to repay his kindness adequately. Jiang Jinyue contemplated managing the shop diligently to quickly return the remaining 50,000 coins to him, as a form of gratitude. Even as the winter wind swept in unbidden, it could not penetrate the fortified prison of the Dali Temple. In the dimly lit torture chamber, Lu Yanting sat in a grand chair, observing a man before him, bound in iron chains and bleeding profusely. The man's left hand was secure behind him on the torture rack, while his right hand hung limply by his side. Had his legs not been restrained, he would have likely collapsed long ago. Lu Yanting took a sip of tea, his demeanor calm as he regarded the nearly lifeless figure before him and spoke in a tranquil tone. "Do not worry. I have already arranged for your wounds to be treated. You will not perish just yet." Setting down his cup, he approached the man, his tone suddenly sharp and menacing. "However, if you choose to remain silent, I assure you that your suffering will multiply 100-fold. The man finally opened his murky eyes, his voice weak but resolute. A dog official of the Great Way should abandon such hopes. "I will never speak." Lu Yanting nodded, not pressing him further, stating, "You attempted to steal intelligence from the government, but failed, injuring your hand in the process. Upon returning, you found your base had been compromised. As a fellow spy of Zhao, you sought refuge in Huaping Manor to evade capture. Yet, they disregarded any bond and cast you aside. How disheartening. You could only masquerade as a vendor, thinking to gather intelligence for Zhao, unaware that you had already become a discarded pawn." The man let out a dry, rasping laugh. "You've done your homework so thoroughly. Why come to me for answers? If you seek the truth, go investigate it yourself." Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow. "With you here, I, as a dog official, need not exert myself, do I?" With a gesture, Yinshu handed Lu Yanting a pair of tongs freshly retrieved from the charcoal brazier. Lu Yanting held the fire clamp, leisurely maneuvering it in the air towards the man's body, before pressing it firmly against his injured abdomen. Accompanying the piercing scream was the hissing sound of smoke rising, along with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Unfazed, Lu Yanting continued, "Tell me, was it your people who killed Ningheng? Speak, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Cease your futile resistance. The people from Huaping Manor will not come to your aid." The clamp was suddenly withdrawn, the tip smeared with sticky blood and flesh. The man, regaining his composure, sneered, "A complete corpse? I've lost a hand. Even in death, it won TB whole." Lu Yanting chuckled in surprise. "Such courage. Let us see how you fare with this." He approached the table, retrieving a white porcelain vial, uncapping it. In an instant, a venomous scorpion crawled slowly onto Lu Yanting's hand. He nonchalantly moved closer to the man's right side, placing his hand upon the man's shoulder. The scorpion obediently climbed onto his shoulder, then ventured down the vacant sleeve. A more anguished wail erupted, more harrowing than the last, as he could no longer withstand it. Pleading for mercy, "All right, I will speak. The specifics elude me, but I heard from above that several officials in the court have undermined us. We should teach them a lesson through our clandestine connections in the capital. During the turmoil in the Empress Dowager's palace, we could strike back to avenge our brothers." Lu Yanting maintained his serene smile, his expression unwavering, as the flickering candlelight cast shadows across his face, rendering his once noble visage eerily formidable, akin to the grim reaper demanding a soul. With a firm grip around the man's neck, a sharp crack echoed in the interrogation chamber, and the man instantly drew his last breath, perhaps due to the biting cold of winter and the series of shocks she had endured. Jiang Jinyue fell ill the day after returning home, succumbing to a fever. On that midday, she lay weakly in bed, toying with a luminous pearl, inevitably reminiscing about her time in the palace, where she had shared sleeping quarters with the palace maids. They would regale each other with strange tales from the depths of the palace, and despite their close quarters, Jiang Jinyue felt no fear. However, since her arrival at the Duke's residence, she experienced the privilege of sleeping alone for the first time. Yet the sounds of wind and birds outside her window at night kept her alert, forcing her to light a lamp to sleep. Later, after entering the palace with Lu Yanting and witnessing the remnants of corpses from the fire scene, she was reminded of that fateful night, which felt no different from a horror story. Coupled with the shock from the assassin, her mind had been tense for days, making sleep elusive. Jiang Jinyue deemed herself the most timid soul in the world, pondering if all her courage had been spent in rescuing the Empress Dowager from the flames. Chapter 23. Shan Jingzong, she felt utterly useless. Illness rendered one weak, and it brought back memories of her father. During her childhood illnesses, he would always be by her side. In truth, Jiang Jinyue had nearly forgotten her father's visage, only recalling in her dreams the hazy candlelight of the Jiangnan residence and the gentle murmurs of her father as he cradled her. Jiao Jiao, dear, sleep well. When you awaken, you shall be well. And I shall take you to the market to buy clay figurines. As Jiang Jinyue lived on, the solitary warmth in her heart was the memory of those tender moments spent with her father in her childhood. Although the little princess by the Empress Dowager's side treated her kindly, there remained an insurmountable chasm between a mistress and her servant. Jinyue, how do you fare? Your cousin and sister have come to see you. Lady Tong led Lu Yanting and Lu Yue upstairs, bringing with them a waft of fragrant powder. Lu Yanting paused behind the screen, setting down the nourishing tonics in his hand before speaking. Cousin, I just heard from Lady Tong that you are unwell. Do you still feel discomfort? Jiang Jinyue coughed lightly, her voice weak as she replied, It is nothing. Thank you for your concern, cousin. It is merely a common cold. A bit of rest will suffice. Lu Yanting's tone was bright and clear. That is good to hear, cousin. By the way, the ink you gifted me is truly exceptional. Where did you procure it? Might you share the details with me? Upon recalling the vendor from whom she had purchased the ink, Jiang Jinyue felt an urge to retch. Coughing twice, she merely stated that she had bought it haphazardly on the street and could not recall the location. Lu Yanting sighed regretfully, while Lady Tong gently ushered Lu Yue inside, discreetly nudging her toward Jiang Jinyue's bedside. Sister, where is your luminous pearl? Let me see it. Without waiting for Jiang Jinyue's response, Lu Yue spotted the radiant pearl on her bedside and reached out to seize it, exclaiming, Mother, why does sister have one and I do not? Lady Tong offered a token smile, her gaze fixated on the pearl. Oh, do not be mischievous. Do not touch your sister's belongings. Turning back to the bedridden Jiang Jinyue, she inquired, Yesterday, while playing cards with the maids, I overheard them say that someone from the estate sent you a luminous pearl. Such a priceless treasure. Could it be a gift from the matriarch? Jiang Jinyue grasped her insinuation and was about to clarify, but Lu Yue began to wail. I don't care, aunt. I do not possess anything so splendid. Why should it belong to sister? It is mine. Jiang Jinyue was reluctant to concede. No, sister, this was given by another. I cannot part with it. Perhaps you might choose something else. Lu Yue only gazed at Lady Tong, sobbing uncontrollably. Observing this, Lu Yanting from a distance gently tapped the table. Enough. You must not behave so unruly. Here, I shall inquire outside to see if I can procure one for you. Oh dear, how can I accept such kindness? Fourth young master indulges her too much. Lady Tong's face brightened with a smile as she swiftly reclaimed the luminous pearl from Lu Yue, returning it to Jiang Jinyue, and took Lu Yue out to express her gratitude. It is of no consequence. We are all siblings, Jiang Jinyue reassured. Lady Tong need not be so formal. As they were conversing, Lu Yanting's servant called from downstairs. Fourth young master, the young master of the Shun family, has arrived. The master requests your presence at the Duke's residence. Understood. I shall go at once. Upon reaching the Duke's residence, Lu Yanting found the gathering already lively over tea. At the head of the table sat Duke Lu Yan, accompanied by a venerable old man with a white beard, while several brothers and Shun Jingzong were engaged in conversation over tea. Shun Jingzong, the eldest son of the Prime Minister Shun and brother to Shun Wan, though often labeled a dandy, possessed the scholarly talents inherited from his illustrious father and had already made his way into the court at a tender age. Having been stationed in Hangzhou for a year, he had just returned, bringing with him the esteemed Mr. Xuanyang, a renowned figure from Hangzhou. This venerable gentleman had once been the teacher of Prime Minister Shun, nurturing countless talents. He had spent many years in solitude. This time, the Prime Minister had entrusted his son with the task of bringing him back to the capital to enjoy his twilight years. Despite being in his twilight years, the old man still harbored ambitious dreams of establishing a new academy in the capital, presenting a significant opportunity for Lu Yanting. As the conversation continued, a servant entered, whispering something to Shun Jingzong. He then rose to take his leave, expressing gratitude for the care shown to his younger sister over the past year. My sister is all packed and ready to return home for the new year. I shall trouble you no further until spring. Very well, young Master Shun. Do convey my regards to your esteemed father, the Duke replied with a slight nod. Shen Jingzong complied and exited, passing through a flower-laden gate, where he caught sight of his sister, who was in a fit of pique with her maid. "Wana, what troubles you?" Upon seeing her brother, Shun Wan rushed forward, grasping his sleeve. "Brother, you've returned." "It's nothing, just this foolish girl lost my earrings again." "I'm so glad you're back. Did you bring me anything?" "I anticipated your thoughts." "Fear not. I have brought back a cart full of rare treasures from Hangzhou. Come home and see for yourself," he replied, prompting Shun Wan's face to light up with joy as she followed him outside. Shun Wan, with her round face and slightly upturned eyes that held a hint of pride, was well loved by the elders, often referred to as a little lucky star. While her features were not the most exquisite, her reputation for beauty stemmed from her auspicious countenance. In stark contrast, Shun Jingzong bore a sharp and resolute visage, with defined features and a prominent nose that exuded determination. Yet, as he walked alongside his sister, his normally fierce expression softened, and he listened patiently to her chatter. "Brother, you want to believe how outrageous Jiang Jinyue is. She has no manners and constantly contradicts me. I'm nearly driven to distraction." "Oh, is that so? She truly deserves a reprimand," Shun Jingzong replied, his eyes narrowing in a dangerous arc, rest assured. "I shall deal with her on your behalf." As the festive season approached, the household remained abuzz with activity, while Jiang Jinyue's illness lingered for nearly half a month before finally subsiding. One day, returning from the old matriarch's quarters, Lu Yanting walked alongside her and noted her pale complexion, prompting him to send her 2 ginseng roots for nourishment. Meanwhile, concubine Tong was also in high spirits, having acquired another luminous pearl, bringing joy to the household. The pleasant days were fleeting. Somehow, the third madam became aware of this matter, and upon investigation, discovered that Lu Yanting and Jiang Jinyue had been engaging in excessive interactions, even exchanging gifts on 2 occasions. In this era of open social customs, such exchanges were not particularly inappropriate. However, to the third madam, they took on a different hue. Chapter 24. New Year's Eve encounter. Her family background was unremarkable, and within the Duke's residence, she held little status before her 2 sisters-in-law. Upon returning to the West Manor, she not only had to manage household affairs, but also contend with a distant husband and his countless romantic escapades. She pinned all her hopes on her 2 sons. The eldest, Lu Yanming, though he had entered the civil service, was as frivolous as his father, having fathered a child with a concubine who sadly passed away during childbirth. He had yet to marry, but had brought home a daughter, leaving future matrimonial matters to weigh heavily upon his parents. The youngest, Lu Yanting, was engrossed in the arts, showing little ambition. After 3 long years, he was finally approaching the next examination season, which had become the third madam's primary concern. However, he was still entangled with the niece of concubine Tong, a fact that incensed the third madam. That very night, concubine Tong was punished by being sent to the Buddhist hall to transcribe scriptures and was confined for a month, unable to leave throughout January. Jiang Jinyue, being a relative of the household and having some connection with the heir, was not subject to harsh treatment by the third madam. Instead, she was summoned and subtly admonished. "Jinyue, although it was the heir who brought you here, you are still the niece of the Tong family, thus belonging to our third branch, while you and Yin share a sibling-like bond. You both are now adults and must be mindful of your conduct to avoid misunderstandings. My son is a disappointment, and you are unaware of the countless worries I have harbored for him throughout his life. With the upcoming examinations, should any issues arise again." The third madam sighed deeply, covering her face with her handkerchief, which made Jiang Jinyue feel uneasy. "Rest assured, madam, my relationship with my cousin is entirely innocent, and I shall strive to minimize our encounters to alleviate your concerns." Finally managing to leave, the matron beside the third madam offered her comfort. "Do not take it to heart, dear girl. Our Lady holds you in high regard. Recently, there was a conflict between concubine man and concubine Tong over the New Year gifts, and Our Lady has been overwhelmed with worry, which has affected her mood. Do not worry, I understand the third madam's good intentions." Jiang Jinyue smiled as she bid her farewell and returned to her small building, her complexion suddenly paling. As New Year's Eve approached, classes at the school had ceased, and the young ladies were busy attending banquets. Jiang Jinyue declined invitations under the pretext of illness, and thereafter spent her days either confined to her small building or working in her shop, where she had not encountered Lu Yanting again. Due to the festive season, coupled with her recent switch to a new supplier for candied fruits, the quality had improved, attracting a greater number of customers and yielding considerable profits. Since taking over the shop, she had earned a profit of 2 taels of silver. Soon, New Year's Eve arrived, blanketed in a thick layer of snow, transforming the landscape into a silvery wonderland. The shops had closed, and people hurried home to celebrate the festival with their families. In years past, during this time of the year, Jiang Jinyue found herself engulfed in the most hectic of schedules within the palace, scarcely experiencing the joys of the new year. While serving in the Imperial Music Bureau, she was all too aware that at this time, she would be obliged to perform several dances each day, her legs trembling with fatigue by dawn, unable to rest. However, this year brought a sense of respite. The Duke's residents had long communicated that as night fell, the masters of each household would gather at the Duke's manor for the New Year's Eve dinner, and the concubines and servants would have their own tables. Jiang Jinyue felt little connection to the tradition of reunion dinners and chose to feign illness to decline the invitation. She instructed the shopkeeper and 2 assistants to return home early, planning to make her way back to the Duke's residence later that night. Outside, the snow continued to fall relentlessly, and by the afternoon, before darkness enveloped the sky, most shops along the street had closed. Alone in her store, Jiang Jinyue meticulously pored over the account books, occasionally lifting her gaze to watch the snowflakes dance outside. As twilight descended, the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. An elderly man, burdened with a basket, ambled past with a little girl of 4 or 5 years by his side. As they approached the shop, the girl licked her lips and implored, "Grandfather, could we buy a little candied fruit to take home for the New Year's Eve dinner?" The old man glanced into the store, extending his cracked right hand to gently stroke the girl's face. "Be good. When your father sends money back, grandfather will buy you some." The child, still too young to comprehend, soon succumbed to tears, demanding, "When will father come back? When will he truly return?" Observing her distress, the old man hastily led her away, her cries fading into the distance, lost to Jiang Jinyue's ears. Setting aside her account book, she was reminded of her own father, who once indulged her fondness for candied fruit, despite his fears of it harming her teeth. After much persuasion, he had gifted her a sweet, embracing her with the promise, "If you love it so much, when you grow up, I shall help you open a candied fruit shop." In the palace, opportunities to savor sweets were scarce, and the delightful taste had long been sealed within her heart. Now, although a candied fruit shop existed, her father would never return. Suddenly, she rose and rushed outside, scanning her surroundings, but amidst the swirling snow, the image of the grandfather and granddaughter had vanished. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, she returned to her table, unaware that her poignant moment had been witnessed by another. A sense of regret washed over her, lamenting her overly cautious nature. Yet, after an hour had passed, as dusk deepened, the old man returned, this time accompanied by the little girl. His basket was still filled with charcoal, indicating that he had not sold any during his time in the snow. He unfastened the basket and entered the shop, a smile of eager supplication adorning his face. "Miss, may I exchange this charcoal for some of your candied fruit?" Jiang Jinyue, observing his expression and the girl's hopeful gaze, smiled and nodded. "It is cold. Take the charcoal home for warmth. I shall gift you some candied fruit." She retrieved a paper bag, selecting dragon beard candy, lotus leaf candy, and lotus seed candy, wrapping them carefully before presenting the generous offering to the little girl. The child appeared frail, her hair styled in uneven braids, her face smudged with dirt. As Jiang Jinyue extended the filled paper bag, the girl remained silent, her eyes fixed upon the bounty, seemingly torn over whether to accept it. However, before long, she could not resist taking it into her arms, joyfully gazing at her grandfather. The old man repeatedly expressed his gratitude, trembling as he hoisted the charcoal-laden basket onto his back, leading the little girl back into the swirling snow. After sitting for another half an hour and observing the sky, Jiang Jinyue rose to tidy up the surroundings. Just as she prepared to close the door, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the street. In the next moment, The old man returned with his granddaughter before her, followed by a contingent of patrolling soldiers. "Officers, it is her, this malicious woman." My granddaughter consumed what she offered and immediately fell unconscious. Chapter 25. The heir comes to the rescue, the old man wailed, vehemently pointing at Jiang Jinyue. A stark contrast to his earlier timidity. Jiang Jinyue looked at the old man and the child in his arms. "Have you misunderstood? There is absolutely nothing wrong with the items in my shop." At that moment, a group of officials arrived, first taking the child from the old man's embrace to seek a doctor, while others began to search her shop. The old man, heartbroken, accused Jiang Jinyue. His voice raised in anger. "How dare you say such a thing? Let me ask you, we are not related to you in any way. Why did you suddenly give sweets to my granddaughter?" Jiang Jinyue, infuriated, could not help but laugh. "It was you who implored me, claiming you would trade charcoal for my goods. Out of pity, I offered you my wares, and now you turn around to accuse me. Oh dear, officers, look at her." The old man slammed his thigh, desperate. "What proof do you have to say that I sought a trade? Are there truly such kind souls in this world? We did not pay you. How could you give us good things? You clearly forced them upon us." Jiang Jinyue's face turned pale as she faced the fierce officials and the aggressive old man. She could not comprehend how things had escalated to this point. "You claim I forced them upon you. Why did you not stop me at that moment? Am I so foolish as to harm a complete stranger and invite trouble upon myself? What reason would I have to do such a thing? In the snow?" An official brandishing a torch pointed at her. "Could it be that, seeing the new year approaching, you carelessly discarded some tainted sweets, intending to rid yourself of them, only to have it backfire?" Jiang Jinyue was so enraged that she nearly laughed. Although these minor officials were not of high rank, they were still representatives of the government. How could they so indiscriminately assist in maligning her without verifying the truth? Is it always the case that the weak are justified? This matter has not yet been thoroughly investigated. How can you so casually defame another? Is there no law? Upon hearing Jiang Jinyue's words, the official immediately became furious. Under the emperor's rule, you disregard the law and dare to turn accusations back upon us. Come, accompany us back to Jingshuoyan, and we shall clarify everything before the magistrate. The commotion attracted the nearby residents, who abandoned their New Year's Eve feasts to witness the spectacle. Upon learning the details, they echoed in agreement. Indeed, where in this world can one find such benevolence? Young lady, you are still in your youth. It is common to err in haste. Perhaps you should compensate him generously, and this matter would be settled. Yet, it is not so simple. I have long observed that the shopkeeper bears an unseemly demeanor, clearly not engaged in honest trade. Look, she is indeed of a wicked disposition. Who would dare purchase from her establishment henceforth? We should report this to the magistrate and have this shop closed." Jiang Jinyue, surrounded by the crowd, felt a pang of sorrow as their fingers pointed and whispered. "Very well, let us proceed to the magistrate," she declared, "for the goods in my shop are beyond reproach. No matter how thoroughly you investigate, you shall uncover nothing." The atmosphere was charged with tension, and upon hearing her words, the constable was equally resolute, signaling his subordinates to take her away. At that critical moment, the sound of hooves echoed through the snow-covered street, and in an instant, a man clad in a luxurious black fox cloak dismounted. "Greetings, Lord Lu." The crowd bowed in respect. Lu Yanting cast a glance at Jiang Jinyue. "What has transpired here?" Jiang Jinyue instinctively asked. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "The shop ahead is also mine," he replied. "The manager closed late, and upon hearing of the incident, he sent a servant to inform me." Jiang Jinyue nodded, unsure of how to articulate her predicament. The constable recounted the events, scrutinizing Lu Yanting's expression. "My lord, shall we take this woman into custody?" Lu Yanting knelt to examine the charcoal residues and the footprints left in the shop. Rising with a stern countenance, he addressed the constable. "This is not right." Initially, he intended to barter with charcoal. The marks on the ground indicate he placed down a full basket. "Take these items directly to the Dali Temple for examination. Furthermore, send the young lady along as well. I shall ensure she is properly investigated regarding the circumstances of her fainting." At his words, several constables exchanged anxious glances, while an elderly man, unaware of Lu Yanting's identity, continued to shout, You accuse me of extortion. Do you have evidence? How did you deduce that? Do not think your status grants you immunity. Lu Yanting cast a cold glance, silencing him with a sharp gaze. Must I elucidate my deductions to you? The Dali Temple will provide a response in due course. Having resolved the matter, Lu Yanting turned to find the young girl sitting in silence. He approached her gently. Cousin Jiang. It was the first time he had referred to her as such, yet it did little to bridge the distance between them. Jiang Jinyue, lost in thought, took a moment to realize his presence, standing to peer outside with uncertainty. Has the matter been resolved? Rest assured, I will handle it. These people shall trouble you no more. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Jinyue's mind remained clouded, her tone somewhat dull, her previously clear voice now tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Lu Yanting glanced at the sky and said, Very well, I have other matters to attend to. Shall I have Qingyao escort you home? Qingyao leaped from the rooftop, landing before Jiang Jinyue. Your Highness, I have arrived. Jiang Jinyue cast a glance at him and softly declined. No need. Your Highness and young Master Qingyao should attend to your matters. There are still some items in the shop that require my attention. I shall tidy up and return shortly. My lady, it is bitterly cold outside, and the night is dark. Allow me to escort you home, Qingyao insisted, standing unabashedly at the doorway. In but a brief moment, snow had already settled upon him. Lu Yanting, noticing the shift in Jiang Jinyue's tone, turned to Qingyao and instructed, Go fetch a carriage. Yes, Your Highness. In an instant, Qingyao vanished, and as Lu Yanting took a few steps further inside, he noticed Jiang Jinyue's eyes were slightly red, her hands tightly clutching a handkerchief. If you're feeling unwell, it will be best to close the shop for now and return after the new year when the staff are back. You can come later. Thank you, Your Highness. Please, do not concern yourself. I am fine. Though she spoke those words, her voice was clearly choked with emotion. Turning her head away, she attempted to walk towards the backyard. Outside, the frigid air enveloped them, and Lu Yanting stepped in front of her, placing a hand on her shoulder to halt her progress. It is commendable that you possess a kind heart, yet one misstep may lead to exploitation by others. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Jinyue took a deep breath and could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, How could they treat me this way? I shall never help again. Tears finally spilled from her eyes, and realizing she was before Lu Yanting, she hastily wiped her tears and turned her back to him. Chapter 26. Night visit to the Dali Temple. You have committed no wrongdoing. You have merely emerged from the palace and are unaware of the treachery of the world. As you become more familiar, these truths will gradually reveal themselves. However, gazing at the young woman's fair neck and the flushed ears wrought by her distress, an inappropriate thought crossed his mind. It would be splendid if she could remain perpetually filled with goodwill towards the world. No, she is not his sister. This is not his concern. Lu Yanting strove to suppress such thoughts, redirecting his focus and donning an expression of unwavering composure hidden from her gaze. There are forces manipulating events from behind the scenes. I will have someone investigate. At his words, Jiang Jinyue abruptly turned around, her tear-filled eyes fixed intently on Lu Yanting. What? Lu Yanting swallowed hard, placing his hands behind his back, and continued, From what you have recounted, it is evident that his actions are inconsistent. Your belongings are intact. Yet his granddaughter suddenly fainted, and rather than hastening to seek a physician, he returned, cradling her in his arms, to utter such words to you. It is clear he has been coached. Jiang Jinyue, consumed by her sorrow, failed to notice the peculiar demeanor of the man before her. How could he be so wicked? I only wished to offer the little girl some candied fruits, feeling sympathy for her plight, and did not anticipate this outcome. It is not entirely malevolent. Observe his attire and the frostbite on his hands. It is evident he is a commoner who suffers from hunger and cold. Consider this. After toiling diligently for an entire year, he cannot even afford to buy candied fruits. If a powerful noble were to whimsically approach him, suggesting that by administering a harmless sedative to his granddaughter in exchange for a trivial favor, he could earn a sum far exceeding what he would make from selling coal for a decade, which would not only allow them to enjoy a prosperous new year, but also alleviate their burdens henceforth. Do you believe he could refuse? Jiang Jinyue cast a complex glance at Lu Yanting, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, murmuring, "Would go to such lengths to target me. Is it perhaps a rival? It is not necessarily so. For most merchants in the vicinity are aware that this place was originally part of the Duke of Ning's estate and would not dare to create trouble. Perhaps it is someone else entirely. Jiang Jinyue contemplated, suspecting that it must be an enemy of hers, yet she wondered who could possibly harbor such animosity towards her. Within the Duke's residence, Shunwan had indeed been at odds with her, but she was uncertain if it was her doing. Lu Yanting discerned her thoughts and spoke softly. Rest assured, this is my territory. If someone dares to create such disturbances, it indicates they do not regard the Duke of Ning with any respect. I shall see who possesses such audacity. Jiang Jinyue sighed softly, my lord. It seems I owe you yet another favor. Lu Yanting found this amusing, noting how she treated him as though balancing a scale at her heart, weighing each matter meticulously. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jinyue resolutely stated, my lord, you need not worry. Once I manage to gather 50 strings of cash next year, I shall repay you promptly, ensuring you suffer no loss. Lu Yanting chuckled softly. Isn't that the condition you proposed last time? Jiang Jinyue bit her lip, realizing that indeed it was. At a loss for alternatives, she inquired of Lu Yanting, then my lord, what is it that you desire? Lu Yanting pondered for a moment. How about this? You shall provide me with a 10% share of your store's monthly profits? She agreed, recognizing that the earnings from her shop were meager, and thus a 10% share seemed a fair arrangement. However, Jiang Jinyue was acutely aware of the power that Lu Yanting wielded behind the scenes. She suddenly felt that her actions resembled a child's play, while he was the adult indulging in the game. Yet, with no other options, she could only hope that one day her little shop would flourish, allowing Lu Yanting to profit more from their agreement. Meanwhile, Jinyue arrived at the shop's entrance with the horse-drawn carriage, exclaiming, my lord, miss, I have returned. Lu Yanting turned to glance at him, addressing Jiang Jinyue. Well then, shall we head home now? Jiang Jinyue hesitated. It was the time when the household gathered for the New Year's Eve dinner, and she was reluctant to return now. However, she could not refuse Lu Yanting any longer, especially as the weather outside had grown chilly, so she nodded in agreement. All right, I shall return now. Lu Yanting seemed to sense her reluctance and asked, do you not wish to return to the residence? Perhaps feeling embarrassed after having cried in front of Lu Yanting earlier, Jiang Jinyue decided to be honest, admitting, yes, there is no one to play with me. I find it more comfortable here. Lu Yanting glanced up at the darkening sky and then at Jinyue, responding helplessly soon as night falls. There will be even fewer people around, and it will be quite dark. You may feel frightened being here alone. Tonight, I find myself unable to return home. So you shall accompany me to the Dali Temple. Jiang Jinyue hesitantly inquired, is that permissible? Upon receiving an affirmative reply, she hurriedly nodded, swiftly gathered her belongings, locked the shop door, and followed Lu Yanting out, fearful that he might change his mind. As Lu Yanting prepared to mount his horse, he noticed her attire and removed his own black fox cloak, draping it over Jiang Jinyue. She instinctively attempted to evade, but his movements were swifter. By the time she realized, he was already tying the cloak's sash. Jiang Jinyue felt a pang of discomfort and quickly said, Your Highness, I am sufficiently warm, for I am dressed quite thickly and will be riding in a carriage shortly. You should keep it for yourself. Today, she wore a light pink woolen dress, layered with a thick lining and a scarf around her neck, all selected by the shopkeeper at the ready-made clothing store, as per Lu Yanting's suggestion. It was warmer than any winter she had ever experienced in the palace. Your ears are already frozen red. Can you truly claim you're not cold? Lu Yanting finished fastening the sash and urged Jiang Jinyue to mount the carriage. She refrained from further protest, and upon settling into the carriage, she contemplated removing the cloak, but decided against it, savoring its residual warmth. The carriage traveled for about the duration of an incense stick before halting near the West Gate on West Avenue, the location of the Dali Temple's administrative offices. Jiang Jinyue followed Lu Yanting out, and after passing through 3 grand gates, they entered the main hall. To her surprise, the expansive room was brilliantly illuminated, with dozens of individuals seated at desks poring over documents. Occasionally, someone would pass by Jiang Jinyue and Lu Yanting, bowing to Lu Yanting before returning to their tasks. Their expressions hurried. Jiang Jinyue observed with curiosity that, despite it being New Year's Eve, such a multitude remained awake at the government offices, laboring diligently, reminiscent of her own experiences as a maid in the palace. Lu Yanting led her to a door at the center and, upon opening it, gestured for Jiang Jinyue to enter. Chapter 27. New Year's dinner. The small room was modest, consisting solely of a table, a soft couch, and a row of heavy bookshelves. Standing at the doorway, Lu Yanting addressed her. "This is where I handle my official affairs. I sometimes rest here when fatigued. Please wait here for a moment while I fetch a few documents from Director Chen." With that, he closed the door behind him and departed in haste. The room was merely a wall away from the bustling hall where officials conducted their business, and the sounds of conversation occasionally filtered through. Jiang Jinyue felt no fear. She neatly folded Lu Yanting's cloak and placed it on the small couch. Before long, a knock resonated at the door. A woman introduced herself as the chef from the Dali Temple, entering with a food box and setting several dishes on the table. "Miss, the young master has instructed us to bring you a meal. Since today is New Year's Eve, the kitchen has prepared a greater variety of dishes for you to enjoy." Jiang Jinyue approached the table, taking a seat to find a selection of home-style dishes laid before her. Vinegar-braised pig trotter slices, chicken and fish soup, vinegar-marinated meat, scallion-flavored eggplant, shrimp, and a plate of golden milk pudding. Noticing that the chef had also placed 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, Jiang Jinyue looked up, somewhat puzzled. The other party smiled and said, "Lord Lu Shaoqing has yet to dine." "Oh, is he truly that busy?" Jiang Jinyue inquired instinctively. A cook interjected, "Miss, are you not aware?" Seeing the puzzled expression on Jiang Jinyue's face, the cook lowered her voice to inform her, "Tomorrow is the new year, and the embassies from various nations are entering the capital to pay their respects. The Ministry of Rites has an overwhelming amount of duties. We had thought that the Dali Temple could finally take a respite, but unexpectedly, one of the returning envoys died at the inn. What? Now it seems no one will be celebrating the new year." As the cook spoke, the door swung open again, and Lu Yanting entered. The cook discreetly withdrew. He first approached the desk, organizing the documents he had processed. Jiang Jinyue, observing his silhouette, could not help but ask, "Your Grace, they say you are very busy. Thank you for coming to my aid today. I hope I did not delay your matters." "It is fine. I am accustomed to it." Once Lu Yanting had completed his tasks, he seated himself opposite Jiang Jinyue, sharing the meal with her. Both were not particularly loquacious, especially during meals, which passed in tranquil silence. Lu Yanting's reticence stemmed from years of adherence to decorum, while Jiang Jinyue had developer habits during her time in the palace. Anyone caught speaking while dining would find their evening meals for 3 days forfeited. The dishes for tonight were delightful, and Jiang Jinyue, quite famished, concentrated intently on her meal, delicately selecting the dish closest to her, the garlic flour eggplant, and eating with great propriety. Lu Yanting used his chopsticks to place a piece of tender fish into Jiang Jinyue's bowl, but she instinctively recoiled, causing the fish to tumble onto the table. Biting her lip, she hurriedly grabbed a napkin to clean up. "Your Grace, it was unintentional. I was merely lost in thought momentarily." Lu Yanting retracted his chopsticks, a look of helplessness on his face. "If you had said you disliked fish, I might have felt a bit better." He replaced the dish before Jiang Jinyue with others, saying, "Help yourself." "All right, thank you, Your Grace." Jiang Jinyue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, reached for the food, occasionally glancing at him as she heard the sounds of his meal. Noticing Lu Yanting remained composed, she felt a sense of relief. Lu Yanting, seemingly amused, added, "I am not angry. Do not be afraid." "Am I that obviously afraid?" Jiang Jinyue's cheeks flushed as she asked him. "Not obvious. It would be blatant." Lu Yanting set down his chopsticks and regarded her. "Even if you were afraid of me, there should be a reason. Otherwise, I would find it perplexing and question whether I am an annoying person. Are there not enough people afraid of him?" Yet Jiang Jinyue dared not voice the true reason. She finished her soup, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and explained, Your Grace, I've spent many years in the harem with little interaction with men, so I've become somewhat unaccustomed. It is not your fault." She had thought this would suffice to deflect the conversation, but Lu Yanting, being an astute investigator, pinpointed the crux. "But you are not afraid of others, like the fourth prince or Qingya. They are different from you, Your Grace." Jiang Jinyue felt a sense of urgency, yet she could not voice her innermost thoughts. After much contemplation, she finally spoke. "Perhaps it is because I am a sinner. When I first entered the palace and was under the tutelage of the matron at the Imperial Academy, she would often scold us, saying that we were unlike other palace maids, and that merely surviving was a tremendous blessing. She insisted that we remember our station and practice our dance diligently to please the noble ones. Although I later served in the Empress Dowager's court, I still felt inferior. You, as an official of the Dali Temple responsible for investigating cases, are a person of high standing, and thus I always feel anxious in your presence. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yanting's expression grew serious. Your father's actions have no bearing on you. So many years have passed, and you have left the palace. Now, a law-abiding citizen with registered documents. You have committed no crime, so why must you bear such burdensome thoughts? He continued, if you let go of these notions, they will mean nothing, but if you cling to them, they will become an insurmountable weight upon your heart. Is that so? Hearing her innocence acknowledged by a judge felt remarkably refreshing. In the palace, no one regarded the servants as human, and even after leaving, she had not encountered anyone genuinely concerned for her well-being. This was the first time someone had empathized with her plight. Yet, regrettably, she may indeed be a sinner. Chapter 28. Celebrating the new year with cousin. However, Lu Yanting added, I understand that the impact of these events on you is indelible. The years spent in the depths of the palace and the obsessions within your heart cannot be erased overnight. Yet now that you have the opportunity to start anew, take your time. Gradually learn to interact with others, to play with the young ladies, and to no longer fear me. You are not inferior. Jiang Jinyue hesitantly nodded, thinking that the young master was truly an admirable person. It was no wonder that the young ladies in the academy held him in such high regard. After accompanying Jiang Jinyue through the meal, Lu Yanting went outside to attend to his duties. As the hour approached midnight, Yin Shu entered and reported to Lu Yanting. Young Master, Li has arrived at the Wangtian Pavilion and wishes to see you. Lu Yanting looked up from his documents. At this hour? Did he mention what it concerns? Yin Shu shook his head. Lu Yanting set his work aside and strode outside. Passing by the small room where Jiang Jinyue was, he noticed the bright lights within and heard the soft rustle of scrolls. He knocked on the door. It's late. You should rest soon. A moment later, a weary voice replied from within, Yes, young master. Satisfied with her response, Lu Yanting proceeded to the back courtyard. The Wangtian Pavilion, located at the northernmost point of the Dali Temple, towered into the clouds and stood in alignment with several watchtowers in the city. Built at the behest of a former Dali Temple minister. At that moment, many people stood silently below like statues in the night. Lu Yanting climbed the steps and, from a distance, spotted a figure clad in a dark green robe, seated atop the pavilion, drinking wine and gazing at the moon in a trance. Hearing the footsteps, the figure turned and said, Yanting, you have arrived. The individual appeared to be a few years older than Lu Yanting, exuding an air of warmth and refinement. His sharp, elegant jawline suggested the countenance of a cultured gentleman, yet his eyes bore an inexplicable melancholy. Lu Yanting greeted him with a slight bow before taking a seat opposite him. The man continued to pour himself wine and, without preamble, inquired, What have you discovered regarding Ninghong? It has been largely determined that the ambush was orchestrated by agents of the Zhao state lurking within the capital. After the new year, I intend to resume the task of eradicating these clandestine operatives. Your mother, however, is rather opposed to this. Noticing Li Yin pouring more wine, Lu Yanting frowned. You know my mother cannot interfere in my matters. Unless I personally eliminate those individuals, I shall never find peace. Very well. We shall revisit this matter after the new year. By the way, how is the investigation into the assassination of the beach envoy progressing? According to reports from the coroner, the envoy suffered from blood oozing from all 7 orifices, indicative of poisoning. I suspect this incident is also tied to the Zhao state. Regardless, he perished within the territory of our Great Way. Given the current sensitive circumstances with all envoys gathered, if this matter is not resolved satisfactorily, it will undoubtedly strain the diplomatic relations between our two nations. Lu Yanting nodded. You need not worry. The true culprit will be identified within 3 days. Li Yin smiled. Excellent. By the way, I heard you have a little shadow following you today. Why keep her hidden? Bring her over. I wish to meet her. Lu Yanting hesitated and explained. Although she hails from the Empress Dowager's palace, she knows little of the affairs there. Currently residing in my home, She is merely being raised as an ordinary girl. I have already conducted an investigation. She poses no threat. When did I imply she was a threat? I merely wished to see how the usually aloof Lord Lu has taken to having a little cousin by his side. Li Yan's curiosity was piqued, and he insisted on meeting Jiang Jinyue. Jiang Jinyue was resting in a small chamber when a young attendant informed her that Lu Yanting's guest wished to see her. She followed the attendant northward until they arrived at Wangshantai. Upon ascending, she caught sight of the man seated opposite Lu Yanting, and her body trembled as she hurriedly knelt and greeted, "This servant pays her respects to your majesty. Today is New Year's Eve, and there will be a banquet in the palace. Tomorrow, before dawn, your majesty and the officials will convene for the New Year's court assembly. What brings you out of the palace at this hour? There is no need for formalities. Rise." Li Yan regarded her with a gentle smile and remarked to Lu Yanting, "So, this is the maid who rescued the Empress Dowager? She is quite the delicate young lady." Jiang Jinyue stood, positioning herself beside Lu Yanting, her hands nervously clasped before her abdomen as she gazed up at him, clearly apprehensive. Li Yan offered her a reassuring word. "Do not worry. Since you have left the palace, the affairs of the Empress Dowager will no longer implicate you. There is no need for fear." "Yes, your majesty." Li Yan resumed discussing state matters with Lu Yanting, and after a quarter of an hour, he finally rose. "By the way, Yanting, there is a grand court assembly tomorrow. You might as well accompany me back to the palace." Lu Yanting declined. "Your majesty, I still have some official business to attend to here, and fear I cannot fulfill your majesty's request." "Very well then." Li Yan siga, feigning disappointment as he turned to leave. As they bid farewell to the emperor, it coincidentally struck midnight. Jiang Jinyue noticed the hourglass nearby and could not resist saying, "Cousin, the new year has arrived." "Indeed, dear cousin. Wishing you a prosperous and healthy new year." As soon as Lu Yanting's voice fell, a series of fireworks erupted in the distant sky, transforming the tranquil night into a vibrant spectacle of human celebration. Jiang Jinyue gazed at the heavens, reluctant to lower her head. The hour was late, and she was to enter the palace soon. Thus, she decided it would be best for Qingya to escort her home. "Very well, thank you, young master." Even as she settled into the carriage, the fireworks continued to burst forth in the sky, only to swiftly fade into the darkness, as if they had never existed at all. This phenomenon mirrored her feelings towards Lu Yanting. Jiang Jinyue sighed in frustration, striking her forehead in an attempt to dispel the unwelcome thoughts that invaded her mind. The young master had been her only source of support after leaving the palace, and it was natural for her to harbor unrealistic fantasies. Yet, his kindness was not born out of affection. Rather, it stemmed from his inherently radiant nature, simply reflecting the goodness he possessed. What Lu Yanting deemed trivial gestures were, for her, akin to the fireworks in the night, suddenly illuminating her otherwise dark existence. She magnified them infinitely, focusing solely on the beauty of the fireworks while obliviously forgetting her own darkness. A person like him ought to marry someone from a scholarly family, like Su Jiangyu, and not herself. Jiang Jinyue admonished herself, knowing that the fireworks would ultimately dissipate, and she must not indulge in such fantasies any longer. Moreover, distancing herself from him was safer for both parties. On New Year's Eve, after families had kept vigil, they retreated indoors with their children to rest, and Chang'an returned to its serene state. Each household busied themselves with preparations for the morrow, the new year, which promised to be filled with numerous tasks. However, the Shun residence in Ninghua Lane was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. In the main hall, Minister Shun held a recently received secret letter, his brow furrowed tightly. Shun Jingzong knelt before him, not daring to breathe. Although he maintained a facade of compliance, inwardly he cursed his subordinates 1,000 times over. He had explicitly instructed them to be discreet, yet they had still fallen into a trap. Was Lu Yanting not meddling too much in affairs that did not concern him? After all, he was merely a distant relative. Was such scrutiny truly warranted? This time, they had failed miserably, stirring up trouble instead of achieving their aims. After a considerable pause, Minister Shun ignited the letter at the candlelight, and, as the paper turned to ash, he slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "Well, I never expected that I, Shun Yuansa, who have lived a life of integrity, would raise such a treacherous wretch." Chapter 29. The Shun family's sister, though his appearance was gentle and refined. Years of navigating the political arena had hardened him. When angered, his countenance became fierce. You wield the plight of the impoverished as a weapon to harm a girl with whom your sister merely exchanged a few words, entangling yourself with the authorities, prompting Lord Lu to investigate thoroughly. Thankfully, he was merciful. Otherwise, how would your father fare before the censors in court? Do you comprehend the gravity of this? Shen Jingzong wiped the sweat from his brow. Father, I did not foresee that they would uncover our actions. Today is New Year's Eve, and Lu Yanting should have been. Suddenly, Shen Yuanse lowered his head, placing his hands on Shen Jingzong's shoulders, gritting his teeth in frustration. Do you still not realize where your error lies? Shen Jingzong, do you not recall that your father was once a commoner? In your childhood, you too experienced days of hunger. Now, elevated by my years of diligent labor, you exploit the common folk in such a manner. Do you possess no conscience? Observing his father tremble with anger, Shen Jingzong hurriedly assisted him to sit, apologizing. Father, this was never my intention. I recognize my error. It is merely that seeing my sister, so coddled since childhood, become agitated over a trivial matter involving a young lady from the Duke's Academy compelled me to investigate her background. I had no intention of being unkind. Xin Yuanche glared at him. It is merely the trivial quarrels of a young girl. Why must you involve yourself? You demean yourself in doing so. As he spoke, a sudden wave of pain washed over him. You wretched child, many years ago, on our journey to the capital, your own sister went missing in Hangzhou. Her whereabouts still unknown. How can you torment another today without considering that she may be enduring a life of uncertainty? You ought to accumulate blessings for her. Hearing these words, Shen Jingzong hastily knelt again, bowing his head. Father, I am in the wrong. I am in the wrong. During the year in Hangzhou, I dispatched people to search throughout Jiangnan. Although there has been no news, I assure you, as long as I draw breath, I shall never cease searching for my sister. One day, we shall reunite as a family. Upon hearing this, Shen Yun's face was shadowed by profound sorrow, and he appeared to age a decade in a single night. Over these years, I have sent countless individuals to the south, the north, and even to some remote nations, yet there has been no trace of her. Deep down, we both understand that her chances of survival are exceedingly slim. It was the first time Xin Yuanche had spoken so bluntly and cruelly about his daughter's fate, fully aware that such words would drive Xin Madam to madness. Shen Jingzong was equally unwilling to confront this harsh reality. It is all my fault. No, father, rest assured. I will find my sister. She is destined for good fortune and must still be alive. Xin Yuanche, exhausted, preferred not to continue the argument with his son, leaving him with a final admonition. By the way, until we have news, do not let Wanner know, to spare her distress. Do not worry, father. I will exercise discretion. Shen Jingzong, feeling lost, exited and was startled by a sudden appearance along the way. What are you doing? Ha, brother, did I frighten you? By the way, why does father seek you? You have been inside for so long. Shen Wan leapt out from the shadows, her demeanor lively and playful. However, her round face rendered her antics endearing rather than fearsome. Oh, it is nothing. I merely discussed some affairs with father. It is late. You should rest. Shen Jingzong patted his sister's head, gesturing to a maid approaching from a distance to escort Shen Wan back to her chamber. Do not, dear brother, it is still early. By the way, today, Yinner from the Wang family came to visit me and gifted me a box of exquisite candies from the western regions. You see, our local candies are crafted from sweet flag, ginger, apricots, plums, and perilla, all finely shredded and sun-dried. However, those from the western regions are unlike anything I have ever seen. I hesitated to indulge, knowing that you have a penchant for sweets. I shall have someone deliver them to you, Shen Wan remarked, pressing a piece of candy into his hand. Shen Jingzong, lost in thought, unusually declined his sister's offering. Have you forgotten? Since I grew up, I have lost my taste for sweets. I have matters to attend to and must head to the study. Ah, brother. Shen Wan's voice trailed off in complaint as Shen Jingzong, feeling a sudden heaviness in his mind, gazed at the candy in his hand. In an instant, it seemed to age, transporting him back 16 years. His father, after years of arduous study, had achieved success, while his mother toiled outside, washing clothes to supplement their modest income. At the tender age of 6, he was left to care for his 1-year-old sister at home, their lives marked by simplicity yet filled with happiness. Fortunately, his father's triumph brought forth a brighter future for the family. When news of their father's achievement reached Hangzhou, their mother sold the family land and, accompanied by the guards dispatched by their father, brought both him and his sister to the capital. However, during a stop at a dock along the way, in a fit of youthful exuberance, he longed to go ashore to buy candy. His mother, cradling his sister, smiled gently and said, "You little rascal, go and have fun. But remember, once we reach the capital, you must behave in front of your father." She gestured to several guards nearby. "You shall accompany the young master." Seemingly understanding their mother's words, Shun Qingran, nestled in her arms, reached out to her brother. "Brother, let us go together." But Mrs. Shun gently grasped her daughter's hands, saying softly, "My dear, stay close to me. You shall not go anywhere. Fear not, sister. I shall return shortly, and I will bring you lotus seed candy." With that, Shun Jingzong departed the ship, glancing back to see his mother and sister smiling and waving goodbye to him. That was the last time he saw them together. Just as he acquired the lotus seed candy, a distant cry pierced the air. "Bandits are coming." The bandits have landed. The candy slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground as he frantically rushed back to the ship, only to be halted by the guards. The ensuing chaos scattered everyone. And when he finally found his mother again, she uttered the heartbreaking words that his sister was missing. His sister had been swept away in the tumult. Lost to the unknown, his mother insisted on searching for her before continuing to the capital. Day after day passed with no sign of her, until an entire year had slipped by without any trace. From that moment onward, his mother succumbed to despair, her heart burdened with sorrow. And when she eventually took Shun Jingzong to the capital, she spoke not a word, merely gazing out the carriage window, tears streaming down her face. Half a year had elapsed since their arrival in the capital, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement. His father, with his meager salary, sought renowned physicians, but none could heal her heartache. Shun Jingzong was consumed by regret. He had always been the obedient son, even worried that a little extra rice might leave his family wanting. Yet on that fateful day, why had he disembarked? Had he remained aboard, the guards would not have scattered, and perhaps, just perhaps, his sister would not have been lost. He languished in anguish, transforming from the most dutiful of sons into a figure of wild abandon, day by day, until half a year later, during the New Year celebrations. The atmosphere at home was suffocatingly dull. In a bid to seek solace, Mother stepped outside and stumbled upon little Shun Wan, who had just turned 1. The arrival of Shun Wan seemed to illuminate the lives of the three of them. Chapter 30. The Zhou family goes to the capital. Mother cherished her as if she were her own daughter, while father's usually stern visage softened with smiles at Shun Wan's occasional endearing antics. Even he, who was typically austere, appeared more at ease, as if his sister had never truly been lost and he had never erred. The entire family seemed to revert to the state they were in before Shun Qingran's disappearance. Shun Wan's mere presence could soothe their collective hearts. Contemplating this, Shun Jingzong clenched his fist. "Qingran, I am sorry, but if there is even a glimmer of hope, I, as your brother, will surely find you." The New Year's festivities were rife with trivialities, leaving the gentlemen of the household preoccupied with social obligations and unable to attend to anything else. During this period, Jiang Jinyue had been residing in the West Mansion, avoiding all but the most unavoidable banquets and refraining from seeing anyone. It seemed that Lu Yanting no longer required her assistance with his investigations, and Jiang Jinyue deliberately evaded encounters with him, resulting in their seldom crossing paths. Jiang Jinyue realized that the romantic fantasies she harbored in her heart quickly dissipated into nothingness. Indeed, all of it was merely an illusory dream. She felt content, focusing on managing her shop, amassing wealth, and repaying her debts to Lu Yanting so that she might soon afford her own lodging and move out. As she pondered these matters, a sharp voice echoed from the path below. "I have more years of experience than you little wretch. Relying on your pregnancy. You either steal my fabric or ignore me entirely. You are becoming exceedingly arrogant. Oh, Sister Tong, you believe that because I am with child and cannot accompany the master, leading him to visit you more frequently this month, You have forgotten that you were just recently released from confinement? The two women's voices clashed incessantly, embroiled in a quarrel. Jiang Jinyue approached the window, pushed it open slightly, and indeed, there was Aunt Tong. The other woman, younger and adorned in a flower-patterned deep purple velvet dress with a gold necklace, was presumably Ant-Man. Ant-Man had once been a servant in the West Mansion, favored by the master and elevated to the status of a concubine, which had always irked Aunt Tong. Recently, upon hearing of Ant-Man's pregnancy, Aunt Tong's disdain only deepened. Moreover, due to her prior punishment, she had begun to resent Jiang Jinyue as well. However, knowing that Jiang Jinyue owned a shop and was constantly scheming to extract some benefit from her, Aunt Tong's grievances were not overtly expressed. In truth, her punishment had its advantages. The third master had not seen her for days and suddenly recalled her existence. Coupled with the need for his beloved Ant-Man to rest during her pregnancy, the third master Lu Yu found himself visiting the Jiangshui Pavilion more frequently. As dusk settled, the third master strolled over and, upon witnessing the two still embroiled in their dispute, he first comforted Ant-Man and then scolded Aunt Tong a few times, addressing her affectionately as Little Heart before escorting Ant-Man to her quarters. Aunt Tong stamped her foot and turned around, as if realizing she was outside the small building. With her eyes reddened, she pushed the door open and soon Jiang Jinyue heard a cry from below. "Oh, why is my life so miserable? I cannot go on living." Jiang Jinyue helplessly closed the window and descended the stairs to symbolically listen to Aunt Tong scold the entire family once more, eventually shifting the topic back to herself. "My dear daughter, you must remember to refrain from entangling yourself with the men of this household. They are not of your station. One misstep on your part could implicate me and your sister." She seemed to have forgotten that, but for the luminous pearl, none of this would have transpired. Jiang Jinyue offered her a few words of comfort before sending Aunt Tong back. Gazing at the dusky sky, she sighed, pondering how she would not provoke trouble. All she wished for now was to quietly pass the remaining days in the residence. The following night, Lu Yu intended to visit Ant-Man's quarters, but found her rather irksome. Pregnant and with her tail held high, she bore little resemblance to the cautious woman who once fretted over her garments, fearful that she would not receive a formal title. Halfway there, Lu Yu had a change of heart and headed towards Jiang Shuexian instead. Upon entering, Tong Xiangning greeted him with both surprise and joy. "Master, you have come." Lu Yu settled on the couch, watching as Tong Xiangning helped him remove his boots, and then, with practiced ease, he washed his hands with the copper basin offered by the maid, drying them with a handkerchief. Soon, gentle hands rested on his temples, providing him a massage. Lu Yu sighed deeply. "On Ning, you are truly well-behaved when you are quiet, more so than the others. By the way, where is our daughter?" Yu Yi is in the small building, studying with her sister. You may not know, but Yu Yi has been increasingly diligent lately, constantly speaking of the need to study hard, just like her brothers. Let's hope so. Our Lu family is a scholarly lineage, known for its refined heritage. Although she is a girl, being illiterate would indeed be a source of ridicule. Should the master have time in the future, perhaps he could come by to inquire about Yu Yi's studies. Tong Xiangning's gentle demeanor made Lu Yu feel at ease, prompting him to speak a bit more. He pressed her hand down, sighing, "I fear I shall be too busy in the days ahead. I am currently troubled." Tong Xiangning, with a delicate touch, leaned in and softly asked, "What troubles you, master?" Lu Yu sighed again. "Last summer, on a whim, I was persuaded to purchase 2 grand houses by the banks of Sujiang. Upon visiting them this year, I discovered they had become burdens, unsellable and merely for leisure. Having just completed the examinations, I have spent a considerable amount of silver to smooth over connections. I suspect fourth brother will not pass. His uncle suggests he study for a few more years with an old master in Xuanyang. I believe it is better to secure an official position sooner and establish a family." Tong Xiangning discerned his meaning and smiled. Is master facing a cash flow issue? This is easily resolvable. Does our duke's residence lack funds? You might simply draw from the public treasury or consult the old lady. Lu Yu frowned in displeasure. "Foolish. It is not as simple as you think. While that would secure funds, it would only render the first and second branches more disdainful of me. It is often said that women are short-sighted, yet I must plan for the long term." "Oh, I presume the master has already formulated an idea?" Lu Yu nodded, stating, The wife of my maternal nephew hails from a business family in Hangzhou. They have recently sought a connection and intend to visit the capital shortly. I inquired further, and it appears they belong to the Zhou family, renowned for their spice trade. Tong Xiangning pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Does the Zhou family have a young master?" "I have heard he has reached a marriageable age." "How do you know this?" Lu Yu asked, somewhat taken aback. Aunt Tong chuckled lightly. "Surely, the master underestimates others. The Zhou family's trading house is well known in the capital, and I have always maintained good relations with those in the spice and silk industry. It is not difficult to be informed of such matters. The Zhou family, having established themselves in the spice trade decades ago, has since diversified into silk, medicine, and iron ore, with their business flourishing throughout the entirety of Dawei, maintaining countless dealings with the court. Thus, in the capital, the illustrious name of the Zhou family is universally recognized. However, as merchants, their social standing is not particularly high. Their visit to the capital, seeking to leverage distant familial ties, is entirely understandable. Aunt Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is the master considering a partnership with them for mutual benefit? If we could arrange a marriage between the Zhou family and ours, it would resolve the master's concerns effortlessly. Lu Yu regarded her thoughtfully. Although the Zhou family is exceedingly wealthy, they are, after all, merchants, and there are distinctions in status. Would you truly consent to your daughter marrying into their family? I find it somewhat beneath her. Aunt Tong playfully swatted him with her handkerchief. What do you mean, master? I certainly do not refer to you. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and grasped her meaning. You are suggesting the Jiang family girl? Aunt Tong nodded, covering her face with her handkerchief, feigning sobs. Alas, my sister departed early, leaving behind this sole niece, orphaned and alone. Her marriage must naturally be my concern. Master, although Yuer's father has committed offenses in the past, that is now behind us. She resides in our household as the master's niece, which certainly affords her some privilege. Ultimately, given the current state of our nation favoring trade, a union with the Zhou family would be an immense blessing for them. Lu Yu smiled as he embraced her. Very well, Xiangning, you truly are my dear heart. In due course, let us arrange for the two children to meet. Aunt Tong beamed with satisfaction. As long as Yuer were to marry into the Zhao family, the master would need to frequent Jiang Shueshuan to solidify their ties. In this manner, she and Yu would also find support. She was not yet old, and should she bear a son, it would be a stroke of fortune. With these thoughts, she endeavored to serve the third master with even greater diligence. As the festivities of the Lantern Festival approached, the young ladies ventured out in groups to admire the lantern displays and explore the temple market. Jiang Jinyue's shop reopened, and perhaps due to Lu Yanting's influence, the neighbors no longer mentioned the events of that fateful night, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Following the previous incident, Qingya had visited once, stating that the Shun family's involvement was to blame. Jiang Jinyue quickly realized the underlying connection, which was evidently attributed to Shenwan. She truly could not comprehend why Shenwan harbored such animosity toward her, lacking both family lineage and background. The only distinctive aspect about her might be the circumstances surrounding her return to the manor. It must be due to Lu Yanting. She humbly acknowledged that she could not possibly compare to Shenwan. Should Shenwan truly wish to act against her, Jiang Jinyue would be utterly defenseless, and this filled her with worry. As expected, before one scheme could come to fruition, another wave of malice struck her. On the first day of the new year, as she entered the academy, Jiang Jinyue found the atmosphere as lively as always. Having returned from the New Year celebrations, the young ladies were gathered in small clusters, discussing the various banquets they had attended and the new garments they had acquired, as well as the arrival of a new beauty from the western regions to the palace. Upon her arrival, the girls cast her but a fleeting glance before turning away, showing no intention of engaging her in conversation. Only the newly arrived Miss Su offered her a nod and a smile, which Jiang Jinyue reciprocated before settling down with her books at her designated spot. Ahead, Lu Yui turned to her and advised, "Hey, if Mr. Lin calls on me later, remember to whisper the answers to me. Don't sit there like a fool." As Jiang Jinyue opened the ink box on her desk in preparation to respond, she suddenly gasped in a trembling voice. The exclamation swiftly captured everyone's attention, silencing their chatter as they turned to look at Jiang Jinyue. She stood there, flustered, her gaze fixated on her desk. Her eyes slightly reddened with a tear poised to fall. It must be admitted that even when frightened, a beauty possesses a certain charm. However, in the next moment, the underlying envy among the crowd was drowned out by a cacophony of screams. A snake! How can there be a snake? Ah, someone quick! The young ladies, terrified, watched as a small snake slithered out from the ink box, flicking its tongue and inching towards the floor, seemingly poised to strike. The commotion quickly summoned the household servants, who captured the snake in a net, yet the girls remained in a state of shock. Shenwan, resting her chin on her hand, observed the standing Jiang Jinyue with an ambiguous smile, and with feigned concern, she remarked, "Sister Jiang, these creatures abound in spring. You must be cautious to avoid being bitten." Both she and Jiang Jinyue were acutely aware of the true nature of the day's events. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Jinyue approached Shen Wan and gravely inquired, "How could you behave this way?" Shen Wan, feigning surprise, retorted, "I was merely offering you a kind warning. Why do you turn it against me? Is this your upbringing? Truly a wild child with no parents." Jiang Jinyue clenched her fists and continued, "Shen Wan, have you not learned your lesson from the last incident? Or was your brother not punished sufficiently?" Upon hearing this, Shen Wan appeared even more incensed. "The last incident? What incident? Do you dare to slander my brother and me? Believe me, I will tell my father and mother. I shall have them come to the Duke's residence to seek justice for me." Just then, the lesson began, and Mr. Lin entered with a ruler and books, immediately reprimanding the chaotic scene before him. "What is going on? Sit down quickly. I shall count to 3. Should anyone fail to sit properly, they will be punished by transcribing today's lessons 100 times. Mr. Lin is far more fearsome than their elders at home." And in an instant, the room fell silent as everyone hurriedly took their seats, anxiously scanning their surroundings for any lurking dangers. "Jiang Jinyue, what troubles you? Do you not wish to attend class?" Mr. Lin banged the table, glaring furiously at Jiang Jinyue, who remained standing. "Sir, I am feeling unwell today and would like to request leave," Jiang Jinyue replied, holding back tears as she clutched her books and fled the room. At this moment, the residence was eerily quiet. She ran home, fortunate not to encounter anyone who might witness her disheveled state. As she made her way halfway, she spotted 2 maidservants approaching from a distance. Jiang Jinyue hastily wiped her tears and turned to take a detour through a side path. However, upon entering, she unexpectedly collided with a sturdy embrace. Startled, Jiang Jinyue looked up to find Lu Yanting standing before her in official attire. Behind him was a stone table, where a disheveled individual sat, a stack of documents piled before him. Judging by the time, it seemed Lu Yanting had just returned from court and was in discussion with a man. Noticing Jiang Jinyue's red eyes and nose, he furrowed his brow, alarmed, as if she were a frightened fawn. "What is the matter?" he instinctively asked, glancing behind her. "Has something occurred?" Jiang Jinyue instinctively shook her head, clutching her books tighter to her chest. "It's nothing. I'm returning to the West Manor." She turned to flee, but Lu Yanting grasped her arm, his tone growing serious. "Is there no class today? Or have you skipped?" "No, my lord, I did not skip class. I merely remembered I left something at the small building and need to retrieve it." She wrenched herself free from Lu Yanting's grasp, lowering her head and stepping back, eager to depart. "If anything has happened, you may inform your cousin. I will assist you in resolving it." Chapter 32. Her revenge. Jiang Jinyue nodded hurriedly. "Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave now." With that, she chose another route to exit the premises. The man behind her approached Lu Yanting and said, "Please take this seriously. Thank you." Lu Yanting turned back, and the two resumed their seats at the stone table to continue their earlier discussion. The man opposite him was clad in gray, wearing a slightly worn short brown garment, draped in a brownish-green cloak, with long, unkempt hair that gave him the appearance of having just emerged from the earth. "Where is I?" Lu Yanting prompted. "The border. Right, prior to the downfall of the rebel king, I discovered considerable evidence in the northern border of his collusion with merchants in smuggling tea, iron, ore, and other goods to the Zhao kingdom. Now that the rebel king has been subdued, his remaining followers have not been entirely eradicated. Do you think they would easily relinquish such lucrative ventures?" Lu Yanting's gaze darkened. "Are you suggesting that remnants of the rebel king within the court have taken over these matters, establishing contact with those merchants to continue their treasonous dealings?" "Indeed, Lu Yanting, lost in thought, suddenly remarked, "Previously, when the envoy from Beach was murdered at the relay station, I initially suspected it was an act of provocation by the Zhao people. However, upon examining the route map, I discovered he had entered from the north and, due to a chill, had stayed at the northern relay station for 7 days. That location seems to be in close proximity to the mines." The man opposite him began to sift through the documents on the table, murmuring, "If that is the case, the Beach envoy may have uncovered something. Seeing others profiting from it, he might have sought to leverage this knowledge to threaten them, hoping to gain a share for himself or his nation. After all, the tea, salt, and iron mines abundant in Dawei are rare treasures for them. The Zhao Kingdom, situated in the north, boasts formidable cavalry, and its common folk lead a nomadic lifestyle, flourishing in beef and mutton. Yet they are in dire need of Dawei's tea and silk. Beach, a small frontier nation, could manufacture a vast array of weapons should they acquire iron mines. The prospect of immense profit has led to a continuous stream of smuggling cases over the years. Understanding the character of the man across from him, Lu Yanting removed his official hat and confidently inquired, "Chong Lai, you must have a lead. Who is it?" "The Zhou family, though I'm uncertain how many officials are involved. My haste to return is also due to the sudden arrival of the young master of the Zhou family in the capital. They must be plotting something." Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow. "Then let us use him as bait and ensnare them all." Before long, Chong Lai was to report to the palace. Lu Yanting called for Qingya, who leapt down from a nearby tree to see Chong Lai off. Just as Lu Yanting was about to leave, he encountered 2 attendants approaching with a bamboo basket. Upon seeing him, they bowed and greeted, "May the heir be well." Lu Yanting quickly noticed the corpse of a snake within the basket, a viper. Though small in size, it bore lethal venom. He frowned, questioning how such a snake could appear in the estate. The attendants wiped their brows, visibly alarmed. "We do not know, only that this snake suddenly appeared in the academy. Thankfully, it did not harm the young ladies. Its venom could pose a grave danger if not handled carefully. We were just about to inform the second madam and conduct a thorough search throughout the estate. If any harm befell our master, it would be dire." Frowning deeper, Lu Yanting recalled how Jiang Jinyue had rushed back from the direction of the academy in tears, sensing that the matter might not be so simple. Within the hour, news reached the second madam. Having managed her household with decisiveness for years, she immediately allocated funds to procure realgar, angelica, and unicorn grass to be ground into powder and sprinkled throughout the home. She also instructed the creation of sachets for everyone in the various courtyards to wear. A team was dispatched to burn silver vermilion in paper tubes, mixing it with realgar to produce smoke to repel snakes. The Duke's residence in the eastern and western wings conducted searches for half the day, ultimately capturing only 2 or 3 harmless small snakes by the riverside or among the rocks, which allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon reflection, it was still early spring, and many snakes remained in hibernation. It was indeed odd that a venomous snake would venture all the way to the academy. Jiang Jinyue spent the day lying in the small building, and by night, she began counting the harvest of the past few months, contemplating how many more months until she could move out. She had no desire to attend school any longer. The next time she met the old matriarch, she would attempt to converse with her about this. In the afternoon, she lost her desire to visit the shop. After the moon ascended the branches, Jiang Jinyue stealthily slipped out, in the courtyard where the servants resided. A few attendants had placed the snakes they caught today into a bamboo basket before clapping their hands and heading off for dinner. After a day of commotion, they had only managed to catch these small creatures, which ironically worked in our favor, perfect for brewing a pot of medicinal wine. Ha! Once they departed, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and a figure stealthily emerged from behind the trees, heading towards the bamboo basket by the wall. Jiang Jinyue approached, crouched down, and upon opening it, was startled by the writhing snakes within, quickly snapping it shut. It was far too frightening. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she gathered her courage, unfurled the burlap sack she had prepared in advance, and opened the basket once more. "What are you doing?" A cold voice called from behind, causing the already nervous Jiang Jinyue to drop the burlap sack in fright. Turning around, she found Lu Yanting standing behind her, observing her with an ambiguous smile. "And master, is there something you need at this late hour?" She stammered, lifting her skirt and standing up, tried her best to feign composure. I have no business. It seems you do, Lu Yanting remarked, regarding the flustered Jiang Jinyue as he crouched down to meet her gaze. He then extended his palm, indicating for her to hand over what she had. Trembling, Jiang Jinyue picked up the burlap sack and handed him the branch she had carelessly collected along the way. Having surrendered her tools of mischief, she cautiously looked at Lu Yanting. Master, I only wanted to catch a snake for fun. Please don't expose me. Lu Yanting glanced at the branch before carelessly tossing it aside. He moved forward to lift the bamboo basket, deftly tipping it into the burlap sack, and a snake obediently slid inside. He deftly tied the top of the sack and, while walking back, handed it to her. Jiang Jinyue regarded him uncertainly. Her moon-like eyes filled with apprehension. She took the sack, feeling the snake squirm within, her breath momentarily suspended, yet she did not release her grip. With such little courage, you still wish to indulge in mischief? Lu Yanting chuckled lightly, taking the sack from her and turning to walk into the woods. Jiang Jinyue stood frozen for a moment, then quickly jogged to catch up with him. How did you know? Miss Su informed me. Oh, Jiang Jinyue fell silent, following Lu Yanting as they continued forward. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally asked, Master, where are we going? You will find out when we arrive. The path seemed to lead towards the academy. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, Lu Yanting brought her to the academy. It was shrouded in darkness, the lively atmosphere of the day long gone. The chairs and books, quietly arranged in the shadows, appeared starkly different from the solemn classroom of daylight, evoking a strange sense of foreboding. Chapter 33. The master's suggestion. Lu Yanting handed her the sack, his dark eyes glinting with a clear implication under the moonlight. Jiang Jinyue hesitantly accepted it, clutching the sack tightly. After exchanging a cautious glance with Lu Yanting and receiving an affirming nod, she slowly made her way to Shun Wan's position. It was her first time engaging in such an act, and a sense of unease filled her heart. After standing in place for a while, she hesitated to take action until she heard Lu Yanting's voice behind her. She has bullied you. Do you not desire to retaliate? In the darkness, his usually deep voice was imbued with an alluring magnetism, sounding almost seductive. Jiang Jinyue opened the burlap sack, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes. After much internal conflict, she eventually closed the bag and approached Lu Yanting, returning the contents to him. What now? Lu Yanting did not accept it, but crossed his arms and inquired. Jiang Jinyue bit her crimson lip and silently shook her head, her face reflecting profound sorrow. Let it be. I was too impulsive. Lu Yanting scoffed, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Why? Are you a reincarnation of a bodhisattva? Jiang Jinyue shook her head in resignation. You do not understand, young master. If I were to act, given Miss Shun's temperament, she would surely escalate the situation. Coming from a prestigious family, if she were to relay the matter to her parents, when Minister Shun comes to demand an explanation, should I have my aunt step in for me, or have the third branch atone for my misdeeds? As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of Lu Yanting in the moonlight streaming through the window. Even if you wish to speak on my behalf, I would feel too embarrassed. A wave of profound helplessness surged within Jiang Jinyue. She envied Shun Wan, for she feared she would never possess such freedom to express anger or seek vengeance without consequence, knowing there were always others to cushion her fall. Yet, she had no one. Lu Yanting continued to press her. I ask you only this. Do you wish to proceed? Remembering the fright she had endured during the day, she could not help but nod. Lu Yanting then guided her back to Shun Wan's desk, handing her the burlap sack and gently pushing her back. Go on, it's quite simple. Just open the bag, and the snake will find its way into her. You merely need to close it afterward. Jiang Jinyue glanced back at Lu Yanting, his eyes radiating undeniable assurance. Suddenly, she felt a surge of courage, quickly tossing the contents inside before hastily closing Shun Wan's. She had committed another misdeed. Squatting in front of the desk, she remained silent for a long while. Through the moonlight filtering in, she noticed a tall figure slowly overlapping with her own, while a low, enticing voice whispered in her ear. Very good. Come to class as usual tomorrow, understood? The following morning, as Jiang Jinyue entered the academy clutching her books, chaos erupted inside, just as she had anticipated. The scene was tumultuous, with the young ladies gathered around Shunwan's desk, seemingly offering her comfort. Shunwan slumped over the desk, her head resting on her arms, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Two servants were dealing with the snake on the ground, causing the atmosphere to descend into utter disarray. As soon as Jiang Jinyue stepped in, Shunwan lifted her head upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing her, immediately seized the inkstone from the edge of the desk, attempting to hurl it at her. Fortunately, a servant intervened, preventing the act from succeeding. Jiang Jinyue, how dare you retaliate against me? Just wait. I will return home and tell my brother. Shunwan suddenly rose, extending her finger, stained with red ink, and pointed at her, her demeanor fierce. Jiang Jinyue silently placed her belongings on the table before speaking. What does mission mean? Revenge? Why would I seek vengeance against you? Shunwan was nearly driven to the brink of fury, pointing at her and exclaiming, You! How can you even ask me that? Jiang Jinyue, you know very well. That snake was clearly set loose by you. Jiang Jinyue looked at Shunwan with a face full of confusion, her clear eyes brimming with perplexity. Oh? How could Miss Shin think so? Yesterday, a snake appeared in my seat, and today it is the same for you. Shouldn't we remind everyone to exercise caution instead of blaming me, who is also a victim? Or perhaps, the snake in my seat yesterday was indeed released by Miss Shun, leading you to assume that I am retaliating against you? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Jiang Jinyue, just wait. I will send someone to inform my family. I can guarantee that by today, you will be thrown into a pit of snakes in the wilderness. Shunwan turned on her heel, summoning a maid to return home. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, the young ladies turned to look towards the door, where the princess entered, followed closely by Mr. Lin and Su Zhengyu. Mr. Lin, who was stern in front of them, was courteous and respectful before the princess. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately knelt to apologize, admitting his poor guidance. Accompanying Zhengyu to the academy this morning, I heard your commotion. What's happening? The princess raised her hand, signaling Mr. Lin to rise, and she had no intention of leaving, instead taking a seat at the head of the table. Her naturally cold demeanor was now accentuated by a solemn expression. Her deep-set eyes and slightly downturned lips rendered her somewhat intimidating. The others exchanged glances in silence, too apprehensive to speak up. What is going on? The princess decisively pointed to a steward to inquire. The steward recounted the events in detail. The princess glanced at Shunwan, displaying an air of tension, and then at Jiang Jinyue, who stood there looking helpless. Neither of them was particularly likable. Is this merely a trivial matter among young ladies? She found it utterly beneath her concern and was inclined to dismiss them altogether. This is the final warning. Should I see such behavior again, you shall all resign. Go. You need not attend class today. Return to your rooms and copy the women's Analects thrice. You may return to class only when you have completed your writing. As the princess rose to leave, Su Zhengyu hurriedly followed her. Speaking gently beside the princess, she remarked, Though spring has arrived, it remains quite chilly. Tomorrow we are to learn about tea, and if the two sisters write for too long in the cold, they may find it difficult to manage their studies. Kind princess, surely you would not wish to see them suffer. Perhaps a lesser punishment would suffice? Very well. In light of Zheng Yu's request, I shall let you off with just one copy each this time. Should there be a next occurrence, I will not be so lenient. The princess cast a calm glance over the group before departing with her attendants. Su Zhengyu offered a slight smile to the two girls before taking her seat. After leaving the academy, Jiang Jinyue headed towards the West residence, as usual, feeling particularly cheerful today. She even took the time to remind Lu Yue, who was playing truant in the peach orchard, to return home early, which led Lu Yue to think she had lost her mind. How could she ever play truant? As she walked halfway, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Yanting in the corridor. Jiang Jinyue took the initiative to call out to him, Your Highness. Chapter 34. Shunwan request to resign. Lu Yanting turned around, noticing her, and halted his steps. Jiang Jinyue approached him, her face filled with gratitude as she spoke. Your Highness, thank you for seeking Miss Su's assistance on my behalf. Lu Yanting replied with a gentle smile. It was nothing. Remember, if you ever find yourself faced with an insurmountable problem, do not hesitate to seek me out. His tone was warm, as if enticing her to delve deeper into conversation. Indeed, Do not burden yourself with guilt. A good person capable of wrongdoing is far superior to one who merely adheres to convention. Why is that? Jiang Jinyue appeared perplexed, remaining rooted to the spot. Because the latter may be too weak to retaliate against those who mistreat them, thus becoming a so-called good person in the eyes of society. If you allow Shan Wan to continue bullying you, you will feel aggrieved, and in turn, your courage will diminish. Eventually, you will perceive everyone as an oppressor, which will hinder your ability to connect with others. Jiang Jinyue nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? Yet, in truth, she harbored no desire to engage with others, as it was utterly exhausting. In the palace, everyone could summon her at will. Now that she had left, she wished to retreat into her own little haven, living quietly and peacefully. However, that was not yet achievable. Yes, only by standing up for yourself will you realize your own strength. When you choose to be kind in the future, you will know it is by choice, not compulsion. Thank you, Your Highness. No one had ever taken the time to teach her the ways of the world as earnestly as Lu Yanting did. A mix of emotions surged within her, and she vaguely mentioned her intention to return before running off as usual. Shen Wan stormed out of her school, her face flushed with anger. Without returning to her temporary residence, she grabbed her maid and commanded, "Prepare the carriage. I must return to the manor and inform my brother. Jiang Jinyue is utterly unrestrained. I refuse to attend classes with her any longer. I will tell my parents to intervene and have her expelled. Do not be upset, my lady. The master and mistress will surely support you." The maid assisted her in returning, her gaze catching sight of two figures in the distance. She exclaimed, "My lady, is that not the prince? The one in front is Miss Jiang." Following her maid's gaze, Shen Wan indeed saw the prince standing with his hands clasped, looking afar, while Jiang Jinyue's annoying figure swiftly vanished behind door. She must have first sought to slander me. Shen Wan's anger morphed into urgency. No, what if the prince falls for her deceit and comes to despise me? I must explain. Before her maid could stop her, Shen Wan hurried after Lu Yanting, calling out anxiously, "Your Highness, please wait. I have something to discuss with you." Lu Yanting paused, looking down at her. "Oh, does Miss Shen have matters to address?" Shen Wan nodded, saying, "I just saw that Miss Jiang's speaking with you, and I suspected she might be gossiping. However, what you may not know, my lord, is that the Jiang family girl is of questionable character. Her words are nothing but fabrications. Perhaps your encounter with her outside the palace gates was a premeditated scheme on her part." Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh, is that so? What leads you to this conclusion?" Noticing Lu Yanting's apparent interest, Shen Wan felt a surge of pride and hastily continued. "At first, I believed Miss Jiang to be an honest person, but you see, my lord, she often behaves frivolously and harbors malicious intent. You cannot imagine. That venomous snake today was set loose by her. She tormented me." "Oh, how do you know this? Why would she wish to bully you?" Shen Wan's eyes darted, a look of sorrow crossing her face. She is envious of me. We attend the same academy, encountering each other daily. With her disheveled appearance, she cannot compare to me. I often catch her secretly eyeing my jewelry. Just recently, I lost several belongings. She must have stolen them." As her words flowed with conviction, Lu Yanting, however, grew disinterested in her tale. He interjected plainly, "But I discovered that your maid left the house clandestinely the other day, claiming your earrings were left at the academy and she went to retrieve them." Shen Wan, momentarily stunned, instinctively continued, "It wasn't the earrings. It was something else that Jiang Jinyue stole. This was right before she discovered the snake." At that moment, as Lu Yanting's next words resonated, Shen Wan suddenly grasped the implication and immediately shook her head. "My lord, do you truly believe I am responsible for that? It was an accident. Moreover, a snake appeared in my seat today. How does one explain that? Would I place it there myself? Whether it was an accident or not, you know deep down. Shen Wan, now that you are in my household, you must adhere to our rules. My mother has already extended you one opportunity, yet you persist in this manner. If you continue to stay, I fear you may corrupt the young women of the Lu family. I have shown you leniency. I implore you to resign." Having finished his statement, Lu Yanting turned to leave. Shen Wan, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? My lord, why do you treat me this way? You have no evidence. How can you so casually cast me out?" Lu Yanting turned back, indifferent. "Evidence? Should you desire it, I can provide you with as much as you wish. Miss Shun, that was no ordinary snake. It was a venomous one. If that snake were to bite someone and a life were lost, do you comprehend the consequences? Should you cause further trouble, I will inform your father. My lord, Shun Wan's earlier bravado evaporated, leaving her pale and rooted in place. How could this be happening? How could he possibly know? When in the presence of someone one admires, there is a natural desire to showcase one's finest qualities. She understood that a person of his stature likely favored women of composure and grace, and she had endeavored to present her gentler, more magnanimous side before him. Yet today, in her haste, she had failed to maintain her composure and unwittingly revealed her most mischievous side, inciting his anger. As she watched Lu Yanting's retreating figure, Shun Wan felt as though she might collapse. Lu Yanting strode away from the corridor, and when he reached a small spring nearby, Qingyao leaped down from a tree to report. Young master, Lord Chong has uncovered some new leads. He leaned closer to Lu Yanting and whispered a few words, catching a faint whiff of an elusive fragrance emanating from him, which caused him to silently scoff. It was truly remarkable that the young master, who was perpetually busy, could still find time to play judge for these Na'vi young maidens, as if it were a childish game. Unbeknownst to Lu Yanting, Qingyao's thoughts were far from his mind. Upon hearing the sweet word from Qingyao, he smiled slightly. A distant relative of my third uncle? How intriguing. In a few days, I shall invite Chang Yujing to pay me a visit. The next day, as Jiang Jinyue arrived at the private academy, she found Shun Wan's seat conspicuously empty, with even the desk removed. Puzzled, she refrained from asking too many questions, but the proactive Lu Yui seated ahead of her brought it up. She will not be returning. Why? Jiang Jinyue inquired, surprised. She could discern Shun Wan's feelings for Lu Yanting. How could she simply not come back? Besides, yesterday, she was merely punished to copy scriptures for 2 hours. Was Shun Wan truly sulking over such a trivial matter? It hardly seemed likely. Who knows? I've never liked her demeanor, treating the Duke's residence as her own. Even Lu Jingyi doesn't possess such a temper. Perhaps she truly left in shame over yesterday's incident. After all, grievances have their sources. If one seeks vengeance, it should be directed at you. Chapter 35. The Zhou family comes to inspect Jiang Jinyue was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to pursue the matter further, realizing it was as she thought. She had assumed Shun Wan had already departed, but upon exiting the academy, she spotted several maids by the roadside, each carrying bundles. Moving closer, she saw Shun Wan just emerging from the old matron's Yangyi's eye, presumably after bidding farewell. Upon seeing Jiang Jinyue, Shun Wan's expression was far from pleasant, yet surrounded by onlookers. She said nothing, merely shooting her a furious glare, as if vowing to make Jiang Jinyue's life difficult before sweeping away with a flourish of her sleeve. Jiang Jinyue felt no tumult within her. She was indifferent to Shun Wan and was not one to wear her emotions on her sleeve. In the palace, a puppet devoid of sentiment could navigate more safely through the treacherous waters. Being ostentatious was not only irksome, but could also provoke the ire of the nobility. Shun Wan's departure might very well mean her exit from Jiang Jinyue's life, for she was merely an inconsequential figure. Jiang Jinyue was not overly concerned. In this world, everyone has their own path to tread, whether noble as kings or lowly as felons. Who does not yearn for their desires? Yet the means to achieve them differ. Shun Wan, born into privilege and raised in comfort, felt disdainful towards someone like Jiang Jinyue competing for a man, thus subjecting her to various trials. Conversely, Jiang Jinyue, as lowly as dust, also sought to clear her father's name, even if it meant engaging in morally questionable acts. People are fundamentally alike. However, she understood that their enmity was now firmly established, and during her 2 years in the capital, it would be prudent to minimize encounters with Shun Wan. In the days following Shun Wan's departure, Jiang Jinyue continued to lead a tranquil life. Half a month later, one day upon returning from the family school, she noticed the once quiet small building had its doors and windows wide open. Just as she reached the entrance, Aunt Tong emerged with a cheerful smile, pulling Jiang Jinyue inside. "Oh, my dear Yue, you have finally returned. Quickly tidy yourself up. We are having lunch in the main hall, and I have prepared the most exquisite attire for you." "Aunt, is it that the third madam is looking for me? What has happened?" Jiang Jinyue inquired tentatively. Aunt Tong guided her upstairs, insisting she sit at the dressing table. And with a mysterious smile, she said this time, "It is something delightful." Observing Jiang Jinyue's modest attire, she reluctantly removed a rather fine bracelet from her wrist and adorned her with it, then proceeded to share details about the Zhou family circumstances. She concluded with a reminder. "When you meet the guests, remember to be courteous. Do you understand?" "Yes, Aunt," Jiang Jinyue replied, realizing that a match was being arranged for her. According to Aunt Tong, the young master of the Zhou family was of similar age to her, yet already traveled extensively, accompanying his father in commerce throughout the Great Way, suggesting he was a person of remarkable capability. Such a man, if united in marriage with her, would undoubtedly offer assistance, making it a beneficial arrangement for her. And she should, therefore, feel elated. As early spring had passed and the weather gradually warmed, she donned a delicate pink gauze skirt chosen by Aunt Tong, styled her hair, and followed her aunt to the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Aunt Tong hesitated, grasping her hand for a final exhortation. "I cannot make an appearance. But remember to engage in pleasant conversation with that young master. Do you understand? The Zhou family is currently exceedingly wealthy. If you marry him, you will have a solid foundation for life. Do not be overly concerned with his appearance. I have inquired, and I assure you, he is quite handsome, far surpassing your cousins." Jiang Jinyue mustered a semblance of enthusiasm, nodding absently before proceeding inside with the maid, lifting her skirt. In truth, having spent so long in the palace, she possessed little insight into matters of romance, and the only men she had encountered outside were Lu Yanting and the staff at Qingyuan. Yet, during her time in the palace, she had often envisioned life after her release. She believed she would not be averse to marrying a single individual. Her happiest moments were those spent with her father in her childhood. If she could find a partner of steady temperament, preferably gentle in nature, and bear a delightful child, they could toil together by day and cherish each other by night, leading a life both simple and joyous, celebrating the Lantern Festival by watching fireworks on the Royal Street, dining at the most vibrant tavern in the capital during the Spring Festival, ascending the heights during the Chongyang Festival to embrace the view while sipping dogwood wine, and gathering around a small wooden table for a lamb hot pot during the New Year. How delightful that would be! However, such naive aspirations were quickly met with derision from the other palace maids. The elder sisters remarked that should one be fortunate enough to be released from the palace, they would still likely be an old maid, destined to marry a widower, and if fortune were to frown upon her, she might very well spend her entire life within the palace walls. Such a life, they asserted, was nothing but a dream. Jiang Jinyue, coming to terms with her father's fate, chose to remain silent on the matter. Deep down, she understood the improbability of her dreams. Such a life seemed destined to elude her grasp. Even now, Aunt Tong remarked on how capable young Master Zhou was, a trait that also intrigued Jiang Jinyue. However, regarding the most crucial aspect of character, both chose to remain taciturn. They understood that for ordinary families, this was a significant concern, yet for someone like Jiang Jinyue, it held little importance. Thus, in the brief days that followed, as Jiang Jinyue grew acquainted with Zhou Huaichuan, she was pleasantly surprised to find that fortune had favored her for once. Upon entering, she beheld a round table at the center, where the third master, the third madam, and their eldest son, Lu Yanting, sat to the left, while to the right was a couple nearing their 40s, accompanied by a refined young gentleman. These were the Zhou couple and Zhou Huaichuan. The Zhou couple, portly in stature, reminded Jiang Jinyue of kind-hearted, deaf-mute old nurse she had encountered upon her initial arrival in the capital, who had gently instructed her in the ways of evening rituals and dining etiquette, being one of the few who had shown her kindness. Thus, seeing the Zhou couple now, she felt a sense of comfort in their amiable demeanor. Although the young gentleman's appearance did not quite match Aunt Tong's flattering descriptions, nor could he compare to her cousin, he bore a round face and gentle, slightly squinted eyes, exuding a shy charm. At this moment, Zhou Huaichuan cast a glance at Jiang Jinyue before quickly averting his gaze, leaving her curious about his thoughts. Upon noticing her arrival, the third madam smiled and said, "In my haste today, I forgot my hand warmer. I appreciate your effort in bringing it." Jiang Jinyue handed her the warmer and greeted those present with a bow, to which the third madam responded, "Since you are here, please take a seat." In truth, with March approaching, everyone had discarded their heavy cotton coats, and the ladies, wary of the cold, wore only a thin shawl, rendering the hand warmer unnecessary. A tacit excuse, indeed. A maid brought over an embroidered stool for Jiang Jinyue, who took her place beside the third madam, listening to the elders engage in idle chatter. After several exchanges, Jiang Jinyue began to grasp that the Zhou family was indeed a distant relative of the third madam, a connection far removed. They had come to the capital for business discussions and had conveniently taken the opportunity to pay a visit. Logically, in this era that favored agriculture over commerce, officials typically maintained a distance from merchants, and the third madam felt somewhat inferior due to her family's business dealings, as none had entered officialdom. The fact that the Zhou family, although affluent, had gathered the entire third household for this occasion struck Jiang Jinyue as peculiar. Moreover, the third master's warm demeanor towards them only deepened her intrigue. She could not fathom why they would go to such lengths merely to behold her. What was she? After all, Chapter 36, young Master Zhou reflecting on the matter, she suspected it might relate to Lu Yanting's career prospects. Indeed, he had failed to excel in this latest imperial examination. Ever since the results had been announced, her cousin had shut himself in his room, brooding for days. His distress was palpable, causing his parents great concern, as they no longer wished for him to attempt the examination again, believing it would be a futile endeavor. The third master, known for his indulgent lifestyle, was often referred to as that unworthy brother by the duke and that troublesome son by the matriarch. For many years, he served in a lackluster manner, yet he excelled in various other pursuits. Jiang Jinyue had once overheard the servants gossiping about the third master, who, in his youth, extravagantly spent several hundred taels of silver in a single month. Although he has since reined in his spending after starting a family, he largely relied on the support of his elderly mother and two older brothers. Now, however, he seemed to have rekindled his youthful ambition, seeking alternative avenues for wealth, perhaps through his impending union with the Zhou family. By leveraging this marriage alliance, he aimed to fortify ties with the Zhou family and the officials of the Western Prefecture, thus facilitating future endeavors and securing the funds necessary for Lu Yanting's official donation, while also freeing himself from the need to depend on his brothers. Viewed from any angle, this appeared to be an exceedingly lucrative arrangement. Having grasped this, Jiang Jinyue felt a sense of relief within her heart. They were merely fulfilling their respective needs. Neither party owed anything to the other. However, she still needed to ascertain the true character of the Zhou family's young master for herself. It was evident that all present were aware of their situation. After a brief interlude, the third madam casually remarked, "Well, we adults have indulged in idle chatter, and I presume the two children must be finding it rather dull. With spring in full bloom, Jinyue, why not take young Master Zhou for a stroll in the Duke's garden? I've heard that your second sister-in-law has recently acquired a plethora of exotic flower seeds. It would be a shame to waste such a beautiful spring." "Yes, madam," Jiang Jinyue replied. She and Zhou Huaichuan rose in unison, offering their respects before exiting the main hall. As they made their way to the garden, Jiang Jinyue occasionally glanced at him. Throughout the journey, Zhou Huaichuan appeared quite bashful, even more so than Jiang Jinyue herself, leading her to question how he managed his business dealings outside. Nevertheless, as their guest, Jiang Jinyue assumed a role akin to that of a host, and thus felt compelled to initiate conversation. "I've heard you've traveled to many places, experienced the splendor of Jiangnan and Shengjing, ventured north, and conducted business with foreign merchants. Surely, you must have witnessed many breathtaking sights? How do they compare to the capital?" Startled by her sudden inquiry, Zhou Huaichuan smiled and responded, "Yes, indeed, I have traversed numerous locales. What would you like to know, miss? How about Hangzhou?" Jiang Jinyue inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Having grown up in Jiangnan, Zhou Huaichuan was intimately familiar with Suzhou and Hangzhou. Without hesitation, he replied, "Hangzhou is quite different from the capital where you reside, Mississippi. It boasts vast expanses of lakes, with countless boats gliding gracefully across the water. Moreover, the waterways are well developed, facilitating the transport of goods, large and small, by boat. Naturally, there are many ports and docks, frequently bustling with foreign merchandise, a veritable cornucopia of treasures. As a merchant, Zhou Huaichuan instinctively began discussing business matters. Although Jiang Jinyue was not particularly interested in this aspect, she listened intently, striving to unearth fragments of childhood memories from his words. "Is there anything else?" she asked, her eyes shimmering with a blend of innocence and earnestness. Her almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks radiated a brightness that surpassed even the warmth of spring. Zhou Huaichuan instinctively pressed his lips together, a sense of tension washing over him. "You see, summer is swiftly approaching, and soon the lake will be adorned with a multitude of lotus flowers. Many will be rowing on the lake, and, as night falls, the scene will become even more vibrant. If you gaze upon the banks of the canal, you will witness a blaze of lights, the lake shimmering as brightly as daylight. Under the glow of the full moon, it is truly an enchanting paradise." Jiang Jinyue, lost in contemplation, appeared to be transported back to her childhood memories of Hangzhou, as if she had followed his words back to the remnants of her past. Zhou Huaichuan noticed her furrowed brow, her dark lashes fluttering, and her porcelain-like skin radiating a translucent beauty beneath the warm spring sun, resembling a meticulously carved jade. Lowering his voice, he gently inquired, "Do you find my hometown to your liking?" Jiang Jinyue, her gaze fixed on her cloud-white embroidered shoes and Zhou Huaichuan's long boots as they traversed the stone path towards the garden, replied, "I too am from Hangzhou, though I have not returned in many years and greatly miss it. I wonder how it has changed." Zhou Huaichuan looked at her in surprise, seizing the conversation. "From Lord Lu and his wife, I learned of your tumultuous background, yet I had no idea you were also from Hangzhou. It is indeed a fateful connection." "It is quite a coincidence," she responded, concealing a hint of sadness in her eyes, falling silent thereafter. The two walked past a small lake, following the gently swaying willows until they reached the garden. As expected, the garden was alive with the exuberance of spring, a variety of exquisite flowers blooming in a harmonious display rather than chaotic disarray. The deeper they ventured, the more diverse the flora became, clearly the result of careful tending. Noticing Jiang Jinyue's silence and her shyness fading, Zhou Huaichuan took the initiative to speak. "Ah, I have yet to introduce myself, which is indeed impolite. I am Zhou Huaichuan, courtesy named Buyue, and I shall soon reach the age of maturity in the coming spring. May I inquire about your age, Miss Jiang?" "I am but a humble girl, having spent 17 springs in idleness," she replied, her attention drawn to a few playful butterflies. While she observed the butterflies, Zhou Huaichuan observed her in turn. Noticing the two faded fabric flowers adorning her hair, he could not help but say, "By the way, during my time in the capital, I plan to inspect my family's businesses here, including a few establishments dealing in gold jewelry. If you do not mind, I will be delighted to take you to see them another day." Jiang Jinyue smiled at him, about to decline the invitation when her gaze caught sight of two figures approaching in the distance. Her expression faltered, and she took a step back, suppressing her smile and bowing her head in greeting. "I have seen the young master." Chapter 37. The Shaanxi Festival. Lu Yanting was on leave today, dressed in a simple black robe of soft brocade, with a white jade pendant hanging at his waist. He strode alongside a man clad in white, resembling the embodiment of yin and yang. He halted before Jiang Jinyue, his face devoid of expression, merely offering a soft acknowledgement. As Lu Yanting's gaze shifted from Jiang Jinyue to Zhou Huaichuan, he paused briefly, then expressed his curiosity. "And who might this be?" "This is the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Huaichuan. He has come to pay a visit to my family today, and I brought him to stroll through the garden." After Jiang Jinyue finished speaking, she turned to Zhou Huaichuan and said, "Young Master Zhou, this is the heir of the Duke of Ning's residence." Upon observing the exquisite attire and dignified demeanor of the individual before him, Zhou Huaichuan quickly realized the nobility of his identity. Now that he knew he was the Duke's heir, he hastily bowed to Lu Yanting, exclaiming, "So it is the heir of the esteemed residence. I have long admired your reputation, and it is indeed a privilege to meet you today." Lu Yanting merely nodded slightly, engaging in a few perfunctory exchanges before departing with his companion, his austere profile revealing little of his current disposition. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Zhou Huaichuan inquired of Jiang Jinyue, "Miss Jiang, did you notice that the air was rather aloof, almost cold? I wonder if I have inadvertently offended him in some way." Observing his evident anxiety, Jiang Jinyue promptly shook her head, offering him reassurance. "Not at all. Young Master Zhou, do not take it to heart. The heir tends to be this way when preoccupied, but he harbors no ill intentions. When I first encountered him, his demeanor seemed as if he were about to imprison me." "That is a relief," Zhou Huaichuan responded, his worries alleviated. He wished to inquire further about the heir. But at that moment, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated above, and a gentle spring rain began to fall unexpectedly upon them. Dressed in a delicate gauze gown, Jiang Jinyue was ill-equipped for the rain, prompting Zhou Huaichuan to swiftly grasp the sleeve of her garment, leading her to the nearest eave for shelter. Under the eave, noticing the droplets clinging to Jiang Jinyue's hair, Zhou Huaichuan retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve, intending to offer her some assistance. However, Jiang Jinyue subtly evaded his gesture, appearing oblivious to his movement as she produced her own handkerchief and began to dab at her face. Understanding the importance of patience, Zhou Huaichuan withdrew his handkerchief and expressed his concern, saying, "Although it is spring, the lingering cold can be quite severe. Do return home promptly to change your attire, lest you catch a chill." At this moment, petals from distant blossoms fell, mingling with the rain and filling the air with a fragrant aroma that wafted towards Jiang Jinyue. She gently squeezed her handkerchief, murmuring, "All right." The two remained beneath the eave, waiting for the rain to cease, tacitly choosing not to summon their maid for an umbrella. "This persistent spring rain reminds me of a line of poetry," Zhou Huaichuan suddenly remarked. "Oh, please share it with me," Jiang Jinyue encouraged. "Washing my husband's garments. A spring rain brings forth lush greens. The fields are nourished like butter," he recited, envisioning a young woman in a village hanging her husband's clothes to dry. As the gentle spring rain nurtured the fields, draping them in vibrant greenery, a scene of flourishing vitality. "Young master, you are indeed well-read and have traveled extensively throughout the Great Way. Have you ever witnessed such a sight?" Jiang Jinyue inquired. "Indeed, if you are interested." The youthful exchange between the two drifted on the spring breeze towards a nearby pavilion. Lu Yanting stood high in the pavilion, his hands clasped behind him, silently observing the scene below. Although the eaves offered some shelter, the fine spring rain, carried by the wind, cascaded onto his stern visage, swirling around him, yet failing to soften his furrowed brow. The figures of the two were largely obscured by a grand locust tree before the pavilion, rendering them indistinct. But their lively conversation and melodic laughter fell upon Lu Yanting's ears like scattered pearls. Chang Yujing emerged from the room behind, a glass of wine in hand, and joined Lu Yanting at the railing of the loft. "Who is that?" he inquired. Lu Yanting replied with a tone devoid of emotion, "She is my cousin." "And her parents?" Chang Yujing pressed. Lu Yanting furrowed his brow and glanced at him. "She has no parents, hence she resides with us." "Why do you ask about her?" Seemingly intrigued, Chang Yujing continued, "I had a suspicion. Otherwise, would your uncle be inclined to introduce her to young Master Zhou? Perfect. We could use her to set a trap. Just imagine, if we could seize her and use her to expose Zhou's vulnerabilities, or even arrange a marriage with Zhou Huaichuan. It would be advantageous for us." "No, we must consider alternative strategies," Lu Yanting interjected abruptly, not even contemplating the suggestion. Chang Yujing, displeased, retorted, "Why not? Are you unwell? Or can you devise a superior plan?" Lu Yanting cast a cold glance towards him, his eyes laced with warning. "Such crude tactics are beneath me. Furthermore, this idea, easily conceived, tarnishes your reputation as a commissioner." Chang Yujing placed his hands on his hips. "You truly are remarkable." Ignoring him, Lu Yanting turned away, departing without another glance at the two individuals seeking shelter from the rain. Chang Yujing, listening to the receding footsteps, pondered as he gazed at the eaves. Unbeknownst to him, the rain had ceased, leaving only a ground strewn with fallen petals. In the distance, the two had vanished without a trace. On the third day of the third month, the Shaanxi Festival, also known as the Spring Bathing Day, saw many young men and women from the capital venture into the outskirts for a spring outing. Servants from prominent families would set up tents along the banks of Xiujiang in advance, providing a respite for noble women from the prying eyes of commoners. Recently, Zhou Huaichuan had either invited her to visit his shop in the capital or engage her in idle conversation at home. After several days of relative leisure, Jiang Jinyue was taken by surprise when Aunt Tong arrived with an invitation from Zhou Huaichuan. "Yue, hurry, change your attire, and accompany young Master Zhou to Tsujiang. Today is a fortuitous occasion. Any young man or woman with a modicum of interest will be present." She made it clear that he was indeed interested in her. Chapter 38. The prince's reminder. Jiang Jinyue longed to refuse, feeling utterly exhausted, but Aunt Tong had already pulled her up and meticulously instructed, "Listen to me. Once you arrive, converse with young Master Zhou. Inquire about his parents' well-being and health. It is time you met them." "Understood, Auntie," Jiang Jinyue replied, preparing herself before boarding the carriage sent by the Zhou family, making her way to Tsujiang with young Master Zhou. Tsujiang, situated in the southeast of the imperial city, housed a splendidly vast imperial retreat, adorned with numerous pavilions and royal temples. Aside from the occasional grand banquet hosted by the emperor for his ministers, the common folk also frequented this scenic locale. At that moment, the banks of Tsujiang were teeming with people, while merchants lined the sides, offering an array of goods. Their carriage became ensnared in the throng, compelling Jiang Jinyue and Zhou Huaichuan to alight and proceed on foot. She had visited this place before, yet it had been several years since she last accompanied the dancers from the Imperial Music Bureau to perform for the nobility. Although she felt a sense of confidence, the anticipation of performing had caused her palms to sweat, leaving her little room to appreciate the surroundings. However, this time, she accompanied Zhou Huaichuan, traversing the street in the guise of an ordinary citizen to indulge in the spectacle. Upon arriving at the venue, the melancholy stir by past memories was soon dissipated by the lively atmosphere. After wandering for a while, they reached a grassy expanse where numerous children were flying kites. Zhou Huaichuan inquired, "Miss Jiang, would you like to fly a kite?" Jiang Jinyue gazed at the vibrant sky and quietly replied, "I do not know how." "What does it matter? I shall teach you," Zhou Huaichuan responded with enthusiasm, leading her to a nearby stall selling kites. "Jinyue, which one catches your fancy?" After a moment's contemplation, she casually pointed to a corner, selecting a small rabbit kite. Zhou Huaichuan promptly paid the vendor and lifted the kite, exclaiming, "Look at this rabbit munching on a carrot. It resembles you." "Not at all," Jiang Jinyue chuckled, unable to stifle her laughter at the sight of her own puffy cheeks. The two, being of similar age, quickly found camaraderie. Zhou Huaichuan, though gentle and reserved, revealed a youthful spirit upon their acquaintance. While her heart remained tranquil, she sensed a lack of the tension that accompanied her interactions with the heirs. Instead, their time together felt simple and pleasantly engaging. Jiang Jinyue pondered. Perhaps this is what it means to like someone? She gazed at Zhou Huaichuan's amiable countenance, surmising that he was likely not averse to her either. They lingered until twilight before returning home. In the carriage, Zhou Huaichuan casually mentioned, "I see you enjoy flying kites. When we reach Hangzhou, I shall take you to Heir Pavilion to have a master craft a finer one." "Oh, and where might that be?" Heir Pavilion is renowned for its master craftsman, a disciple of the esteemed Zhao Wani from the previous dynasty, known for his expertise in intricate creations, which are not easily obtained by the average person. Zhou Huaichuan mused that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would return to Hangzhou in 2 months, likely bringing a bride home. However, shortly thereafter, he would need to travel north to oversee matters concerning the salt mines, which would necessitate several months away from home. Henceforth, the couple would often be apart. As long as she could honor his parents, manage household affairs, and ideally bear a son or daughter, their life together would be a harmonious one, a delightful prospect. In truth, Zhou Huaichuan's primary intent for this journey was not marriage. That was merely a pretext. Yet, the arrival of such a remarkable woman from the Lu family was indeed a welcome surprise. The following afternoon, as Jiang Jinyue departed from her studies, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she found herself drowsily rubbing her eyes as she walked home. Upon reaching the intersection leading to the West residence, she noticed Lu Yanting conversing with members of the second branch nearby. She hesitated and ultimately chose to avoid that path. Recently, a significant event had transpired at the Duke's residence. The Princess of Xiangyang had suddenly fallen gravely ill, to the point of being bedridden and in critical condition, prompting even the Emperor to don civilian attire and visit her in concern A perilous situation indeed. The Duke had exhausted nearly all possible means, ultimately seeking the counsel of a renowned Taoist who predicted that an ominous aura lingered over the Duke's residence, causing the princess to fall gravely ill. It was advised that the joyous spirit of a newlywed could dispel this malevolence. Consequently, discussions commenced with Lord Su regarding the betrothal of Lu Yanting and Miss Su. In light of the preparations for the engagement gifts between the two families, Jiang Jinyue, as a woman of delicate status, felt compelled to avoid any appearance of impropriety with Lu Yanting. The distance to the family school in the west was already considerable, and although several passageways connected the two residences, they were of little use to someone like Jiang Jinyue, who relied on her own legs for travel. This detour necessitated an even longer route, and resigning herself to the effort, she began to massage her legs and continued onward. However, after only a few steps, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind her, followed by Lu Yanting's voice calling out, "Cousin." Jiang Jinyue turned to see him striding towards her. Instinctively, she glanced around. They were on a secluded path nestled between rockeries and bamboo groves, tranquil and serene. It was midday, and she surmised that there would be no one else in this vicinity, which relieved her somewhat as she inquired, "Young master, is there something you need?" He typically exuded calmness and composure, rarely in haste, which made Jiang Jinyue's heart flutter slightly. Could something significant have occurred? Yet, Lu Yanting, upon observing her expression, first inquired, "Nothing of consequence. I merely noticed your hurried pace. Do you have plans for today?" Jiang Jinyue nodded, albeit perplexed. "I have an appointment with young Master Zhou this afternoon at Qinyu Pavilion. He mentioned he wanted to help me identify areas for improvement to maximize our gains." Reflecting on the fact that it was the beginning of the month, she casually added, "By the way, I have already calculated this month's harvest accounts and have forwarded your share to young Master Jinyue. Did you receive it?" "Yes," Lu Yanting replied, seemingly indifferent to the matter, as he shifted the conversation back to Jiang Jinyue. "I see you have been getting along well with young Master Zhou recently. What are your thoughts for the future?" Jiang Jinyue blinked, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, "Perhaps, if all goes well, I shall return to Hangzhou with young Master Zhou." Admitting this thought stirred uncertainty within her. It contradicted her initial plans upon leaving the palace. And having finally established a shop, the prospect of leaving meant entrusting everything to Zhou's associates in the capital. Yet, her purpose for opening the shop was to accumulate funds to investigate her father's affairs back in Hangzhou. Although the path ahead was unclear, it seemed to offer a shortcut. In truth, she herself was unsure whether her decision was wise. Those who once cared for her were no longer present. Even if she wished for guidance, she could not find anyone, and thus she spent her days in the company of Zhou Huaichuan. Perhaps Lu Yanting sensed her indecision, for he continued, "The Zhou family has been engaged in commerce for generations, often traveling far and wide. If you were to marry him, he would likely not be able to remain by your side frequently. In most instances, you would need to manage household affairs alone, unable to share the burdens with him. Cousin, you must contemplate your lifelong commitment carefully. Thank you for your reminder, young master." Jiang Jinyue, only partially comprehending the conversation, bid farewell and continued her journey towards the western residence. Fatigued, her mind felt somewhat muddled. As she stepped into the small building, her pace suddenly halted. Lu Yanting was never one to indulge in idle chatter or gossip about others. Why then would he suddenly utter such words today? Could it be that he was subtly reminding her of something? A chill crept up her spine at the thought. Indeed, her acquaintance with young Master Zhou was still in its infancy. If he were to harbor any ulterior motives or prove to be a hypocrite, it would spell disaster for her, although she hailed from the same hometown as his family. For Jiang Jinyue, who had entered the palace at the tender age of 5 and now found herself without any support, Hangzhou felt a distant land, far less familiar than the capital city, though their union was ostensibly one of mutual benefit. If the Zhou family were to prevent her from investigating her father's affairs or impose restrictions on her freedom, would she possess the strength to resist? Yet, Jiang Jinyue was not one to blindly accept opinions. Her father had been wrongfully accused and met his demise, and thus she would not take one side of the story as gospel. She pondered with some distress. If she and Zhou Huaichuan were to continue to interact gradually, surely, over time, she would discern his true character. However, she suspected that neither he nor the inhabitants of the Western residence would allow her that luxury. Reflecting on this, she realized how little she truly knew about Zhou Huaichuan, having scarcely inquired about his family circumstances. In their interactions, it was mostly Zhou Huaichuan asking questions, while she merely responded. Her primary interest lay in the scenery of Hangzhou. Did she genuinely harbor feelings for him? Doubt clouded her thoughts once more. Perhaps. Once a seed of suspicion is sown, even previously overlooked details can emerge glaringly before her. In recent days, while at the academy, she had overheard her classmates discussing how a servant had spotted her fiancé frequenting the pleasure districts. At the Western residence, she occasionally noticed the servants whispering about the Zhou family, only to scatter when she approached. Previously, Jiang Jinyue had dismissed these as the disdain of nobility towards merchants. But now her heart felt ensnared, unable to let go. She resolved to investigate personally. Such opportunities were rare to come by. Jiang Jinyue first employed a small beggar of 7 or 8 years to keep watch over Zhou's residence in the capital. For several consecutive days, the Zhou couple appeared to be merely inspecting their properties in the city and discussing business with their peers. Zhou Huaichuan exhibited no flaws. He was impeccably polite, meeting Jiang Jinyue every few days, usually dining at a tavern or strolling through the streets, never crossing any boundaries. Jiang Jinyue began to suspect that perhaps she was being overly cautious. However, one evening at the end of March, the small beggar unexpectedly arrived at her shop, reporting that a young servant had just entered the Zhou residence, after which Zhou Huaichuan hurriedly returned home. The Zhou couple had not left the premises, leaving Jiang Jinyue to wonder what the three of them were deliberating within. She then instructed her maid to visit the Zhou household and request his assistance, citing discrepancies in her shop's accounts that required Zhou Huaichuan's expertise. Indeed, an hour later, a young servant from the Zhou family arrived, expressing that Zhou Huaichuan was preoccupied with various matters and could not meet her, accompanied by a handwritten letter filled with expressions of regret. Jiang Jinyue feigned disappointment and inquired of the servant, "Is the young master detained by some pressing obligation? I have not seen him for several days." The servant hastily replied, No, it is merely some mundane business affairs that require his immediate attention. Please pardon him, young lady." Very well. After dismissing the servant, Jiang Jinyue informed the proprietor of the Chunyu Pavilion that she would return home and subsequently proceeded to a nearby tailor shop, where she purchased the most ordinary dark blue dress to change into, removing the hairpin from her coiffure and tucking it away. She then visited a nearby carriage rental, hiring the most unremarkable blue cloth carriage. When the coachman inquired about her destination, Jiang Jinyue simply mentioned a chess house not far from the Zhou residence. As the carriage passed by the Zhou estate, she fortuitously spotted Zhou Huaichuan, accompanied by his attendants, entering through a side gate. At this hour, could he truly be heading to the pleasure quarters? Jiang Jinyue pondered whether she could accept such a reality. Observing the direction in which the carriage was headed, she could not help but ask the coachman, "Could you follow the carriage ahead?" The coachman, his ears perked, retorted, "Miss, who might that be? You must understand. We are beneath the emperor's gaze. I would prefer to avoid any trouble." Jiang Jinyue paused, then replied, "Rest assured, that is my betrothed. I suspect his recent conduct is dubious, and I simply wish to ascertain whether he is indeed venturing to the pleasure quarters for leisure." The coachman understood, noting that this was not the residence of any official but merely that of a prosperous family, and he refrained from further inquiries, maintaining a respectful distance as he trailed the preceding carriage. Upon reaching the location, she observed Zhou Huaichuan entering a particular residence. The coachman halted the carriage, whispering in astonishment, "Your betrothed, could it be that he is taken up with another woman?" "Fear not, young lady. Thankfully, you are not yet wed, and there is always a possibility for change." Before he could finish his thought, Jiang Jinyue had already disembarked, leaving coins in his hand. She concealed herself in the shadows, and after the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Zhou Huaichuan emerged from the side door of the residence and entered another carriage. This new carriage was starkly different from the lavish Zhou family vehicle, being rather plain and constructed of ebony wood, easily overlooked in the night. As the carriage navigated from the alley back onto the street, Jiang Jinyue hurriedly followed, and upon observing its route, she boarded a passing oilcloth carriage. Fortunately, there was no curfew in the capital, and the streets were bustling with activity. There were 2 or 3 carriages moving alongside, occasionally halted by the throngs of pedestrians, allowing Jiang Jinyue to follow with relative ease. By now, they had reached Fengelfeng, and after the passage of another incense stick, the carriage ahead slowed and came to a stop at the roadside. Shortly thereafter, 2 individuals disembarked, one following the other. Jiang Jinyue swiftly alighted from her carriage and, maintaining a distance of several paces, followed the pair into a secluded alleyway. In the dim light, Jiang Jinyue drew closer and discovered that Zhou Huichuan had donned the attire of an ordinary servant, identical to that of the young man beside him. Having spent many years in the depths of the palace, Jiang Jinyue was well versed in the art of self-preservation. The way he concealed himself was not characteristic of someone venturing into the brothel districts. Sensing danger, she immediately contemplated retreating. However, as she turned, her foot inadvertently landed on a loose stone, producing an audible sound. The 2 figures had already rounded a corner, positioning themselves outside a residence, separated from Jiang Jinyue by a stone wall. Upon hearing the noise, they swiftly glanced back, and in the next instant, Zhou Huichuan whispered a few words, signaling his companion to investigate. Jiang Jinyue recognized that beneath her feet lay an unattended pile of rubble. Any hasty movement on her part would surely attract attention. She thought to herself that if discovered at this moment, she would take the initiative, feigning ignorance, to confront Zhou Huichuan about his alleged mistress and his true intentions towards her. After all, she was a relative of the Lu family, and he ought to be wary of overstepping boundaries. Yet, if Zhou Huichuan were to be a nefarious character engaged in unsavory deeds, her discovery of their hiding place could provoke a dire response. As footsteps drew nearer, her heart raced to its zenith. But in the next moment, a series of cat calls echoed from above, followed by a swift departure, accompanied by the faint sound of soft paws brushing against porcelain tiles. The young servant halted, glancing upwards at the eaves, and upon finding nothing amiss, made his way into the secluded courtyard, stating, "Young master, it is but a cat." At that moment, their accomplices arrived, and the master and servant hastily entered, while others peered out to ensure the coast was clear before securely shutting the door. Only when the sound of the bolt sliding into place echoed from within did Jiang Jinyue's rigid form gradually relax. Leaning against the wall, she navigated around the rubble, only to realize her legs had gone weak. Had it not been for that cat, she would have faced dire consequences. Yet, where had that cat come from? Instinctively, she looked up, only to find at least a dozen masked dark guards stationed from above her head to the eaves of the courtyard, some of whom met her gaze, their eyes locking in a tense stare. Jiang Jinyue's legs gave way completely. Chapter 40. The immortal residence, she dared not scream or move erratically, instead slowly collapsing to the ground. In an instant, a cloaked figure leapt down from the wall. His movements were graceful, landing soundlessly, a testament to his formidable skills. He crouched down, grasping her wrist and threatening in a hushed tone, "If you wish to live, follow me." Jiang Jinyue, quick to read the situation, complied readily, stumbling alongside him into a more secluded alley. Once they halted, he removed his mask, studying her under the moonlight with an expression of intrigue. "You're the little cousin of the Lu family, are you not?" Jiang Jinyue, adept at reading the nuances of conversation, sensed that he bore no immediate intent to harm her, and thus lifted her gaze, quietly assessing his features as he scrutinized her in turn. Upon closer inspection, she unexpectedly realized a sense of familiarity. "Are you the friend beside the young master?" When she first encountered him, he was dressed in a disheveled manner, appearing rather unkempt, which made Jiang Jinyue find him somewhat peculiar. The second time she saw him was during her outing in the garden with Zhou Huichuan. He was also in attendance alongside Lu Yanting, although Jiang Jinyue did not pay him much heed at that time. Now, upon closer observation, she noted that he had shaved off his beard, his hair neatly arranged and tied up in a crown, wrapped in a black cloth, rendering his face more gaunt and significantly tidier than before. He now seemed to be of a similar age to Lu Yanting, his phoenix eyes narrowing into a dangerously sharp curve. He coldly remarked, "Cousin, why are you not staying properly at home? What brings you here?" Jiang Jinyue glanced around her surroundings and explained, I felt that Mr. Zhou has been rather secretive lately, as if something is amiss. As his fiancée, I accompanied him to see what the matter might be. Is that a problem? Chang Yujing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that she need not elaborate further. Regardless of your reasons, judging by your appearance, you must have realized there is danger, correct? Had it not been for my subordinates disguising themselves as cats to mislead, you might not have survived this moment. Now, I shall hand you over to the Lu family, and you can explain yourself to your cousin. Chang Yujing seized her wrist and began to lead her out, causing Jiang Jinyue to turn pale with fright. Living under someone else's roof had already made her cautious, and Lu Yanting was not her legitimate cousin. He had assisted her on numerous occasions. She truly did not wish to involve the Lu family in her troubles. Thus, she resolutely stood her ground, pleading, "No, please, don't tell him. He will surely have a plethora of moral lectures waiting for me. Can't we resolve this privately? I will do anything." Chang Yujing took a few steps, but noticed her resistance and turned to see her ashen face, with tears glimmering in her eyes. He smirked slightly and halted his steps. After pretending to deliberate for a moment, he said, "Anything? Would you also commit murder and arson?" Jiang Jinyue was momentarily taken aback, only to hear him chuckle. "I am jesting. However, if you could truly assist me with a task, I would refrain from informing him." Jiang Jinyue's heart raced, on the verge of tears, and she eagerly nodded, "Yes, what task? It won't expose me to the Lu family, will it? It won't be anything bad, will it?" Chang Yujing pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Rest assured, it won't. Moreover, it will allow you to see Zhou Huaichuan's true colors." After saying this, he produced a token from his waist and presented it to Jiang Jinyue. "I am Chang Yujing, the newly appointed Deputy Commander of the Divine Martial Army, currently overseeing the smuggling case led by the Zhou family. I cordially invite you to assist me." The following day, at the Dali Sea official residence, Lu Yanting read the letter sent by Chang Yujing. As he burned the letter under the lamp, he coolly remarked, "The fish has indeed taken a bait." Observing his movements, Yin Shu speculated, "My lord, the Zhou family is not one to pursue immediate gains. Given their past conduct, they have approached their affairs in the capital with utmost caution. Could a mere document truly instigate such urgency? Why the haste? This is their lifeline. The Zhou family's ostensible reason for coming to the capital is to forge an alliance through marriage with the Lu family. Yet this is merely a facade to obscure their true intentions. The actual reason, as uncovered by Chang Yujing, stems from the recent downfall of the rebel king, which has stripped the Empress Dowager of her power, resulting in the arrest of numerous officials and significantly impacting the merchants who serve them. On the surface, the Zhou family leads a legitimate business in the territories of Dawei, yet beneath lies a clandestine network that smuggles salt mines and tea to the Zhao kingdom, thus reaping substantial profits. Their trade with Zhao relies on the documentation provided by the rebel king. However, with the arrest of the officials who had facilitated their communications, they find themselves without a superior to shield them from risk. Lacking the necessary documents, their transactions with Zhao would be futile, as the latter would not entertain any offers. Despite the rebel king's demise, his influence remains deeply entrenched in the capital. The portion that Lu Yanting and his associates have removed is but a superficial layer, and the extent of the remaining threats is uncertain. The trade with Zhao represents a lucrative opportunity, and although the rebel king is no more, it is likely that someone will take his place. The Zhou family's visit to the capital is aimed at meeting with their underground contacts to secure the vital documents and continue their business in the north in the upcoming months. Initially, the Zhou family exercised great caution upon their arrival in the capital, but after more than a month of uneventful existence and the pretext of Jiang Jinyue, their vigilance has waned significantly. They intended to reach out to their contacts at an opportune moment, yet Lu Yanting preemptively disseminated false information, claiming that by imperial decree, the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice would commence thorough investigations into last year's dealings with the rebel king and his associated enterprises after the new year. This news incited the Zhou family to act hastily, fearing that remaining in the capital would pose a danger, compelling them to meet their informant in a rush. The individuals they might encounter could be linked to the Zhao kingdom's Wang, or perhaps to certain officials within the capital. Only time would reveal what fish would be caught next. It was close to midnight when Lu Yanting finally exited the Dali Temple. Upon returning home, he was surprised to find someone returning later than himself. He observed Jiang Jinyue carrying a bundle and coming back from the side path to the West Mansion, and his expression turned serious. What is the meaning of this? Do you know what time it is? Chapter 41. The dance master of the Imperial Academy Jiang Jinyue halted her steps, and upon seeing him, she spoke vaguely. Yes. The main gate to the West Mansion was closed. I knocked twice, but the doorkeeper perhaps did not hear. So I entered through the side gate of the Duke's residence and then returned through the passage. Is that what you meant to say? Lu Yanting furrowed his brow and advanced towards her. Jiang Jinyue took 2 steps back and added, My lord, I was busy accounting at the shop today, which is why I returned late. I shall be more mindful in the future. Thank you for the reminder. With that, she turned and fled, as if Lu Yanting were some kind of specter pursuing her in the night. He clenched his fist, realizing that this girl had become so entangled with Zhou Huaichuan that she had lost her clarity of thought. It seemed his previous admonitions had fallen on deaf ears. Previously, the Zhou family was merely a pawn in the hands of the rebellious Wang. Now, they had become a mere bait in his grasp. The downfall of their household has long been a foregone conclusion. If she takes this matter too seriously, she may find herself ensnared. On the 8th day of the 4th month, the Buddha bathing festival unfolds. On this day, various royal temples in the capital host ceremonies, drawing many devout families to witness the occasion. Yet, as night descends, the bustling Pingkong Lane, typically filled with laughter and mirth, sees many brothels still welcoming patrons, and the influx of guests remains unabated. Jiang Jinyue disembarks her carriage at the rear gate of Xinju Lane, where a young attendant is customary to greet her and lead her inside. They traverse a secluded path away from the guests, arriving at a pre-prepared private room to change her attire. After securing the door, she retrieves a dance costume she had prepared in advance and, behind a screen, changes into it. She then returns to the dressing table, opens the makeup box, and begins to adorn herself before the mirror. After a stick of incense has burned, the young girl reflected in the mirror has transformed entirely. She dons a dress of deep sapphire blue and aquamarine, the bodice exquisitely short, revealing a belly adorned with golden embellishments, her slender waist partially concealed by cascading golden pearls, hinting at her form. The lower half is a layered skirt, distinct from the common folk style, crafted from hundreds of ribbons that flutter like blooming flowers when she moves or dances. However, Jiang Jinyue harbored reservations. Thus, she took the garment home and discreetly stitched a few seams to ensure it remained modest while still retaining elegance. Her hair, released from its confines, cascades like ink, crowned with a headdress encrusted with golden pearls. She has applied a rich hue of rouge to her cheeks and adorned her forehead with floral motifs, accentuating her features with a touch of crimson. Finally, she dons a veil and steps out of the private chamber. At this moment, none would associate the typically demure daughter of a noble household with the resplendent and graceful dancer that now graces Xinju Lane. For several days, she has practiced her dances alongside the courtesans of Xinju Lane, ensuring that she would not reveal any flaws this evening. She has promised Chang Yujing that if she can manage to serve wine to Zhou Huaichuan while discreetly gathering information about the informant and the location mentioned, she will fulfill her task. Dancing is Jiang Jinyue's forte. Assisting Chang Yujing in this endeavor is far simpler and more comforting than being presented before the Lu family to settle matters. As night falls, the lanterns illuminate the scene. The maidens of Xinju Lane emerge to greet guests. Amidst playful banter, the previously quiet brothels transform into a veritable paradise. The maidens, resplendent in their finery, boast bold adornments and graceful silhouettes. One cannot contain their excitement, and upon being drawn inside, they manage to find a vacant table. A maiden approaches with a tender tone. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I pour your tea. In the meantime, do enjoy the dance on stage. Our dancer here at Xinju Lane is indeed the finest in Pingkong Lane. Cheers of approval resound, and the guest turns their gaze to the central stage. Upon witnessing the performance, they become utterly entranced. The dance today is a Western Liang performance, with the dancer-esque garments flowing gracefully, her movements as light as a swallow. Each twirl and spin executed to perfection. All eyes were fixated upon her, to the extent that the exquisite wine in their hands was forgotten. A quarter of an hour later, she was lifted into the air solely by a silk ribbon tied at her waist, continuing her aerial dance as graceful as a butterfly. This was also the strategy of Jiang Jinyue. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jiang Jinyue had been practicing her dance in the hall for several days, ensuring that the patrons of Xianju remembered her presence. The atmosphere erupted with fervent cheers, as the guests were wholly captivated by her mesmerizing performance, oblivious to the turbulent undercurrents beneath. It was at this moment that Jiang Jinyue entered, having transformed his appearance and donned the attire of commoner. He cast a glance at the stage before ascending to the central private chamber on the third floor. Inside, Lu Yanting sat alone, sipping tea. Were it not for the row of silent assassins seated behind him, Jiang Jinyue might have mistaken him for someone merely attending a mundane appointment. "Oh, Master Lu, your resolve is truly commendable. This splendid private room is the perfect vantage point for the dance. It is said that today's dancer possesses unparalleled beauty and grace. Many have come specifically to witness her performance, claiming she surpasses even the foremost dancers of the academy. Aren't you at all intrigued? Do you recall the purpose of your visit today?" Lu Yanting shot him a cold glance. He poured a cup of tea for his companion, though the window was ajar. Lu Yanting's mind was preoccupied with official matters, and he did not cast a glance below. However, upon hearing mention of the academy's leading dancer, he suddenly recalled Jiang Jinyue. Since her entry into the Lu residence, her dossier had been scrutinized multiple times due to her connections with Ning Heng and the matter of the rebel prince. She had entered the academy at the tender age of 5 due to her father's crimes, and for the subsequent decade, her sole focus had been dance, practicing relentlessly. By the age of 8, she had successfully passed the academy's assessments and joined the imperial dance troupe, performing at various banquets alongside other dancers and musicians. By 10, her exceptional skills had elevated her to the position of lead dancer, and she consistently secured first place in the annual assessments. Such a remarkable dancer must have been quite renowned within the confines of the imperial gardens. Yet, Lu Yanting had never paid much attention to this. He only vaguely recalled a palace banquet during which a girl no older than 11 had confidently led the dancers, donning battle attire to present a performance titled Breaking the Formation, which garnered praise from foreign envoys. More than 2 years later, at another banquet, she had graced the stage in white, dancing with an ethereal elegance that captivated all in attendance. Following that night, Princess Jiai took a liking to her and implored the empress to have her serve in the Xian Palace, thereby allowing Jiang Jinyue to leave the academy. Princess Jiai was the daughter of the late empress's daughter, Princess Shanyang. At the time was only 6 years old, cherished and doted upon by the empress. However, 2 years later, the young princess passed away, and a year after that, following the incident involving the rebel prince, Jiang Jinyue exited the palace. Lost in thought, a sudden surge of enthusiastic applause erupted below. "Bravo! That was magnificent! My lady, please another." Lu Yanting felt a momentary loosening of the tension in his mind as memories of the young girl surfaced. He heard the cheers from below, and his gaze instinctively shifted to the stage. At this moment, all the other dancers had retreated, leaving only one standing quietly, waiting for the musicians to begin anew. She commenced her next dance, performing the Huxian. Every step of the young girl was precise and fluid. With each turn, her skirt billowed, droplets of her adornments scattered, revealing her slender waist and legs, along with her spinning bare feet. Lu Yanting's pupils constricted, and he abruptly rose, striding towards the exit while instructing Jiang Jinyue. "You stay here. I'll handle a matter below." "Wait, don't go." Jiang Jinyue swiftly grasped his arm. Lu Yanting paused, turning to face him, his expression visibly darkening. "Is this your brilliant idea?" "Yes," Jiang Jinyue replied calmly. "Why did you go behind my back to contact her?" "To avoid drawing attention." Lu Yanting's voice dropped to a whisper, yet Jiang Jinyue, having known him for many years, recognized the depths of his frustration. Clearing his throat, Jiang Jinyue attempted to explain. She was indeed the best option. Lu Yanting, usually composed, interrupted him with a cold tone. "This is madness. You know Zhou Huichuan is acquainted with her. If she is recognized, do you understand the consequences? Rest assured, she has already disguised herself, and it is night. Ordinary people will not recognize her. Do you think everyone is like you, dealing with criminals daily and dreaming of their faces at night?" Jiang Jinyue sat back, crossing his legs, and mockingly retorted, "That merchant can probably see nothing but the gold on Jiang Jinyue. Moreover, Even if she is discovered, so what? They are betrothed. Zhou can enter a place like this, and your cousin could turn it around, framing it as a scandal. Wouldn't she emerge unscathed? This was still based on what Jiang Jinyue had previously brushed off. Lu Yanting gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing, unscathed. If she is already involved and learns of those matters, do you truly believe Zhou Huaichuan would let her off easily? Would you grant Zhou Huaichuan that opportunity? Chang Yujing suddenly spoke, his expression devoid of the earlier playful demeanor, gazing steadily at him. His eyes, illuminated by the candlelight, appeared profoundly deep, as if seeking to fathom Lu Yanting's thoughts. Lu Yanting, are you not being overly anxious? Lu Yanting halted for a moment before returning to the table, silently sipping a cup of tea. I merely pondered that she has always stayed at home and has never witnessed such things. I fear she may falter. Lu Yanting was not reckless. He understood that acting impulsively at this juncture was inappropriate. It would be wiser to observe and later address these two individuals. However, I find her cousin rather remarkable. A young woman who can rise to the top in the teaching department and gain the favor of the little princess, thereby escaping her lowly origins. Do you truly think such a person is simple? Lu Yanting raised her gaze slightly. Naturally, do you think the Dali Temple is an easy target? If she were not extraordinary, she wouldn't even have been able to enter the Duke's residence. Chang Yujing clearly did not believe her. After the Empress Dowager's downfall, she emerged unscathed, managed to obtain her household registration documents, became a law-abiding citizen, and even opened a shop in the capital. A place where every inch of land is precious. You claim she is naive and ignorant. Who would believe that? Lu Yanting felt that he was being unreasonable. She was well aware of Jiang Jinyue's character, and it seemed Chang Yujing was so engrossed in gossip that he nearly forgot the serious matters at hand. Truly making a mountain out of a molehill. Your prejudice against her is simply too deep. After saying this, Lu Yanting turned her gaze towards the window. On stage, she, adorned in golden jewelry, shimmered brilliantly under the flickering candlelight, a spectacle to behold. The half of her face revealed beneath the veil was largely obscured by exaggerated rouge and floral adornments, with only a pair of dark, lustrous eyes visible, akin to an otherworldly sprite untouched by the hardships of life. No one knew that behind her exquisite dancing skills lay years of blood and tears from Jiang Jinyue. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted, and some even tossed coins onto the stage, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. Indeed, though she was innocent, she was also quite unruly. Chang Yujing followed his line of sight, eager to look below, but with a sudden clap, the window was shut. He barely avoided being struck by the abruptly closed window, his expression one of surprise. What do you mean by that? Lu Yanting whispered. They have arrived. Soon, events unfolded as planned. After Jiang Jinyue completed her dance, she gracefully retreated from the stage. Amidst the guests' murmurs of regret and cheers, she carried a tray and made her way to a private room on the third floor. Chang Yujing had previously mentioned that the hidden connections of the rebel prince ran deep, and even in such a mixed gathering, it was highly unlikely that they would discuss matters here. Therefore, perhaps today's visitors were messengers intended to confirm Zhou Huaichuan's true identity and to inform him of the meeting's location and time with their superiors. Jiang Jinyue entered the room with two people players, lifting the beaded curtain to reveal a small, shrewd-looking man reclining against a couch, drinking. Upon seeing the three enter, he set down his wine cup and gestured for them to approach. They knelt beside him on the couch, and Jiang Jinyue picked up the wine jug to pour for him. The man leaned closer and snapped his fingers by her ear. Jiang Jinyue had anticipated this, neither dodging nor avoiding, and did not spill a single drop from the jug, merely gazing at his actions in confusion. The man withdrew his hand, took the cup from Jiang Jinyue, but did not drink from it. Rather, he handed it to one of the people players beside her. After the young woman finished her drink, the man signaled Jiang Jinyue to pour him another cup. Before long, the door to the private room swung open once more, and the matron from Xianjifang entered with Zhou Huaichuan. Guests, please. After ensuring both were seated comfortably, the matron pointed to the three women and smiled. The two may rest assured. Though these three young ladies are deaf and mute, their dancing skills and artistry are unparalleled. Please enjoy. Understood. After the matron exited, Zhou Huaichuan exchanged a few pleasantries with the man, his demeanor tinged with respect. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the three individuals in the room and uttered, "Leave." Jiang Jinyue, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, found herself at a loss for a way to remain, unwilling to depart so readily for fear that Chang Yujing would not let her off easily. Thus she hesitantly shuffled towards the exit. However, before long, the man interjected, "There is no need. In such a place, the more tranquil it is, the more it attracts attention. The Xinju Lane harbors numerous deaf-mute women, precisely for the purpose of creating such profitable avenues. Very well, let them perform." As Zhou Huaichuan spoke, he swallowed hard, with a wine jug still in her hand. Jiang Jinyue noticed Zhou Huaichuan's glass remained empty and recognized this moment as the perfect opportunity. She strolled over and, out of sight from the two men, gently twisted the cap of the wine jug and poured a glass for Zhou Huaichuan. After exchanging pleasantries with the individual opposite him, Zhou Huaichuan's peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Jinyue, and his interest was piqued. Indeed, she was a mute. She was summoned to dance, not to serve wine. Chapter 43. An unexpected encounter. Jiang Jinyue feigned realization and hastily retreated, only to be seized by Zhou Huaichuan at her wrist. He had known from the outset that a remarkably talented dancer had emerged from Xinju Lane, and now, upon closer inspection, she was indeed exceptional. "Remove your veil. Let me see," he urged. Jiang Jinyue couldn't help but chuckle at Zhou Huaichuan's sudden lack of stammering. His demeanor was now seasoned and suave, a stark contrast to the bashful youth he once was. He scrutinized her leisurely, suddenly struck by the familiarity of her eyes. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, he was overwhelmed by the heavy scent of her makeup. He coughed lightly and, regaining his composure, noticed her squinting, a smile beneath the veil that was utterly enticing, seemingly inching closer. The gilded adornments on her person sparkled in the night, radiant and bold. Zhou Huaichuan promptly lost interest. This was entirely at odds with the usually unadorned and exquisite Jiang Jinyue, who typically exuded a subtle elegance akin to a pristine lotus. She had always possessed a fragrant essence so delicate, akin to a clear spring, pure and unblemished. Yet here she was, heavily painted and transformed into something unrecognizable. Alas, she was no longer the same person. The phrase, "once you have seen the vast ocean, how can you still regard mere water as precious?" seemed to encapsulate his feelings. Zhou Huaichuan couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by the enchanting allure Jiang Jinyue possessed. Although he had initially perceived her as lacking the flamboyance typical of courtesans, even finding her somewhat dull, after several days of separation, he found himself rather restless. Her skin was as tender as a peeled lychee, and whenever she smiled at him, Zhou Huaichuan could only envision stripping her of her garments, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. However, soon enough, he would be able to claim her as his own without pretense. All he needed was to endure a little longer. Having concluded this line of thought, Zhou Huaichuan lost any desire to pry further into her beauty, restraining her hand that sought to unveil herself and instead encouraging her to dance. Their conversation was brief, lasting no more than a quarter of an hour, after which Zhou Huaichuan exited first, while the other man lingered a moment longer, observing Jiang Jinyue's dance before leisurely departing after bestowing her with a reward. As both men left, Jiang Jinyue gradually ceased her movements and, feeling utterly drained, sank to the ground. As the dance concluded, so too did her engagement to Zhou Huaichuan. Had she not heard those words with her own ears, she would scarcely have believed that he was indeed embroiled in smuggling activities. Soon, Chang Yujing entered, leading her to another elegant chamber on the third floor. Upon entering, Jiang Jinyue was startled to find Zhou Huaichuan, whom she had parted with only moments ago, sitting silently within, gazing at her. She instinctively stepped back, astonished, and grasped the doorframe. This is... Chang Yujing, with both hands clasped in salute, appeared quite pleased with her reaction. "Even you were deceived. It truly is remarkable." Hearing his words, Jiang Jinyue approached cautiously, scrutinizing his face by the candlelight. It turned out to be a dark guard, expertly disguised, whose skill was so refined that one would hardly notice without close inspection. Chang Yujing inquired of Jiang Jinyue, "Has the potion been administered?" She nodded and replied, "Surely." It has taken effect by now. If you do not seek him at once, he may be discovered by his attendant, and that would spell disaster. Jiang Jinyue gestured for her to remain calm, pouring her a cup of tea with warmth. Do not worry. All is well. Now, tell me what you overheard. Jiang Jinyue nodded. As you anticipated, they did not specify any details about the evidence. But the man instructed young Master Zhou to meet him at the designated place at midnight. And the code phrase was the long wind comes from the heavens. Do you remember the address they mentioned? Jiang Jinyue rose. Glancing at the time, there is little time left before midnight. Our dark guards must arrive before then. They had not spoken aloud, but the man had sketched a map for young Master Zhou, which must now be in his possession. Just as Jiang Jinyue finished speaking, the door swung open, and Zhou Huaichuan, now unconscious, was dragged in by a dark guard disguised as an attendant. Once Jiang Jinyue successfully retrieved the map from Zhou's clothing, they heard the voice of Zhou's personal attendant searching frantically outside. Young master, where are you? Moments prior, Zhou had been lured into a room by Jiang Jinyue's men, separated from his attendant, all part of their plan. Jiang Jinyue signaled to the dark guard impersonating Zhou, who then stepped outside. I am here. Let us go. Jiang Jinyue was astonished to find that his voice was mimicked with remarkable precision. Listening to the receding footsteps of the two outside, she hesitantly asked, Are you certain he will not be discovered by the attendant? Jiang Jinyue shook his head. With less than an hour until midnight, he will board the carriage immediately upon exiting, and once they reach their destination, the attendant will certainly not enter. Since a code is required, it indicates that the individuals there do not recognize him. He will remain undiscovered. Jiang Jinyue instinctively nodded, her mind finally able to relax after a night of tension. Yet, upon seeing the unconscious Zhou Huaichuan in the room, her eyes grew slightly red, and she took a deep breath, turning her head away. Her voice, when speaking to Jiang Jinyue, was tinged with a hint of restraint. Well, my task is concluded. Jiang Jinyue neither nodded nor shook his head, maintaining an ambiguous demeanor. Jiang Jinyue interpreted his silence as acquiescence. Then, as we previously agreed, let's act as if we have never met. Jiang Jinyue shrugged, no problem. The window in the room had been blown ajar by the wind, allowing a chill to seep in, causing Jiang Jinyue to shiver slightly. Though summer was approaching, the nights remained quite cold, and her attire was exceedingly thin. After receiving a response, she did not linger but circled past Jiang Jinyue, pushing open the door to retrieve her warmer clothing. However, as soon as she swung the door open, she collided with a solid chest. Looking up to discern the identity of the intruder, she nearly lost her composure in fright. Lu Yanting stood before her clad in black, his expression far from pleasant. The shock she felt was akin to that night when she had exchanged glances with the shadow guards. Yet, considering her current appearance, she reasoned that Lu Yanting would not recognize her, and she made an effort to feign calmness as she walked past him. Jiang Jinyue gazed at Lu Yanting in surprise. It seems your cousin does not recognize you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting's lips pressed into a thin line, his expression darkening further. He turned and grasped Jiang Jinyue's arm. Tossing her cloak, put this on. Startled, Jiang Jinyue realized he had recognized her and hurriedly accepted the cloak. Glancing up at him in an attempt to salvage the situation, Your Highness, what brings you here? I didn't react in time. That is a question I should be asking you. Why are you here? Chapter 44. The prince's angry Lu Yanting's voice was low and devoid of warmth. His gaze icy. Jiang Jinyue was all too familiar with such a look. It was the kind of gaze that commanded submission from those of lower status in the palace. Though nothing had transpired yet, the authority it conveyed was sufficient to instill fear. She instinctively took 2 steps back, avoiding his stare as she donned the cloak. During this process, she glanced at Jiang Jinyue, only to find no intention of helping her in his eyes. Mustering her courage, she relayed the excuse she had prepared. I noticed something was off with Zhou Huaichuan and was worried he might be staying in the entertainment district. So I secretly came to check. You still refuse to speak the truth. Lu Yanting's voice was hushed, yet the warmth it once held now echoed with menace. He had never addressed her with such seriousness before, and it dawned on Jiang Jinyue that he seemed genuinely angry. The situation had escalated beyond her expectations. She had initially agreed to assist Jiang Jinyue to keep the matter from Lu Yanting. Yet now, despite her efforts, Lu Yanting had appeared. Chang Yujing stood nearby, watching her with a smile, which only fueled her frustration. This person treated her promises as trifles, proving himself to be far from honorable. Perhaps sensing the tension in the air, Chang Yujing finally interjected, "We must not delay. Your troops are ready to depart." Lu Yanting, aware of the gravity of the situation, coldly instructed Xingyao behind him, "Prepare the carriage and have someone escort the young lady home." Once back, Jiang Jinyue felt an unsettling anxiety, unable to sleep throughout the night. The affairs of the Zhou family have reached a definitive conclusion, which may indeed cast a shadow over the Shi residence. However, it is not her concern to fret over such matters. Yet, witnessing the once gentle and warm Zhou Huaichuan reveal such a countenance is something she finds hard to accept. Jiang Jinyue turned over in bed, her thoughts drifting to Lu Yanting. The heir must have been quite angered upon his departure, yet Jiang Jinyue feels powerless, as all of this lies beyond her control. If blame is to be assigned, then perhaps Chang Yujing shares some culpability as well. Fortunately, she and Lu Yanting are not truly blood relatives, and she has not entirely botched the situation. In fact, it has progressed rather smoothly. He is currently preoccupied with his cases and is unlikely to seek her out for this trivial matter. She had assumed that word of these events would not reach the Shi residence so swiftly, but just 3 days later, the third master and madam received wind of it. The Shi household possesses connections, and upon noting that Lu Yanting had not returned home for 3 consecutive days, coupled with the mysterious circumstances surrounding the Zhou family patriarch and matron's detention by the authorities at their temporary residence, the third master began to sense something amiss. He dispatched someone to the Dali Temple for inquiries, only to receive a response indicating that their commercial establishments were entangled in some issues requiring cooperation with an investigation. However, the third master, being astute, though unaware of the Zhou family's treachery, understood well the means of self-preservation among prominent families. That afternoon, the third madam summoned Jiang Jinyue, instructing her to cease all interactions with the Zhou family, including any servants or attendants who might come calling. She meticulously inquired whether Zhou Huaichuan had ever mentioned anything regarding the northern salt mines during their previous encounters, to which Jiang Jinyue replied that she was entirely uninformed. The third madam, finding her ignorance unsurprising, reflected upon the cunning nature of merchants, how they could conceal such significant matters, and felt relieved that no formal ties had been established with their family, narrowly avoiding a perilous entanglement. She advised Jiang Jinyue to refrain from attending the academy for the time being and to remain at home. After Jiang Jinyue's departure, she hastily penned a letter to her family, urging them to sever all connections with the Zhou family. Smuggling is a grave offense, and it would be prudent for them to remain untainted by any scandal. Upon exiting Yunyu Pavilion, Jiang Jinyue made her way back. She understood their anxiety. Lu Yanting had recently been appointed as a junior official, and the funds for his position might have some connection to the Zhou family. Yet, this could be a blessing in disguise, as she had no desire to attend the family school any longer. Although Shanwan was absent, many noble women remained, and Jiang Jinyue feared further complications. While accompanying Princess Jia in the Empress's palace for her studies, she had also learned quite a few characters. And during her time at the music academy, many of the dances were adaptations of poetry, supplemented by her recent studies, which she deemed sufficient. She felt utterly exhausted. Despite over a month of interaction, it had not fostered any affection for Zhou Huaichuan, yet marked the shattering of yet another hope. Once again, she found herself alone. The repeated lessons had illuminated a harsh truth. Reliance on others is futile, and seeking shortcuts is fruitless. Only by depending on herself could she ensure that her aspirations would not dissipate like fleeting clouds, allowing her to seek justice for her father. Jiang Jinyue harbored no further illusions. Once she had earned enough silver, she would set forth to uncover the truth behind her father's plight. Should she still draw breath at that time, she would return to the capital to resume her business of candied fruits. A few days later, the affairs of the Zhou family stirred up a considerable uproar in the capital. The Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice dismantled a stronghold at Wang, swiftly apprehending dozens of spies from the Zhao kingdom, 7 officials from the court, and several merchants led by the Zhou family, all of whom were taken to prison for interrogation. His Majesty, incensed, declared a thorough investigation to eradicate this corruption. In places such as Xinghuafang, Wubenfang, and Jingshanfang, large contingents of soldiers marched by every few hours, and the clamor of home searches and the cries of women and children echoed in the air. Fear gripped everyone, and households shut their doors to visitors. Once bustling with influential dignitaries, these neighborhoods now resonated with a chilling silence, starkly contrasting with the lively streets inhabited by ordinary citizens far from the imperial city. Naturally, the Western Mansion was not oblivious to this news. The third master and mistress initially believed the Zhou family's troubles were merely related to smuggling, unaware of the connection to the rebellious prince. Although the Lu family, being a prestigious clan of scholarly lineage, would not easily succumb to such risks, they nonetheless found themselves entangled in a troublesome situation. When the Zhou family arrived in the capital, they had endeavored to curry favor, bringing rare treasures for the entire household, even treating the servants to delicacies from the south. However, now, should any of these gifts be misinterpreted, they could serve as evidence of collusion between the Western Mansion and the Zhou family. Thus, a decree was issued throughout the mansion, forbidding any mention of the Zhou family. Those who disobeyed would face severe punishment. By mid-April, it had been some time since Jiang Jinyue had last seen Lu Yanting. During these days, she had remained in the small building, diligently keeping to herself, reading and studying daily, and finally reconciling the accounts that had been delayed for over a month. She felt that life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. With the incidents involving Zhou Huichuan and the events at Jiangjinyue gradually fading from memory, little did she know that while she had forgotten, Lu Yanting had not. Chapter 45. Her birthday, April 15th, marked Jiang Jinyue's birthday, and after this day, she would turn 18. Sitting by the window of the small building, she gazed at the lush greenery outside, reflecting that this was her first birthday celebrated outside the palace. In truth, she had never celebrated a birthday while in the palace, making this her first since departing from her father over a decade ago. She felt a desire to commemorate the occasion. Thus, in the evening, she ventured to the small kitchen when it was not busy and prepared herself a bowl of Yangchun noodles. Carrying the bowl back under the starlit sky, she found the moon full and bright. Although no one else in the world knew it was her birthday, Jiang Jinyue felt a surge of joy. Being able to sit peacefully in the small building, cooking a bowl of noodles for herself without the burden of endless chores or the pressure of incessant dancing lessons, and without the reprimands of the matron, was a cherished blessing she had once scarcely dared to dream of. As for Zhou Huichuan and Chang Yujing, they were merely people from different paths, and she would not see them again. Thus, she resolved to let the past remain in the past. Just as she was about to lift her chopsticks, a knock sounded at the door. 3 firm raps, steady and resolute, unmistakably characteristic of Lu Yanting. Setting down her chopsticks, she moved around the screen, and upon opening the door, she found Lu Yanting standing before her, hands clasped behind his back. "Young master, is there a particular matter that brings you to the Western residence at such a late hour? It has been several days since we last met." And perhaps due to the constant interrogation of others, Lu Yanting's typically stern countenance appeared even more austere. Jiang Jinyue felt a sense of confusion mingled with a barely perceptible tension. Surely, he had come to inquire about her case, much like he did regarding Ning Heng's incident. However, she had nothing to conceal this time. Zhou Huichuan had not confided in her, and her knowledge was scarcely more than what Chang Yujing possessed. She had nothing to say. Yet, Jiang Jinyue was unprepared for the fact that he was not there to question her, but rather to scold her. Lu Yanting stepped inside with determination, and as Jiang Jinyue closed the door behind her, he settled onto the couch, his voice icy as he demanded, "Why did you go to Xinjiufang that day?" Jiang Jinyue instinctively considered offering her previous justification, but Lu Yanting seemed to anticipate her words, interjecting, "The records from the Dali Temple indicate that you visited for several consecutive days." Jiang Jinyue, speak honestly. Caught off guard by his relentless inquiry, she was perplexed as to why he clung to an incident from days past, and could only reply, "It was that official, Lord Chang, who spoke to me." "Do you know Chang Yujing?" Lu Yanting probed. Jiang Jinyue shook her head, naturally unwilling to divulge the truth of her solitary pursuit of Zhou Huichuan that night, which had been discovered by Chang Yujing. Instead, she cautiously replied, "I do not know him." I have only seen him from a distance during our last conversation. Does the unfamiliar compel you to act upon their requests without question? Lu Yanting's brow furrowed tightly, as though grappling with an incomprehensible dilemma. Jiang Jinyue, are you but a child of 3? Before acquiescing to this stranger, did you not consider consulting me first? Hearing his stern inquiry, Jiang Jinyue's breath caught in her throat, and she felt as though she were a child caught in wrongdoing, her head bowed, standing rigidly before him. A paragon such as Lu Yanting could scarcely comprehend her feelings of being an unwelcome guest, nor would he endeavor to understand her emotional turmoil. Despite her evident discontent and the disparate treatment she received within the household, she was compelled to maintain a facade of cheerfulness, insisting that all was well and that nothing troubled her, for she knew that the moment she expressed any concern, she would be perceived as a nuisance, inherently rebellious. She bore the weight of her lowly origins with an acute sense of pride, unwilling to allow others to look down upon her. Thus, inconveniencing others was never an easy task for her, especially in the home of her current host. You see, young master, Lord Chang is not an untrustworthy figure. He showed me his token. I thought it a trivial matter, not wishing to trouble you, she murmured, her fingers nervously twisting the sleeve of her garment. Her head lowered further, her voice trembling, tinged with a hint of tears. However, Lu Yanting had no intention of relenting, pressing on with his interrogation. A trivial matter? If matters that threaten your life are considered trivial, what then constitutes a serious concern for you? Though seated, he could easily draw her closer, compelling her to stand before him. The distance between them abruptly diminished, and Jiang Jinyue was forced to meet his gaze. Upon encountering the fury in his eyes, she pressed her lips together, uncertain how to respond, and then swiftly lowered her gaze once more. The sisters in the palace had taught Jiang Jinyue from a young age that when faced with criticism from the matron, it was imperative not to argue, but rather to remain silent and acknowledge one's mistakes. For if one were to retort, the punishment would only be more severe, yielding no benefits whatsoever. Speaking less and acting more was always prudent. Jiang Jinyue had grown accustomed to handling criticism and even insults in this manner, and she found herself doing the same in this moment. Yet, she could not comprehend why Lu Yanting, unlike the matrons, did not simply berate her and depart or impose a punishment. Instead, he probed deeply into her character, demanding an answer, reiterating, Jiang Jinyue, what significant matter is worth discussing with me? Jiang Jinyue truly did not grasp what constituted a significant issue. She had always found ways to resolve her problems independently. Thus, there was nothing deemed worthy of sharing with others. However, Lu Yanting was not merely anyone. He had helped her find stability and secured her a reasonably priced shop. She felt an immense debt of gratitude towards him and could not let him go so easily. In desperation, Jiang Jinyue repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry, my lord. I have troubled you again. I truly apologize. I promise I will not act this way again. I will improve. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. What exactly are you apologizing for? Lu Yanting was almost amused by her frustration. Jinyue, have I not repeatedly told you that if you have matters to discuss, you may always come to me? Am I truly so unworthy of your trust? She shook her head fervently, her words tumbling out in a jumbled mess due to her tears. No, Iemisuri, I'm not accustomed to troubling others. Whenever she sought help from others, it had never resulted in anything favorable, often leading to her own complications. Jiang Jinyue was acutely aware that if she were to request assistance, even those willing to help would likely perceive her as a burden, eager to distance themselves from her. She understood that the slight pity Lu Yanting felt towards her was merely a reflection of his future responsibilities as the head of the family, easily dissipated. If she sought too much, his impression of her would inevitably shift, leading her to become increasingly isolated. She truly did not wish for that, so she preferred to be the one to withdraw first. Lu Yanting sat quietly, observing her for a while. Noticing that Jiang Jinyue's tears would not cease, she cried bitterly. He softened his tone. Your silence only complicates matters further. Do you understand how perilous that day was? Chang Yujing is not a good person. Do not trust him in the future. I only wish to assist you. Chapter 46. The betrothal feast. Earlier, when Chang Yujing mentioned matters regarding the Zhou family, Jiang Jinyue was initially skeptical. The reasons for her eventual agreement were twofold. She wished to witness the situation with her own eyes, and Chan Yujing had assured her that this was a case under the Lord's jurisdiction. If Jiang Jinyue performed well, it could greatly assist Lu Yanting, and he would not discover her involvement. Jiang Jinyue merely aimed to repay him in some small measure. She could not fathom why he had come to confront her, especially since she had indeed helped him. Feeling increasingly aggrieved, her tears seemed endless. Jiang Jinyue turned away from him, unwilling to reveal her disheveled state. Lu Yanting gazed upon her slender silhouette, pondering her unwillingness to absorb any reason, thus relinquishing his intention to rationalize with her. He rose to his feet, approached her, and offered a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Jiang Jinyue rejected it, turning away while sobbing. Lu Yanting suddenly perceived two distinct facades in the person before him. One was the courteous and composed Jiang Jinyue, who, regardless of the circumstances, remained unflustered, treating others with respect and silently enduring trials. This was her facade. Contrarily, her genuine self was starkly different. She bore an impenetrable emotional barrier towards others, adhering strictly to her own principles, akin to a stubborn yet naive child. Much like in this moment. After a brief pause, as her cries subsided, he stated, "In any case, such reckless actions cannot be permitted in the future." He stepped closer, bending slightly, and earnestly said, "Cousin, since fate has brought us together, I do not find your troubles burdensome. I can assure you that as long as the Duke of Ning's residence stands and I remain, I shall take care of your matters. Is that agreeable?" Jiang Jinyue, still bewildered from her weeping, hardly comprehended his words, merely offering a vague nod, eager for him to depart. "Then please refrain from going out for the next few days and rest well indoors," he advised before striding towards the door. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Jinyue, stifling her sobs, inquired, "What of Zhou Huichuan? Is he going to die?" Lu Yanting turned back, his tone growing serious. "This is a matter of great consequence. Do not ask further." Once he departed, Jiang Jinyue lingered in place for a while, until a cloud obscured the moonlight, and her tears had dried. She returned to her table. However, the bowl of noodles she had prepared had turned into a clump, thoroughly cold. She attempted to eat it slowly, yet could not finish. The sudden illness of the princess had begun to improve after Lu Yanting's engagement was settled. The physicians stationed at the duke's residence had all returned to the palace, and the tense atmosphere had dissipated, allowing the household to commence preparations for Lu Yanting's betrothal to Su Jiangyu. The princess was now able to rise and walk, placing great importance on the engagement ceremony, personally overseeing all arrangements, which was set for a sunlit day at the end of April. Due to the hurried nature of the betrothal feast, the princess did not indulge in extravagance, inviting only families with whom they had cordial relations, planning to host a grand banquet on the day of the formal wedding. As late April approached, transitioning towards midsummer, the weather grew increasingly warm, with the occasional chirping of small swallows outside. The duke's residence, shaded by trees, mitigated much of the heat, and numerous guests had already arrived, feeding fish by the pond and seeking respite on the terraces. Each courtyard had been provided with ice daily, and the young ladies had replaced their charcoal braziers with ice, designed so exquisitely that even as it melted, no water would drip, despite the oppressive heat. With Zhou's affairs still unresolved and Zhou Huichuan remaining imprisoned, Jiang Jinyue, who typically would not venture out, had no choice but to seek accommodation in advance. Waiting until May would make the search nearly impossible in the sweltering heat. In recent days, Jiang Jinyue has pondered her situation thoroughly. Initially, her residence in the manor was due to financial constraints and Aunt Tong's insistence on finding her a suitable match. However, with the modest profits from her shop, she no longer harbors hopes of remarriage. She fears that remaining in the West Manor might lead to complications, causing trouble for both parties. Thus, it is prudent to move out promptly. Moreover, several days have elapsed since Lu Yanting last sought her, and with the young master preoccupied with engagements and investigations, her departure at this juncture would not suggest that she was driven away by his reproach. Without delay, Jiang Jinyue set out early one morning, carrying her silver. Indeed, her lower status afforded certain advantages, such as being exempt from attending engagement banquets. Conversely, Lu Yue was not so fortunate. Today marked the birthday of a dear friend. who had invited her and others to a summer retreat at a villa in the outskirts of the capital. Lu Yue was unable to attend and lamented at home for quite some time. Upon seeing Jiang Jinyue preparing to leave, she clung to her, desperate to prevent her from departing, but was fortunate to be pulled away by the maids. Such gatherings were naturally not suitable for concubines. And as Jiang Jinyue strolled along the imperial street, she unexpectedly encountered Aunt Tong, who was just exiting a cosmetics shop. The shopkeeper warmly escorted her to the door, and the two engaged in animated conversation, clearly old acquaintances. Behind Aunt Tong, a young maid struggled to carry a large bundle, trailing behind with great effort. Just as Jiang Jinyue hesitated to approach, Aunt Tong caught sight of her. Her expression darkened instantly, and she furrowed her brow as she approached. Her voice sharp as she admonished, did I not warn you? The matter with the Zhou family remains unsettled. You must not wander the streets." After her reprimand, Aunt Tong noticed that Jiang Jinyue had grown thinner since summer's onset, and with a resigned sigh, she continued, "Alas, it is understandable that you feel disheartened after losing such a favorable match with the Zhou family. Even I feel the pinch. It is good for you to take a stroll, but remember to return early. Do not complicate matters further, and do not dwell in sorrow." Jiang Jinyue nodded obediently, replying, "I understand, Aunt." Though Aunt Tong appeared to be more distressed than she seemed to have urgent matters to attend to and hurried away after imparting her advice. By this time, the hour had passed, and the sun was becoming increasingly fierce. Having learned from her previous experiences, Jiang Jinyue chose not to visit the dentist, but instead headed towards the Jinyue Pavilion. The manager of Jinyue Pavilion had once served in the Lu household and had lived in the capital for over 40 years. He now managed the pavilion and several shops owned by the Lu family, possessing considerable connections. During quiet days at the pavilion, manager Chen enjoyed chatting with her. He shared that 3 years prior, due to his diligent work, he had secured his freedom and planned to serve Lu Yanting for a few more years. Once he turned 50, he would be entitled to a small residence in the alley behind the Lu manor. Though modest, it would accommodate his family, freeing them from the need to share cramped quarters with other staff, thus providing a sense of stability in the capital. Jiang Jinyue listened with envy in her heart. Previously, she inquired with the shopkeeper about the availability of residential rentals in the vicinity. Chen, the shopkeeper, spoke knowledgeably about which street housed elderly couples wishing to rent out their homes to move back to the suburbs with their children and grandchildren, or about daughters recently married who were eager to lease the homes gifted to them by their parents for a bit of income. Jiang Jinyue, now seeking his assistance, had not ventured far when the throngs of pedestrians on the road suddenly parted. Looking ahead, she spotted a grand carriage drawn by 3 horses, adorned lavishly, approaching her direction, with a young horseman and a dozen guards clearing the way. The onlookers, captivated, murmured, "Indeed, the household of the minister is splendid. The Shun family truly shines." Yet, is it not said that Minister Shun is typically austere, using only the most ordinary blue cloth carriage for his daily commutes to court? Naturally, Minister Shun embodied such simplicity, but it was well known that he cherished his wife dearly and lavished affection upon his only daughter, treating her as a precious gem. Hence, everything for her was of the finest quality. A gust of wind swept through, lifting a corner of the carriage's curtain, and Jiang Jinyue, standing among the crowd, caught a glimpse of a gentle-faced, elegantly dressed lady within, gazing affectionately at her daughter cradled in her arms. Chapter 47. Madame Shun's fragrant pouch. Shun Wan nestled against her mother's embrace, her face marred by displeasure. Upon noticing the curtain fluttering open, she irritably urged her maid to draw it shut. The young man at the front, sharp-eyed and finely featured, was undoubtedly Shen Jingzong, the eldest son of the Shun family. Their entourage was evidently en route to the Lu residence to attend the betrothal ceremony of Lu Yanting. Jiang Jinyue felt a surge of relief that she had ventured out today, avoiding any trouble from Shun Wan. However, inexplicably, Shen Jingzong's horse suddenly neighed and veered off course, seemingly intent on colliding with Jiang Jinyue. As the horse lost control, the crowd scattered in panic. Jiang Jinyue retreated a few steps, only to be shoved by someone, causing her to fall to the ground. Just as she braced herself for what seemed an inevitable disaster, Shen Jingzong tightened the reins and pulled the horse back. Madame Shun, clearly perturbed by the commotion, had the curtain lifted by her maid, her gaze reflecting displeasure. Jingzong, what are you doing? Shun Jingzong, unfazed, offered Jiang Jinyue a cryptic smile and turned back, proclaiming, Mother, do not scold me. It is merely this horse that lacks vision. I'll discipline it properly upon our return. As Jiang Jinyue stood up, brushing off the dust from her attire, she caught the eye of Shun Wan, who rolled her eyes and complained to her mother, I told you today would be ill-fated. I encounter insufferable people the moment I step outside. Mother, I insisted I did not wish to go today. Why must you drag me along? Madame Shun hastily covered her daughter's mouth, admonishing, You mustn't speak so. Today is a most auspicious day, as determined by the Grand Princess. When we arrive at the Duke's residence, exercise caution in your words and actions. Do you understand? Having said this, Madame Shun glanced at Shun Wan and then at Jiang Jinyue, her expression far from amicable. She summoned a nearby wet nurse to issue a few instructions, signaling her to manage the situation, and urged, Enough, enough. We must hurry. We cannot afford to be late for the betrothal feast at the Duke's residence, lest we be ridiculed for our lack of decorum. Their conversation in the carriage was beyond Jiang Jinyue's hearing. She silently watched the procession fade into the distance, contemplating her departure when a matron from the Shun residence approached, inquiring if she wished to visit the medical hall, assuring her that all expenses would be covered by the Shun household. Jiang Jinyue waved her hand dismissively, insisting it was unnecessary, yet the matron wore an expression of guilt, determined to persuade her otherwise. Consequently, the surrounding commoners lavished praise upon the Shun family for their thoroughness, trapping Jiang Jinyue in her refusal. I truly do not require it. Thank you, she asserted, turning towards the direction of Jinyue Pavilion. However, the matron pursued her, guiding Jiang Jinyue away from the crowd and into a narrow alley. My dear lady, I am truly sorry for the fright you experienced today. If I were to let you leave empty-handed, I would be remiss in my duties. Since you will not visit the medical hall, you must accept these gifts. A young maid soon followed, carrying a brocade box. The matron opened it to reveal a fragrant sachet, a box of rouge, and a delicately crafted bronze mirror engraved with the image of the Queen Mother of the West. The matron, with a kindly demeanor, personally hung the sachet at Jiang Jinyue's waist and adjusted her attire, saying, Please do not take offense. My master disdains extravagance. Although these items lack great value, they are all lovingly made by my lady. The sachet contains calamus, mugwort, and mint, along with a rare imported frankincense, which can repel insects and dispel dampness, making it particularly suitable for summer wear. Very well, it is of no consequence now. You may return, Jiang Jinyue acknowledged, knowing that refusing the gifts would leave her unable to explain herself. She courteously bid farewell and proceeded to Jinyue Pavilion. Recent days at the Dali Temple had been bustling with activity, with waves of individuals being brought in and subsequently dispatched elsewhere. The officials within the upper offices were overwhelmed with work, while the prison below was filled to capacity, rendering the Dali Temple akin to a relentless water wheel, perpetually in motion. Lu Yanting sat behind his usual rosewood desk, laden with documents, his head bowed as his pen never ceased its movement. Servants scurried in and out with blocks of ice. Yet the somber atmosphere remained unbroken. Yun Shu entered, holding a ledger, his expression grave as he addressed Lu Yanting. Sir, we have uncovered some leads that seem to be connected to Lord Ning. Lu Yanting looked up in surprise. What? Yin Shu handed him the ledger. You previously instructed us to re-examine the documentation of various shops in the capital. Today, while investigating a porcelain shop in the East Market, we discovered something amiss. Lu Yanting glanced at the ledger, contemplating. Zhou Huichuan visited this porcelain shop 2 years ago and ordered a substantial quantity of porcelain from Manager Li. This very shop in the East Market was the one Lord Ning visited shortly before his demise. After a moment's reflection, he set aside his current task and descended to the prison. Zhou Huichuan did not enjoy the privilege of solitary confinement. At that moment, he was in prison alongside his parents, surrounded by ill-gotten goods and bearing a pallid countenance. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside the cell, Zhou Huichuan lifted his eyelids with little expression. But upon recognizing the leading figure as Lu Yanting, he sprang to his feet, gripping the bars and calling out, Young master, young master. No, Lord Lu, it is I. We have met before at the Duke's residence. My lord. Lu Yanting, adorned with a gauze hat and his hair tied back, exuded an aura of aloofness with his sharp jawline and tightly pressed lips. He cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Huaichuan, signaling the guards to bring him forth, while he himself strode into the interrogation chamber. Zhou Huaichuan, sensing a glimmer of hope, stumbled forward upon being brought inside, attempting to reach Lu Yanting, only to be restrained by two guards and brought to his knees. My lord, this is Lu Yanting, seated in the grand chair behind the desk, spoke coldly. You visited the capital 2 years ago? Zhou Huaichuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, I came with my parents. My lord, I only took over my family's business in the past 2 years. All the previous matters were handled by my parents. Lu Yanting tilted his head to glance at Yin Shu, who then exited to summon his parents for questioning in another room. My lord, I have written many letters to Jiao during this time, yet she has not replied to a single one. Lu Yanting raised his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, then rummaged through the papers on the desk, producing a stack of unopened letters and casting them before Zhou Huaichuan. How is it possible? Chapter 48. Zhou Huaichuan, taken aback, lowered his head to retrieve them, but Lu Yanting had already spoken. From now on, I will ask the questions, and you shall answer. Should your testimony contradict that of your parents, prepare to reunite with them in the afterlife. Zhou Huaichuan quickly lifted his head to meet Lu Yanting's gaze. The man before him, though noble and elegant, spoke with a chilling authority reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, dictating his fate. 2 years ago, you visited the East Market and inquired at a porcelain shop owned by a man named Li, correct? Zhou Huaichuan's eyes darted as he desperately searched his memory. And after a moment, he replied, yes. 2 years ago, I came to the capital with my parents. I wanted to engage in the porcelain trade in Hangzhou, so I visited to take a look. The porcelain there was well crafted, and I bought a batch to bring back. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting tapped his long fingers rhythmically on the desk, contemplating the veracity of Zhou Huaichuan's words. Why would Zhou Huaichuan, connected to the case of the rebel prince, have visited the same shop as Ning Heng? Lu Yanting was not foolish enough to consider this a mere coincidence. Previously, when Jiang Jinyue was searching for a shop in the East Market, he had dispatched someone to investigate the porcelain shop and the owner, Li, finding nothing amiss. However, shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper had unexpectedly succumbed to a sudden illness, an occurrence that was indeed suspicious. What connection existed between Zhou Huaichuan, the rebel prince, Ning Heng, and that porcelain shop? Fortunately, with the capture of several accomplices of the rebel prince, he was confident he would uncover the truth. With this thought, he casually inquired if Zhou Huaichuan knew Ning Heng, to which the latter's response was predictably what he anticipated. Lord Ning is the son of the Duke of Chengyan, who perished in the rebel prince case. This is common knowledge, my lord. However, if you wish to know if we had any dealings, I must assure you there were none. As a mere merchant, I know only to conduct business for profit. How could I have befriended him? I am uncertain, truly. I do not know. My lord, considering our past acquaintance, could you possibly intercede on my behalf? Observing his tear-streaked visage as he writhed on the ground, his already thin voice grew even more hoarse and unappealing. Completely oblivious to the gravity of his transgressions, he merely frantically defended himself. It is difficult to fathom that this is the sort of person Jiang Jinyue favors. Lu Yanting's expression darkened considerably as he coldly inquired, "What connection do I have with you?" Zhou Huaichuan hastily responded, "You are Jiao's cousin. Once I marry her, you will also become my cousin. We are all relatives. Could you not extend a favor to me?" Lu Yanting remained silent, clenching his fists, unable to suppress a cough. Zhou Huaichuan, thinking Lu Yanting was unaware, hurriedly added, "My lord, Jiao is a pet name for Jinyue, bestowed upon her by her late father. Did you not know this?" Lu Yanting found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Zhou Huaichuan's remarks seemed merely aimed at emphasizing his closeness to Jiang Jinyue. Without waiting for Lu Yanting's response, he anxiously continued, "My lord, if I were to perish, what would become of Jinyue? How heartbroken she would be." Unbeknownst to Zhou Huaichuan, Jiang Jinyue had already witnessed his actions that day. If there were to be sorrow, it would be for her own sake. Lu Yanting, wishing to say no more, rose and declared, A man ought to face the consequences of his actions. Zhou Huaichuan, you cannot escape death. As two guards prepared to escort Zhou Huaichuan back to his cell, he began to grow anxious, shaking his head vigorously. No, no, my lord. I merely wish to earn a bit more silver. I have revealed everything you desired to know. To spare my life. Lu Yanting's expression remained impassive, as if he had already relegated Zhou Huaichuan to the status of an inanimate object. Dragged outside, Zhou Huaichuan, seeing Lu Yanting's unwavering demeanor, suddenly exclaimed, Lu Shaoqing, the reason you deny me a chance at life is because of your feelings for her, is it not? Your intentions are rather base. Lu Yanting, incredulous, questioned, what are you saying? Perhaps it was the proximity of death that instilled Zhou Huaichuan with sudden courage. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, his fear dissipated, and he could not restrain his words. According to the laws of Dawei, I have not yet been convicted, and I am permitted to send letters. Yet you have suppressed all those letters. Do you not understand why? Lu Shaoqing? Come now, we are both men. Let us dispense with the pretense. No matter how noble or pure you may appear, you cannot escape the word desire. The way you look at her is not that of a proper brother towards his sister. Only a fool like Jiang Jinyue, with her superficial beauty, could fail to see it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting stepped forward, crouched down, and seized Zhou Huaichuan by the neck. His tone low and menacing. How dare you slander me? At that moment, Zhou Huaichuan appeared to have lost his soul, speaking fearlessly. I have little time left anyway. Am I to fear a mere official? It is astonishing that the son of the most esteemed princess of Dawei has fallen for the same woman as a common rogue like me. A man must own up to his actions, Lu Derun. These are your own words. What? Do you dare not acknowledge it? I truly comprehend your sentiments. Jiang Jinyue possesses remarkable beauty, yet alas, the woman you cherish is ultimately my priority. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yanting abruptly tightened his grip, causing the man's face to flush crimson, nearly rendering him breathless. Observing the slow reddening of Lu Yanting's eyes, Zhou Huaichuan felt as though his demise was imminent. However, in the next instant, the latter unexpectedly released him, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Lu Yanting resumed his composed and noble demeanor, as if the earlier display of fury had never transpired, and spoke with an unruffled tone. Your tongue is indeed commendable, but it has no further purpose now. It should be severed. As the cries of anguish echoed, Lu Yanting had already ascended the stairs and exited the prison. The bright sun shone once more upon his face, making the dark thoughts seem vulnerable to exposure, rendering them conspicuous, and he found it somewhat blinding. In the distance, a familiar voice called out, that of the anxious Qingya. Young master, have you forgotten that today is your betrothal ceremony? The Duke's residence is in a frenzy searching for you. You must return swiftly. Lu Yanting appeared momentarily disoriented, taking a while before responding. Understood. In the afternoon, when Tong Xiangning returned to the West Manor bearing her purchases, the betrothal ceremony was on the verge of commencing, leaving the West Manor desolate, as all those of stature had gone to attend the event. While she grumbled about the scorching sun, she made her way to Jiangshua Pavilion with her maid. On the way, she encountered Concubine Man, which only soured her expression further. Concubine Man's belly had grown increasingly round, and she strutted about with an air of delight, eager to showcase whatever gifts the master had bestowed upon her. Her appearance garishly vibrant and utterly vulgar. Concubine Man glanced at her attire, fanning herself lightly, and remarked, "Oh, sister, off to purchase rouge again. I must say your attitude is rather commendable. Despite the turmoil you've caused, you act as though nothing has happened. If only I could be as magnanimous as you. Perhaps I wouldn't spend my days fretting over this unborn child. You insolent wretch." Tong Xiangning could no longer contain her anger and stepped forward, hands on her hips, declaring, "It is said that childbirth is akin to traversing the gates of hell. Your time is fast approaching, and you ought to be concerned for yourself rather than aimlessly wandering about. If something were to happen, who would be held accountable?" Concubine Man bit down hard, discarding her fan, and approached Tong Xiangning, her lips curling into a slight smile before she unexpectedly slapped her across the face. Tong Xiangning, in disbelief, touched her right cheek, eyes wide, and rolled up her sleeves to retali, only to be firmly restrained by her maid. "Madam, please calm down." Seeing this, concubine man did not retreat, but instead moved closer. "Sister, the doctor advised me to walk more, claiming it would facilitate the birth. Yet, with your interference and disrespect today, I now feel unwell. I will summon the doctor. I will inform a master." With that, she departed in a grand procession with her entourage. Tong Xiangning glared at her arrogant, retreating figure, her frustration nearly bringing her to tears. Once back in her courtyard, she summoned her maid and instructed, "Go. Add the medicine from today into the master's nourishing soup. Ensure it all goes in." Chapter 49. The peculiar nourishing soup. The young maid, Chuanxing, whose mother had served Tong Xiangning for many years, was considered a confidant and was aware of the intricacies of the medicinal concoction. With a hint of uncertainty, she cautioned, My lady, is that wise? The shopkeeper just mentioned that this contains a triple dose. If we use it all, the potency may be too overwhelming. Could it lead to unforeseen consequences?" Having just endured humiliation, Tong Xiangning was already simmering with anger. She touched her burning cheeks and, upon hearing Chuanxing's words, immediately twisted the maid's ear and scolded, "What? Are you disregarding my words now? Should I inform the madam and send you to serve that little wretch?" "I dare not. I dare not, my lady," Chuanxing stammered, frightened into silence, no longer daring to speak. "Just do as you are told. Remember, the soup must be simmered slowly, for full 3 hours. You will watch over it personally. If there is even a slight mistake, I shall have your skin." "Yes, my lady, I understand," Chuanxing replied, too intimidated to say more, and she departed quietly. In the depths of the western courtyard, where lush greenery thrived outside, the room was equipped with an ice basin, and a young maid had brought medicine to reduce the swelling on Tong Xiangning's face, allowing her to gradually regain her composure. Previously, due to the troubles surrounding the Zhou family, the master's plans had gone awry, leaving him restless. He had scarcely visited the Jiangyun pavilion lately and had instead taken a new concubine, Miao. Now, he only came to her once every 10 days or so, and soon, man would give birth. After that, how could Lu Yu still remember her? Even a single visit would be a rarity. This morning, the master had summoned someone early to instruct her to serve him that night, which sparked an idea in Tong Xiangning's mind to enhance the dish. The female shopkeeper was well versed in the secrets of the boudoir and had even prayed for her, ensuring that she would succeed on the first try. With her eyes narrowed, Tong Xiangning fixated on the screen before her. Once she became pregnant, she would see how that little wretch dared to be so arrogant. That night, she brought wine and dishes to Lu Yu's courtyard, retrieving the nourishing soup from the food box and placing it before him. "Master, these dishes were closely monitored by me in the small kitchen all afternoon, especially this yucamia and pork kidney soup. You mentioned feeling weakness in your waist and knees the other day, and I made a note of it. This soup is exceptionally nourishing. Do try it." Noticing his displeased expression, she suspected that man had informed him about today's events. She intended to serve him the dishes while providing her own explanation. But as she reached for the chopsticks, he abruptly swatted them away and irritably said, "Go away." Lu Yu disinterestedly covered the soup bowl, stating, "I called you here for a matter." "Master, what is it? Why not discuss it after we finish our meal?" Tong Xiangning stood there, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she set down the chopsticks. Lu Yu spoke in a grave tone. "Previously, we only knew that the Zhou family was involved in smuggling, and we were merely entangled in a matter of poor judgment. But now, it is related to the rebel prince, and the emperor is demanding a thorough investigation." Tong Xiangning was so startled that she nearly dropped her chopsticks, her face paling in shock. "What? No, I thought it was just them smuggling on their own. How could it be connected to the rebel prince? What shall we do, master? Should this matter come to light, might it spell trouble for the West Mansion?" The recent scandal surrounding the rebellious prince has become a topic of widespread discussion, with numerous nobles meeting their demise at the guillotine, and the emperor showing no mercy whatsoever. Witnessing her distress, Lu Yu was even more infuriated. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "Isn't this all your foolish idea? The background of the Zhou family has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Even the lady is exercising caution. Yet here you are in a frenzy, insisting your niece meet with them, inviting trouble upon ourselves." "Lu Yu, visibly distressed, continued. I only learned today that the heir visited the West Mansion in the dead of night last April, and it was to interrogate her about the Zhou family. Your dear niece has been concealing this from us. Go fetch her at once. I must inquire what the heir has asked her, if she dares to implicate us in any way. Seeing Lu Yu's rising fury, Tang Xiangning quickly dispatched someone to the small building to find her. But Jiang Jinyue was not at home. Lu Yu, agitated, paced back and forth before sending someone directly to summon Lu Yanting. Tang Xiangning hesitated, saying, But the heir is engaged today. He must be quite busy. Do you think he will come? As Lu Yu seemed poised to unleash another tirade, Tang Xiangning's eyes darted, and she quickly suggested, What if we send my niece away first, to stay at the estate for a few days, or perhaps return her to Hangzhou? That way, if anyone inquires, we can simply say that the Zhou family's young master was visiting her, and she formed a bond with him on her own. We must ensure our names are cleared. Handle it as you see fit. With Lu Yu's consent, Tang Xiangning promptly left, calling for Chunxing. For now, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Hurry to the dock and purchase a ticket for Jinyue to return to Hangzhou first thing tomorrow morning. Go quickly. She must be sent away by then. Yes, my lady. Chunxing, unaware of the unfolding events, rushed off. Tang Xiangning's once romantic notions had completely evaporated. Upon returning to her quarters, she overheard Lu Yu questioning the returning servant. What news? Did the heir say he would come? Do not worry, my lord. The heir has agreed, but he has been occupied with his engagement all day. It may be a while before he arrives. Lu Yu's agitation deepened as he drank 2 cups of tea and tossed the covered bowl aside, striding towards the door. Very well. I shall wait for him in the study. He recalled how, in his youth, he had been a dashing young man, charming and gallant, willing to defy his family's wishes to usher her into his life. At that time, Tang Xiangning genuinely believed he was her destined companion. Now observing his somewhat corpulent figure, a result of years of indulgence, and the way he walked as if swollen from 3 days of soaking in the Bian River, she found it difficult to reconcile him with the passionate youth who had once risked everything for her, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. As Lu Yu reached a midpoint, lost in thought, he suddenly halted. Never mind, I want to go to the study. I'll have him brought here shortly. We can share a meal together. Lu Yu pointed at Tang Xiangning. You, leave this place at once. Do not return until later. Yes, my lord. Tang Xiangning, tightening her grip on her handkerchief, left dejectedly, her mind now set on finding Jiang Jinyue, completely forgetting about the restorative soup. Chapter 50. The return to the deer courtyard. She had no time for sorrow. Not long after, Chunxing returned to say that it was too late to purchase a boat ticket. Tang Xiangning pondered in the courtyard for a moment and realized that this endeavor was indeed too hasty. She summoned some attendants to prepare the estate in the outskirts of the capital, intending to send Jiang Jinyue there the following day. She assigned Chunxing to keep an eye on things and dispatched others to the shop to find Jiang Jinyue. At that moment, as she was busy, she noticed her younger daughter, Li, emerging from a side courtyard accompanied by 4 or 5 maids. Tang Xiangning quickly stopped her, saying, Aren't you supposed to be in the old lady's courtyard, conversing with your sisters? What are you doing out so late? Li Yi frowned and replied, I have no desire to listen to their conversations. They are all so cryptic, and that Shan Wan just mocked me. I am going to Wang Yan's villa in the capital to celebrate her birthday. Now that my second brother's betrothal ceremony has concluded, surely I can go. Li Yi attempted to stride away confidently, but Tang Xiangning grasped her arm and admonished softly, It is late. You can go tomorrow. There are many matters at home right now. Do not draw attention to yourself. Be careful that your father does not scold you. Tang Xiangning poked her finger gently at Li's forehead, but Li Yi protested. Do not interfere with me. I must go. Everyone else is attending, and I am the only one left out. Besides, a birthday only comes once a year. Tomorrow it will no longer be her birthday. Mother, if you stop me again, I truly will miss it. Seeing Tang Xiangning hold onto her stubbornly, Li Yi shook off her grip and decided to seek their father. If you do not allow me to go, I shall inform father. Once he agrees, we shall see if you still oppose it. Dear heavens, do not go. Your father is in a foul mood tonight. Do not stir up trouble. As the mother and daughter continued their impasse, Li's wet nurse intervened, advising, The young lady has a mischievous spirit, It would be unwise to provoke trouble at this juncture. Perhaps it is best to allow her to leave and return after some time. Tang Xiangning considered this and found some merit in her words, feeling somewhat exasperated with her daughter. Very well, you may go. Make sure to take the carriage I just dispatched to the outskirts. It will be safer for you. Seeing a smile break across Li's face, Tang Xiangning could not help but pinch her cheek, saying, You are such a troublesome one. After a day filled with tasks, Lu Yanting finally made his way to the western residence. He intended to head directly to the study, but his servant informed him. The third master has laid out a feast in the main hall, awaiting your arrival. Very well, I understand. A cynical smile crept upon Lu Yanting's lips. It seemed they had finally learned to be cautious. Upon entering the main hall, he was greeted by a faint fragrance of powder lingering in the air, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He noticed Lu Yu rise with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Ah, my dear nephew, you have finally arrived. I have much to discuss with you. Uncle, do not rush. Let us take our time with our conversation. Having been busy all day without much to eat, Lu Yanting sat at the table, surveying the array of steaming dishes before him and realizing he was indeed quite hungry. Yes, let's take our time, he replied. Lu Yu personally rose to serve him dishes and moved the soup specially prepared by Tang Xiangning to the forefront, ladling a bowl for him. Quickly taste this. I had it simmered specifically for you. It is particularly nourishing, and after the exertions of these days, you ought to replenish your strength. Thank you, uncle. Lu Yin lifted the bowl and took a sip, discerning an unusual flavor in the soup, as if it contained a myriad of medicinal herbs. However, having been busy all day, he was quite famished and drank it nonetheless. When Jiang Jinyue arrived at the shop, the attendant Shi Yin informed her that Manager Chun had stepped out for a matter but would return shortly. Yet, despite her vigil throughout the day, having seen off several waves of customers, Manager Chun still had not returned by closing time. Feeling a sense of unease and worried that something might have befallen him, she instructed Shi Yun to inquire further. After accommodating 2 more groups of patrons, one woman expressed curiosity about the scent pouch hanging from Jiang Jinyue, inquiring with a smile, What exquisite pouch do you possess, young lady? It smells delightful. Does it contain mint? Had she not reminded her, Jiang Jinyue might have forgotten that she even wore a scent pouch. She smiled softly and nodded, Madam, you have a keen eye. It indeed contains mint. As for the fragrance, perhaps it is a blend of various herbs. Once the customers departed, she took the pouch and examined it closely under the lamp, inhaling its fragrance. It was undeniably pleasant, and she realized that even her garments had absorbed its scent. During her service in the Empress Dowager's palace, she had learned a bit about the art of perfumery and knew that frankincense was exceedingly precious, with limited quantities contributed annually. This delightful aroma must be credited to it. She placed the scent pouch into a brocade box, alongside the rouge and bronze mirror given to her by the matron of the Shun family, and discarded the entire collection into the miscellaneous bin in the backyard. As darkness enveloped the sky, she contemplated whether to send Shi Qing out to investigate. When Shi Yun returned with a grave expression, What has happened? Noticing his troubled demeanor, Jiang Jinyue stood and hurriedly approached him. Shi Yun replied, Following your instructions, I first checked at our residence, but the manager had not returned, and his family was unaware of his whereabouts. After further inquiries, I learned that he had been taken away by officials shortly after stepping out. Jiang Jinyue froze, gripping her handkerchief tightly. What? Do you know the reason? Shi Yun nodded. There has been a recent case of smuggling linked to the rebel prince, and the capital has commenced strict inspections of merchants. The scrutiny is particularly severe. Not only foreign traders, but even those of us who have been in business for years must submit documents in order. Jiang Jinyue pondered, I am aware of this. Did we not submit our documents to the patrolling officers a few days ago? Could there be an issue with our shop? Shi Yun shook his head, miss. The shop is certainly in order, but our submitted documents do not align with those of the officials. It appears to be a misunderstanding. Although the shop now belongs to you, with your name on the deed, the household registration documents at the official office have yet to be amended. Given the current stringent checks, the discrepancies led to the manager's immediate detention. Jiang Jinyue furrowed her brow, becoming increasingly anxious. Then, will Manager Chun be in trouble? How can I save him? It is difficult to ascertain, as the uproar caused by that rebellious king has escalated significantly. Rumor has it that many individuals were taken away today. However, my dear lady, do not be overly anxious. We have committed no wrongdoing, and there should be no repercussions, especially since the Duke's residence stands behind us. Yet, it seems that Master Chen will likely not return tonight. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Jinyue had already lifted her skirts and dashed outside. I shall return to inquire with the young master and request his assistance in securing Master Chen's release. My lady. Shi Qing attempted to call her back, explaining that the young master has a dedicated person for such matters named Chen Wanshan, whom she could approach directly for greater convenience. But Jiang Jinyue had already boarded a passing carriage, leaving no room for him to convey his words. Shi Yun, aware of what he intended to express, patted his shoulder and remarked, "At this late hour, it may not be appropriate for a young lady to seek out a servant, especially since the young master is the cousin of that servant, making it all the more suitable." Shi Qing pondered this reasoning and found it sound. Indeed, then let us not concern ourselves with this matter further. Let us tidy up and return home. The night was hazy, with the waning moon casting its gentle light upon the cobblestone path, illuminating the way for returning souls. As the moon ascended to its zenith, Jiang Jinyue arrived back at her residence in the carriage and made her way towards Lu Yanting's Gui Lu courtyard. Perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with the path, or perhaps a sense of nervousness, she encouraged herself along the way until she finally reached Gui Lu courtyard, which was already quite late. She took several deep breaths outside the courtyard before slowly stepping inside, continuously reminding herself that he had said she could seek him if she had matters to discuss. So there was no need for anxiety. However, upon entering, Jiang Jinyue soon realized that the courtyard was eerily quiet. Chapter 51. The Bamboo House Under the Moon. This was Jiang Jinyue's first visit to Gui Lu courtyard, where many locust trees were planted, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance in the night. The courtyard was exceedingly tranquil, much like Lu Yanting himself. She had intended to summon a maid to inform the staff of Gui Lu courtyard about her arrival. But no one at the residence was aware of the connection between the shop and the young master, and given that the young master had just become engaged today, she feared that rumors might arise. After wandering in the courtyard for quite some time without encountering anyone, Jiang Jinyue felt increasingly anxious. She contemplated whether to inform Qingya and seek his help, as if summoned by her thoughts, just as she approached the main house. Qingya leaped down from a large locust tree and greeted her with a smile. "My lady, what brings you here? I shall fetch a maid to bring you some tea." No, that is unnecessary." Jiang Jinyue quickly waved her hand in refusal and asked, "Qingya, where have the staff in this courtyard gone?" "Oh, the young master dislikes too many people around. There is no need for anyone to stand guard at night. By the way, the young master is currently at the west courtyard. Do you have business with him?" Jiang Jinyue shook her head vigorously. No, I am here to see you." She recounted the entire situation and inquired if Qingya could devise a way to discuss the matter with the young master. Upon hearing her, Qingya appeared unconcerned, scratching his head and saying, "That's straightforward. This case is indeed under the young master's jurisdiction, and once the misunderstanding is clarified, all will be well. Will Master Chen return tonight? I hope he won't have to stay there for the night." Jiang Jinyue remained somewhat uneasy. Seeing her troubled expression, Qingya comforted her, saying, "Do not worry. I shall immediately speak with Chen Wanshan and urge him to go to the government office to retrieve the person. However, he should have returned home by now. Do not fret, his residence is just behind the Duke's mansion, down that alley. I will seek him out at once." Jiang Jinyue felt a sense of relief at Qingya's willingness to assist her and nodded earnestly. She silently committed the name Chen Wanshan to memory, knowing she could directly approach him in the future should any matters arise, thus sparing herself the trouble of involving the young lord and his entourage at the Gui Lu courtyard. "Rest assured, Master Chen will be fine. I will personally escort him back to his residence shortly. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, thank you very much," Jiang Jinyue replied, as she and Qingya departed from the location together. They parted ways at a fork not far from the Gui Lu courtyard, with Qingya heading north towards the Duke's mansion to find Chen Wanshan, while Jiang Jinyue made her way back to the West Court. However, she was still somewhat unfamiliar with the roads in this area, with the night having fallen. She felt disoriented, as everything appeared different from when she had arrived. Just as she considered asking a maid for directions, she found herself on a narrow path leading to the bamboo grove, which was eerily empty. The bamboo grove was exceedingly dense, capable of blocking out a significant amount of sunlight even during the day, let alone at night. Jiang Jinyue felt a wave of fear wash over her as she followed the dim light of an oil lamp, hoping to find her way out quickly. Yet, after only a few steps, she unexpectedly collided with someone. The anxiety that had gripped her dissipated the moment she recognized the familiar figure before her. She sighed in relief, her eyes lighting up. "Young lord, what brings you here? I seem to be lost. Could you possibly?" Before she could finish her plea, she sensed something was amiss with him. Lu Yanting's steps were uncharacteristically unsteady, as if he had not heard her at all. He staggered forward into the depths of the bamboo grove, taking several more steps without turning back. Noticing the absence of others around and the darkness enveloping the grove, Jiang Jinyue feared he might fall. Unable to refrain from cautioning him, she called out, "Young lord, you are going the wrong way. This is not the path back to the Lu courtyard." As she approached, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight, she discerned that his gaze was unfocused. His face flushed with an unsettling hue, and a strong scent of alcohol emanated from him, clearly indicating he was inebriated. Yet he was typically so disciplined. How could he have become this way? With no one else around, Jiang Jinyue felt compelled to assist him and moved to pull him towards the exit. However, the disparity in their strengths was evident. She could hardly budge him, and instead found herself being led deeper into the bamboo grove. Lu Yanting's hand was exceedingly warm, and his grip was surprisingly firm. Jiang Jinyue sighed, uncertain of what to do next, when she caught sight of a bamboo hut nestled deep within the grove. The Long Princess was devout, having long embraced the practice of meditation. It was said that she cherished the tranquility of nature, and this bamboo hut had been constructed at her behest. Whenever she felt disheartened, she would retreat here for solace. Jiang Jinyue pondered whether Lu Yanting had also sensed his own discomfort and was perhaps seeking refuge in this bamboo hut, fearing he would not be able to endure the journey back to the Lu courtyard. Fortunately, she encountered herself. She intended to first escort Lu Yanting to a safe place, believing it would be easier for her to search for help afterward. The bamboo house was regularly cleaned, so there was no need to worry about it being unkempt. However, after much effort to bring Lu Yanting inside, Jiang Jinyue found herself unable to locate the fire starter. The room remained shrouded in darkness as she groped her way to guide Lu Yanting to a couch. "Say, my lord, please bear with me for a moment. I shall return shortly." Lu Yanting, seated and panting heavily, noticed her figure attempting to depart and seized her sleeve with a hand of prominent knuckles, imploring her not to leave. His breath came in labored gasps, his voice low and hoarse, as if he were desperately suppressing something within. Unaware of the looming danger, Jiang Jinyue, seeing his state, patiently crouched down to wipe the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "My lord, you must be feeling unwell. If this ailment is not treated promptly, it may worsen. I will be back shortly." Yet, Lu Yanting appeared unable to comprehend her words. As she leaned closer, he lost control entirely, suddenly embracing her tightly. Jiang Jinyue's heart raced, and she abruptly sensed something amiss. In her mind, Lu Yanting had always been like a father or elder brother, and she had unconditionally trusted him, never considering the need for caution regarding matters of intimacy. However, his current actions instilled an inexplicable panic within her. This behavior seemed less like that of a sick man, and as she pondered this, her pupils constricted and she trembled. Saying, "You please let me go." Jiang Jinyue pushed him away and turned to flee, but after only a few steps, she was ensnared from behind. His arms were strong, and as she glanced down, she could see the veins bulging on his forearm. His scorching breath brushed against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. The absurdity of the situation overwhelmed her, and as she turned to object, her earlobe was suddenly bitten. "Ah!" she gasped, the sound only heightening the excitement of the man behind her. His movements grew increasingly frantic. His left hand traveled down her abdomen, pressing against her leg through her skirt, while his right hand sought to untie the ribbon at her waist. In a rush, Jiang Jinyue grasped his hand, trying to restore his sanity. "You are betrothed. How can you treat Miss Su this way? Cousin. Lu Yanting grasped her hand in return, pressing his heated face against her hair, inhaling deeply, much like a ravenous wolf savoring its prey. No, I will not marry her, Heir. Please help me, can't you? Do you not wish for this in your dreams? In the next moment, Jiang Jinyue felt the pressure around her waist loosen. The ribbon had been undone, and Lu Yanting pulled her down onto the bamboo couch. His dark brocade robe cascading over the surface, protecting her bare legs from harm. Jiang Jinyue was utterly terrified. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, she saw the crimson glint in his eyes, filled with desire, and couldn't help but weep. My lord, no, cousin, please don't do this. I am frightened. Lu Yanting suddenly halted, staring at Jiang Jinyue in bewilderment. He leaned down to kiss her, but she evaded him. The room was too dark, and his mind was muddled. He squinted, trying to discern the person beneath him, yet her tears only further clouded his judgment. Lu Yanting felt as though he might explode. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, one hand cradling her face, softly coaxing, "Please don't be afraid. Don't hide from me." Chapter 52. Turmoil. Jiang Jinyue merely shook her head, tears blurring her vision. She struggled to dress herself, but found herself utterly unable to move, calling out to him in desperate attempts to awaken his reason. Cousin, I'm scared. Please let me go. At last, Lu Yanting responded. He released Jiang Jinyue and turned to lie on the outer side of the bed, his breath now coming in rapid gasps after their earlier encounter. Jiang Jinyue scrambled off the bed, rushing toward the door, intent on dressing herself. But the man on the bed writhed in torment, repeatedly groaning, Don't call me that." Jiang Jinyue yearned to flee and abandon him, yet witnessing his distress, she steadied herself against the door, softly sobbing, "What do you want? I'll fetch a doctor for you." Lu Yanting leaned against the bamboo couch, his body burning with heat. His thin silk garment had been torn open, revealing the broad expanse of his chest and the undulating contours of his form, filled with desire. In that moment, he was no longer the dignified and imposing young Lord Jiang Jinyue once knew. Though she wanted to escape, Lu Yanting implored, "Don't go. The doctor can't help me. Only you can. Please, give me some water." But the darkness around them concealed any source of water. Jiang Jinyue, in a flurry of urgency and tears, noticed a water tank in a corner of the room. Ignoring her incomplete attire, she hastily grabbed a porcelain bowl, stumbling back to Lu Yanting's side. "Here, I'll leave now." Lu Yanting's gaze darkened further as he watched her approach. He reached for the bowl, but his hand trembled, causing it to slip from his grip. Water splashed over him, drenching his torso and partially wetting Jiang Jinyue's front. It was as though a weary traveler in a desert, upon spotting a spring, expended the last of his strength to reach it, only to discover it was but a mirage. Suddenly, the tension in Lu Yanting's mind snapped. He surged upright, grasping the back of her head, capturing her lips with fervor, as if her body could quench his thirst. He swallowed her tears and cries, pulling her closer, tearing open her garment. In the pitch-black room, they tumbled onto the small bamboo bed, Lu Yanting's gaze growing increasingly unfocused, his movements spiraling out of control. Outside, the waning moon illuminated the bamboo grove, its silvery light scattered by the leaves, casting a dreamlike quality upon the ground. In the Yangyi's eye, numerous guests had arrived during the day for the betrothal ceremony, all familiar faces lingering without returning home. The women gathered together, extending their congratulations to the matriarch. Su Jingyu, clad in auspicious attire, sat beside the matriarch, her serene and beautiful face betraying a hint of sadness that was not easily discernible, contrasting with her vibrant red gown. Yet, she maintained her composure, revealing no sign of discord. The princess had already retired early to rest, still recovering, while Madame Shun and Shun Wan sat at the lower table. Shun Wan, having feigned vigor throughout the day, now found her eyes slightly reddened. Wanner appears to be unwell. The old lady noticed her unusual demeanor and slightly tilted her head to observe her. Upon hearing this, Madame Shun turned to glance at Shun Wan, smiling as she responded to the old lady. "Do not blame her, dear matriarch. Wana has been unwell for the past few days. After returning home from the academy, she has been recuperating. She is just recovering from serious illness, and eager to come here today to offer her congratulations, rose early this morning. She is now feeling quite drowsy. The old lady then inquired about the time and, upon learning that it was nearly a quarter past the hour of high, began to feel a bit sleepy herself. It's my fault, truly. Today, in my moment of joy, I spoke too much and have kept you up late. It is indeed quite late. The guest quarters have been prepared. You all should retire for the night. After a cup of tea, Shenwan sat in the guest room, feeling utterly bored as she listened to her mother's incessant chatter. She feigned extreme fatigue, and once Madame Shen departed, she sat up and asked the maid who had just entered, "What news? Has the young master agreed to see me?" The maid shook her head. "I have not even seen a glimpse of the young master. I heard he has gone to the western residence and may just be returning now. Miss, it is quite late. We should..." Before the maid could finish, Shenwan swiftly threw off the covers and declared, "I'm going to find him." The maid hurriedly grasped her arm. "Miss, please reconsider. The young master is already betrothed. If you were to confront him at this hour, it would disgrace our Shun family. What do I care for the reputation of the Shun family? His engagement does not equate to marriage. Such arrangements can be undone. I merely wish to inquire if he truly harbors no feelings for me. If that is indeed the case, then why did he rush to save me first during the fire in the palace?" Shenwan shook off the maid's grasp and darted away, evading the servants as she ran towards the Guelu courtyard. As she approached a nearby, covered walkway, intending to pass through, she heard footsteps around the corner. Assuming it was a patrolling servant, she quickly concealed herself behind a flower stand against the wall. The next moment, a slight figure stumbled into view, cautiously peering around the arched doorway. Confirming that no one was watching, the figure scurried away. Jiang Jinyue? Shenwan furrowed her brow, uncertain why she was there. She stealthily followed, catching a glimpse of her disheveled attire and messy hair. Shenwan was filled with suspicion. Had she encountered something strange? Jiang Jinyue returned to the western residence in a state of disarray, and upon reaching the small building, she found Tang Xiangning standing outside with a serious expression. "Aunt," she said, her eyes red and her voice somewhat hoarse. Seeing her distressed appearance, Tang Xiangning's eyes widened, and she hurriedly pulled Jiang Jinyue inside, shutting the door behind them. "What has happened to you?" Jiang Jinyue was still in shock, and had yet to articulate her thoughts when tears began to stream down her cheeks. Tang Xiangning, being impulsive by nature, noticed Jiang Jinyue's silence and sensed that something was amiss. She loosened Jiang Jinyue's disheveled collar, and, upon seeing the ambiguous marks upon her neck, gasped and covered her mouth. This, do you no longer care for your dignity?" Jiang Jinyue's face turned pale. The journey back had left her already fragile body unable to withstand the turmoil. At this moment, her head felt heavy, unable to grasp the events that had just transpired. All she desired was a moment of solitude, prompting her to attempt to walk away. However, Tang Xiangning obstructed her path, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized her for a moment before demanding, "You lack the audacity for such actions. I understand now. That person must have coerced you. Who is it? Tell me swiftly. I will confront him and demand an explanation." Jiang Jinyue merely touched her lips together, gritting her teeth in silence, yearning to ascend the stairs as quickly as possible. Yet, Tang Xiangning clutched her sleeve tightly, her tone stern as she pressed, "Speak. Why are you in a daze? If he dares to bully you like this, I will not permit him to marry you without considerable compensation." "It is the heir," Jiang Jinyue finally divulged. As if all her strength had drained away, her body collapsing weakly onto the couch behind her. Her face bore traces of tears, appearing both disheveled and pitiable, and upon closer inspection, her once clear, bright eyes held a glimmer of fear. Upon hearing the title of heir, Tang Xiangning froze in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. Her gaze locked in place. After a prolonged silence, she murmured, "What? The heir? Is he not betrothed today? How could he?" She swayed slightly before managing to settle onto a low stool, pouring herself 3 cups of water in succession, yet she could not calm her racing heart. "I do not understand why. He seems like a different person," Jiang Jinyue sobbed, recalling Lu Yanting's eyes, filled with desire, and his reckless actions, which starkly contrasted with the heir's usual gentle demeanor. "He is utterly abnormal, as if he were under the influence of a drug." At that moment, Tang Xiangning suddenly became still, her fingertips trembling slightly before she hastily grabbed a teacup to mask her agitation. As if he were a different person, she thought, cursing inwardly. Damn it, with so much occurring tonight, how could I have forgotten that matter? How could I have overlooked it? So, did the heir inadvertently consume the restorative soup I prepared for the master during dinner? If this were to be traced back to me, and my own niece was the one involved in this absurdity, I would be deemed the architect of the disruption of the engagement of the heir of the Ningwu Duke. If the heir were to be held accountable, then Tong Xiangning suppressed the anxiety within her heart, pondering instead, was her niece blameless in this situation? The heir was under the influence. She had seized the opportunity. Who could say she had not entertained such thoughts from the outset? The more she contemplated, the more her reasoning solidified, and she scolded, even if the heir is amiss, why would you so brazenly attach yourself to him? Is this intentional? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation to climb higher? I did not. I had matters to attend to tonight, Jiang Jinyue began to explain. But realizing that any attempt at justification would be futile, she felt utterly drained. She was unsure how she had managed to return, and now, seated on the couch, she felt a persistent ache in her inner thighs. Do you think that by acting this way, you can ascend to lofty heights, causing the Lu and Su families to dissolve their engagement and become the heir's wife? Tong Xiangning scoffed, seemingly incredulous at her naivety. Why are you so impatient? Zhou Huaichuan is still alive, and you already wish to seek another path. Indeed, that was my original intention. I wish for you to marry well, so that I might share in your good fortune. However, you have set your sights rather too high this time. Who is he? A royal scion, the only son of a princess, and you dare to harbor such aspirations? Just wait and see. Do not speak of being the wife of a nobleman. You will be fortunate to even be a concubine. The most likely fate awaiting you now is execution at the hands of the princess. She rose in agitation, pacing frantically in place. Jiang Jinyue's face turned ashen as she wiped away her tears with her sleeve. I'm aware of this. I have never contemplated marrying him to become any sort of lady. Tong Xiangning paused, hastily approaching her and asking, what do you mean by that? Has he already promised you the position of concubine? She raised her hand and pinched Jiang Jinyue's face, sighing heavily. With a temperament as weak as that of a lady, I struggle to make my way in life, enduring the whims of others day by day. And you? Even as the wife of a nobleman, you would not find yourself in a position of ease. Even if I did not care for you, I had no intention of allowing you to become a concubine, yet you demean yourself. Yet at this moment, she was too weary to ponder Jiang Jinyue's thoughts, and instead inquired urgently, what does the nobleman truly mean? Will he pursue this matter? Can you clarify? Jiang Jinyue gritted her teeth, articulating each word with care. I mean, he does not know it is I, and I do not intend to inform him. Tong Xiangning, filled with doubt, replied, what are you saying? How could he not know it is you? He seemed peculiar tonight, perhaps inebriated, his mind not quite clear, in the dark of the bamboo house. He could not recognize me. Tong Xiangning contemplated for a moment, her tone shifting from tension to a blend of probing and veiled threat under the dim light. Very well. Keep this matter to yourself, and let no third party learn of it. Do you understand? I understand, Aunt, Jiang Jinyue responded, feeling utterly miserable and wishing to hasten through the conversation so she might rest. However, Tong Xiangning insisted she swear. I want you to swear. You will not let this matter be known. Good child, if this were to come to light, not only would you face execution by the princess, but I too would find life in the West Mansion unbearable, and even your sister's future marriage would be jeopardized. Do you understand? I swear it. I truly will not utter a word in front of the nobleman. Having received this assurance, Aunt Tong embraced her, whose face was pale as a sheet, weeping softly as she began to recount past grievances. Oh, my unfortunate niece, if it were not for your scoundrel of a father committing such transgressions, you would not have been sent to the palace at such a tender age, just as you were about to marry. Zhou Huaichuan has now fallen into disgrace and lost his honor. What will you do going forward? Aunt, I am truly exhausted. Please let us be. Tong Xiangning's sharp voice was like that of a chattering oriole, irksome to the ears. Good child, you cannot be weary. We must leave at once. You need to avoid the storm brewing outside. Tong Xiangning had already sent someone to gather their belongings earlier that night, and she swiftly draped a cloak over Jiang Jinyue, instructing her trusted maid to bring the luggage as she pulled Jiang Jinyue towards the exit. "Where are we going?" "You should first retreat to the countryside for a few days. Do not worry. I have arranged for someone to tidy up early this morning. Hurry along now." Jiang Jinyue was thus led in a daze by her towards the side door to board the carriage. As the carriage set off, she could no longer hold on and fell asleep against Tang Xiangning's shoulder. Tang Xiangning covered her with a cloak, her eyes wide awake, darting about in the darkness of the carriage, contemplating how to keep this matter concealed. Fortunately, today was the betrothal banquet, with a multitude of carriages coming and going. Yu Yi and her attendants had also utilized carriages to reach the countryside. If inquiries were to arise, they could simply assert that Jiang Jinyue was traveling with the people from the estate. As for the current carriage, it was actually occupied by Yu Yi, thus eliminating any suspicion regarding the timing. One can only hope to evade detection. However, this was an unforeseen circumstance. Tang Xiangning understood men well and knew that the young lord would likely not divulge this incident himself, rendering their ruse foolproof. The night had already enveloped the entire capital, with the moon obscured by a blanket of clouds. The path lay shrouded in darkness, save for a few fireflies, flickering in and out of sight, briefly resting on the swiftly departing carriage before darting off into the distance. At dawn, before the heat of the day had risen, the air bore a chill indicative of morning, with droplets of dew clinging to the bamboo leaves. Occasionally, the crisp sound of birdsong intertwined with the noise of servants tidying up. Lu Yanting awoke in the bamboo cottage, his mind clouded with the lingering ache of a hangover, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He had never been so intoxicated before. Last night, while dining with his third uncle, the conversation had revolved around that troublesome matter, the elder's incessant chatter akin to the gaping mouth of a catfish, which was quite unappetizing. However, Lu Yanting found a peculiar advantage in interacting with such a person. He was devoid of ambition, and his thoughts were transparent to Lu Yanting, eliminating the need for him to interrogate as if he were a criminal. In the presence of the incessantly chattering man, he found himself unusually at ease, even consuming a bit more food than usual. Although the soup had an odd flavor, he was aware that his uncle had a penchant for medicinal dishes to bolster his health. Presently, the uncle's sole concern was to have Lu Yanting resolve this matter for him without causing harm to himself, which allowed him to drink a bit more at ease. Yet, inexplicably, shortly after the meal, Lu Yanting began to feel a growing warmth enveloping him. The table lacked tea, and Lu Yu, in high spirits, called for wine, encouraging him to drink glass after glass. Initially, the wine alleviated some of his discomfort, but soon after, the strange sensation intensified, threatening to consume him whole. As for what transpired afterwards, he could not fathom how he had ended up here. Fragmented images flitted through his mind, and he quickly sensed something was amiss. He sat up abruptly, observing the disarray of the bedding beneath him. The soft pillow had long since fallen to the floor, and a thin blanket lay in disarray, half crumpled in the corner and the other half draped over his lower abdomen. There were also several dark stains on the fabric, unmistakably remnants of dried watermarks. As he lifted the blanket, he noticed a few spots of dark red on the underside. The evidence unequivocally indicates the events of last night, and Lu Yanting's lips pressed into a thin line. His expression, though perpetually grave, bore an undercurrent of disarray upon closer inspection. It was evident that he was alone in the bamboo house. The other party had departed, leaving nothing behind. Lu Yanting strained to recollect the occurrences of the previous night. As the effects of alcohol faded, absurd images and fragmented moans surged into his mind like a tide, yet they remained veiled by mist, leaving him in a state of confusion. Who was that woman? Suddenly, a memory flickered to life. In the throes of passion, it seemed he had inadvertently uttered a name. Yer. Had he truly spoken it aloud? Before the blush of shame could rise within him, he recalled her voice, tinged with a sob, drifting like an ethereal whisper. Do not call me Heir. Did she dislike such intimate appellations, or was it simply that she was not Heir? Amidst the chaotic recollections, he seemed to catch a whiff of a faint yet distinctive fragrance. It was a blend of frankincense, mingled with mint and floral notes. Lu Yanting picked up the bedding and indeed detected remnants of the scent, yet it only deepened his sense of uncertainty. Serving in the Dali Temple, he had encountered various fragrances and understood the rarity of frankincense. Jiang Jinyue could hardly afford such exquisite incense. Even if it were a gift from a noble matron or acquired elsewhere, her temperament would dissuade her from using it to attract attention. No matter. A mere confirmation would unveil the truth. Fortunately, there was no court assembly that day, and Lu Yanting promptly donned his attire, hastening towards the western residence. His visage had resumed its usual demeanor, revealing no hint of vulnerability, as he coolly instructed a passing servant to inform the Dali Temple that he required a half-day leave. However, this facade wavered slightly upon encountering Jinyue, who returned yawning. Upon seeing him, Lu Yanting could not restrain his curiosity. "Where have you been? What about last night?" Jinyue, with an innocent countenance, blinked in surprise and replied, "My lord, why are you heading this way today? This is not the path to the estate. You should be at the Dali Temple by now. How much time has passed? Has Yin Shu not summoned you? What are the other servants?" At these words, Lu Yanting's gaze darkened. "Have you forgotten? You were on duty last night." Jinyue snapped back to reality, momentarily frozen in place, scratching his head and stammering. "Miss Jiang visited last night, mentioning that the shopkeeper had been taken to the authorities for questioning. I thought you had gone to the western residence. And with other guard in the courtyard, I saw how anxious Miss Jiang was, so I rushed out to find Shan. Who would have guessed he had gone out drinking? Not even his wife knew where he was. I searched for him for quite some time and ended up taking him to the authorities to complete the paperwork for his release. In the end, I even personally delivered the shopkeeper home, my lord. It was not intentional." Upon finishing, Jinyue cautiously raised his gaze to assess Lu Yanting's expression, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He reflected that his lord typically kept a distance from young ladies, showing indifference even to Sue, the betrothed, yet he seemed to take a special interest in Miss Jiang. The protagonist, motivated by his feelings for Miss Jiang, hoped that the young lord would not punish him for inadvertently causing her to be late due to failing to awaken her in a timely manner. However, to his surprise, Lu Yanting swiftly bypassed this matter and inquired, "You mentioned that Miss Jiang visited the Guilu courtyard last night, correct?" Jinyue nodded eagerly in affirmation. Lu Yanting pressed his lips together, an answer bubbling to the surface of his mind, eagerly awaiting confirmation. "And what followed? Until what time did she stay at the Guilu courtyard? When did she leave? It must have been after you, am I right?" Jinyue cast a puzzled glance at him, somewhat bewildered. Once she concluded her business, what reason would she have to remain at the Guilu courtyard? Naturally, she left with her companions. When I inquired about the time at Shan residence, his wife mentioned it was around the hour of Sue, at which point you were still at the West Mansion. Understood. Around the hour of Sue. There were countless activities that could be accomplished in a single hour, which rendered the information inconclusive. Lu Yanting furrowed his brow, disregarding Jinyue's curious look, and strode purposefully toward the West Mansion, burdened by the questions swirling in his mind. The West Mansion was still serene in the early morning, with only a few scattered servants tidying up and no other souls in sight. As he approached the small building, his pace involuntarily slowed. He recalled how she had lived her days so cautiously, with a fiancé of such character, and felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that he had contributed to her distress. Though his actions were not born of malice, they were nonetheless regrettable. Upon reaching the small building, he experienced an unusual sense of anxiety. She had departed so quietly, clearly frightened. Fearing that he might startle her further, he softened his steps and gently pushed the door open, only to find the interior shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. Soon, footsteps echoed from the second floor, followed by a hurried descent down the stairs. A maid, no older than 14 or 15, appeared before him. Upon seeing Lu Yanting, she hastily bowed and inquired, "Has the young lord arrived early for some urgent matter?" "Where's Miss Jiang?" he asked. The maid lowered her gaze and replied, "She left with our mistress to the countryside last night and will not be here for some time." "What? When did she depart?" "Just at the beginning of the hour of Sue." After discussing matters concerning the shop at the Guilu courtyard, Aunt Tang took her away. Lu Yanting regarded the young maid in silence for a moment before pressing on. "Why such suddenness?" The maid smiled lightly. "It was not as sudden as it seems. Our mistress noticed that Miss Jiang had been sorrowful over the affairs concerning the Zhou family, so she intended to take her to the countryside to relax and escape the heat. They were supposed to leave early, but Miss Jiang was delayed outside yesterday, hence the later departure. Did my cousin agree to this? The maid nodded emphatically. Of course. Miss Jiang has always been obedient to her elders. It was Aunt Tang herself who took her, so how could she possibly refuse? This young maid, named Chuanxing, had been instructed to guard the West Mansion after receiving Aunt Tang and her niece outside the estate, wary of the young lord's growing suspicions regarding Jiang Jinyue. Ultimately, their lives depended on their masters, and failing to adequately conceal the truth could jeopardize her very existence. Fortunately, the young master seemed unperturbed, merely inquiring and then allowing her to return to her duties. Chuanxing let out a soft sigh, although the sun had yet to rise. Her back was already damp with perspiration from tension. However, just as she took a few steps, a deep, resonant voice echoed behind her, imbued with an innate authority. Wait. Chuanxing's spine stiffened, and she slowly turned to inquire, does the young master have further instructions? Lu Yanting stood with hands clasped behind him, his expression frigid. You are lying. Chapter 55. To meet her, Chuanxing was taken aback, immediately bending to her knees. Young master, I assure you, every word I speak is true. I do not understand the basis of your accusation. Lu Yanting did not deign to look at her, instead pacing through the room, ascending the stairs to pause momentarily in the outer chamber, before descending once more to stand before Chuanxing, a single brow arched in disdain, given the traces in this room. One might say it was a thorough search conducted yesterday. Pray tell, did your cousin have pressing business that necessitated her hasty departure? Chuanxing hastily replied, Young master, forgive me. Indeed, we left in haste last night, fearing that traveling would become inconvenient due to the late hour. Therefore, I arrived early this morning to tidy up and arrange everything properly. Lu Yanting's fingers caressed the jade pendant at his waist, observing a bead of sweat trickle down Chuanxing's forehead, and inquired, This only raises further suspicions. Since your master has departed, why are you so diligent as to arrive before dawn clean? It appears rather akin to the destruction of evidence. Chuanxing silently marveled at the young master's perceptiveness, grateful that they had already rehearsed their accounts the previous night. She bowed deeply 3 times, weeping. Young master, forgive me, I did not intend to conceal anything. I beseech you to show mercy. Lu Yanting's countenance remained unchanged as he spoke in a grave tone. Should you dare to conceal even a fragment of truth, consider the consequences. Chuanxing wiped her tears, speaking in a fractured voice. Yes, it is true that in light of the recent troubles with the Zhou family, my master feared that Miss Jiang remaining in the estate might have repercussions, hence he intended to send her back to her hometown. It was our aunt who interceded, stating that the young lady had no one to rely upon, which led to her reluctant stay, before being dispatched to a villa on the outskirts of the capital. Her tears flowed genuinely. Our aunt, fearing my master's wrath, naturally wished to expedite the young lady's departure. Young master, I assure you, I have spoken nothing but the truth, without concealment. Our Miss Jiang has suffered greatly, not knowing where she has offended you. I implore you to show leniency. Chuanxing thought that her words were not entirely false, if one disregarded the unexpected events of the prior night. Lu Yanting's gaze was heavy, fixed in place. Was it truly not her? But if not her, then who? That person had referred to him as cousin. Jiang Jinyue had never addressed him in such a manner, always maintaining a respectful title of young master. The fragrance surrounding that woman was also distinctly different from Jiang Jinyue's. She had wept, pleading, Do not call me Heir. Lu Yanting surveyed the empty room, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, from childhood until now, he had spent considerable time with his peers and colleagues, aware that such matters had become mundane. It was merely a fleeting indulgence, and likely thereafter, even the name of that woman would fade from memory, perhaps even serving as a topic of jest at the banquet table. If by chance he inadvertently spent the night with a respectable woman, and she sought him out, the worst outcome would merely be to acknowledge her as a concubine. It is hardly a grave matter. Yet, at the age of 23, Lu Yanting finds himself unable to accept such a notion. He perceives that a person who cannot even restrain their own desires, who could be so casual, is no different from the beasts of the mountains and forests. His parents' union exemplifies this. He struggles to believe that two individuals devoid of affection could produce a child like him. They showed no regard for their offspring, continuing to pursue their own affairs instead. The empire's most esteemed princess is capable of supporting her younger brother in the court while also personally tending to the afflicted in the plague-stricken areas. In her quest to develop a remedy for children, she even brought Lu Yanting to the epidemic zone, willing to use him as a test subject once he contracted the illness. Following the successful trial of the medicine, the entire nation lauded her benevolence, proclaiming her a goddess of altruism, willing to sacrifice even her own child. This act ultimately earned the young princess both renown and the people's favor, allowing her to stand firmly behind her younger brother in opposition to the powerful Dowager Empress. Her ambition was boundless, her strategies formidable. Yet amidst her vast aspirations and the subjects she protected, there was not a single Lu Yanting. As for his father, the Duke of Ningwa, he was a military general in his youth, devoted to the defense of the realm, neglecting to return home for years, and naturally, he overlooked the existence of this child. Thus, Lu Yanting grew up gradually, gaining influence and becoming the most distinguished among his peers, compelling his parents to finally acknowledge him. And their concern for him increased over time. Yet, reflecting upon it now, a shadow looms in his heart. With the downfall of the Dowager Empress and her faction, the emperor has finally taken control, and the princess, due to illness, has been compelled to relinquish her political duties and return home to recuperate. However, she discovers that her son has long since drifted away from her. Although Lu Yanting fulfills his filial duties, he is aware that the princess remains dissatisfied. She, who has always held herself in high regard, cannot endure the thought of her son not needing her care. Thus, her initial insistence on his marriage has evolved into feigned illness to compel him into compliance. She wishes to employ the same methods that were used on her to ensure Lu Yanting's marriage. Yet, he perceives this as no different from the breeding practices of livestock, and he considers himself an unfortunate product of such an approach. Now, having inadvertently committed an act that mirrors the very individuals he once scorned, he recognizes the need to swiftly locate that person and ascertain the circumstances, accepting his responsibilities as they arise. He has never been one to hastily draw conclusions. Aside from Jiang Jinyue, there are only a few female cousins in the household, and after discreet investigations, he will reach a resolution. Yet a voice within him urges him to meet Jiang Jinyue to inquire directly. Why does she come to mind first? Lu Yanting contemplates. Perhaps it is due to her remarkably pure heart. Since his tenure at the Dali Temple, he has become accustomed to the cunning of many, yet she has remained untainted. Struggling for years through the mire, from the teaching bureau to the Qian Palace, and ultimately to the Duke's residence, she has consistently retained her innocence. Though my cousin finds herself in adversity, she possesses a heart of unwavering sincerity. The sordid machinations of the world have never touched her. She is as pure as her name suggests, akin to the celestial moon, radiant and unblemished. As Lu Yanting spent more time with her, he could not help but feel a protective instinct, wishing to guide her away from the bewilderment he once faced. Yet, he soon realized that his affections for her transcended the familial concern of an elder brother for his sister. A tender feeling akin to a creeping vine began to entwine his heart, growing beyond his control. Thus, Lu Yanting chose to disregard the ambiguous maid and stepped outside, only to encounter Qingya arriving with Yinshu. Yinshu bowed at the steps and announced, "Your Grace, Lord Chang has discovered another hidden stronghold of Zhao 300 miles from the capital. His Majesty wishes to see you. Please proceed to the palace at once." Bound by duty, Lu Yanting responded, "Understood, Yinshu. Come with me." After speaking, he noticed Qingya was about to depart and called out, "Where are you going?" Qingya replied matter-of-factly, "Since you cannot take leave this morning, I shall attend to matters at the Dali Temple on your behalf. Otherwise, your salary next month will be affected." Lu Yanting led him aside, saying, "For the next few days, you need not concern yourself with anything. I have a task for you." In the outskirts of the capital lies Shuguang Garden, nestled at the foot of Mingfeng Mountain. It is said that many years ago, People often heard the cries of phoenixes echoing from this mountain, leading to its reputation as a sanctuary for these mythical creatures. The tale spread, and the area flourished, attracting affluent families from the capital who built summer retreats there, including Shuguang Garden itself. Positioned halfway up the mountain, the garden is exquisitely situated near a waterfall, with a serene pond below where families often gather to enjoy the cool respite of summer days. From the highest pavilion in Shuguang Garden, one can gaze upon the cascading waters in the distance. On clear days, the sunlight dances upon the waterfall, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, hence the name Shuguang Garden. This estate belongs to Tong Xiangning, a remnant of her passionate youth with Lu Yu, a gift she had coaxed him into acquiring for her. In her youth, she was proud and optimistic, believing that this was merely the beginning and that her own talents would yield even greater rewards in the future. Yet, as the years passed, she found that her only remaining asset was this modest estate, which she might eventually need to offer as a dowry for her daughter. As the gentle summer breeze caressed her, Tong Xiangning sat in the pavilion, fanning herself, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she contemplated returning home once the afternoon sun waned, leaving Jiang Jinyue to remain here alone. After all, the affairs of the household were far from resolved, and she feared the prince's inquiries. Should anything arise, it would be prudent for her to remain informed. On that midday, as Tong Xiangning urged a young maid to fetch some food from the restaurant halfway up the mountain for a modest feast, she noticed a carriage come to a halt outside Shuguang Garden. From it emerged a young man and woman, both seemingly in their teens. The gentleman was a familiar face to Tong Xiangning, a retainer of the prince named Qing. As for the lady, she was clad in the attire of a noble's maid, likely also associated with the prince. Tong Xiangning's mind was filled with alarm as she rushed forward to inquire, "What brings you here? Surely, you have not made a mistake in your visit?" Qingya chuckled, replying, "Dear aunt, how could you say such a thing? I am here to deliver someone to Miss Jiang." "Deliver someone? You refer to this maid?" "The servants of the West Mansion are limited in number. Both she and I are of humble status. Having too many attendants may not bode well. In recent months, there has been no need for assistance, as I, being her aunt, will take good care of her. The young master need not trouble himself." Tong Xiangning placed her hands on her hips, displaying her reluctance to admit the maid. She understood that the young master must have grown suspicious, conducting inquiries among the young ladies, and this maid was certainly sent to probe. Qingya elucidated. The harvest last year was rather poor. The Duke's residence has been distributing porridge daily and has recently acquired 20 to 30 new servants, who have been trained for several months. They are now to be assigned, and this maid is designated for Miss Jiang. Hearing that she is staying briefly at the estate, I happened to be passing by and brought her along. Although Tong Xiangning was still inclined to refuse, Qingya, with a series of gestures, stepped back, stating, "I have delivered the maid. I am quite busy and have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he hurried away in his carriage. Tong Xiangning followed for a few steps, and in her moment of distraction, the maid had already slipped inside the house. "Oh, you!" Tong Xiangning hastily entered, only to find that the maid had already made her way towards the wardrobe. She called out, "You, little maid, are dreadfully ill-mannered. I have yet to speak, and you are already wandering about." Fortunately, the wardrobe was draped with mosquito nets, obscuring her view of Jiang Jinyue, who lay within. Upon hearing Tong Xiangning's voice, the maid promptly halted and explained that she merely did not recognize the surroundings. Jiang Jinyue showed faint signs of awakening, prompting Tong Xiangning to instruct the maid to fetch water while she hurried to sit by the wardrobe. She lifted the netting and noted the sheen of sweat on Jiang Jinyue's pale forehead, indicating her restless slumber. Jiang Jinyue had already bathed. The tattered and soiled garments from the previous day had been burned by Tong Xiangning. Now, she wore only a thin undergarment, the lapel undone, revealing a delicate lotus-colored garment beneath, along with a myriad of marks adorning her body. Tong Xiangning lifted her clothing, observing the unsightly marks that marred her chest, abdomen, and arms, and without a doubt, there would be more in private areas. She sighed for her niece's predicament, relieved that the maid had not seen these marks. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. After adjusting Jiang Jinyue's attire and ensuring all was in order, she proceeded to rouse her. This girl truly had a carefree spirit. While Tang Xiangning had spent a sleepless night worrying about her, Jiang Jinyue had arrived at the estate in the early hours and continued to sleep soundly until noon, which was rather improper. Jiang Jinyue had been lost in slumber for quite some time, drifting through a multitude of fragmented dreams. She dreamt of her father guiding her through the Longjing tea fields, then of an old matron from the brothel teaching her how to dress herself, and at times, the figures of Zhou Huaichuan and the young master would appear in her dreams. She felt like a solitary boat adrift in an endless night, lost with no way back. Suddenly, someone roused her from slumber. Jiang Jinyue slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the anxious visage of Aunt Tong. The usual makeup had vanished from Aunt Tong's face, leaving her looking somewhat haggard, yet her voice carried a powerful resonance as she urged, "Get up, you sluggard. I must inform you, the heir has dispatched a maidservant, and her intentions seem dubious at best. You must be vigilant and not reveal any weaknesses, do you understand?" The aches in her body and the unfamiliar surroundings jolted Jiang Jinyue into full awareness. Startled, she swiftly sat upright, and only when she recalled her location did she begin to relax. In the next moment, a young maid entered, carrying a copper basin, ready to assist her with her ablutions. Recalling Aunt Tong's words, Jiang Jinyue inquired, "What is your name?" "I do not require assistance." Aunt Tong's voice piped up from the side. "This is the maid specifically appointed by the heir to attend to you, Jinyue. You are indeed fortunate." The young maid, around 15 or 16, possessed a slightly sallow complexion and a smattering of freckles. Her demeanor was humble and unassuming, her appearance ordinary, and one would not readily perceive any threat from her. The maid smiled and said, replying to the young lady, "I am called Hua Ping, and I have not been sent by the heir, but rather designated by the household. I merely happened to accompany the carriage from the Duke's residence. Should you need anything, please feel free to command me." She approached with the copper basin to assist Jiang Jinyue with her washing. Fortunately, with Aunt Tong supervising, Jiang Jinyue remained cautious not to reveal any marks beneath her garments. Thus Hua Ping remained oblivious. After attending to Jiang Jinyue's lunch, Hua Ping busied herself like an ordinary maid in the estate, proving to be quite capable. Jiang Jinyue thought to herself that as long as Hua Ping did not come too close, there would likely be no issues. However, by evening, before darkness fell, Hua Ping was seen bustling about with several matrons, transporting water to the bathing room. Noticing Jiang Jinyue lost in thought by the window, she kindly suggested, "My lady, you have worked up quite a sweat today. You should bathe. I will also change your bedding so you can sleep more comfortably tonight." Jiang Jinyue had indeed been sweating profusely since she had gone to bed that morning, and upon hearing Hua Ping's words, she felt a sense of discomfort and stickiness. Just as she took a couple of steps down, she hesitated, recalling something. Stopping opposite Hua Ping, she appeared uncertain. Hua Ping guided her to the bathing room and raised her hand to assist in loosening Jiang Jinyue's garments. Jiang Jinyue instinctively objected, and upon seeing that the matrons had prepared the water, she gently declined, saying, "Hua Ping, I am not accustomed to having someone attend to me while bathing. You have worked hard all day. Please return and rest." "Very well, my lady. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me," Hua Ping replied before withdrawing. Only then did Jiang Jinyue prepare to disrobe, but as she unfastened her ties, she realized she had not heard Hua Ping's footsteps receding for quite some time. An instinct warned her that a pair of eyes was watching her from behind. As she fumbled with her hairpin, she cast a glance sideways and indeed spotted a figure lurking behind the screen not far away. Chapter 57. The fractured young lady Jiang Jinyue's hand, resting on her clothing, froze instantly. Yet she knew that failing to undress would arouse Hua Ping's suspicion. Just as she pondered how to dismiss Hua Ping, Aunt Tong's voice called from outside, "Hua Ping, come here. I have something to tell you." In the next moment, the sound of footsteps finally echoed behind her as Hua Ping moved further away. Jiang Jinyue hurriedly locked the door of the bathing room, feeling assured enough to shed her garments and indulge in a soothing bath. Hua Ping stepped outside and overheard Aunt Tong mentioning that the lamp at the inner courtyard was broken, instructing her to repair it. With some hesitation, Hua Ping glanced up at the lamp, seeking Aunt Tong's permission. "Aunt, shall I call a servant to fix it? The young lady may still have further instructions for me." Aunt Tong, pulling her along, scolded, "What? Do my words hold no weight? The servants are all in the outer courtyard at this hour. If you do not attend to it, shall I fix it myself? Hurry, I will support the ladder while you take down the lamp." Left with no choice, Hua Ping complied. After spending some time outside, she rushed back only to find Jiang Jinyue had finished bathing and was seated at the dressing table. Engrossed in her reading, her attire was already donned, her delicate figure enveloped snugly in a mid-layer garment, leaving little to the imagination. After pondering for a moment, Hua Ping retrieved an item from her box and entered with an oil lamp in hand. "Miss, the day has darkened. Allow me to light a few more lamps for your reading, lest your eyes suffer." "Very well. Once you have finished, you may retire. I require no attendance tonight," Jiang Jinyue replied, casually turning a page of her book. The volume, discovered in the village, recounted the romantic escapades of scholars and young ladies, likely read by Aunt Tong several years prior. After a brief perusal, Jiang Jinyue, lacking enthusiasm, set the book aside and turned to see Hua Ping still lingering, who had instead approached with a small white porcelain vial. "Miss, the mountains are rife with mosquitoes, particularly at night. I have brought some anti-mosquito ointment from the Duke's residence. Shall I apply a little for you?" Jiang Jinyue, appearing fatigued, shook her head. "No need, Hua Ping. The room is suffused with mosquito-repelling incense. I wish to sleep now, and you need not extinguish the light." Hua Ping paused momentarily, then, with a considerate smile, approached to lower the drapes. "Oh, is the incense in the burner indeed for repelling mosquitoes? I understand that typical repellent incense often contains mint or mugwort, yet this one lacks those ingredients. So I feared it might be ineffective." Lying beneath the canopy, Jiang Jinyue's expression remained placid. "This incense was procured by my aunt, who favors sweet and cloying fragrances. So I have adopted her preference. As for mint and mugwort, they have never graced the Jiang Shui pavilion, hence I would not use them." As she concluded, her voice trailed off, indicating her impending slumber. Hua Ping nodded thoughtfully and drew the curtains closed. The summer nights stretched long, and by the fifth watch, dawn had already begun to break. Aunt Tong entered Jiang Jinyue's chamber, one hand holding an oil lamp and the other a food box, and upon seeing her still asleep, hurriedly approached to rouse her. Faced with the confusion of awakening from a dream, Jiang Jinyue appeared dazed as Aunt Tong urged her to rise quickly, pressing a box of ointment into her palm. "This is for reducing swelling and bruising. I had someone procure it from a healer at the foot of the mountain last night, and it cost me a fair amount of silver. Apply it promptly. It works wonders. You cannot always be on guard against that girl. It could arouse suspicion. Let us recover swiftly, and if she wishes to observe, let her do so to her heart's content." Although these words made Jiang Jinyue somewhat uneasy, the prospect of a quicker recovery offered her a respite from constant anxiety. She took the ointment and instructed Tong Xiangning to guard the door before she removed her clothing to apply it. After more than a day, the originally swollen marks on her body had transformed into a brown hue, and the pain had significantly diminished. The ointment provided by Aunt Tong was cool to the touch, and she hoped it would yield some effect. Once she finished applying the medicine, Aunt Tong mysteriously placed a food box on the table and retrieved a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. "Dear child, drink this to ensure your troubles are forever vanquished." Jiang Jinyue asked in confusion, "What is this?" "It's the avoiding child soup. Although the time has passed, it's better to drink it than not at all. This is also from that physician, and it's quite precious. Hurry, drink it before that maid discovers it. I prepared it in my own room." Tong Xiangning almost forgot this matter. She felt fortunate for not having left yesterday. If she had, the foolish Jiang Jinyue would have remained oblivious, unable to deceive that cunning maid. It seemed she would have to linger here for a few more days. Just as Jiang Jinyue was about to drink the medicine, footsteps echoed outside the courtyard. Tong Xiangning hurried to close the door, signaling Jiang Jinyue to drink quickly. However, the soup was freshly brewed, steaming hot, and Jiang Jinyue's hands trembled as she tried to hold the bowl, ultimately having to carefully grip the rim and the bottom. She found it difficult to drink in that moment, and outside, the maid Hua Ping was knocking at the door. "Madam, I have brought the medicinal meal for the young lady." Through the thin paper of the door, Tong Xiangning could already see the shadow of the maid standing by the entrance. Clearly, Hua Ping had noticed her too. Tong Xiangning looked at Jiang Jinyue with disdain, silently cursing under her breath before resigning herself to walk over, lifting the gauze curtain to return the soup to the food box, hiding it under the bed. Afterward, she opened the door for Hua Ping and scolded her. I say, you girl, do you have too many or too few wits? Do you not know what time it is? Why are you here so early? Up before the rooster. One might think you're a thief. Then she pointed at the two little maids she had brought along, reprimanding them for their lack of vigilance. Hua Ping quickly apologized. Forgive me, madam. I thought since the young lady slept early yesterday, she would surely awaken early today. The young lady has been looking weary these past couple of days, and I presumed she had something on her mind. I stayed up all night to prepare this medicinal soup, fearing that letting it sit would diminish its efficacy, which is why I rushed to bring it. As she spoke, she cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Jinyue. Tong Xiangning seized upon the flaw in her words, scolding. What nonsense are you speculating? When did the young lady appear weary? Is it your place to presume about your mistress? Jiang Jinyue coughed lightly, looking pale as she fixed her gaze on Hua Ping. Hua Ping, it is commendable that you notice my mood is not well. How could I feel at ease with what has happened to young Master Zhou? This time, Jiang Jinyue took the initiative to ask her, by the way, do you know how young Master Zhou is faring now? Hua Ping, unusually hesitant, quickly glanced at Jiang Jinyue and stammered, he is to be executed after autumn. As soon as she finished speaking, tears the size of beans began to cascade from Jiang Jinyue's eyes, her beauty marred by profound sorrow. Please leave. I do not wish to see anyone today. Aunt Tong hastily ushered the screen aside, confirming their departure before quickly shutting the door and returning to Jiang Jinyue's side, exclaiming, you are truly remarkable. With just a few words, you've dismissed that girl. She retrieved the items from beneath the bed, noticing they had cooled, and urged, oh dear. The medicine is nearly cold. Its efficacy will dissipate soon. Hurry, drink it up. I shall fetch another bowl for you. She half-forced Jiang Jinyue to finish the concoction before disregarding her, moving to the table to savor the aroma of the angelica and red date chicken soup that had been simmering. The soup's golden hue was rich yet ungreasy, enveloping tender chicken. Unable to resist, Tong Xiangning took a spoonful and found it exquisitely delicious. She then advised Jiang Jinyue to rest well and took the original food container to serve the soup outside. Moments later, a steaming bowl of medicinal broth was brought back to Jiang Jinyue. Having scarcely eaten in the past 2 days, her stomach was empty, and the bowl of medicine exacerbated her discomfort, leading her to spend much of the morning in her room, succumbing to nausea several times. In the Duke's residence, at the Gui Lu courtyard, Qingyao had hardly slept a wink, bewildered by the strange turn of events surrounding the young master. He had stealthily instructed a maid to tidy the bamboo house, incinerating the contents, while secretly investigating the movements of several cousins from that night-ass betrothal feast. Almost all of them had attended the gathering and returned to their quarters by evening, rendering their timelines inconsistent. However, it remained plausible that they could have ventured out again in the dead of night, warranting further inquiry. He expanded his search, noting the numerous guests that had stayed at the Lu residence that night, leading to an overwhelming amount of information. Yet, the only individual Qingyao had personally witnessed lingering outside in the late hours was Jiang Jinyue, a cousin of the household. However, her actions were also suspect. After their conversation, she had taken a carriage to the estate. Qingyao meticulously examined the carriage logs and discovered that 2 batches had departed from the west courtyard that night. If the first carriage was considered, the timings could align. Jiang Jinyue could have left immediately after their conversation. Yet, if she had taken the second carriage, the timelines would be entirely mismatched. Qingyao scratched his head, perplexed by the increasingly convoluted situation. Meanwhile, Lu Yanting had just returned from the palace, having received an edict stating he was to depart for official business in approximately 2 days, with the earliest return expected in half a month. His demeanor had been sour since the morning, and after Qingyao relayed the circumstances to him, he pondered, in that case, you should inquire with that maid and see if she has gleaned any information. Understood. However, just as Qingyao reached the door, Lu Yanting called him back. Never mind. I shall personally visit the outskirts of the capital tomorrow. Chapter 58. Cousin arrives at the estate. Due to the presence of the screen, Tong Xiangning chose to linger, also sending word to bring her friend Lu Yue from a nearby estate, where she had been celebrating her birthday. As soon as Lu Yue arrived, the courtyard erupted in chaos. She took a liking to the newly arrived Huaping, insisting either on chasing butterflies at the nearby mountain spring or engaging in a game of cricket in the courtyard, leaving Huaping utterly unable to accomplish anything, let alone keep an eye on Jiang Jinyue. As dusk approached, she insisted on barging into Jiang Jinyue's room, while Aunt Tong dealt with her as one would with a stubborn chick. Unexpectedly, a maid announced the arrival of the heir, causing Tong Xiangning to gasp in astonishment. What could this mean? Had the heir uncovered something? Alas, she had not dared return to the manor in recent days, feeling restless in her current situation, regretting the haste with which she had administered so many potions, now filled with remorse. The heir, seeing him enter with a servant, Tong Xiangning grasped Lu Yui's arm and whispered query. Lu Yanting, upon hearing this, smiled gently. I happened to be passing by and heard that both Yui and my cousin were here, so I came to pay a visit. Huaping quickly served him tea, and during this moment, Lu Yanting inquired with keen interest, but he did not receive the answers he sought. Thus, he directly asked where Jiang Jinyue was located. Inside the room, Jiang Jinyue remained blissfully unaware of the commotion, sitting quietly in front of a small couch in the inner chamber, gazing out at the scenery for the entire afternoon. When the door creaked open, she assumed it was Huaping, who had come as scheduled, and braced herself to respond. However, a familiar yet unsettling male voice emerged from behind the screen. Cousin, it is I. Jiang Jinyue felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body freezing, her lips trembling slightly as she endeavored to maintain a calm tone. What brings the heir here? Lu Yanting replied from behind the screen. I happened to pass this way and learned that you were recuperating here, so I thought to come and see you. May I enter? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue quickly lowered her head to check her attire for any imperfections, donning an additional garment and wrapping herself in a blanket to ensure she presented no flaws. Once she was certain that he would not discern any discrepancies, she cleared her throat and invited him in. Today, Lu Yanting wore a simple moon-white cloud-pattern robe, his countenance exuding a gentle tranquility. Without his official attire, he lacked the sharpness often associated with his rank. Instead, he appeared as a strikingly handsome, refined, and composed young gentleman from a noble family. Yet, Jiang Jinyue was acutely aware that he was anything but what he seemed. She had witnessed his ruthlessness in the dead of night, as well as his capacity for passion. Fully cognizant that this was merely a fade, daring not to dwell on those memories, she focused her gaze on his hands. In Lu Yanting's hands rested a small lacquered red box adorned with a label unique to Sichuan Tower, inscribed with green plum colliding with crusty mountain. He placed the box on the table, patiently untied the string with his long, elegant fingers, lifted the lid, and revealed a bowl of exquisitely crafted pastries. Jiang Jinyue had heard patrons speak of these delicacies in the shop. They were currently the most fashionable treats from Sichuan Tower, available only in limited quantities each day, requiring advance reservations. Instead of taking a seat on the other side of the Luohan couch, Lu Yanting casually grabbed a stool and seated himself just below Jiang Jinyue. Although the stool was considerably lower than the couch, his tall stature allowed him to maintain eye level with her, thereby closing the distance between them significantly. Jiang Jinyue instinctively pressed her lips together, drawing her clasped hands tightly under the blanket. Lu Yanting observed her habitual nervous gesture and offered her the small bowl he held. These pastries from Sichuan Tower, I picked them up on my way here. With no choice but to comply, Jiang Jinyue retrieved her hands to accept it, scooping a small piece with a spoon to taste. The chilled cream had been frozen beforehand, shaped like a delicate mountain, and upon tasting, it was refreshingly cool yet not cloying, complemented by the sweet and sour notes of plum and the fragrant tea leaves. It was indeed delightful, worthy of its reputation. Noticing her focused attention on the treat, Lu Yanting sensed her tension easing and began to inquire. What brings you here all of a sudden? Is your mood troubled? Jiang Jinyue paused momentarily with the spoon in hand, quickly responding. I simply found the capital rather dull and thought to come here for some amusement. Lu Yanting nodded thoughtfully, resting one hand on the edge of the couch, gently coaxing. But has something in the capital upset you? I mean, regarding the previous incident with Master Chun. Jiang Jinyue shook her head. Not at all. By the way, how is Master Chun now? Lu Yanting replied. The authorities have released him. I hope it didn't frighten you. Jiang Jinyue responded. No, it was just that night I was a bit anxious and went directly to Guilu courtyard, which was quite out of character for me. I hope you can forgive my impropriety. Lu Yanting smiled gently. How could I hold that against you? Did I not say before? If you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. You handled this matter well. Should something arise again, please approach me just as you did this time, all right? Jiang Jinyue fell silent for a moment, not responding. The prospect of another occasion seemed far-fetched. She had learned her lesson well from this incident and would be a fool to seek Lu Yanting again. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt an unfamiliar sensation on her face, startling her into retreat. She saw his hand suspended in midair, a bit of melted cream glistening on his fingers. Witnessing the subtle smile at the corner of his lips, her face flushed instantly. It was already evening, and the golden sunlight outside cast a warm glow on his face, illuminating his clear features and the gentle curve of his smile. At that moment, Jiang Jinyue was overcome by a profound sense of guilt. He was engaged to Su Zhengyu, and the events that transpired between them that day were nothing short of a grave mistake. She was steeped in sin. How could she coexist with him in such an intimate manner? Turning her face away, she wished to avoid Lu Yanting's gaze while placing the small porcelain bowl on the nearby table, contemplating how to hasten his departure. Does it still hurt? He suddenly asked. The unexpected question startled Jiang Jinyue, causing her to lose her grip, and the remaining cream spilled all over her. Chapter 59. Bitter Summer. Lu Yanting quickly removed the blanket from her, rising to fetch a handkerchief from the rack to wipe the stains from her skirt while speaking. What happened? I merely inquired casually, and you seemed so tense. Jiang Jinyue took the handkerchief from him, wiping herself down, careful to keep her distance, fearing he might hear her racing heartbeat. I'm not nervous. I just didn't quite catch what the prince said. Lu Yanting retracted his hand and resumed his seat before her. I meant to ask about the injury on your neck. Does it still hurt on rainy days? Jiang Jinyue's hand grazed her neck, where a scar indeed lingered. This mark was a remnant of an injury inflicted months prior, when she was abducted by an assassin from Zhao. The wound had long since healed, leaving only a faint, pale line that would easily escape notice upon casual observation. How long had it been? How could it possibly still hurt? Jiang Jinyue chuckled softly. So this is what the Heir refers to. It no longer pains me. Lu Yanting's eyes softened as he poured her a cup of tea to soothe her nerves. I was naturally speaking of this scar. What else would you assume? Jiang Jinyue took a sip of tea, allowing a hint of discomfort to surface. No, it's just that when I heard you inquire about the pain, it reminded me of young Master Zhou. I wonder if he felt any pain when the blade fell. Lu Yanting paused, placing her teacup gently on the table before responding. I noticed your complexion was off. I thought you were troubled by something, but it seems it is due to him. Cousin, one must look forward. Jiang Jinyue nodded, offering a faint smile. You yist, mu lord. What troubles could I possibly encounter? It is you, however, who must take care amidst your daily toils. Your countenance today appears rather wan. Jiang Jinyue understood that Lu Yanting's barrage of questions was aimed at drawing her out, and her continued retreat would arouse suspicion. Only by taking the initiative could she evade scrutiny. Lu Yanting, not dwelling on her words, replied, I am well, merely beset by some vexations of late. Oh, a person of your caliber also faces troubles? Jiang Jinyue blinked innocently, feigning ignorance while harboring curiosity. Lu Yanting offered a wry smile. I am no sage, and thus, I too encounter concerns. However, this matter shall soon be resolved. Jiang Jinyue nodded thoughtfully, discerning that he referred to the events of that night. His probing indicated he was searching for the one involved, yet he remained uncertain of their identity. Perhaps he was intent on uncovering the person who had drugged him. Despite his usual air of unblemished purity, Lu Yanting possessed a wealth of cunning, being employed at the Dali Temple, where he honed his investigative skills. Having been unknowingly ensnared, he would not let the matter rest easily. His notion of resolution likely entailed unearthing the culprit behind the drugging, followed by a smooth marriage to Miss Su. Once wed, the issue would be settled. Yet, Jiang Jinyue was truly ignorant of the perpetrator's identity. She too was a victim. If Lu Yanting were to discover her involvement, would he think she had deliberately administered the poison? The remnants of his goodwill would surely evaporate, potentially spiraling into an irretrievable situation. A shiver coursed through her. She had witnessed the other's capacity for violence. Unexpectedly, Lu Yanting broached the subject of Su Zhengyu. I must depart tomorrow on official business and will be away for approximately half a month. Your sister, Su, has expressed a desire to take their mother to escape the heat, and I happen to have a villa nearby. I shall invite her to stay there. She can visit frequently to care for you and keep you company. As Lu Yanting spoke, his gaze was intensely fixed upon her, his eyes radiating a palpable warmth that enveloped Jiang Jinyue. Jiang Jinyue could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, momentarily perplexed by his intentions. What would he possibly mean by this? Thus, she politely remarked, Mingfeng Mountain is indeed a splendid retreat for the summer. It would certainly be delightful for Miss Su to join us. However, the Shuguang Garden has not been maintained for quite some time, and I fear it may be somewhat inadequate for Miss Su, which could lead to unintended discomfort. It was early May, the hottest period of the year. Although evening had fallen, the heat lingered stubbornly. Observing the scant ice cubes, Lu Yanting shook his head. You need not worry about that. She will not mind. Did you not mention that no one was available to keep you company? I have invited her to spend a few days with you. Once your spirits are lifted, you may return to the residence. Lu Yanting continued, recalling another matter. By the way, this place is serene, and I imagine is quite tranquil at night. If you fear the dark, you can have the little maid from Huaping accompany you, or later on, Miss Su can keep you company as well. Jiang Jinyue glanced at him and replied sullenly, I understand. Thank you. Outside, Tong Xiaoning observed that Lu Yanting had been inside for quite a while, her heart fluttering with unease, fearing Jiang Jinyue might inadvertently reveal something. She stood in the corridor, occasionally glancing towards Jiang Jinyue's room, and then toward the courtyard where Lu Yue was frolicking with her maidservants, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. The courtyard was stifling, with cicadas incessantly chirping, and the tiles on the roof and the bluestone bricks beneath were likely scorching enough to cause harm. She wondered how the child could possess such boundless energy. Had she not grown weary after such prolonged exuberance? Yet, she thought, at least this vigor was preferable to the frail and listless Jiang Jinyue. Tong Xiaoning recalled something important and pulled Lu Yue to the corridor, whispering urgently, if anyone inquires about your nocturnal excursion to the outskirts of the capital that night, you must say that you waited until after mother and sister Jiang departed before you discreetly summoned a carriage. It was very late, do you understand? Although she had already prepared the maidservants and nurse at Jiang Shueshuan, Tong Xiaoning remained concerned that her foolish daughter might let something slip. Thus she insisted on her remembering this. Lu Yue, fiddling with the nesting dolls in her hands, asked in confusion, why? Because, oh, just don't ask so many questions. Just remember, if you do not say it this way, then mother will suffer. You wouldn't want to be without a mother, would you? Lu Yue began to negotiate. All right, then let Jiang Jinyue come play kuju with me in the courtyard. Tong Xiaoning was exasperated. Oh, she cannot play kuju with you right now. And do not disturb her in her room. Go bother Huaping instead. Do not let that little minx linger about idly, watching us. Just as she spoke, the sound of a carriage passing outside the courtyard reached her ears, followed by a halt. Tong Xiaoning, feeling irritated, cursed under her breath as she walked to the outer courtyard. What now? Is my estate some kind of feng shui treasure? Why do waves of people keep crashing in here? So tiresome. The outer courtyard door swung open, and in rushed Chuanxing, hurrying to Tong Xiaoning's side. Without pausing for formalities, she leaned in close and whispered urgently, Annie, it's bad news. Aunt Man said she is experiencing severe abdominal pain and is now in labor. The child has yet to arrive. Tong Xiaoning, initially taken aback, could not suppress the smile spreading across her face. What? Is that true? She still has strength left? Remarkable indeed. Spring Apricot's countenance was heavy as she tugged at her sleeve and said, Annie Man has been fed ginseng soup this afternoon. As soon as she regained her strength, she accused you of plotting against her. Master wishes to see you now. Please come back with me. What? Chapter 60. Where's the bright moon of years past? Tong Xiaoning was taken aback and insisted that she had not. Naturally, Spring Apricot was aware of this, and she hastily replied, Auntie, discussing this with me is futile. We must convince the master. At that moment, Lu Yanting emerged from Jiang Jinyue's chamber, his expression far from relaxed. Upon witnessing the scene, he remarked, Ah, How fortuitous, Tong Auntie. Let us return together with you, in the Shun residence. Shun Wan had confined herself to her room for 2 days without stepping outside. She sat on her bed with her knees drawn up, silently shedding tears. How could this have happened? The heir had become engaged, and her heart was already heavy with sorrow. She had hoped to seize the last opportunity to express her feelings to him. Yet now, someone had outpaced her, and that person was Jiang Jinyue. She knew the heir possessed noble character and would undoubtedly take responsibility. It would not be long before Jiang Jinyue became his concubine. Shun Wan was so enraged that she felt as though her teeth would shatter. She recalled that year when the rebel king was not yet known as such, but was the Prince of Nanyang of the Great Way, a figure of considerable power, controlling much of the court while the Empress Dowager still held sway over governance. During the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, she had accompanied the ladies into the palace for the banquet, but somehow chaos ensued. The guests scattered in the vast banquet hall. Shun Wan soon lost sight of her mother. She fled towards the palace exit with others, but a raging fire obstructed her path. Just as she was at a loss, she spotted a palace maid carrying a small girl running towards the back. The maid, being more familiar with the layout, might have known a way to escape. Without hesitation, Shun Wan followed, and indeed, they took refuge in a Buddhist chamber in the rear hall. The maid, disheveled and covered in soot, clutched the little girl and, upon seeing Shun Wan in her elaborate attire, kindly advised, "Quickly, take off your gown, or it will hinder your escape." After speaking, she hastily retrieved a maid's outfit from a cupboard beside the altar for Shun Wan to change into. Understanding the urgency of self-preservation, Shun Wan reluctantly complied, even as she felt disdain for the plain garment. As the flames outside roared ever closer, smoke seeping through the cracks of the door, she coughed and cried out in panic, "I can't die here. Where's my mother? I want my mother." Her cries prompted the previously quiet little girl to weep as well. The maid quickly enveloped her in an embrace, comforting her in a corner. "Do not fear. Do not fear, princess. We will be safe. Someone will come to rescue us soon." It turned out that this little girl was none other than the beloved Princess Jiai, cherished by the Empress Dowager. Shun Wan thought, as long as the little princess was here, she would surely be saved. After an indeterminate time, upon hearing voices outside, Shun Wan shouted with all her might, declaring that the little princess was present. Seeing that the maid, in her effort to protect the princess, was beginning to falter from the smoke, Shun Wan decisively pulled the little princess to her chest and continued to call out towards the palace exit. Yet the child cried out to turn back, repeatedly calling for Sister Yu. Shun Wan, feeling exasperated, covered her mouth, her own spirit on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, fate favored the earnest. Perhaps aware of the young princess's presence within, someone soon rushed in. The smoke was so dense that Shun Wan could not discern his face, only feeling the dampness of his attire as he draped a wet cloak over her head, then clasped the young princess in one arm while taking her hand with the other, leading them out of the inferno. Once outside, the young princess was somewhat choked by the smoke and began to cough incessantly. She was promptly taken away by her wet nurse and palace maids, leaving Shun Wan standing alone. Perhaps due to her attire as a maid, no one came to assist her. She wiped her face in discomfort, only to find her hand smeared with soot, and could well imagine her face was as black as charcoal at that moment, just as despair threatened to engulf her. A handkerchief was offered to her. "Are you all right? Wipe your face." Shun Wan absent-mindedly accepted the handkerchief, but with her face and body covered in ash. The small cloth could not clean her. Instead, it became stained with black. Instinctively, she looked up to find a familiar countenance before her. It was Lu Yanting, the heir of the Lu family. His once handsome nose was now smeared with dirt, and his official robe was partially soaked while the other half was singed, presenting a rather comical sight. Shun Wan had seen him a few times before, but previously, Lu Yanting had merely been a striking young man who occasionally visited her home to discuss matters with her father. Back then, Shun Wan was just a young girl, naive about matters between men and women, often hiding behind her brother or stealing glances from afar, too shy to engage him in conversation. She had heard that this young heir was accomplished, having become the youngest officer at the Dali Temple before the age of 20, and had recently solved a grave murder case within the palace. Shun Wan felt a surge of modesty, lowering her head, somewhat embarrassed by her disheveled appearance. He suddenly spoke. About that night, I did not mean to frighten you. It was entirely unforeseen. The assailant was likely. Surrounding them was a cacophony of chaos, with the crowd of rescuers and the screams of maidens drowning out his words. Shenwan only grasped that he was apologizing and hastily waved her hand in response. It's fine. I'm all right. Lu Yanting had to assist in the rescue and soon departed. Shenwan, in her disarray, remained transfixed on his retreating figure, reluctant to turn away. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the earlier maid limping out, quietly supporting herself against the wall as she made her exit. Shenwan mused that the maid was quite fortunate to have escaped, but it was perhaps for the best, preventing her from accruing further misfortune. Soon, Madame Shun came rushing over, frantically embracing her and weeping uncontrollably. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried your mother was? Haven't I told you since childhood not to wander off? Why didn't you listen? My daughter, I thought I would never see you again. Madame Shun trembled with grief. And Shun Wan, feeling vexed, pushed her mother away. But when she turned back, Lu Yanting had vanished from sight. The door creaked open, jolting Shun Wan back to the present. The little maid who entered appeared utterly bewildered. Miss, nothing has happened at the Duke's residence. The heir is set to leave for his official duties tomorrow. Shun Wan abruptly lifted her head. What do you mean? Nothing has happened? The western residence, now deep into the night, was devoid of even the slightest breeze, destined to be a stiflingly oppressive night for Tong Xiangning. Uncertain of how long she had knelt outside, she finally relaxed at the sound of a baby's cry. She had knelt for far too long. Her body was both hot and restless, her mind somewhat hazy. At one moment, she heard Lu Yu in the courtyard exclaiming 3 times that he had welcomed another daughter, and shortly thereafter, the hesitant voice of concubine man reached her ears. Tong Xiangning, observing with her eyes while contemplating inwardly, understood that she was in trouble. Sure enough, after enduring what felt like an eternity, Lu Yu stood before her. You always loved to run about with those vulgar women. And now you've taken to learning their mysterious ways? Manor has been cursed because of you. His tone sharpened abruptly, and he struck Tong Xiangning across the face. No, my lord, I merely had a superficial acquaintance with them, occasionally purchasing cosmetics and exchanging a few words. I truly do not understand what you mean by curses. This must be the fabrication of that little wretch Manor. I demand to confront her directly. Lu Yu kicked her aside. Do you think you're worthy? I am well aware of your thoughts. Manor claims you dared to curse her openly. Who knows what you say behind her back? Fortunately, both she and her mother are safe. Otherwise, I would demand your life. Tong Xiangning, struck in the abdomen, curled up on the ground in pain, her heart heavy with sorrow. Moreover, I have exerted considerable effort to settle matters with the Zhou family. This is all a consequence of your and your niece's misdeeds. I warn you, never bring that niece back again. If you do, I shall cast you out as well. After declaring he no longer wished to see Tong Xiangning, Lu Yu had her dragged back to Jiang Jinyue Pavilion and confined to a room alone. Sitting on the ground, she seethed with anger. That wretched concubine man would pay for her transgressions in due time. And Jiang Jinyue, that flirtatious creature, entangled between Zhou Huichuan and the heir, had left her in a state of constant anxiety, caught between 2 fires. In the stillness of the night, the door suddenly creaked open, and Qingya peered in cautiously. Aunt Tong, our heir wishes to see you. Chapter 61. The whereabouts of Shun Qingran Tong Xiangning lay on the ground, shaking her head vigorously. No, I'm currently under house arrest. If I go out rashly, my lord will despise me even more, and then I will be finished. As she spoke, she suddenly coughed up blood. Tong Xiangning clutched her abdomen, writhing in pain on the ground. It must have been the heart-wrenching kick from her lord that struck her vital points. She gritted her teeth in silence, thinking that if it were not to conceal the matter of her drugging him, she would never have so easily accepted this injustice. Yet, it seemed that Manor, that little wretch, had outsmarted her. However, she sorrowfully realized that the heir seemed to have uncovered something. Qingya outside the door kindly reassured her, it's all right. You need not go out. The heir has come to find you. After Qingya finished speaking, he opened the door, allowing a passage. In the next moment, the tall figure of Lu Yanting appeared before Tong Xiangning. He then closed the door and began to search for a suitable place to sit within the room. Your Grace, I am but your uncle's concubine. Is it truly appropriate for you to seek me at such a late hour? Tong Xiangning exclaimed. retreating a few steps with a look of terror. At this moment, he had shed the gentle and refined demeanor of the day, his expression now cold and his gaze as chilling as that of a vengeful spirit. Lu Yanting pulled a grand armchair to sit before her, bending down to meet her gaze, and surprisingly smiled. I come for your own good. After all, the matter at hand is one you would prefer I not disclose in front of others. Tong Xiangming's heart trembled as she heard him calmly continue. Aunt Tong, there is a matter that you know, and I know, but your third uncle does not. Whether he comes to know it rests entirely in your hands. In the depths of the night, a grand vessel slowly docked at the Baqiao Wharf in the capital, and soon, many passengers disembarked, dispersing into the surroundings. A man, dressed in luxurious attire, hurriedly descended from the ship, accompanying a woman clad in a blue-gray coarse cloth short shirt, her head wrapped in a matching scarf. As the woman stepped ashore, she could not help but curiously survey the vibrant surroundings with her somewhat murky eyes, until the man led her to a carriage. Glancing back longingly, "Hurry and get in. Stop looking around," the man urged in a low voice. Once the woman had boarded, he joined the coachman outside, and they set off towards the city. "Master, where are we headed?" The woman inquired from within the carriage, unable to contain her curiosity. The man outside turned his head, his tone harsh. "Did you not claim to speak the official language? Listen well. When we arrive before the master, remember to speak properly, and keep your questions to a minimum. Do you understand?" The woman quickly replied, I understand, but do not forget the silver you promised me. It has been quite a struggle to come to the capital." She muttered under her breath. The rules in this capital are far too many. The carriage traveled for about an hour, entering Wubenfang, now deep into the night. After traversing the uniformly paved bluestone road for a while, the woman gradually realized that this place was unlike the residential houses near the capital. The eaves were elegantly curved, the tiles of vibrant green, and the atmosphere solemn and quiet, devoid of any sounds of life. Just as she lowered the carriage curtain, she noticed the carriage had come to a halt. The man helped her down and led her through a side door, walking deeper inside. Upon entering, she observed that lamps were lit every 10 steps, with rugged mountains and layered rocks, pavilions and towers, along with trickling streams, an endless array of corridors and paths that seemed to stretch on forever. Having followed the man for an indeterminate period, she finally arrived at a courtyard. After entering, she turned left and found herself in a modest inner chamber. Inside, lights flickered, and a couple sat upright in their grand chairs. Upon seeing her, they immediately straightened their posture. The man hastily reported, "My lord and lady, please do not be upset. We were delayed on the journey as this woman fell ill." As he finished speaking, the lady seated above waved her hand anxiously. "Why speak of such things at this hour? Is this the songstress?" Her hair was hastily arranged, clearly indicating that she had been abruptly awakened in the middle of the night, and the man beside her shared the same disheveled appearance. This was none other than the couple Xinxiangwa. It brings to mind the time when Shen Qingran, merely a year old, went missing, while Shen Yuanjia had just begun his official career. Born into a humble family, devoid of any substantial heritage, he initially received a meager salary, forcing him to rent a modest dwelling in a remote alley of the capital's outskirts. Each day, he would rise before dawn, scarcely managing 3 hours of sleep, lest he arrive late for his duties. The young Shun couple lived frugally, pouring all their savings into the search for their daughter. But how much could that truly amount to? Naturally, they could not conduct a grand search and had to rely on discreet inquiries for assistance. Now, they possessed everything, but had missed the most opportune moment for a search. Fortunately, heaven rewards the diligent. 2 months ago, they finally located the singer from the Anzhou docks where their daughter had vanished. Anzhou was the very place where the water bandits had wreaked havoc, leading to Shun Qingran's disappearance. The once youthful singer had now become a destitute woman, slightly hunched, standing behind the man, her eyes darting about. Only when he nudged her did her gaze shift from the exquisite artwork hanging on the wall, and she respectfully greeted, "I have seen the esteemed couple. Wishing you both good fortune and smooth affairs in all matters." "Speak formally, quickly," the man urged impatiently. He was Su Zhou, an aide responsible for the search efforts over the years. Yes, I understand," the woman replied. The Shun couple exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of anxious anticipation and trepidation. The woman seated herself on a low stool and gestured as she spoke. When that gentleman first found me, I could not recall anything. However, once he mentioned the turmoil caused by the water bandits, memories flooded back. I sang at that dock for 5 or 6 years, and I encountered that singular event. My heavens, it terrified me. Many aboard the ship were unable to disembark in time and were slaughtered, while another group scattered in chaos, trampling one another. The couple shared another glance, hope glimmering in their eyes. Mrs. Shun, clutching her handkerchief, asked, "Was that ship traveling from Hangzhou to the capital, stopping at Anzhou along the way?" "I know not the specific route, but I am indeed from Anzhou, and the dock was frequented by ships, as you described, transporting large numbers from Hangzhou to the capital." The woman swallowed hard, and Mrs. Shun hastily instructed Su Zhou to fetch her a cup of water. They had already sent numerous inquiries to the residents near the Anzhou docks, yet to no avail. This woman had previously married a merchant and had been residing in the north, returning to Anzhou only after her husband's business collapsed over the past 2 years, fortuitously leading to her encounter with Su Zhou. After sipping water, she continued, "The little girl you speak of, she appeared to be just over a year old. Didn't she? Walking unsteadily, dressed in a pink little garment, perhaps. It seemed to shimmer with gold, and I cannot fathom how she ended up alone. She looked so pitiful." Tears glistened in Mrs. Shun's eyes. Yes. It was a pink dress, embroidered with golden, auspicious symbols. That was in April when the weather turned warm, and I worked through the night to fashion her summer attire, matching her brother's. For over a decade, I have held this memory, never once allowing it to fade from my mind. Witnessing her become increasingly agitated, Shunxiang hurriedly sought to soothe her, assisting her to sit once more, and then inquired of the woman, what transpired thereafter. "Do you know where she might be?" The woman pursed her lips and replied, "My lord, at that time, we were all terrified by the bandits. I could scarcely attend to my own safety, let alone keep track of her. I only recall that someone lowered the gangplank, and everyone rushed towards the shore, her swept along with the tide. Fearing a stampede, I too fled with the crowd. Later, I managed to escape into an alley, but my heart ached for her, thinking she must have been separated from her parents, unsure if she had been abducted." Upon hearing this, Lady Shun was already weeping profusely. I had intended to show compassion, to search for her once the bandits were quelled. If she were alive, I would have taken her to live in the fields of mourning. The woman clapped her hands and exclaimed, "But guess what happened next?" Su Zhou began to scold her. "How dare you? Who are you speaking to? Speak quickly." The woman shot him a glare and reluctantly continued, "But when I turned back, I saw a couple passing by in the throng, the woman cradling a child. I thought that must be her mother." Shen Xianghua urgently asked, "Do you remember what that couple looked like? How old were they at the time?" In such a fleeting glance, how could I possibly remember? The woman held her teacup, requesting Su Zhou to refill it. Su Zhou, exasperated, nearly smashed the cup. "It has been 2 months since I sought you. Did you not say just days ago that you recalled something? After so many years, who can remember every detail so vividly?" The woman, sensing the gravity of their inquiry, adopted a more defiant posture, crossing one leg and glaring at Su Zhou. Shen Yuansheng exchanged a glance with Su Zhou, who promptly instructed someone to bring 2 ingots of gold and hand them to her. Satisfied, the woman accepted the gold and continued, "As for the man, I cannot recall distinctly. He seemed somewhat portly, but the woman stood out remarkably." Shen Yuansheng listened intently to her every word and asked, in what way was she remarkable? She was emaciated, her face a sickly yellow, appearing as though she were on the brink of death. She struggled to hold the child, soon handing him over to the man while she wiped the child's tears with her own hands. In contrast to the heartbroken Lady Shun, Shen Yuansheng maintained his composure. Suddenly, he recalled that during the investigation in Anzhou years ago, his subordinates had mentioned a renowned old physician to whom many from distant lands traveled seeking cures. Connecting this with the woman's description of the frail woman, he surmised that the couple may have ventured to Anzhou in search of this esteemed physician. When he inquired about the physician, the woman informed him that he had passed away 5 years prior. Lady Shun immediately slumped back in her chair, covering her face with a handkerchief. Shen Yuansheng consoled her. "Do not despair, my lady. This at least suggests that Qing Ran may still be alive. I shall dispatch someone to Anzhou at dawn to seek the descendants of that physician, to examine any records of treatment from these years. Perhaps we shall soon uncover a lead. For many years, he had refrained from mentioning Shun Qingran in front of his wife. The matter concerning Qingran had profoundly affected her, and with Shunwan by her side, she had only recently begun to recover. He did not wish for her to kindle hope only to face disappointment once more. This night had come unexpectedly. Mrs. Shun, sensing something amiss, insisted on accompanying Shun Yuanjia to listen. Upon learning this news, she could hardly bear it. My husband. Even if there is no roster, even if there is, what if that couple is indeed listed? To locate something from so many years ago and to scrutinize it one by one will surely take a year or two. If there is no roster, or if there is one but they are not included, then hope is utterly lost. Moreover, what if that couple never sought treatment at all? What then? Am I destined never to see her in my lifetime? Mrs. Shun collapsed into Shun Yunjia's embrace, overwhelmed by the bitterness of her fate. Shun Yuanjia, feeling helpless, could only hold her and offer comfort. Regardless of the circumstances, I will do my utmost. Late at night, in the Western Residence's Jiang Jinyue pavilion, Tong Xiangning knelt on the ground, gazing at Lu Yanting, who was sipping tea, and once again explained, Your Highness, I have stated it thrice. Yes, I did administer the medicine, but it was meant for the master. Who could have known it would mistakenly be consumed by you? Consider it carefully. As a person from the Western Residence, what benefit would I gain from drugging you? Lu Yanting set down his tea with a thud, casting her a cold glance. I comprehended your words thoroughly before I came to seek you. Aunt Tong, you are well aware of the questions I wish to ask, and I have no desire to repeat myself. I shall give you the time of a stick of incense, if you continue to feign ignorance. We will take this matter before my third uncle. These words sent Tong Xiangning's heart racing once more, her complexion shifting. However, with her face bruised from Lu Yu's beating, Lu Yanting could not discern her thoughts from her expression. Tong Xiangning gritted her teeth, but remained unwilling to speak. Lu Yanting understood that women like her, who eked out a living in the inner quarters, were harder to pry open than the most rugged of men. Though they could pour out their woes for days on end, they were, in truth, the most resilient of all. Thus, he decided to employ a different tactic, intensifying his allure. Aunt Tong, if you can reveal the identity of the woman from that night, I shall hold no grudges and will assist you in resolving your current predicament, smoothing over your troubles. In the future, should you find yourself in need, you may seek my help without fear. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiangning lifted her gaze to him, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Is that so? It sounds rather appealing. Yet she could not shake the feeling that his words were eerily familiar. Indeed, when she had once performed on stage, Lu Yu had spoken to her in much the same way. He had promised that once she followed him, she would never have to show her face again, nor would she need to read others' expressions. Each day would be filled with luxury, attended by a multitude of maids and servants, free from the trials of life and displacement. She smiled bitterly, realizing that all men were the same. Even a noble scion like the son of Grand Princess was not exempt from such clichés. The promises of men were nothing but empty words, utterly worthless. Lu Yanting, being a man, could hardly comprehend the hardships endured by women in the inner chambers. While they adeptly navigate the superficial tempests of life, the true torment lies in the slow, agonizing erosion of their spirits, akin to the dull blade that gradually severs flesh. Day in and day out, they are ground down until their once vibrant souls are consumed by the oppressive confines of the grand estate. Should she confess her truth, the entire Duke's residence would learn of her niece's indiscretions, an unchaste woman before marriage. Even if Lu Yanting were to overlook this transgression, how could Lu Yu treat her with kindness? If Lu Yu despises her, the lady of the house would certainly regard her with disdain, and the Grand Princess would undoubtedly consider her a thorn in her side. At that point, her finances would be curtailed, and she would face countless obstacles, sabotage in the marriage of Yu Yi, and other relentless trials. Could Tong Xiangning repeatedly muster the audacity to beseech the heir for assistance? Men, engrossed in the fade of tranquility, remain oblivious to the turbulent undercurrents of household strife and the bitter sorrows endured by women. Furthermore, even if she disregards her own welfare and reveals Jiang Jinyue's plight, what good would it do? Would Jiang Jinyue fare any better? The Grand Princess harbors disdain for children of Jiang Jinyue's background. If she were to escape death, she might well be sent to a monastery, living a life of solitude. Even if Lu Yanting were courageous, her best outcome would be to become a concubine. Tang Xiangning's current existence serves as a cautionary tale. Chapter 63. Miss Su arrives. Her harsh words towards Jiang Jinyue were genuine, yet her concern was not entirely feigned. After all, apart from her daughter, Jiang Jinyue is her sole kin in this world. Tang Xiangning lost her parents at a young age and relied on her sister, Tang Xiangwan, who married a merchant in Hangzhou. Tang Xiangning, however, was determined to pursue a career in opera in the capital. When the old matriarch discovered her involvement with Lu Yu, she sent someone to expel her from the city. With nowhere to turn, she reluctantly returned to Hangzhou. After many years of separation and scant communication, she learned of her sister's demise, leaving behind only a widower and a 1-year-old daughter. Faced with the predicament of asking to stay with her sister's family, it was little Jiang Jinyue who pulled her into play, offering her companionship. Thus, Tang Xiangning found her reason to remain. After several months in Hangzhou, she realized she was with child. Unwilling to accept her current situation, she returned to the capital with newfound leverage. Lu Yu caused quite a commotion upon her return, and although she lost the child through turmoil, Lu Yu's compassion for her flourished, and within a few years, she bore Yue. After she departed, her brother-in-law took Jiang Jinyue on trading ventures, believing life would improve. Yet, who could have foreseen that within a few years, he would be executed and Jiang Jinyue sent into the depths of the imperial palace? Now in her early 30s, Tang Xiangning's future appears bleak and predetermined. In contrast, Jiang Jinyue has managed to rise from her humble beginnings, now a respectable citizen with her own shop. Upon her release, she could marry a commoner and live freely, far better off than Tang Xiangning in her current state. Moreover, having reached this juncture, it suffices to feign ignorance. Should she divulge everything, the situation would only exacerbate. Furthermore, Lu Yanting is departing tomorrow. He has no time to seek out the master. Even if she were to inform Lu Yu, with the evidence gone, what could they possibly do to her? Thus, Tang Xiangning continued to shake her head, exclaiming, "My lord, I truly know nothing. If you inquire, surely you suspect Jiang Jinyue? That foolish girl lacks the cunning to conspire with me. Besides, she wouldn't dare to act. It truly isn't her." Lu Yanting scrutinized Tang Xiangning, yet she, having come from the world of performance, was not easily intimidated. She further asserted that had Lu Yanting truly taken liberties with Jiang Jinyue, she would have sought him out to seize the opportunity herself, without needing the Lord's investigation. My lord, that night, the master was furious, and I was eager to send Jinyue away. As soon as she returned, I caught her at the shop. There was no time for me to share a bed with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting's veins throbbed in anger as he abruptly stood and strode out. Jinya, upon seeing him, approached and said, "My lord, I just discreetly inquired with Miss Yu. She claims she slipped out after Madame and Miss Jiang left. If her words hold true, she must have been in the last carriage." Lu Yanting pondered this revelation, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the moonlight above. The moon shone brightly, yet his heart was shrouded in darkness. Jinya bluntly asked, "My lord, do you truly intend to inform the third master?" Lu Yanting shot him a cold glance, replying, "I am not so despicable." He had ordered the traces in the bamboo grove to be cleared away, wishing to keep the matter from escalating. To publicly seek out the girl would tarnish her reputation irreparably. Moreover, disclosing this to his uncle would only serve to enhance Lu Yanting's own standing, would it not? Qingyan nodded in agreement, seemingly in accord with Lu Yanting's sentiments. Indeed, my lord, just look at her. She may not survive this ordeal. If the third master were to torment her further, she might even lose her life. And then Miss Jiang would truly become an orphan. Lu Yanting replied, "Then let us find a female physician to attend to her. She still has her uses." "Yes, my lord." The oppressive heat of recent days had been quite bothersome. Each morning, as the sun barely rose, the ground felt as if it were ablaze, making it hard to breathe. At last, a torrential downpour commenced, the rain pounding against the eaves with a crisp sound, heavy droplets cascading from the roof to the ground, quickly forming a pool of water. The weather finally cooled somewhat, and Jiang Jinyue, nestled within her room, observed the heavy rain outside. When she was informed by Hua Ping that Miss Su from the neighboring estate had come to visit her, she did not expect Su Jinyue to truly arrive and hurriedly rose to have Hua Ping escort her in. Today, Su Jinyue appeared radiant, lending her originally composed and dignified visage a more charming allure. She wore a long dress of azure silk adorned with delicate bird and floral motifs. Her hair simply held up with 2 jade hairpins. Though understated, it did not lack elegance. However, Su Jinyue's garments and shoes were drenched, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. Jiang Jinyue instructed Hua Ping to fetch clean clothes for her, and, with a polite smile, remarked, "I heard that Miss Su only arrived this morning. Why did you not rest a while longer at the estate?" Su Jinyue sat beside her on the couch, gently taking her hand and saying, "I have heard that you have been feeling weary these days. Your face has grown quite thin." Jiang Jinyue instinctively reached to touch her own face, and Su Jinyue continued, "I have also heard about the Zhou family. In truth, I can empathize with you." Jiang Jinyue couldn't help but look up at her. Although Su Jinyue was not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a delicate charm, especially in her graceful demeanor, reminiscent of the elder sister in the teaching court from their childhood, easily endearing herself to Jiang Jinyue. Yet, how could she possibly understand her? Her fiancé was Lu Yanting, a stark contrast to Zhou Huichuan, with no ground for comparison whatsoever. Moreover, Jiang Jinyue's sorrow did not stem from this disparity. Suddenly reminded of the situation, her heart was a turbulent mess. Su Jinyue had done nothing wrong. If she were to learn of Jiang Jinyue's affair with Lu Yanting, Jiang Jinyue would be overwhelmed with shame and anger. She felt like the worst person in the world, utterly lost on how to atone for her transgressions, and found it nearly impossible to meet Su Jinyue's gaze. However, seeing Jiang Jinyue's tear-filled eyes, Su Jinyue mistakenly believed she was mourning for Zhou Huichuan. The Zhou family is notorious. My father mentioned that the Ministry of Justice discovered they were conscripting laborers in the northern regions for the mines, shattering countless families. Sister, it is hardly worth your sorrow for such people. When Hua Ping entered to change her shoes and socks, Su Jinyue dismissed her and her own maid, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Su Jinyue looked at her and said, "You have only known him for a brief time. I believe you will soon find peace, unlike me, who will never escape." Jiang Jinyue was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Has something happened to the heir?" Su Jinyue coughed lightly, "Not quite." She turned to Jiang Jinyue. "I owe you a debt of gratitude for this matter." "Thank me?" Jiang Jinyue gazed at her in confusion, uncertainly asking, "Are you referring to young Master Ninghen?" Chapter 64. Leaving the Duke's residence, Su Jinyue nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "Yes. It was thanks to you that I learned the murderer was from Zhao. I owe you my thanks. In truth, I share no affection for the heir. Our connection arose from the princess's friendship with my mother. When the princess fell gravely ill, we had no choice but to hastily arrange a betrothal. I had already resolved to remain loyal to Ningheng, and the heir has no feelings for me, so we were contemplating how to dissolve the engagement. If there were an opportunity now, I would have fewer worries." Su Jinyue gazed earnestly into her eyes. "Thus, we are kindred spirits in suffering. I can understand your feelings. If your heart is troubled, or if there is something you wish to share, please feel free to speak with me." Jiang Jinyue met Su Jinyue's hopeful gaze and instantly comprehended everything. She recalled the time last year when she stumbled upon Lu Yanting and Su Jinyue in secret conversation in the woods, fearing that Lu Yanting might silence her. In hindsight, wasn't that precisely when Jiang Jinyue was assisting Lu Yanting in investigating Ningheng's cause of death? Thus, they were not exchanging declarations of love, but rather exchanging information. Su Jinyue harbored feelings for Ningheng, and now being asked to marry Ningheng's friend, Lu Yanting, was simply unacceptable to her. No wonder the torrential rain fell today. She still made the effort to come. It turned out to be yet another person sent by Lu Yanting to test her resolve. Jiang Jinyue felt as though Lu Yanting was driving her to the brink of madness. Her will was not that strong, and at this rate, she would soon be unable to hold her ground. "You need not hesitate. Speak your mind. If there is a dilemma, just let me know, and I shall assist you," said Jiang Jinyue. Su Jinyue gazed intently into her eyes, as if determined to discern something deeper. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Jinyue finally spoke, Sister Su, I will strive to let go. You two should look ahead. Perhaps Master Ning is not as exceptional as you imagine." Upon hearing this, the smile on Su Jingyue's face faded, and her previously leaning posture drew back slightly, her tone tinged with emotion. From the moment he was born, he was abandoned at a temple due to ominous prophecies. Even after achieving success through his own merit, his grandmother continued to look down upon him. "Do you, Sister Jiang, share this sentiment?" Just as Jiang Jinyue was about to respond, Su Jingyue seemed to recall her past with Ning Hong, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. "It is true. You do not know him. You will perceive him as the world does. Yet in my eyes, Ning Hong is the epitome of perfection." Though Su Jingyue was angry, her demeanor remained gentle. Jiang Jinyue bit her lip and nodded in agreement. "Sister Su's feelings for Master Ning are so pure. I hope he reciprocates them in kind." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyue looked at her with a hint of confusion. Of course, affection and love should be inherently pure. How sordid it would be to harbor ulterior motives in loving someone. I would rather not pursue such love. Do you not think so, sister? Jiang Jinyue was momentarily taken aback. In Su Jingyue's eyes, there lay an almost cruel innocence. Suddenly, she realized the chasm that separated her from the girl before her, rendering friendship impossible. Su Jingyue, born into a prestigious family, lived without worry, seeking pure and unblemished love while scornful of those who sought personal gain through emotions. Yet, that was precisely Jiang Jinyue's original intent in approaching Zhou Huichuan. Perhaps for someone as innocent as Su Jingyue, allowing Ning Hong to remain an unattainable dream was the best outcome. Realizing her potential misstep, Su Jingyue offered her a few comforting words before departing once the rain ceased in the evening. Perhaps having found a breakthrough regarding the engagement, Su Jingyue was unwilling to give up and refused to believe that Jiang Jinyue was not the one who had shared a fleeting moment with Lu Yanting. She visited for 3 consecutive days, her words laced with probing inquiries. Jiang Jinyue, growing increasingly thick-skinned, considered revealing to Su Jingyue that there was no need for her to test her. She had indeed not spent the night with the young master. However, she lacked the courage to do so. Instead, she contemplated feigning illness, but the painted screen revealed that she was in good health, unable to extricate herself from them. Jiang Jinyue longed to leave quickly. Just then, Chuanxing arrived, sharing the predicament of Tong Xiangming and the attitude of the third master, suggesting that Jiang Jinyue should remain at the estate for a while longer. Naturally, Jiang Jinyue felt embarrassed to continue overstaying her welcome. She promptly gathered her meager belongings and returned with Chuanxing in the same carriage they had arrived in. As for the maid and the painted screen in Zhuangzi, Chuanxing would naturally arrange for a carriage to pick her up, sparing Jiang Jinyue any worry. However, upon her return, she discovered that the situation at Jiang Shuexian was far more dire than she had anticipated. The surroundings were desolate. Lu Yui had been taken away by the third lady, and Aunt Tong's quarters were under constant watch, rendering them inaccessible. Jiang Jinyue returned to her small building to gather her belongings, meticulously packing her meager savings, clothing, shoes, and various trifles. With limited silver, she endeavored to take as much as she could to avoid the need to spend money anew outside. Nevertheless, she left untouched the rewards bestowed during festivals and the customary allowances that were regularly granted to her. After organizing her things, Jiang Jinyue contemplated her next move and decided to approach the main courtyard where Aunt Tong resided. Upon arriving, she noticed 2 women guarding the door. With the entrance securely locked, she offered her silver hairpin to them, and after exchanging glances, the women stepped back. Jiang Jinyue inquired if they could unlock the door, but the women informed her that it would require an additional fee. Considering her savings, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. Crouching down, she called through the gap in the door. "Aunt, I am leaving." Tong Xiangning, who had been dozing at the table, awoke and immediately chastised her in a hushed tone. "You harbinger of doom, how dare you return? Hurry up and leave, lest the master sees you." Jiang Jinyue paused for a moment before continuing. "I have cleaned out the small building, and I took nothing that I shouldn't. The hairpin without the tassel that you gave me is also left on the table." As she turned to depart, Tong Xiangning called her back. Jiang Jinyue crouched down once more as Aunt Tong clung to the door, saying, "What do you mean by things that shouldn't be taken? That belongs to the public, not a gift for me. Do you think that by not taking it, people will regard you as virtuous? You are overthinking. Those items will merely end up with the lady. Hurry and take everything. Do not bring those rigid rules learned in the palace out into the world. Tang Xiangning continued to advise Jiang Jinyue, and upon learning that she would not return to Hangzhou, but instead seek a place to rent in the capital, she cautioned. The heir has inquired about me. I said nothing. Rest assured, by the time he returns, any suspicion should have faded. For the next few months, avoid drawing attention to yourself, and wait until the matter settles before acting. Understood? Jiang Jinyue nodded in acknowledgement. However, it seemed that fatigue had taken its toll on her these past days, for she suddenly stood up, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Enough! Hurry and leave. Don't let anyone see you. Remember to retrieve those belongings from the small building. Yet when Jiang Jinyue returned to the small building, she found herself unable to part with her possessions, ultimately ascending to the upper floor. She gazed at the luminous pearl by her bedside, picking it up and setting it down repeatedly. After 3 attempts, she finally discarded the pearl and fled. Chapter 65. Shan Wan's visit after leaving. Jiang Jinyue first made a stop at Jinyue Pavilion, depositing her luggage there. Having not been there for a while, she found that Manager Chun had maintained the shop in impeccable order. Upon hearing about Jiang Jinyue's intention to rent a residence, Manager Chun devoted several hours to assist her in searching for suitable accommodations. Jiang Jinyue had meticulously calculated her finances while residing in Zhuangzi. Now, after deducting various expenses from her shop and distributing the dividends to Lu Yanting, she found that she had approximately 30 strings of cash remaining, which amounted to 30,000 coins, along with her personal savings. She understood that her utmost priority was to save money to return to Hangzhou and seek justice for her father, rather than squander her silver. Thus, as dusk approached, Jiang Jinyue promptly chose a modest courtyard with relatively low rent. This courtyard was situated in the same neighborhood and was in close proximity to Jinyue. The owners were a couple who had operated a noodle shop in the capital for over a decade and had lived there all along. In recent years, as their business flourished and they welcomed a child, the small courtyard became insufficient, and given its distance from a school, they decided to relocate to a larger residence and rent out the current courtyard. Ultimately, she negotiated a rental fee of 900 coins per month with the female landlord, which was quite economical for the capital, but would still amount to over 10 strings of cash annually. However, there was no alternative. She had overstayed her welcome in someone else's home, and with recent events, the thought of continuing to reside in the Duke's mansion made her uneasy. Moreover, Jiang Jinyue had originally intended to leave, for prolonging her stay might implicate her aunt, thus necessitating this expenditure. Fortunately, Jiang Jinyue still had some savings, and she would no longer have to navigate the complexities of the Duke's household, allowing her to focus on her business endeavors. By practicing frugality in her daily life, she could save some silver. The courtyard was indeed quite small, wedged between 2 houses. An ordinary person would merely mistake its entrance for a side door leading into the alley. Upon entering, there was a screen wall. Behind it lay the main house on one side and a small courtyard on the other, with nothing else to be found. There was also no kitchen, as the couple had to cook over a fire in the courtyard. After a spring had passed, the yard became overgrown with weeds, and Jiang Jinyue decided to clear it herself. Although Chan Jiangue and the female landlord offered assistance, she still found the task quite arduous. Despite having been accustomed to such labor in the past, she had grown weak in less than a year since leaving the palace. Jiang Jinyue bent down to fetch water and clean the floors, and when she finally completed her chores and returned to the shop with Chan Jiangue, she was met by Hua Ping. "Miss, upon returning to the Duke's mansion, I heard you had moved out, and after inquiring around, I finally found you here." Hua Ping stood outside Jinyue, her face reflecting both urgency and joy upon seeing Jiang Jinyue. Jiang Jinyue explained, "Hua Ping, I have now left the Lu residence. I am no longer affiliated with them, and as you are made of the Lu household, I cannot take you with me." However, Hua Ping hesitated, still holding on to her position as she replied, "Miss, it would be inconvenient for you to be alone out here. Please allow me to accompany you." Jiang Jinyue politely declined, saying, "Even if I wish to keep you, I cannot afford your contract, Hua Ping. The day is growing late. You should return." The matron responsible for you will surely arrange for your new placement. Hua Ping lingered at the door for a moment, but ultimately, with gritted teeth, she departed. In the days that followed, Jiang Jinyue commuted daily between Qinyugu and her home, her thoughts consumed by the matters of the shop. The simplicity of life seemed to pass rapidly, and by the time the shop introduced a new sweet, jade hairpin candy, it was already June. After residing outside for a month, Jiang Jinyue has learned a great deal, such as her profound fear of darkness. In the absence of luminous pearls, she would light numerous candles each night. Initially, she thought little of it, as the palace would ignite dozens of candles simultaneously on a single candlestick, and no one would concern themselves with the value of the candles. However, she has now come to realize that candles are not a trivial expense in the outside world. Some individuals only indulge in purchasing a pair of red candles on their wedding day, while they typically rely on oil lamps. As she strives to adapt to a solitary existence, the oppressive darkness of night often evokes memories of that pitch-black evening in the bamboo grove, leaving Jiang Jinyue restless and sleepless. On a day in late June, Lu Yanting and Chang Yujing finally returned, weary from their travels. The task at hand proved to be quite challenging, compounded by unforeseen complications, resulting in a delay of over half a month for what should have been accomplished in a mere month. Upon returning to Gui Lu courtyard, Lu Yanting discovered a mountain of official documents awaiting his attention. After bathing and lighting incense, he changed into his casual brocade robe and sat down to begin processing the paperwork. As he sifted through the documents, he came across a letter from Su Zhengyu. After perusing it for a considerable time, he lightly tossed it aside, still lacking the answer he so desperately sought. He had tested every possibility. Was it truly not her? Had he been grievously mistaken, directing his affections toward the wrong person from the very beginning? He contemplated sending someone to inquire whether Jiang Jinyue had returned to the estate. But at that moment, Jinya entered and reported, "Young master, a maid from the painting screen says that Miss Jiang has already moved out." A look of surprise crossed Lu Yanting's face. "What? Find out where she is currently residing." "Yes, young master." As Jinya moved toward the door, he turned back. "Oh, by the way, young master, Miss Shen requests an audience." Lu Yanting lifted his head from the pile of documents, furrowing his brow as he asked, "The daughter of Minister Shun? What does she seek from me?" He intended to decline, but Jinya added, "Miss Shen insists it is of utmost importance." He leaned in closer, placing his hands at his mouth, and whispered, "She mentioned that she could only speak with you alone." Lu Yanting's expression darkened, and he promptly stood. "I shall go to her now." In the main hall of Gui Lu courtyard, the maid served tea to Shun Wan, then discreetly withdrew. Shun Wan picked up the tea but took only a small sip before setting it down, feeling unusually anxious. She nervously fidgeted with her skirt, casting apprehensive glances towards the door. Lu Yanting entered with an air of nonchalance, refraining from taking a seat as he regarded her and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here today, Miss Shun?" Feeling somewhat tense, Shun Wan glanced around to ensure that only Lu Yanting was present before stammering, I. She raised her gaze to meet Lu Yanting's, only to find that his attention was diverted to the fragrant pouch at her waist. Lost in thought, perhaps sensing her gaze, Lu Yanting cleared his throat softly and said gently, "If you have something to convey, Miss Shun, please feel free to speak." At this encouragement, Shun Wan began to continue, but her eyes welled with tears. "How do you want me to say it?" Lu Yanting maintained his composure. "Miss Shun, has your father encountered some difficulties?" "No, that's not it," suddenly interrupted him, summoning her courage to say, "Your Highness, have you forgotten what transpired that night?" Chapter 66, The Joyous Pulse. Lu Yanting fixed his gaze upon her, inquiring once more, "What matter does Miss Shen refer to?" Wiping away her tears, Shun Wan continued, "It was the day of the betrothal banquet. The evening had grown late, and my mother and I took refuge here. Unable to sleep in the dead of night, I decided to take a stroll, only to unexpectedly encounter you. You appeared to be inebriated, and then—" Shun Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hesitated to continue. Lu Yanting stood before her, silent for a moment before speaking. "So it was. I have been searching for that young lady all this time, yet I could not find her. It turns out that it was you all along. I am truly sorry for the distress this has caused you." Upon hearing this, Shun Wan quickly transformed her sorrow into joy. "No, I am not distressed. She dried her tears, intending to inquire when Lu Yanting would formally propose, but he shifted the conversation. However, this is indeed a matter of great importance. And since I am already betrothed, every detail must be considered carefully. I would not dare to inadvertently mislead Miss Shan. May I pose a few questions to confirm? Shen Wan, well aware that Lu Yanting would not easily trust her, felt a pang of bitterness at his words. Fortunately, she had prepared herself before coming, so she feigned indifference and nodded. Of course, I understand. Please, Your Highness, ask away. She secretly clenched her palms, and Lu Yanting began. Miss Shan, on that night. At what time and where did you encounter me, and when did you? Lu Yanting cleared his throat and continued. When did you go to the bamboo grove? And when did you leave? Shen Wan's face turned scarlet, but fortunately, she had calculated the timing based on Jiang Jinyue's departure. It must have been around the hour of the dog, though I cannot recall the exact minutes. I went out for a breath of fresh air and found you intoxicated, so I thought to assist you to the small cabin in the bamboo grove for a rest. It was all but a brief moment. When I emerged from the grove, it should have been about an hour later. Shen Wan considered that an ordinary person would not constantly keep track of time. Thus, providing a vague estimate would lend more credibility to her account. Lu Yanting observed her response and nodded. Indeed, that aligns with the timeline. However, after the incident, why did you not inform me immediately? Instead, you chose to come forth only now? Shen Wan's cheeks reddened further. Your Highness, as a young lady, experiencing such an event is unbearable. How could I have mustered the audacity to seek you out right away? After you fell asleep that night, I was terrified. I feared my parents' wrath and did not know how to confront the situation, so I fled. By the time I gathered my thoughts, you had already left the capital. Hence my delay. Lu Yanting nodded. That is understandable. I shall address this matter. Have you mentioned this to anyone else? Shen Wan immediately shook her head. I have not spoken of this to anyone, not even to my parents. Currently, only the two of us are aware. She added, are you considering withdrawing from your engagement to Miss Su and subsequently proposing to my family? However, I have one request. Could you refrain from disclosing the events of that night? It pertains to my reputation, and I fear my parents' reproach. Lu Yanting nodded thoughtfully. Naturally, the marriage should be postponed, but I have many matters to attend to in the near future. The proposal requires careful consideration. How about you inform your parents and stay in the residence for a few days? This way, you can seek me out when needed. Shen Wan eagerly nodded, unsure of what to say, when Lu Yanting suddenly inquired about the fragrant pouch she wore. Miss Shen, this pouch is quite pleasant. It is the first time I have encountered such a fragrance. Shen Wan followed his gaze and looked down at her sachet, smiling gently. Since childhood, I have been more susceptible to mosquito bites during the summer than others, so my mother sought rare fragrances to create this pouch for me. If the young lord enjoys it, I could craft one for you as well. Lu Yanting withdrew his gaze, contemplating that this delightful scent originated from the Shen residence. Upon first seeing Shen Wan, he had discerned that she was not the woman from that night. The woman had referred to him as her cousin, but Shen Wan was certainly not her younger cousin. However, Shen Wan knew who the person was. His previous question was merely to confirm whether she had indeed encountered that woman on that fateful night. Lu Yanting stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the clumsy and amusing expression of the person before him, and thought to himself that everything would be manageable from this point onward. The room Shen Wan currently occupied in the Lu residence was the very one she had stayed in during her studies there, and even the maid was the same. Having known this maid for some time, Shen Wan could not help but chuckle as the maid addressed her repeatedly as Miss Shen. In due time, you may need to change your address for me. Upon hearing Shen Wan's remark, the maid paused in her task of drying Shen Wan's hands and responded with a smile. Oh, is there to be a joyful event for the young lady? I am quite unaware of which young lord is so fortunate. Shen Wan thought to herself that it must indeed be your family's young lord. You shall know in due course. The two exchanged light-hearted banter when the maid added, it is indeed a delightful matter for you. But there has been a strange tale circulating in our residence. Intrigued, Shen Wan leaned against the soft pillow and inquired, oh, what strange tale? The maid, realizing she had let slip a secret, hesitated to speak further. Shen Wan plucked a hairpin from her hair and offered it to her. The maid gratefully accepted it and cautioned her, This matter is known to very few in the residence. I only learned of it because my mother works in the young lord's courtyard, so you must not let it spread." She leaned closer to Shen Wan and shared the tale, concluding with a sigh. "What do you think? If that woman is of a noble family, then the engagement between the young lord and Miss Su may not come to fruition." Shen Wan raised an eyebrow and lazily replied, "After searching for so long, is it not even a single lead?" The maid shook her head. "According to my mother, when they went to clean up, it was a chaotic mess, utterly disgraceful. However, they did find an earring in the bamboo house, which was quite unique, made of glass. Yet, I ponder how long it would take to find someone based solely on a single earring." Upon hearing this, Shen Wan's smile faded. She sat up in surprise. Could it be true? Why had Lu Yanting not inquired about her earring? Was it indifference, or was he testing her? No wonder she chose to reside in the estate. It appears the young master has yet to fully trust her. He seems intent on using this time to ascertain whether she possesses that earring. How infuriating! That night, she only managed a fleeting glance, entirely oblivious to such intricate details. It is of no consequence, she reassured herself. Where else could that item possibly be? It must be in the possession of Jiang Jinyue, that ineffectual fool. In recent days, Shen Wan had been preoccupied with thoughts of usurpation, invariably keeping an eye on Jiang Jinyue's movements, knowing she had moved out of the estate. While it would have been difficult to act while she still resided there, now that she had left, opportunities for action abound. Once she acquires that earring and casually wears it at an opportune moment for Lu Yanting to see, the matter would be solidified, and no one would question her identity. In recent days, Jiang Jinyue had been unable to eat or sleep, her appearance deteriorating markedly in a short span of time. She found it peculiar. She had not exhibited such signs even during the height of summer. She attributed it all to the discomfort of a new environment. However, Manager Chun discerned her distress and persistently urged her to seek medical attention. Finally, unable to withstand his incessant nagging, she ventured to the nearest clinic during a lull in the afternoon crowd, quietly waiting in line for a consultation. The clinic was always bustling, regardless of the hour. Watching the long queue before her, Jiang Jinyue felt a twinge of envy. At long last, it was her turn. The doctor, upon noticing her pallid complexion, solemnly took her pulse. After a moment, his demeanor relaxed considerably. "How is it? Surely, there is nothing amiss?" The doctor stroked his beard and smiled broadly. "Congratulations. You are experiencing a slippery pulse." Chapter 67. The abortifacient Jiang Jinyue stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend his words. She requested another examination, but the answer remained unchanged. Dazed, she exited the clinic, inadvertently colliding with the door. How could this happen? Had she not already consumed the herbal remedy to prevent conception? For days, she had been striving to forget the events of that fateful night, yet it seemed fate was playing a cruel jest, ensnaring her in a relentless nightmare. Why must she endure such torment? In recent times, she had felt utterly depleted, unable to swallow even a morsel. Now, upon receiving this news, it felt as if all strength had drained from her being. She returned to her modest quarters in a daze, lying wide awake on her bed until the late hours of the night. Concubine Tong had been confined, leaving her without the one person who might have devised a solution. Jiang Jinyue pondered deeply, concluding that the child could not be kept. Setting aside her desire to vindicate her father, she lacked the energy to care for a child. Furthermore, she would remain in the capital for some time, and should her condition become evident, it would be difficult to avoid suspicion. Indeed, it could not be retained. Yet, the laws of the Great Way state that those who terminate a pregnancy face 2 years of forced labor, while those who induce miscarriage through violence face even harsher penalties, including exile. Thus, no legitimate clinic would dare to undertake such a procedure, though clandestine avenues surely existed. Jiang Jinyue could have sought assistance from concubine Tong, who had numerous connections, but that option was no longer viable. She was at a loss as to where to procure the means to terminate the pregnancy or even how to inquire about it. Days passed in a haze, and one clear morning, she ambled her way to the shop. Outside, she spotted manager Chun serving tea to a guest. The gentleman, seated gracefully in a modestly sized armchair, maintained an upright posture akin to a towering pine. His demeanor was composed, and his countenance striking, drawing the attention of several young ladies lingering outside. Jiang Jinyue slowed her pace, contemplating a hasty retreat, but Manager Chun had already spotted her, greeting her with a warm smile and a call of Mississippi. Thus, Jiang Jinyue found herself shuffling towards Lu Yanting, biting her lip as she greeted him. "Your Highness, you have returned." "Indeed," Lu Yanting replied, rising to appraise her with keen eyes. Noticing the dark circles beneath her eyes and the pallor of her lips, he perceived that her condition appeared far worse than when he had departed. "What has caused you to look so haggard?" He adopted a serious expression and continued. "Is it that you are unaccustomed to living alone? I shall arrange for you to return home this afternoon. In the future, do not act hastily. It is best to consult with others before making decisions." "No, no." Jiang Jinyue quickly waved her hands in refusal, a hint of resistance in her gaze. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have grown accustomed to living outside and do not wish to trouble the elders of the West Mansion any further." Lu Yanting regarded her in silence, fully aware of her quiet disposition and preference for solitude. However, as a young lady, living alone posed numerous risks, and her personality did not lend itself well to such independence. On his journey, he had contemplated that, even if the incident of that night did not involve her, he had previously promised her that as long as he remained in the Duke's residence, her well-being would not be neglected. Her decision to move out, he surmised, was likely influenced by his uncle and concubine Tong. He considered that it would not be too difficult to find her a secluded courtyard within the Duke's residence instead of the West Mansion. Knowing the high cost of living in Chang'an, he was acutely aware of her financial struggles, having witnessed her difficulties in acquiring a shop. Understanding her stubbornness, he took a step back. "Then allow me to visit your current residence. If it is safe, I shall not insist further. If not, you must return to the Duke's residence. I recall that there is an empty courtyard beside Gui Lu Courtyard. If you are willing, you may reside there." However, he did not anticipate Jiang Jinyue's obstinate nature. Without a moment's hesitation, she sought to divert his attention. She disregarded his words entirely, retrieving a pouch from behind the counter and presenting it to him. "By the way, Your Highness, this is your dividend from last month. Since you have been away from the capital for some time, I was unable to deliver it to you promptly." Lu Yanting accepted the handful of silver with a perplexed expression, gazing at Jiang Jinyue. She felt uneasy under his scrutiny and quickly added, "Your Highness, truly, it is unnecessary. Living outside is quite convenient for me, as it is close to the shop and allows for more rest. However, my place is yet to be fully organized, so I shall not take you to see it." Just as Lu Yanting was about to persuade her further, a group of young ladies entered the shop. Seeing 5 or 6 young women enter in a cheerful cluster, Jiang Jinyue excused herself from Lu Yanting, eagerly attending to the guests and offering them samples of the shop's new products. The young ladies crowded the already small shop, their eyes scanning the shelves, occasionally requesting this item or that, while stealing glances at Lu Yanting. He lowered his gaze and silently exited. Jiang Jinyue, busy attending to customers, felt a twinge of sorrow upon noticing Lu Yanting's departing figure. However, after a moment of melancholy, she sighed in relief and refocused on her duties. Someone of his stature was worlds apart from her. Becoming too entangled would only bring trouble to both. She could no longer afford to waver and needed to terminate her pregnancy swiftly. After bidding farewell to the customers, Jiang Jinyue sat behind the counter, lost in contemplation, even considering consulting a pharmacopoeia to procure medicine. Yet, she recalled that upon returning to the Duke's residence with Chuanxing, it was mentioned that concubine Tong had been punished for employing unscrupulous methods against concubine man. Jiang Jinyue remembered encountering her on the street shortly after the Zhou family incident, emerging mysteriously from a makeup shop, quite familiar with the shopkeeper. Perhaps that shopkeeper might have a solution? Following her memory, she approached the makeup shop, feeling somewhat apprehensive as she entered. The shop was nearly empty in the afternoon, and the shopkeeper was leisurely enjoying some fruit at the counter. Upon noticing Jiang Jinyue's arrival, she spoke lazily, "Little girl, feel free to browse around." Jiang Jinyue stepped forward and lowered her voice, asking, "Do you have any abortion medicine here?" The shopkeeper nearly dropped the melon in her hand, startled. She scrutinized Jiang Jinyue and raised her voice, "Little girl, don't speak nonsense. How can we have such things here? You should leave quickly." I am a maid of the Lu family, sent by concubine Tong to fetch medicine. She is unable to come herself. The shopkeeper quieted down, carefully assessing her once more, and inquired, "Is this true?" Jiang Jinyue replied with a calm demeanor, "Of course. Otherwise, how would an ordinary maid like me know the secrets of your shop?" The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who is in need? How many months along?" "A maid from our household, perhaps just a little over 2 months." Chapter 68. Autumn Rain. After Jiang Jinyue finished speaking, she produced a silver ingot from her sleeve and placed it on the counter. The shopkeeper weighed the silver in her hand, satisfied, and tucked it away before instructing Jiang Jinyue to wait outside while she retreated to the inner room, busy with something. After about a tea's worth of time, she emerged with 3 large packets of medicine, glanced at Jiang Jinyue, and cautioned, "Here, these 3 doses are marked with the times. Remember, take the first dose. And after a day, take the second dose. The second dose should be divided into 3 portions to be taken every 4 hours. By the 4th day, take the last dose. You may experience intermittent bleeding during these days. Once you finish the 3rd dose, return here to find me. The subsequent matters will be beyond your capability." Jiang Jinyue listened, her face paling, eager to leave with the medicine. Just as she reached out, the shopkeeper stepped back, reminding her, "Remember, once you start taking the medicine, you cannot stop prematurely, nor can you fail to seek me out. Should the fetus die within, the consequences will be yours to bear. Moreover, should the fragile maid of your household fail to endure, I shall bear no responsibility. I have a request of my own, which must remain undisclosed." Upon hearing Jiang Jinyue's words, the other party crossed their arms and scoffed, "We in this line of work hold our principles dearly. Your aunt has been a long-time acquaintance of mine. Should you utter such words to her, she will undoubtedly deliver a few sharp slaps." Relieved by this, Jiang Jinyue departed with the medicine in hand. As she exited, the innkeeper followed her outside, glancing at the overcast sky, murmuring softly in the ghost month. Seeking an abortion is truly a sin. In the Great Way, it is customary that upon the arrival of the 7th month, it is deemed the ghost month, a time shrouded in superstition. The autumn rain approached, casting a gloomy ambience, and the chilly wind swept across Jiang Jinyue's face and body, the medicine feeling as though it weighed 1,000 pounds in her grasp. By the time Jiang Jinyue, with great effort, managed to unlock her home while juggling the medicine, the autumn rain began to patter down. The chaotic rain dampened the bluestone path and soaked the butter paper wrapping the medicine. By the time she hurried back indoors, the package bore numerous varying imprints from the rain. Without a thought for an umbrella, she rushed to the courtyard to retrieve the drying clothes. But as soon as she entered the house, an unexpected sound halted her steps. Turning around, she found the courtyard empty, devoid of any presence. Perhaps it was her own restless mind over the past few days, or perhaps the innkeeper's words had unnerved her. Jiang Jinyue suddenly felt a wave of paranoia wash over her. She reassured herself that all was well, yet the eerie sensation intensified as night fell. She was plagued by nightmares, unable to find peace in her slumber, and each time she awoke to the dimness of her surroundings, anxiety gripped her heart. The oil lamp cast the shadow of a cup against the slightly worn wall, magnifying it into a monstrous silhouette lurking in the night. After the autumn rain had subsided, the air was heavy with moisture, yet Jiang Jinyue found herself drenched in cold sweat. She contemplated lighting a candle, hoping to illuminate her dilapidated abode somewhat. But as she approached the table, her spine stiffened and she froze in place. There was someone in the room. She distinctly heard a series of unrestrained, heavy breaths. Motionless, she observed as the figure abandoned any pretense, emerging from the shadows, advancing towards her with a raspy and unpleasant tone. "Little girl, I am merely here for the money. I intended to wait until you were asleep to act, sparing you some pain, but alas, you didn't comply." Slowly, Jiang Jinyue turned her head, confronting a cloaked figure before her, their gaze icy. She blinked, concealing her inner turmoil. "How much did they pay you? Since you are in this for money. If you let me go, I can offer you more. Little girl, even deceit must have its limits. Just look at the place you reside in. Does it resemble that of a wealthy person?" The figure stepped closer, gripping her neck with one hand while forcefully yanking her earrings from her ears. Pain shot through her, and she let out a muffled groan. expecting that the figure would release her upon obtaining what they desired. She was taken aback when, upon inspecting the earrings in the dim light, they cast them aside and demanded, "Now, tell me, where are your glazed stone earrings?" Jiang Jinyue, despite the absence of any earrings made of glazed stone, devised a cunning ruse upon hearing the other party's words. She feigned trepidation, saying, "They are in the box. But it's too dark in here. Could you please allow me to light a candle to search for them?" The man relaxed his grip slightly, warning her not to play tricks, for even if she perished, he could still locate the items, albeit with a little more time. Acknowledging this, Jiang Jinyue gradually moved his hand aside, steadied herself against the table, and approached the cabinet to seek a fire starter and a candle. Once the candle flickered to life, she deftly tossed it toward the man with her trembling hand and swiftly dashed for the exit. The man, taken aback by her audacity, cried out in pain from the burn and lunged after her. In that instant, the door burst open, and 2 or 3 individuals rushed in, engaging the assassin in combat. Jiang Jinyue, terrified, found her escape blocked and retreated to the corner of the bed, curling into a small ball. Time passed, and gradually the surroundings fell silent. A semblance of light emerged, revealing that the candle had been lit. Jiang Jinyue's mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by the recent shocks, transporting her back to the harrowing day when her father was taken away, leaving her alone to face the soldiers. Tears welled in her eyes, longing for her father, wishing fervently for his presence to shield her from further torment. Suddenly, the bed sank beside her, and she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. For a fleeting moment, she believed her father had returned to rescue her from this realm of suffering. Yet, upon realizing the truth, she attempted to withdraw, only to be held even tighter. A familiar voice whispered softly in her ear, soothing her, "It's all right. It's me. You're safe now." Lu Yanting cradled her entirely in his arms, her head forced against his neck, where she felt his warmth, as if awakening from a profound slumber. All her grievances poured forth like the storm clouds that had amassed in the sky, unleashed in a torrential downpour once they reached their limit. A sharp pain throbbed in her right earlobe, and unable to contain her sorrow, Jiang Jinyue buried her face in his embrace, sobbing. He gently stroked her head, offering comfort. "I'm sorry. I won't let any harm come to you. I have been waiting outside, fearing he would hurt you again, which is why I hesitated to enter. You were so brave before. Don't be afraid. It's over now." Jiang Jinyue, nearly wailing, exclaimed, "But my ear hurts. It really, really hurts." Chapter 69. The cousin who covers her ears and steals the bell. Hearing her heart-wrenching cries, Lu Yanting's heart clenched painfully. He turned her face to him and saw her weeping, her other earrings swaying chaotically. Panic overtook him as he examined her ear by the candlelight, and he sighed in relief, reassuring her, "Do not worry. It's just a bit red, likely tugged. I will blow on it, and we shall have someone bring medicine to apply. It will be fine by tomorrow." Over the past year, Jiang Jinyue had only worn 2 pairs of earrings, both delicate studs adorned with a couple of simple, small pearls, nothing more. Noticing this, Lu Yanting initially used the earrings as bait. Despite repeatedly convincing himself that she was not Jiang Jinyue, his heart held a different belief. Fortunately, she did not wear large hook-like earrings. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. Lu Yanting leaned closer to her, gently blowing air by her ear, his movements both earnest and tender. After a short while, he noticed that she trembled slightly beneath him. Assuming she was in pain, he became even more gentle. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Jinyue shifted away from his embrace, retreating to the corner of the bed. "What is wrong?" he asked, bewildered as he gazed at her. Jiang Jinyue, stifling sobs, replied intermittently, "I feel nauseous from crying. Let me take a moment." The corners of Lu Yanting's lips curled into a faint smile as he rose to fetch her some tea. However, upon pouring, he discovered the cup contained water that had long since cooled. The cup itself was rough and unrefined, unworthy even of the servants of a Lu household. His expression darkened as he surveyed the meager surroundings illuminated by the scant candlelight. The room was quite small, the air post-rain carrying a damp, woody scent mingled with decay. The walls bore the stains of neglect, remnants of years without maintenance. The furniture was haphazard, mismatched, resembling a collection of shabby odds and ends. When the assassin had appeared, his instinct had driven him to intervene immediately, but the moss-laden ground had caused Jinyue to trip, inadvertently colliding with him. To avoid making a greater noise, he had to remain still, and in that instant, the assassin had already taken Jiang Jinyue hostage, leaving him to bide his time for another opportunity. How can one reside here? He pondered. The absence of a screen allowed any entrant to see the bare wooden bed, rendering the space unsuitable for habitation. Jiang Jinyue, now curled up by the bedside, had ceased crying, her face obscured as she hung her head low. Lu Yanting instructed those waiting outside to heat water and return to her side, sitting down once more. I apologize for my tardiness. Are you feeling any better? Jiang Jinyue buried her head in her arm, her voice muffled. Thank you, young master, but you should leave. I will report to the authorities first thing in the morning. However, I assume you already know who is responsible. Lu Yanting did not deny it. Yes, I am aware. Jiang Jinyue's heart sank. It was indeed as she feared. They were once again using her as a pawn. Just like the previous incident, Chang Yujing claimed to act in her best interest. Yet, Jiang Jinyue knew that had she belonged to a prominent family or had parents who could advocate for her, they would never treat her this way. Everything stemmed from her lowly status, her lack of parents, merely the niece of a minor concubine. Thus, she could be manipulated without regard for the repercussions of offending her. Suddenly, Jiang Jinyue felt a surge of disdain for them and retreated into silence. However, Lu Yanting, undeterred by her silence, pressed on. Cousin, do you have anything you wish to say to me? Jiang Jinyue replied irritably, No, young master, a man and woman should not be too familiar. Please leave quickly. She disliked Lu Yanting sitting on her bed and found his incessant questioning bothersome. Could he not see that she was in distress? Did he not realize her discomfort? Why must he persist in his inquiries? However, Lu Yanting remained still, grasping her hand. If you do not wish to speak, that is perfectly fine. Allow me to share my thoughts with you. Jiang Jinyue felt that what Lu Yanting was about to disclose would likely not align with her expectations. That night, I was drugged and found myself in an unexpected situation with another person, which was witnessed by Shenwan. She sought to replace that individual. So I devised a plan to unearth the truth. As he concluded, Lu Yanting gazed intently into her eyes, continuing earnestly, I wish to apologize. Could you grant me the opportunity to have a conversation? He was indeed orchestrating a scheme, yet this time, it was to seek her out. However, he had not anticipated that Shenwan could harbor such malice towards Jiang Jinyue over this matter. This was no longer a mere matter of youthful jealousy. He found it unimaginable that Shen Xiang, a person of integrity dedicated to the nation and its people, could raise such a child. From the moment he uttered his first sentence, Jiang Jinyue had lowered her head, feigning ignorance. At that moment, she clutched the quilt beneath her tightly, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and after a brief pause, she replied, My ears hurt, and I cannot comprehend what you are saying. You have mistaken the person. I'm going to sleep now. Please leave quickly. Her talent for feigning ignorance was unparalleled, yet it was also rather clumsy. Lu Yanting gazed at her, bewildered. He found himself deceived by her act time and again. Very well, if you choose not to speak, then I shall wait patiently. However, this place is no longer suitable for habitation. If she could not understand, so be it. In any case, she was unable to sleep now. Allow me to escort you back to the Duke's residence, and I shall send someone to tidy up tomorrow. Jiang Jinyue lay down on the bed, covering her reddened eyes with her hand, remaining silent. Lu Yanting sighed, gently removing her hand and noticing her swollen eyes glistening with unshed tears. Understanding she must be in profound distress. Yet, there was something he felt compelled to remind her of. So he spoke in a hushed tone. Do you truly believe that by pretending not to know, this matter will simply fade away? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue seemed to be struck by an unspoken concern, her voice suddenly firm, showing no signs of self-deception. No means no. Not knowing is simply not knowing. Do you not find it somewhat disrespectful to remain in my chamber at this late hour? She continued, I am genuinely exhausted. I do not wish to entangle myself with anyone, nor do I require a return to the Duke's residence. I simply wish to be alone. Even if you have made a mistake, I do not wish to pursue it, so there is no need for your apology. After a brief pause, she added, "Of course, I am referring to tonight's incident." Having said that, she pulled the quilt over her head and feigned death. Lu Yanting had encountered no fewer than 800 criminals, having seen every conceivable manner of wrongdoing, yet he had never before met someone so brazenly audacious as to cover their ears while stealing the bell. He was almost amused by the situation, yet felt utterly powerless against her. Chapter 70. Return with me. Jiang Jinyue fell silent, and as he glanced at the gossamer thin quilt beneath him, he finally took a step back. "Very well, you shall rest well these days. I will have someone care for you, and I will return to see you after some time, if that is agreeable." "No, this is my space, and you are not welcome here." Lu Yanting, having learned the art of evasion from her, chose to ignore her words. Once outside, he dispatched several hidden guards to protect her and ordered the apprehension of the nearly lifeless assassin in the courtyard, sending him to the Dali Temple prison. For the next 2 days, he kept his promise and refrained from appearing before Jiang Jinyue. But the maid he sent reported that she had not even opened the door for them. Very well, he thought. For now, he could only grant her time to calm down gradually. However, matters must ultimately be resolved. Once a crucial detail was uncovered, it was as if a breakthrough emerged from chaos, and as he delved deeper, he found that everything once shrouded in mystery became distinctly clear. The matron from a Shin residence had delivered a sachet of fragrance to Jiang Jinyue, which explained the scent that lingered on her that night. On the carriage that had left the West residence that evening, Lu Yue occupied the front seat, while Jiang Jinyue sat in the rear. Afterward, he summoned Chunxing, the maid, for questioning, and only then did Lu Yanting realize that Jiang Jinyue had been concealing the truth all along due to the instigation by the Tong family. Did the Tong family harbor no selfish motives? Initially, she was likely worried that her own scheme would be exposed, prompting her to torment Jiang Jinyue in such a manner. In the afternoon, a guard dispatched to investigate reported that Jiang Jinyue had procured medicine from a rouge shop just 2 days prior, on the very day the assassin had intruded. Lu Yanting furrowed his brow. Could she have been ill that day? Beside him, Qingya scratched his head. "I'm not certain, but she did seem unwell that day. Perhaps she truly was ill. Yet what sort of medicine could she have obtained from a rouge shop?" As he pondered this, Yinshu entered with the hidden guards assigned to watch over the small courtyard. "Master," the guards observed Miss Jiang concocting medicine in the courtyard. The scent was quite pungent. "We thought it best to inform you." A sense of unease washed over Lu Yanting as he set aside his current task and stepped outside. "I shall go take a look." In the courtyard, thick smoke billowed upward, and Jiang Jinyue was coughing incessantly as she stoked the fire beneath the small pot. The situation had been discovered. Although Lu Yanting maintained a facade of gentleness and did not forcibly take her back, Jiang Jinyue understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. He was like a cat toying with a mouse, and she could not predict when he might come knocking again. Each day, Jiang Jinyue lived in trepidation. The greatest peril, however, was the child that should not have come into existence. Jiang Jinyue knew that there could be no future with Lu Yanting without this child. There might still be room for negotiation between them, for after all, they shared no affection, and the events of that night were merely an accident. However, if he were to learn of the child's existence, the situation would change drastically. She acknowledged that Lu Yanting was a man of integrity and honor. He would certainly not abandon her. Perhaps in the future, she would become his concubine, bearing his child, and subsequently live out her days in the Duke's residence like an aunt. Yet, that was not an option. Jiang Jinyue had matters to attend to, and she intended to return to Hangzhou. Although she had driven Lu Yanting's men away, there was no telling when they might return. She needed to act swiftly in these few days to eliminate the child and cut off any future complications. Uncertain whether the medicine had simmered long enough, she was about to take a taste when a knock echoed from outside. The rhythmic knocking, 3 times in succession, was reminiscent of a certain someone's mannerism. Startled, Jiang Jinyue crouched in the courtyard. How could Lu Yanting arrive so quickly? Given the circumstances, she could only silently observe the boiling concoction in the pot, pretending she was not present. Little did she know that her every movement had already been reported to Lu Yanting by the hidden guards on the roof. Outside, noticing Jiang Jinyue's lack of response, Lu Yanting raised his hand to knock again. "Jinyue, please open the door. I have something to discuss with you." Still, there was no reply from within. Lu Yanting continued, Jinyue, I respect you, and I would prefer to enter through the door to speak with you properly. Could you please let me in? His jaw tightened, clearly indicating his growing anger. Qingya had not seen him in such a state for a long time and quietly took a few steps back, focusing her gaze inward. With no response from inside, Lu Yanting grew impatient and reached out to push the door. The door, merely constructed from a few long wooden planks, showed signs of giving way under his force. Finally, Jiang Jinyue's displeased voice emerged from within. Stop pushing. You'll break the door, and I will have to pay for it. Then please open it. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Jinyue's slender yet defiant figure, her face marked by annoyance. With her brows furrowed, she regarded Lu Yanting with displeasure, unwilling to let him enter. However, the courtyard was too confined. Lu Yanting's gaze easily pierced over her head, spotting the small pot and catching a whiff of the pungent medicine. What are you brewing? Are you unwell? I brought a doctor for you to examine. If you would permit. Lu Yanting glanced back, signaling Qingya to bring the physician. Naturally, Jiang Jinyue could not agree. No, it's just some ordinary tonics. I'm not unwell at all. You need not come in. After saying this, she attempted to shut the door. But Lu Yanting's arm blocked her. Let the doctor take a look. It will only take a moment. His towering frame nearly sealed the entrance, leaving Jiang Jinyue unable to close the door or prevent the doctor from entering, should he discover that it was an abortive patient. She truly did not know how to navigate the situation. In a moment of desperation, she resolved to dispose of the medicine first. Lu Yanting, sensing her intent, swiftly stepped forward to grasp her arm, his tone becoming stern. What do you intend to do? That medicine is scalding. Do you not realize? Meanwhile, the doctor approached, and upon inspection, his countenance changed dramatically. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the remaining medicine piled against the wall. He hastily untied the grass rope and began to examine it, his face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, Your Highness, this is an abortive patient. My dear lady, the potency of this medicine is exceedingly severe. One misstep could result in a tragic double demise. Where did you procure this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue attempted to free herself from Lu Yanting's grasp, but he held her firmly. His expression was already grim, yet he was too preoccupied to speak. He quickly leaned down, reaching for her mouth. Did you drink any? Let me see. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Jinyue bit down on his finger. Lu Yanting remained silent, allowing her to bite, and when she finally released him, he glanced at the translucent liquid mixed with blood on his hand and remarked, You haven't drunk it. From the very beginning, Jiang Jinyue felt a deep-seated fear towards him, even though she had mustered some defiance under duress. The sight of him, standing resolute, still sent chills through her. Her heart raced, anxiety mounting to its peak, as she observed Lu Yanting's tightly clenched fists. She initially braced herself for a reprimand, but he remained silent, his expression unchanged. Instead, he complimented her. Jiang Jinyue, you are quite remarkable, daring to steal and consume such medicine. It is evident you are someone capable of great deeds. Jiang Jinyue was momentarily taken aback, replying, Thank you. Yet her body instinctively retreated 2 steps. Lu Yanting extended his hand towards her. I will not scold you. Now, come with me immediately. We shall discuss this matter upon our return. No, Jiang Jinyue's voice trembled as she took several steps back, retreating into the room, peering out to gauge his reaction. Chapter 71. The terrifying ghost festival. At that moment, Qingya, who stood nearby, suddenly stumbled. Lu Yanting felt his patience nearing its limit. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood in the courtyard and asked in a low, stern voice, What are you doing now? You could trip on flat ground? Get out, my lord. This is not my fault. Qingya protested, looking aggrieved as he scratched his head. Perhaps it is because the ghost festival is approaching. I have been feeling an eerie chill around me lately, and sometimes I find myself tripping for no reason at all. It feels as though someone is colliding with me. Lu Yanting glanced at him, his tone devoid of emotion. Oh, that is quite normal. After all, with the ghost festival upon us, the gates of the underworld are wide open, and mischievous spirits love to roam about, particularly tormenting those with insufficient yang energy, like yourself and young maidens. You might consider consulting a Taoist priest if you have the time. Qingya disagreed with his assessment, defending himself, my lord. While it is true that I was born in the 7th month of the lunar calendar, how can you claim I lack yang energy? I am merely more attuned to this realm than others. I have sought out Taoist priests before, yet none have proven effective. Lu Yanting merely responded with a nonchalant, "Then take heart. It is said that the living and the dead are distinct. Ordinary spirits do not dare to provoke the living easily. At most, they engage in harmless mischief. It will all pass once the gates of hell close." Qingyao appeared somewhat uneasy, but something is indeed amiss here. "My lord, I have only been to this courtyard twice, yet both times I have encountered misfortune. Surely, there must be a mischievous spirit at play. My instincts are never wrong." Lu Yanting raised his eyes, surveying the surroundings, and nodded. This appears to be a dwelling left from a bygone era, likely inhabited by many before. However, there is no cause for concern. If one has not committed wrongful deeds, there is nothing to fear from ghosts. After speaking, Lu Yanting glanced towards the door, then raised his hand to signal the others to refrain from following him, proceeding to enter the building alone. Inside, he found Jiang Jinyue standing behind the door, lost in thought, her hand resting on the wall, embodying a state of distraction. Unfortunately, the heavens did not favor them, as a sudden downpour began to fall, extinguishing the fire that had been so painstakingly kindled in the courtyard and soaking the herbs that Jiang Jinyue had purchased. Upon seeing Lu Yanting, Jiang Jinyue startled, resembling a frightened bird, her expression one of lingering shock. Lu Yanting placed his hand gently on her shoulder and murmured, "It is raining. The path will be treacherous. I shall send someone to fetch a carriage. Please sit and wait for a moment." Upon returning to the Lu residence, he did not place Jiang Jinyue in the tranquil pavilion, but instead ordered the preparation of a secluded chamber behind the water pavilion in the Guilu courtyard, leading her inside. From the moment she left home in the carriage, Jiang Jinyue had been particularly anxious, clutching her bundle as if Lu Yanting had just rescued her from the palace. Though she feigned calmness, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable fear and unease. Observing her in this state, Lu Yanting felt both helpless and pained. She had once been such an innocent and pure young woman. It was all his fault, for he had subjected her to immense fright and an undeserved calamity. Understanding that Jiang Jinyue was reluctant to allow him to touch her, he summoned a maid, who took considerable time to soothe her into sitting in the inner chamber, where she was helped out of her rain-soaked cloak and donned casual attire. However, when the physician arrived, Jiang Jinyue huddled by the edge of the bed, resolutely refusing to extend her hand for a pulse check. With no other recourse, Lu Yanting emerged from behind the screen, attempting to grasp her hand. "Come now. Let the lady examine you. It won't hurt." "I won't." Her resistance prompted Lu Yanting to dismiss everyone else, sitting beside her in an effort to provide comfort. Jiang Jinyue curled herself into the corner of the bed, burying her head in her arms, unable to hold back her tears. "Why must it be like this? Why must you let so many know? I'm already humiliated. Do you derive joy from knowing I can never hold my head high?" Lu Yanting reassured her. "That shall not happen. With me here, no one dares to speak ill of you. Besides, once we leave the Guilu courtyard, they will be mute, never to reveal this matter to others." Yet, Jiang Jinyue remained distressed. "In truth, you have never respected me. In your eyes, I am merely a palace maid. Whatever you command, I must obey. Have you ever considered my thoughts?" Having endured countless scornful glances due to her origins, Jiang Jinyue harbored a formidable sense of pride beneath her gentle facade. She yearned for respect, yet such individuals were nearly non-existent in the duke's residence. The only conversations she could manage were with Lu Yue, who took pleasure in bullying her, which is why she found herself inexplicably drawn to Zhou Huaichuan. Lu Yanting presents an exterior of gentleness, yet harbors an undeniable dominance within. From their very first encounter, he has always exerted a strong influence over her. Jiang Jinyue suddenly recalls that, long ago, Lu Yanting repeatedly insisted that she seek his assistance and consult him whenever she faced difficulties. At that time, Jiang Jinyue perceived him as a remarkably responsible individual, one who took the time to care for his cousin, who epitomized the essence of decorum. However, deep within her, a sense of incongruity lingered, accompanied by an unsettling notion. Yet, the more she reflects, the more she suspects that Lu Yanting may have harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning. Perhaps he had been persistently instilling such thoughts within her, aiming to render her dependent upon him for survival. Jiang Jinyue recalls the words he uttered during that night when he was disoriented from the herbal medication, and her heart races with trepidation, growing increasingly irritated with him. Tears stream down her face as she laments, "Why do you belittle the home I painstakingly sought? You reside in a relic of a bygone era." She questions the necessity of his disdain, in a place as precious as the capital, where every inch is worth its weight in gold. Jiang Jinyue had remarkably managed to secure such a residence at a modest price. Did he not realize how many common folk lived in conditions far worse than hers? After all, he had been raised in a grand ducal mansion, cloaked in luxury from birth, which bestowed upon him an air of superiority, leading him to disdain the home she had chosen for herself. This was Jiang Jinyue's perspective. However, Lu Yanting, having wielded power for an extended period, was no longer the naive youth he once was. His decisions were not driven by impulse, but rather grounded in experience. He pondered every matter thoroughly before arriving at a conclusion, including his interactions with Jiang Jinyue. Yet, he had little experience with young women of her age and was admittedly unsure of how to communicate in a manner that resonated with her. He explained, "I apologize for my comment regarding your hard-won residence being a relic of the past. I was indeed anxious upon witnessing you engage in such perilous endeavors." He paused, then continued, "However, your actions did not convey to me that you could handle the situation independently, which compelled me to want to make decisions on your behalf." Jiang Jinyue, feeling aggrieved, replied with a sob, "Why shouldn't I be capable? I managed perfectly well without you. It is merely your perception of my inadequacy." Lu Yanting seated himself beside her, his tone earnest as he queried, "Very well, I respect your opinion. Please, tell me how you wish to proceed." Jiang Jinyue ceased her tears and immediately declared, "Naturally, I shall proceed in my own manner. I do not want this child. Let's forget this matter entirely. Our paths shall diverge, and we shall never meet again." Lu Yanting nodded, "As you wish. However, the matter of not bearing a child is not as simple as a single dose of medicine. First, let the physician examine your pulse to assess the situation, and thereafter, we shall prepare a gentler herbal remedy for termination, if that is agreeable to you. Chapter 72. The child who refuses to depart. Jiang Jinyue scrutinized Lu Yanting's expression, noting his earnestness, which seemed devoid of pretense. After a moment's contemplation, she acquiesced. The female physician re-entered, and this time she did not resist, allowing the practitioner to take her pulse in silence. Before long, the female physician withdrew her hand and addressed the two individuals. "The young lady's pulse is erratic, weak and soft, a condition resulting from maternal weakness leading to instability in the fetus. However, it is not a grave concern. I shall prescribe some medication to stabilize the pregnancy. With proper care in the coming days, all will be well." Lu Yanting interjected, "We intend to terminate this pregnancy. Do you have any means to assist us?" The physician hesitated momentarily, then replied, "I am afraid that may not be feasible. If the young lady were in good health, it might be a different matter, but under her current condition, I cannot take such a risk." Jiang Jinyue promptly straightened up and assured her, "Do not worry. Proceed boldly. My body can endure this." The physician, visibly alarmed, stood up and shook her head repeatedly. "No, my dear, you may be able to endure, but I cannot bear the weight of such responsibility. Please do not place me in such a predicament." Once the maid had escorted the physician out, Jiang Jinyue sank into despair. However, she soon turned to Lu Yanting with urgency. "My lord, if this child cannot be removed, it will pose a significant inconvenience for me and an even greater obstacle for you. Could you perhaps seek another experienced doctor? There may be a solution." Lu Yanting fell silent for a moment, then stood and called out, "Yin Shu, fetch my invitation and request a physician from the palace who specializes in obstetrics." Shortly thereafter, a figure vanished from the doorway. The physician's arrival was not imminent, and silence enveloped the room. Jiang Jinyue leaned against the bedside, quietly gazing at the distant scenery outside the window, while Lu Yanting silently observed her. Autumn had already set in, the sky was dim, and a gentle rain fell persistently. The branches of the ginkgo tree in the courtyard swayed in the rain, shedding golden leaves. Though it was early autumn, the oppressive heat of summer had dissipated, leaving a refreshing coolness in the air. Jiang Jinyue's frail body had begun to shiver, and she coughed repeatedly. Lu Yanting pondered how she would endure the winter if she remained in that dilapidated place, though he dared not voice such thoughts. He spread a thick silk quilt and gently draped it over her, saying, "Have you not been sleeping well these days? If you feel tired now, you may take a short rest. The physician will arrive by the time you awaken, all right?" In truth, Jiang Jinyue was utterly exhausted. Yet she politely shook her head and remained seated on the bed, waiting in silence. The rain continued to fall outside, prompting Lu Yanting to close the window to prevent the cold wind from intruding. Noting the dimness of the room, he did not summon anyone, but instead approached the candle stand and lit several candles. Upon returning to the bedside, he found her head had tilted to the side, and she had unknowingly drifted into slumber. With great care, Lu Yanting assisted her in lying down and tucked her in snugly with a quilt. He then retrieved a luminous pearl from a brocade box on the table and placed it on the bedside. After ensuring everything was in order, he lowered the gauze curtain and sat quietly outside. Perhaps the burdens she had desperately concealed had finally been uncovered. Jiang Jinyue, having exhausted her strength in hiding her worries, no longer felt anxious. This slumber proved to be exceptionally restful, the most peaceful she had experienced in over a month. When she awoke, it was to the sound of low voices nearby. Struggling to open her eyes, she noticed numerous candles had been lit in the room, their soft glow filtering through the thick gauze curtain, gentle yet not blinding. It must have been night by now, and beyond the curtain sat an elderly physician who was taking her pulse. Her mind still clouded, she heard Lu Yanting's voice from beyond the gauzy curtain inquiring, "How is it?" The elderly physician, having taken her pulse for a while longer, finally remarked, "The signs of this pregnancy are indeed somewhat troubling. If you wish for me to stabilize it, that is certainly within my capabilities, though it may require some effort. However, should you desire an abortion, I can perform that as well. But I fear it may cost her half her life." Lu Yanting's voice noticeably darkened. "You are already the most senior physician in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Is there truly no way to achieve a compromise?" The old physician chuckled. "Ah, young Master Lu, this matter is inherently perilous. There is no such thing as a perfect solution. I am quite adept at ensuring the stability of a pregnancy. Yet as for an abortion, you well know the fate of women who undergo such procedures in the palace. To speak candidly, this young lady's constitution is already frail. This course of action is fraught with danger, indeed." Afterward, their voices faded into the distance, taking with them Jiang Jinyue's hopes. She lay quietly, gazing at the embroidered canopy of blue phoenixes and peonies above her, her eyes brimming with tears. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yanting returned, gently drawing the curtain closed and securing it with a golden hook. "You are awake. Let's have a meal," he said. Jiang Jinyue hastily wiped away her tears, responding, "No, I cannot eat." Although she already knew the outcome, she could not help but ask, "What is the verdict? It can be terminated, correct?" Lu Yanting neither nodded nor shook his head. Noticing her attempt to sit up, he swiftly fetched a soft pillow to support her back. "It can indeed be done, but it carries considerable peril, potentially costing your very life. I believe that such a risk is not warranted." Jiang Jinyue lowered her gaze, her nose tinged with bitterness. "Young master, may I take some time to consider it? Can I give you my answer tomorrow?" After she spoke, she raised her eyes to meet his, her clear gaze revealing a myriad of complex emotions. He understood that she was wavering. Thus, Lu Yanting sat beside her bed, patiently smoothing the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead, and said gently, "Very well, Jinyue, I respect your thoughts. But I must say this. This situation arose because of me, and I bear the greatest fault. We still have a chance to rectify this in time. If you truly wish to terminate the pregnancy, know that it is fraught with danger. Even if fortune allows you to survive, your body may not recover with mere months of rest. It could very well affect the latter half of your life." In the warm yellow candlelight, Jiang Jinyue gazed at his handsome yet resolute face, ultimately falling silent. It seemed as though events were spiraling beyond her control. He was a distinguished and learned scion of a noble family, while she was an isolated orphan. They ought not to entangle their fates, as this would only bring trouble to both. Yet, Life itself seemed to hold greater significance. Seeing her silence, Lu Yanting sensed her contemplation and spoke in a gentle tone. "All right then, let me handle this matter for you, if you permit." Jiang Jinyue silently nodded, turning onto her side. And there she found the familiar luminous pearl returning to her side. She murmured, "I am sorry for biting you today." Chapter 73. The turmoil at the Duke's residence. Lu Yanting, unfazed by the injury on his hand, instructed Jiang Jinyue, "You must rest well and refrain from unnecessary worries. I shall handle the situation." Thus, for the next 3 days, Jiang Jinyue remained indoors, diligently taking her medicine to recuperate. The only individuals she encountered daily were her 2 devoted maids and Lu Yanting, who would visit her in the evenings. According to the maids, the Gue Lu courtyard was now guarded as securely as a fortress. No one could enter from outside, nor could anyone leave from within. After the Zhongyuan festival rituals, Lu Yanting invited Su Jiangyu to discuss matters with the princess, intending to dissolve this troublesome engagement. On their way to the princess's quarters, Su Jiangyu exhaled deeply, her demeanor considerably lighter. "Having delayed for so long, we can finally resolve this marriage. I regret not having paid more attention to Miss Jiang before. Our lack of familiarity may have prevented her from confiding in me, thereby delaying your path." Yet, she pondered whether the princess would accept this outcome. Considering her previous attitude towards Miss Jiang, which suggested complications, Lu Yanting's expression remained impassive. "She has feigned illness once, and that is sufficient. There shall be no second occurrence. Acceptance or rejection matters little to me now." However, as they entered, a female official attending the princess rushed out of the courtyard in haste. Upon seeing Lu Yanting, she exclaimed, "Young master, there is trouble. I was just on my way to find you." Lu Yanting halted, meeting her gaze. "What has happened?" "Madame Shun, along with the young master Shun and Miss Shun Wan, have all come to your residence, claiming they have a matter concerning you that must be addressed in front of your family. The grand princess has already arrived." Su Jingyu furrowed her brow and turned to him, asking, "Young master, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Yanting had already surmised their intentions. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve towards the main hall. "I have yet to settle accounts with them, and they have come seeking me." In the Duke's main hall, Madame Shun, usually gentle in demeanor, was now starkly transformed, her face contorted with fury and tears glistening in her eyes. Had I not noticed something amiss with Shenwan, I would have remained oblivious to such a significant matter. She has concealed it from me for 2 whole months. Wanner, what on earth were you thinking? Shenwan, sitting beside her, bore a similarly sorrowful expression. I feared that revealing the truth would affect the marriage between the young master and Miss Su. Are you to ignore the injustices done to you? Do you not value your own chastity? Madame Shun wept, embracing Shenwan, and upon witnessing the scene, the old matriarch furrowed her brow in concern. "Madame Shun, please compose yourself. Let us wait for Erlang's arrival and hear what he has to say." Madame Shun clutched Shenwan, her eyes reflecting displeasure. "Do you doubt my word, matriarch? You ought to know that the Shun family is not of the impoverished sort, but a lineage of officials. We would never jest with our daughter's honor." At this moment, the princess, seated beside the old matriarch, cast a sidelong glance at Shenwan and inquired coolly, "Miss Shun, is your mother's account accurate?" With tears streaming down her face, Shenwan shamefully nodded in affirmation. As Lu Yanting stepped outside, he encountered Shun Jingzong approaching him, his face contorted with rage, ready to strike. "Lu Yanting, are you still human? My sister is barely 17. Lu Yanting swiftly restrained him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Shun Jingzong, if you continue to shout so loudly, I have yet to do anything. Yet you have already tarnished her reputation." After taking a few steps further, Lu Yanting seemed to recall something and turned back. Of course, it appears she herself does not care for her reputation. "You." Shun Jingzong attempted to charge at him, but was blocked by 2 guards on either side. Ignoring the curses behind him, Lu Yanting entered and was immediately struck by the sight of Madame Shun and her daughter weeping pitifully. One might genuinely think he had harmed them. The absurdity of the world was evident. The true victims remained silent and cautious, while these individuals unabashedly clamored for what was not rightfully theirs. Seeing him enter, the elderly matriarch spoke with a calm demeanor. "Erlang, You are already aware of the situation, so please, speak. Lu Yanting approached the two elders with measured grace and replied calmly. To grandmother and mother, I assure you, I have not overstepped my bounds with Miss Shun. At his words, both the matriarch and the princess displayed no surprise. Instead, they turned their gazes toward Madame Shun and her daughter. Madame Shun, once a gentle woman who refrained from harsh words even towards errant servants, now appeared flushed with anger as she rose to speak. However, Shun Wan interjected, Your Grace, are you truly going to break your word? You clearly admitted it that day. You asked me to stay at the estate, promising to annul your engagement with Miss Su. Why do you now deny it? In her quest for security, Shun Wan had previously dispatched someone to steal earrings, yet the assassin had vanished without a trace, and Jiang Jinyue was nowhere to be found. Anxious and fearing complications, she sought to escalate matters, hoping that Lu Yanting would hasten their marriage. Only by consummating their union could she find peace. Yet, she never anticipated that Lu Yanting, who had previously agreed so readily, would suddenly retract his promise. Lu Yanting surveyed the room before continuing. Indeed, on the evening of the engagement banquet, I was intoxicated and an incident occurred. It was fortuitously witnessed by Shun Wan, which inspired her to consider substitution. My feigned agreement was merely a ploy to uncover the true victim. He refrained from mentioning his dealings with medicinal herbs, knowing that such revelations would spell trouble for Tong Xiangning. Without her, Jiang Jinyue would only drift further away from him. Upon hearing this, the princess cast an unhappy glance at Lu Yanting, while the matriarch expressed surprise. So, Madame Shun, your daughter remains innocent? Madame Shun was equally taken aback, staring blankly at Shun Wan, who, clearly agitated, cried out, You lie. You have clearly taken liberties with me. It must be Jiang Jinyue who has incited you. Bring her forth so we can confront her together. At this, Lu Yanting shot her a fierce glare. Shun Wan, in her reckless fervor, had indiscriminately named Jiang Jinyue. Fortunately, as the room was devoid of any other witnesses, the matter would not reach unconnected ears. Soon, the elderly lady summoned Jiang Jinyue, who stood cautiously behind Lu Yanting, her eyes silently questioning him about the unfolding situation. Lu Yanting brought her before the elders and stated, I intended to address this matter in the coming days, Mother. Miss Su has been waiting outside. We can annul the engagement now, and I shall expedite my marriage to cousin Jiang. At this revelation, everyone grasped who the victim referred to by Lu Yanting was. The expression on the princess's face immediately darkened, and lowering her voice, she inquired, What nonsense are you spouting? Aware of the presence of outsiders and reluctant to lose her composure, she merely whispered, We shall discuss this matter later. Shun Wan could not accept this, Your Grace. How could you betray me so? This cannot be taken solely on your word. What evidence do you have to prove that you have not wronged me? Shun's mother hesitated, calling out to her, Wanner, come back. She understood the significance of a woman's honor, and though others claimed Shun Wan remained pure, she herself could not affirm it. If this became public, it would ultimately be Shun Wan who suffered the consequences. Initially, she believed Shun Wan had indeed been wronged, but now, Lu Yanting, with the astuteness befitting his position, discerned her deepest fears. Addressing Shun's mother, he declared, I will not concede to this. But since Miss Shun has been wronged in the Lu residence, our family cannot remain indifferent. Let us report this to the authorities and conduct a thorough investigation in the Lu residence. No, throughout the entirety of Yongxing Fong, to ascertain who has wronged her. Would this not lead to public awareness? Shun's mother immediately objected, realizing the implications. Even if her daughter's purity remained intact, her reputation would be tarnished. Sensing the gravity of the situation, she quickly countered, intending to take her daughter away. No, our Wanner has been ill these past few days, which has led to her indiscretion. I shall return and inquire further. Farewell. With that, she pointed at Jiang Jinyue, saying such a girl, who engages in premarital indiscretions and lacks self-respect, is welcome in your Lu residence. Chapter 74. Interception. Upon finishing her remarks, Shun's mother attempted to lead Shun Wan out, but Lu Yanting would not permit it. He pulled Jiang Jinyue behind him and then stated, Wait, Madame Shun, you cannot leave yet. Upon his words, two guards stationed outside immediately obstructed Shun Wan and her mother's exit. Shun's mother furrowed her brow, raising her hand to shield her daughter, and turned to Lu Yanting, asking, "Your Grace, since we're no longer pursuing this matter, what grounds do you have to prevent our departure?" Lu Yanting raised an eyebrow in response, yet did not grant them passage. Realizing the situation was amiss, Shun's mother called out loudly for Shun Jingzong, hoping her son would arrive promptly. With tears staining her face, Shun Wan, believing there was still hope, turned to Lu Yanting and asked, "Your Grace, have you had a change of heart?" Lu Yanting, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Nothing of the sort. I merely deemed the matter significant enough to summon Minister Shun, who should be arriving shortly. Perhaps you both might consider waiting a moment longer." "Your Grace, why have you called for my father?" Shun Wan and her mother exchanged glances, each reflecting concern and confusion in the other's eyes. Lu Yanting retorted, "Miss Shun, you have endured tremendous grievances, and the entire Duke Ning's residence is aware of it. How could there be any reason to keep your father in the dark?" As his words faded, a commotion of hurried footsteps ensued, heralding the arrival of the Shun minister. Led by a servant, Shun Yinja rushed over from the palace, weary and disheveled, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on Jiang Jinyue. Yet, it was but a fleeting glance, for he was soon captivated by Lu Yanting's discourse. Minister Shun has always advocated for the underprivileged, never seeking the favor of the powerful nor entangling himself with noble families. I have long understood this, and while I hold your character in high esteem, I have never dared to cultivate a close friendship with you. Indeed, Shun Yuanjia replied, casting another glance toward Jiang Jinyue, who had discreetly retreated behind Lu Yanting. Lu Yanting continued, "Now, your daughter is willing to tarnish her reputation to align herself with the Duke's household. Does this imply that Minister Shun has changed his mind and wishes to form an alliance with the noble families?" Upon hearing this, Shun Yuanjia immediately withdrew his thoughts, his expression darkening. He had heard the events unfold during his journey. His wife, usually gentle, had acted impulsively concerning their daughter. And this time, she had truly encountered formidable opposition. This daughter had behaved in a most unbecoming manner. What on earth was she thinking? At this moment, he was vigorously advocating for the establishment of schools for the underprivileged across the nation. If word spread that his daughter intended to marry into a noble family, it would severely undermine his counsel. Realizing this, Shun Yuanjia's countenance grew stern as he promptly responded, "That is certainly not the case, Master Lu. My resolve has never wavered. This incident was caused by my wife and daughter breaching decorum and disturbing the peace of the Duke's household. I shall impose a severe punishment upon them. Tomorrow, my wife and this ungrateful daughter will return to our ancestral home in Hangzhou, not only to pay respects to our ancestors, but also to sincerely repent. And they shall not return until after the new year." Shun Wan protested, "What? Father? Why must mother and I leave? What right do you have? Silence." Shun Yuanjia bellowed, startling Shun Wan into retreating into her mother's embrace. Shun Madam held her tightly, wearing a troubled expression. Shun Yuanjia turned once more to Lu Yanting, saying, "Master Lu, today they have offended your esteemed matriarch and the princess. Are you satisfied with this punishment?" Lu Yanting replied calmly, "Yes, that is acceptable. However, your daughter has repeatedly harmed Miss Jiang, even going so far as to threaten her life. Would it be too much to ask her to offer an apology?" No sooner had Lu Yanting spoken than Yun Shu dragged in a bloodied figure into the main hall, causing the matriarch to turn her head away in horror. The man was battered and bruised, unmistakably the assassin from that night. Upon seeing him, Jiang Jinyue felt a wave of nausea wash over her, instinctively retreating a few steps. The assassin, with a rag stuffed in his mouth, glanced past Jiang Jinyue and, upon seeing Shun Wan, suddenly began to struggle, clearly eager to convey something. Lu Yanting approached unhurriedly, attempting to remove the cloth from his mouth, asking, "Minister Shun, do you require me to take this out so everyone can hear what your esteemed daughter has done?" The Shun couple gazed at Shun Wan in astonishment, as she trembled in fear. "Father, mother, it is not what you think. I merely..." Shun Yuanche, perceiving her guilty demeanor, had already deduced the truth. He thrust Shun Wan before Jiang Jinyue, his face twisted in anger. "Go, apologize to Miss Jiang." Reluctantly, Shun Wan approached Jiang Jinyue, locking eyes with her, and muttered a half-hearted apology. Speak louder. Shen Yuanche bellowed, raising his hand as if to strike her. Shen Yuan flinched in terror and exclaimed, I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. I realize my mistake. Upon uttering these words, she erupted into tears and fled to her mother's side, bewildered by how the situation had spiraled out of control. Why was Lu Yanting so heartless? After a series of tumultuous events, Shun Xiang took his wife and daughter to bid farewell. Outside, Shun Jingzong, having grasped only a fraction of the situation, watched as his mother and sister awkwardly followed their father. He felt a surge of indignation. Spotting Lu Yanting leading Jiang Jinyue back, he rushed forward. Your Grace, I misunderstood you earlier. However, please do not hold Shun Wan accountable. Her feelings for you are genuine. Regardless, since this marriage is to be annulled, I propose a compromise. Lu Yanting halted, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what insight does young Master Shen possess? Since Shun Wan is infatuated with you, why not make her your legitimate wife? As for Miss Jiang, she could serve as a secondary consort. Even someone as unflappable as Lu Yanting couldn't suppress a chuckle at this suggestion. Shun Jingzong, do you believe my household to be a disreputable establishment that accepts anyone? Upon hearing Lu Yanting's disparagement of his sister, Shun Jingzong's displeasure flared. Now, wait a moment, Lu Yanting, who are you calling disreputable? We are, after all, from a family of officials. If we were to discuss lineage, Miss Su could hardly compare to Wan, let alone your dubious cousin, who is filled with schemes. What worth does she hold? Can she even be compared to Shun Wan? Having spoken, Shun Jingzong turned to Jiang Jinyue, who stood quietly beside Lu Yanting, her gaze lowered, too timid to meet anyone's eyes. Witnessing her pitiful demeanor only fueled Shun Jingzong's anger. Such a woman, appearing delicate, knew all too well how to elicit sympathy from men to manipulate them. Time and again, she had tormented his sister. Shun Wan had never suffered such humiliation. At this, Lu Yanting's gaze turned icy, and he mocked. So, the Shun family, which prides itself on integrity, resorts to leveraging lineage to oppress others? Just as Shun Jingzong was about to retort, he heard footsteps behind him. Upon turning, he was met with a resounding slap from Shun Yuanche, his face flushed with fury. Wretch, are you not embarrassed enough? Get out of here. Though Shun Jingzong left reluctantly, after his departure, Shun Yuanche stole another glance at Jiang Jinyue before addressing Lu Yanting. Lu Shaoqing, I apologize for the trouble caused today. By the way, Miss Jiang, may I inquire about your parents? I wish to pay them a visit to express my apologies. Chapter 75. Marriage. Lu Yanting promptly addressed the question on her behalf. No need. She is my cousin. And her parents have passed away. It turned out she was the cousin of young Master Lu. My apologies. Shen Yuanchao lowered his weary eyes, lost in thought. The following morning, the autumn winds blew coldly, and as Mrs. Shun stood at the dock watching the servants load luggage onto the ship, she reproached her husband, Shen Yuanchao. How you speak to outsiders now? Wana cried all night. Shen Yuanchao tightened her cloak around her and gently reasoned, Madam, I am not siding with outsiders. In such circumstances, if I had not taken action, the princess and young Master Lu would not have let the matter rest. Moreover, Shun Wan's behavior was utterly outrageous. She deserves a proper reprimand. Who taught her to be so overbearing, to even contemplate taking a life? Mrs. Shun, already troubled, grew more discontented upon hearing him chastise their daughter. Who taught her? Naturally, it was I. You might as well scold me directly. For years, you have only been preoccupied with court affairs, while I have been burdened with the care of our 2 children. Can I manage everything alone? As she spoke, she dabbed her hands with a handkerchief, a hint of sorrow in her tone. If only you had been more attentive, perhaps Qingran would have been found by now. As the departure time approached, Shen Yuanchao could no longer afford to linger in conversation. He urged, by the way, Madam, I was just about to mention this. Hangzhou is not far from Anzhou. I must trouble you once more with the search for Qingran. Please ensure those tasked with the search diligently pursue the names of the couple from years ago. Understood? Mrs. Shun, feeling vexed, shook off his hand and headed toward the ship. Need you tell me that? Shen Yuanchao, I swear, if we cannot find any leads this time, you need not urge me. I shall not return to the capital. In the aftermath, Jiang Jinyue continued her life, as usual, rarely venturing out and dedicating herself to recuperation within her chamber. Lu Yanting bore the entirety of the burden alone, and it remains a mystery how he persuaded the princess and others. By the end of July, he and Su Jinyue called off their engagement and began preparations for the wedding. The formerly tranquil Gui Lu courtyard suddenly buzzed with activity, with purchases and cleanings taking place. It was said even the grand tree, which Jinyue favored to linger beneath, had been pruned. The young maidservants attending Jiang Jinyue, noticing her seclusion, often whispered such news in her ear. One day, she reported that the bed in the main courtyard had been replaced with a more elaborate one. And a dressing table and other furnishings had been added. The next day, she rushed in to say that all the gauzy curtains in the main house had been replaced with new styles, all personally arranged by the young master. Their wedding date was already set for the 7th of August. Jiang Jinyue realized she had been in the Lu residence for over a year. After finishing her prenatal medicine, the young maidservant took the bowl away and went out to see the commotion. Jiang Jinyue idly picked up a book to browse. But before long, another unfamiliar maid rushed in. "Miss, they are asking you to choose the fabric and design for the wedding quilt." Jiang Jinyue lowered her gaze. Appearing disinterested, let the young master decide. "I am fine with anything. Dear lady, you must go and take a look. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." Jiang Jinyue, filled with suspicion, raised her head to gaze at the young maid. Observing that no one was around, the maid leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Jinyue followed the maid, skillfully avoiding others, and wound her way into the courtyard where the princess resided. There, she found a princess seated by the pond, sipping tea and admiring the scenery. Upon Jiang Jinyue's arrival, a matron beside the princess assisted her in settling onto a low couch next to the princess and brought her a cup of water. Jiang Jinyue accepted the water but refrained from drinking, noticing that the princess was solely focused on the fish in the pond, not even glancing back, leaving her uncertain of the princess's intentions. Before long, the matron presented her with a neatly folded piece of paper, saying to Jiang Jinyue, "My lady, take a look. If you have no objections, simply place your thumbprint here." Jiang Jinyue took the paper, unfolded it, and, upon seeing the word contract inscribed on the far right, inquired with some confusion, "Princess, what does this mean?" Without turning her head, the princess took the fish bait from the maid's hand and continued to feed the fish. Her tone calm as she explained, "It is quite simple. I do not fancy you, and your status is unworthy of Yanting. Bear a child, and you shall depart. I will provide you with a sum of money. Of course, should you decline, it matters not. The outcome will remain unchanged, though at that time, your dignity may be compromised." Having said this, she resumed feeding the fish, as if it were merely a trivial affair. Jiang Jinyue observed the princess's silhouette and was reminded of the many trials she faced during her time at the Jiafangxi. Those women employed various tricks to torment her. Yet Jiang Jinyue felt no grievance, only amusement. Their attempts to hinder her indicated that she had become remarkable enough to provoke their anxiety and envy, signifying her status as a thorn in their sides. However, what truly made her feel inferior was the indifference exhibited by those in higher positions. It was a disregard so profound that she was treated as mere foliage by the roadside. The princess embodied this sentiment. Her tone bore no provocation, scorn, or malice, but rather a serene declaration. She did not even bestow a glance upon Jiang Jinyue. Yet, somehow, Jiang Jinyue felt herself reduced to the dust. In the princess's eyes, she was even less significant than the fish in the pond. They belonged to entirely different realms. Nevertheless, this suited Jiang Jinyue perfectly. She did not hesitate to place her thumbprint on the paper. Subsequently, she bowed in silence and retreated quietly. Throughout the encounter, the princess had not deigned to offer her even a fleeting glance. As the matron escorted her out, her smile grew more genuine. "My lady, do mind the steps." She accompanied Jiang Jinyue to the entrance and added, "By the way, my lady, the princess and the heir are at odds. I kindly ask you to keep this matter confidential to prevent any misunderstandings regarding the princess's benevolent intentions." Perhaps fearing Jiang Jinyue might harbor concerns, she further reassured her. "Rest assured, we will arrange a suitable place for you. Your later years will be free from want. Should you wish to marry, that option remains open to you." Jiang Jinyue chuckled softly, interrupting the loquacious matron. "You need not worry. I shall keep it secret. However, there is no need for arrangements. I have my own path and my own endeavors to pursue. In truth, this arrangement is rather agreeable. After all, she and Lu Yanting are not kindred spirits, and should he uncover the secrets she harbors, her fate would be nothing short of expulsion. Thus, it is preferable for both parties to maintain their dignity. After Jiang Jinyue concluded her thoughts, she turned to retrace her steps, the evening clouds framing her delicate silhouette as she vanished into the maple grove, embodying both solitude and tenacity. The 7th day of the 8th lunar month is considered an auspicious occasion. Although the wedding preparations were hastily arranged, nothing essential was overlooked. Jiang Jinyue lacked a maternal family. Thus, Lu Yanting informed his third uncle and released Tong Xiangning, allowing Jiang Jinyue to depart from the West Mansion for marriage. According to the customs of the Great Way, a bride typically requires her male relatives to escort her. However, without such kin, he appointed Chang Yujing to fulfill that role. On this day, after adorning herself, Jiang Jinyue sat quietly in the small building where she once resided, waiting in silence. Tong Yang looked at her with a complex expression, her heart filled with an indescribable sentiment. Inside, Lu Yui paced back and forth, clamoring for a gown as exquisite as Jiang Jinyue's. With no other choice, Tong Yang dragged her outside. Jiang Jinyue continued her silent vigil, and soon the door swung open. She hastily adjusted her veil, but the footsteps she heard were not those of Lu Yanting. Chang Yujing entered, pausing at the threshold with a smile. "Dear cousin, it has been quite some time." Chapter 76. The wedding night beneath the vibrant red veil. Jiang Jinyue's countenance revealed no trace of joy, her tone icy as she addressed him. "Master Chang, the auspicious hour has yet to arrive. What brings you here?" Chang Yujing leisurely strolled within, replying, "Dear cousin, while it seems Lu Yanting is utterly bewitched by you, oblivious to all else, I sense there lies something amiss." His tone shifted to one of gravity. "Pray tell, what manner of enchantress are you?" Jiang Jinyue let out a cold laugh, dismissing him with silence as she remained motionless. Observing her lack of response, Chang Yujing continued, "Dear cousin, wait and see. I shall uncover the true purpose of your arrival at the Duke's residence." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Jinyue abruptly rose, lifting her skirts as she made for the door. "I do not wish to converse with you. I shall seek my cousin." Chang Yujing raised a hand to block her path, mockingly mimicking, "I shall seek my cousin." He then added, "Humph, at such a tender age, you've learned to tattle. You yourself said the auspicious hour has not yet arrived. Why the haste?" After uttering this, Chang Yujing strode toward the door, preparing to close it, when he heard the calm voice of the woman behind him. "Very well, then you may investigate." Her tone, starkly contrasting her previously gentle demeanor, bore a chill and a hint of provocation. Chang Yujing, taken aback, turned to find Jiang Jinyue seated quietly, her hands neatly placed on the bed. This compliant appearance nearly led him to believe his earlier impressions were mere figments of imagination. As dusk settled, Jiang Jinyue donned a resplendent wedding gown adorned with mandarin ducks and peonies. Supported by the matron of honor, she stepped gracefully to Lu Yanting's side. They proceeded to perform the customary rites, bowing, washing hands, sharing wine, and binding their hair, until these trivial ceremonies concluded. Sitting upon the nuptial bed, she felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. As dusk descended, Lu Yanting was outside toasting guests, while she remained in the room, lost in thought amidst the vibrant red silk drapes. Lately, she had been prone to drowsiness, often dozing off after a short while. The matron, noticing her improper posture, had gently reminded her several times. Jiang Jinyue, feeling exceedingly weary, could not help but inquire, "When will the heir return?" The matron glanced at the hour and replied, "With so many guests outside, the heir will not return for at least another hour. Please be patient, madam." Jiang Jinyue lowered her head to fidget with her attire, a complex garment with no less than 7 or 8 layers, adorned with intricate patterns and embellished with numerous pearls and gems, weighing heavily upon her. She closed her eyes, contemplating how to endure the remaining time, when suddenly, the door swung open. To her astonishment, Lu Yanting strode in, and from a distance of 3 to 5 paces, offered her a faint smile, saying, "I am back." After a series of elaborate rituals, the maidservants finally began to assist Jiang Jinyue in loosening her hairpin and removing the heavy bridal attire. After bathing, she donned soft night clothes, finally feeling a sense of revival. Lu Yanting had also retreated to another bathing chamber, yet as Jiang Jinyue prepared for sleep, he had yet to emerge, leaving her puzzled as to why he took so long. The servants had already departed, and Jiang Jinyue sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the bright red wedding quilt embroidered with intertwined lotus flowers, silently tidying up the assorted ingredients atop it: longans, lotus seeds, peanuts, and the like. She then climbed onto the bed, arranging 2 blankets on either side, and finally placed a soft pillow in the center, delineating her territory, before settling down contentedly. Having completed her preparations, Lu Yanting finally emerged. Clad in a simple white robe adorned with cloud patterns, he sauntered into the room, approaching Jiang Jinyue step by step. As she observed his tall figure drawing nearer, an unexpected unease washed over her. Lu Yanting paused briefly before the pair of red phoenix candles, took a sip of cold tea, then approached Jiang Jinyue, bending down slightly. Noticing him lean closer, Jiang Jinyue's initially stern expression softened in the candlelight. Yet she nervously gripped the embroidered quilt beneath her, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Heir, what are you doing?" she asked. "Do I smell of wine?" Lu Yanting inquired earnestly. Thus, Jiang Jinyue leaned in to sniff. He bore only the fragrance of bath beans, devoid of any trace of alcohol. She shook her head, surprised that he had abstained from drinking on such an occasion. Lu Yanting, evidently perceiving her bewilderment, chuckled lightly and seated himself beside her. "You cannot detect the scent of wine tonight. I have substituted water for wine, and only when absolutely necessary did I indulge in 2 cups. Jiang Jinyue considered this and realized that his prolonged time in the bathing chamber was indeed to avoid the scent of alcohol. Lu Yanting gazed at her and suddenly remarked, "You look beautiful today." Dressed in her bridal attire and adorned with makeup, Jiang Jinyue resembled a flawless piece of white porcelain, with lips resembling the hue of Danju and brows like distant mountains, evoking a sense of tenderness. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Jinyue felt a flush of embarrassment and lowered her gaze. Lu Yanting instinctively turned his head to glance at the bed and could not help but inquire, "How has the bed come to be like this? How are we to sleep?" Jiang Jinyue responded matter-of-factly, "It has always been this way. When I was in the palace, this is how everyone slept. We shall do the same from now on." Lu Yanting stole another look at the meticulously arranged 2 bed sheets, his expression betraying a struggle to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, he conceded, "Very well, you take the inside, and I shall step into the study for a moment. I will return shortly." Thus, Jiang Jinyue climbed onto the bed as she had envisioned, swiftly burrowing into her own quilt, curling up in the far corner, and promptly closing her eyes to feign sleep. Before long, she discerned footsteps approaching from a distance, and soon, the bed sank slightly under Lu Yanting's weight as he joined her. After a brief moment of movement, the room fell into silence once more. Jiang Jinyue silently wished that Lu Yanting would also pretend to be asleep, allowing them to slumber until morning. However, he did not comply. He stirred slightly and remarked, "Jiang Jinyue, ensure you cover yourself properly with a quilt. Do not sleep too close to the edge of the bed, or it will be chilly at night." Initially, she intended to feign ignorance, but upon noticing her lack of movement, Lu Yanting added, "Would you like me to assist you?" Reluctantly, she shifted and mumbled her acknowledgement, although she had been exceedingly weary, to the point of dozing off at the mere thought of the bed. Lying there now made Jiang Jinyue feel quite uneasy, and sleep eluded her. Lu Yanting's presence was overwhelmingly palpable. She could even hear his steady breathing. Everything felt peculiar to her, and after half an hour, she could no longer contain herself. She rose quietly, intending to leave the bed. However, Lu Yanting, not yet asleep, noticed her movement and gently inquired, "What is the matter?" Jiang Jinyue hesitated, then casually replied, "I just remembered that I haven't finished reviewing the accounts from the shop today. I will return shortly." After sitting for a while in silence, she thought he would not speak again and was about to climb down when she saw him sitting up in the dim light of the tent. "It is late. I shall look at it tomorrow," he said, supporting her as he adjusted the bed curtains and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Is it too dark?" "No, I'm not afraid of the dark with someone here," Jiang Jinyue replied, a sense of frustration causing her to retreat and lie back down. Lu Yanting then tucked the quilt around her and placed a blanket in the corner to ensure she would not feel cold. However, he noticed that as he drew closer, Jiang Jinyue's body would tense up immediately. Thus, after taking care of her, he quietly retreated to a respectful distance. He understood that the wounds he had inflicted upon her previously were profound, and the fact that she could share the same bed with him was a significant step. He resolved to allow her 3 or 5 days, or perhaps just a day or two, to adjust. Chapter 77. The grand plan of the little tea house. Noticing her ensconced in the corner, silent and uncommunicative, Lu Yanting said, "All right, there is something I intended to discuss with you tomorrow, but since you are unable to sleep, I shall share it now, if that is agreeable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue turned her head to find him propped up on one hand, gazing at her for an indeterminate duration. "What is it?" she inquired. Lu Yanting then rose, retrieved a stack of papers from the box beside the bed, and handed them to Jiang Jinyue. "You and I shall wed. In addition to the several boxes of betrothal gifts currently residing in our home, I shall bestow upon you 5 shops and the deeds to 2 suburban estates as your dowry. You must keep this to yourself and refrain from discussing it with your aunts. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyue let out a soft laugh, finding Lu Yanting rather peculiar. "Is this what you ventured to the study for? What sort of husband bestows his bride with a dowry? I do not desire this. I wish for the return of my previous deposit." Previously, when she rented a small courtyard near the shops, she had left a deposit of 1,000 coins with the landlady, and after moving out before the rental term was complete, she lost both the deposit and over half a month's rent. This had pained her for quite some time. "Then let this be my apology, shall it?" Lu Yanting offered, presenting the deeds for her inspection. She shook her head, retreating beneath the covers. "No, I only want that 1,000 coins." Lu Yanting thus rephrased his inquiry. "Your previous shop was quite successful. Would you like to open another? What do you think about a restaurant?" Jiang Jinyue's interest was piqued by this topic, and she eagerly responded, "I think a tea house would be delightful. I had thought of many creative tea names while in the palace." Seeing her animated demeanor, Lu Yanting smiled and inquired, "Oh, why is that?" Jiang Jinyue shared her memory. "When I accompanied Princess Jia Yi in her studies, she was not very fond of recognizing characters. Some words even I knew. She did not. I devised a method." Lu Yanting smiled gently, his gaze softening as he asked, "What method was that?" "We played a game of opening a small tea house, which my father had taught me. I came up with many tea names, such as Pure Snow Bathing in Sephora, Jasmine Dew Blossoms, and Spring Water of Kumquat, among others. The young princess found it amusing and quickly memorized them." Jiang Jinyue's eyes sparkled with nostalgia. However, later on, the empress discovered our little game and deemed it inappropriate, punishing us both. Lu Yanting replied, "How could it be inappropriate? It is a splendid idea, filled with charm. One day, when our child is born, you could teach them in the same manner." At these words, a sudden stillness fell upon Jiang Jinyue's smile. Fortunately, the dim light of the night concealed her expression from Lu Yanting, who remained unaware of any unusual sentiment. He briefly crossed the metaphorical river and gently embraced her. "Very well, let us open another tea house. I shall send someone tomorrow to assist you in selecting a location. By next month, your pregnancy will be 4 months along, and once the condition stabilizes, you may carefully plan this endeavor, all right?" Jiang Jinyue contemplated for a moment before finally acquiescing. "Then I shall accept this. You may take everything else back." She thought to herself that her aunt was right. One should not be overly proud. Bearing a child for the Lu family is an endeavor worthy of some reward, especially since she would need to spend money upon returning to Hangzhou, where expenses would surely abound. On the second day of her marriage, the bride was to rise early to meet her in-laws. At the hour of chun, Lu Yanting, while dressing, turned to the drowsy Jiang Jinyue lying on the bed and said, "My father received a military order a few months ago and has gone north to recruit soldiers. He will not return for at least 1.5 years. Now, only my mother and grandmother remain at home. Let us pay our respects to my mother first, and you may return to catch a bit more sleep. In the afternoon, we shall dine at Yangiazai." "Very well, cousin," Jiang Jinyue replied, struggling to keep her eyes open. Fortunately, the princess had no desire to meet her. After a mere quarter of an hour, both she and Lu Yanting took their leave. The princess did not impose upon her, merely offering a few plain words of advice in Lu Yanting's presence, and even sent a nurse to attend to Jiang Jinyue's pregnancy, thereby relieving her of the daily obligation of paying respects. Jiang Jinyue understood the princess's implication. Once the child was born, she was to leave without further ado, and was not to trouble her in the meantime. Lu Yanting, perhaps sensing his mother's indifference, offered comforting words to Jiang Jinyue. He recounted that even at his birth, the princess had been quite displeased, even contemplating not giving birth to him at all, which led to his name, Ting, a homophone for stop, reflecting her wish for no more children in the future. "My lord, I truly do not mind. You need not worry," Jiang Jinyue replied sincerely, as the princess's disposition actually spared her much trouble, especially since her stay was to be brief. Following their marriage, Lu Yanting had neglected a multitude of official duties due to matters concerning Jiang Jinyue. After 2 days of marriage, he found himself nearly residing in the Dali Temple to attend to state affairs, leaving Jiang Jinyue to sleep alone on the large bed, where she felt far more at ease. During these days, a physician visited daily to check on her pulse, and her meals were meticulously prepared as nourishing medicinal dishes. Jiang Jinyue's pregnancy had stabilized considerably, requiring only rest. The nurse, Lu Mama, sent by the princess, was indeed attentive, overseeing all the affairs of the Guogong mansion. She would advise Jiang Jinyue on what to eat and do for the health of the fetus, and informed her that she would be leaving the Guogong mansion in half a year, cautioning her against any flirtation with the heir. Listening to Lu Mama's incessant chatter, Jiang Jinyue gazed at her slightly protruding belly and sighed. She had little appetite for the tonics prepared by Lu Mama, often succumbing to sleep from her fatigue. Unexpectedly, that night, Lu Yanting returned home. Upon entering, after hearing the servant's reports, he found her sitting up in bed, wrapped in a quilt, appearing as if she had just awakened. Her long hair cascaded around her, lending her already delicate features an even more fragile air. When she looked at him, her gaze held a hint of timidity, as if his sudden return had taken her by surprise. Lu Yanting cast an annoyed glance at the maid who had awakened Jiang Jinyue before heading to the bathing chamber. Once he had bathed swiftly and returned, he discovered that Jiang Jinyue had reverted to her previous state, feigning sleep once more. He climbed into bed, propping his head up with one hand, and inquired, "Has the child troubled you today?" Jiang Jinyue, facing away from him and burying her head under the quilt, shook it dismissively. "No. The nurse said you haven't been eating properly." "The nurse is speaking nonsense." Lu Yanting reclined for a while longer, contemplating that she had already granted her a few days to acclimate. Thus, she gently removed the soft pillow that separated them. To her surprise, Jiang Jinyue instantly awoke, turning her head with a wary question. "What's wrong?" Lu Yanting tossed the pillow to the foot of the bed and spoke in a softer tone. Shall we do away with this? It's rather uncomfortable to bump into it at night." Jiang Jinyue glanced at the space Lu Yanting had left for her and the size of the pillow. After a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly nodded and shifted inward. However, she did not anticipate that Lu Yanting would take further liberties. By midnight, his warm body was nearly pressed against her back. Jiang Jinyue opened her eyes, unable to contain her irritation. "What are you doing?" "I'm merely concerned that you might feel cold. I came over to check if the hot water bottle had cooled." Lu Yanting replied. Fearing that she might become upset, he quietly moved back. Jiang Jinyue was already feeling anxious that day, as the mid-autumn family banquet was approaching. The matriarch had specially sent someone to inform her that, as the eldest daughter-in-law of the main branch, she was to assist the other young ladies in managing the event. Though this time she was merely expected to observe and learn, Jiang Jinyue felt a twinge of nervousness mixed with an indescribable awkwardness. While few knew the true reason behind her marriage to Lu Yanting, everyone was aware of her nearly 4-month pregnancy. The others, unaware of the circumstances, likely assumed she was like her aunt, having entered the household only because of her condition. She could only imagine what they might say about her. Thus, she had refrained from going out unless absolutely necessary. Looking at the source of her troubles, Lu Yanting, who was currently preoccupied with this matter, Jiang Jinyue irritatedly pulled the blanket over her head, choosing to ignore him. This time, Lu Yanting dared not disturb her again. Jiang Jinyue slept soundly until dawn. Awakening to find the bed empty, Lu Yanting had already left for court. After finishing her morning routine, a young maid approached with a report. Madam, tomorrow is the mid-autumn family banquet. The young ladies are currently arranging the hall and have sent me to invite you to review and suggest any improvements. Very well. I shall go at once, Jiang Jinyue replied. After having her breakfast, she had the maid style her hair into a simple spiral bun, embellishing it with 2 small jade hairpins. She chose a lilac-colored dress adorned with delicate Sioux embroidery, striking a balance between elegance and subtlety. After all, she intended to reside here for at least another 6 months, and her child would grow up in the Duke's residence. It was far more prudent to cultivate amicable relations with the other young ladies than to foster animosity. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, the young ladies gathered around her, inquiring about her health, and the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. At that moment, the stewardess in the front courtyard mentioned the arrangements for the evening's performance, asking the young ladies to select some pieces. The third young lady glanced at Jiang Jinyue with a mysterious air and remarked, "In my opinion, we need not bother with a theater troupe. Our Duke's residence has a talented individual right here." Turning to Jiang Jinyue, she added, "Sister-in-law, don't you agree?" Jiang Jinyue furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent. The others, noticing her reaction, looked on with curiosity and asked, "What do you mean?" The third young lady then remarked, "Of course, it is our new sister-in-law. My father is not the Minister of Rights. I was curious about what my sister-in-law did in the palace, so I asked him to investigate a bit. Can you guess what he found out?" The crowd glanced at Jiang Jinyue and then back at the third young lady, urging her, "Do not keep us in suspense, do tell." With laughter that nearly doubled her over, the third young lady relished the moment, savoring the anticipation before finally declaring, "Our sister-in-law is quite an extraordinary person. She was the head dancer of the Imperial Music Bureau. Perhaps we have even seen her at the palace banquets in the past. Tell me, how can any troupe compare to our sister-in-law?" At this juncture, the third young lady suggested, "How about this, sister-in-law? Tomorrow night, why not perform a dance for us and showcase the elegance of the top dancer from the Imperial Music Bureau?" Although she wore a smile, Jiang Jinyue detected a hint of provocation in her eyes. Her intuition proved correct. The third young lady did indeed harbor a dislike for her. Sanlang hailed from the secondary branch of the family, and his wife currently held the keys to managing the household affairs. The third young lady, Huang Yulan, daughter of the Minister of Rights, was astute and capable, often assisting her mother-in-law in managing the household with great efficiency. The family had already begun to regard her as the next head of the household. However, now, Jiang Jinyue, who held a lower status, had married into the family and become her sister-in-law. Given that Lu Yanting was the second son and the eldest brother had yet to marry, the newlywed Jiang Jinyue unexpectedly found herself the most senior among the young wives. The third young lady pondered that once Lu Yanting inherited the title, Jiang Jinyue would become the Duchess of Ningguo. With the division of the family still far off, Jiang Jinyue would inevitably overshadow her in every respect, which made the third young lady regard her with increasing disdain. Thus, she sought today to put Jiang Jinyue to the test and gauge her capabilities. Typically, everyone followed Huang Yulan's lead, and soon all eyes were on Jiang Jinyue. With a gentle smile, she shook her head and declined, "Sister-in-law, you jest. I am currently with child. How could I possibly take the stage to dance? Please do not elevate me so." Huang Yulan pursed her lips and stepped closer to Jiang Jinyue, saying, "Now, this is simply our sister-in-law trying to fool us. Just this morning, the matriarch mentioned that your pregnancy is stable and encouraged us to take you out for some fresh air, so you should not be left alone. Yet here you are, trying to avoid activity." Those nearby chimed in, "Indeed, that is what the matriarch said. But with only a day until the family banquet, surely sister-in-law has grown rusty? Are you worried about embarrassing yourself tomorrow? How about this? Why not perform a dance for us now, so we can promptly point out any shortcomings? Come now. The stage is ready. Sister-in-law, please show us a dance. I wish to see the Huxian dance, and I want to see the Shiliang performance." This was a blatant attempt to humiliate her. Jiang Jinyue was no longer a dancer of the household. How could she perform before them? She feigned discomfort and attempted to take her leave, yet the ladies surrounded her, refusing to let her go. "What? Is it that sister-in-law dances for noble ladies in the palace, but cannot do so before us? Indeed, My sister-in-law has always been one to select only the finest to serve her. Even the heir has been captured by her charm. Just as Huang Yulan's words fell, a voice laced with indignation interrupted from behind. What are you all doing? The crowd turned to see Lu Yanting approaching, clad in official robes and a cap. Evidently just returned from court. He drew Jiang Jinyue behind him, his expression darkening as he surveyed the gathering. Greetings, Your Highness, they murmured, bowing respectfully. As silence enveloped the group, Huang Yulan forced a laugh and stepped forward to respond. The matriarch has tasked us with teaching my sister-in-law how to arrange the evening banquet. We were merely discussing the organization of tomorrow's song and dance event. Lu Yanting's voice was grave as he posed a question. So the arrangement leads to her dancing? We only hope to encourage my sister-in-law to be more active, Huang Yulan replied, but her words trailed off as the group fell into a hush. With a cold laugh, Lu Yanting remarked, My dear sisters truly care for their sister-in-law. I shall have to thank my younger brothers properly one day. After this, he turned away, leading Jiang Jinyue back. As the couple's figures faded from view behind the distant covered walkway, the onlookers exchanged glances and murmured, Wasn't it said that this little cousin used underhanded tactics to force the heir into marriage? Yet, she seems quite concerned. Huh? Will we not be in trouble then? Enough. Hurry and prepare. What idle chatter is this? Huang Yulan waved the group off, casting one last glance before angrily departing. Lu Yanting led Jiang Jinyue to a secluded garden, halting to take her hand. In the future, if you encounter such people, speak boldly back or simply walk away. There is no need to endure. Throughout the journey, Jiang Jinyue had been cautiously observing Lu Yanting's expression, noting his tense profile. Initially worried he might scold her, she now felt a sense of relief. Cousin, I was merely concerned that if I did not get along with them, it would cause you trouble and anger. On the way back, she pondered, suspecting that the high-born sisters-in-law looked down upon her but dared not defy the matriarch, leading to this situation. Lu Yanting pinched her cheek gently. Jiang Jinyue, it is your silence in the face of injustice that angers me. She lowered her gaze. Oh, I won't allow it to happen again. Yet, she still had to face them the next day. At that moment, Lu Yanting suddenly suggested, Tomorrow, I shall take you out for a day of fun. Jiang Jinyue immediately lifted her head. But the princess said I cannot leave the estate. You need not heed her, Lu Yanting replied. But aren't you busy lately? She inquired. He affectionately ruffled her hair. I will set aside 2 days just for you. Jinyue, it has been too long since you ventured out. Although she initially wished to remain inactive, lying down, she reconsidered. Going out at this moment would allow her to avoid the family banquet that evening. Thus, she decisively agreed. All right, where shall we go? Lu Yanting countered. Is there anywhere you wish to visit? Jiang Jinyue shook her head, replying honestly, I do not know of any interesting places in the capital. I have only been to Xuzhang. It was in March of this year when I accompanied Zhou Huichuan. Time has flown, and in just a brief span of 6 months, Zhou Huichuan has met an untimely end, while she has unexpectedly become the wife of a noble heir. How about this? I shall take you to Qinglong Temple, situated on Liu Hill, where the scenery is quite delightful. Does that sound agreeable? Jiang Jinyue found herself with no reason to decline. Thank you, cousin. As she spoke, a wave of nausea suddenly washed over her, her face contorting in discomfort as she fought the urge to vomit. Quickly casting a glance at Lu Yanting, she said, Cousin, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Jiang Jinyue hastened forward, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Fortunately, a maid happened to pass nearby, and Jiang Jinyue caught up with her. Upon hearing her plight, the maid hurriedly led her to the nearest private chamber and brought her a spittoon. She was violently ill for some time, and after sitting there for a while, she finally emerged, only to find Lu Yanting waiting outside the door. He offered her a handkerchief and inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Jinyue glanced at the handkerchief and quickly waved her hand. I'm fine. I have my own. After saying this, she cautiously lifted her gaze to meet Lu Yanting's. His expression bore a hint of helplessness as he stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as they began to walk back. Will you often feel this way? Jiang Jinyue shook her head hastily. No, I won't. Lu Yanting gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I'll accompany you back to rest for a while. If you begin to feel ill again, please let me know, all right? There is no need to worry. I'll be here for you. Jiang Jinyue nodded absently, refraining from further comment. The following morning, as the couple was preparing their belongings and arranging for the carriage, Lu Mama stood by, her face etched with concern. Young master, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It may be inappropriate for you to take your wife out for leisure at this time. Perhaps I should seek the princess's counsel? Lu Yanting replied calmly. That's fine, but if you go, you needn't return. Lu Mama protested. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Lu Yanting retorted. Then cease your prattling. Reluctantly, Lu Mama fell silent and assisted in gathering their items. By the time the couple arrived at Qinglong Temple, it was nearly noon. The temple was bustling with visitors, and the incense was abundant. Being located at a high elevation, it was an excellent spot for moon gazing, drawing many who had come to pay homage as night fell. After making their rounds to pay respects to the deities, they were on their way to partake in a vegetarian meal when Jiang Jinyue noticed a group of children playing in the courtyard before the temple. Curiously, she asked, These children are dressed in monks' robes. Do they reside here? Why haven't they taken the vows? Lu Yanting explained. After the late emperor ascended to the throne, he established charitable homes across the realm to care for homeless orphans, funded by the court. Qinglong Temple happens to be one of these homes in the capital, and while these children wear the garments of monks, they are not ordained. Hence there is no need for them to shave their heads. As he spoke, Lu Yanting recalled something and added, Do you remember my friending home? He was abandoned here in his youth and raised within these walls. Upon hearing Ning Heng's name, Jiang Jinyue paused, gripping her handkerchief in silence. Look how effortlessly a vibrant life can fade away. The moonlight cast a gentle glow, and after that incident, I found myself unwilling to witness any danger befall those around me. Therefore, you must take good care of yourself. Do you understand? Observing Jiang Jinyue lost in thought, Lu Yanting lowered his gaze and noticed her pale countenance as she stared vacantly at a group of children. Immediately, he said, I apologize. I should have brought that up in front of you. Did I frighten you? It's all right, cousin, Jiang Jinyue replied with a smile, her gaze drifting to a nearby stall bustling with people. What is that? Lu Yanting, noticing her curiosity, followed her gaze and gently suggested, It's a fortune-telling booth. Would you like to give it a try? Eagerly, Jiang Jinyue nodded in agreement. However, upon reading the fortune she drew, Lu Yanting felt a heaviness in his heart. A love as shallow as a dream. The road ahead is fraught with hardship and separation. The old man read the fortune slowly, sighing, This is a very unfavorable sign. If you both wish to achieve a rewarding outcome, you must endure considerable hardship. Jiang Jinyue was unfazed, even finding the fortune somewhat accurate. Yet Lu Yanting appeared distinctly displeased. Cousin, does it bother you? Would you like to draw again? She offered him the fortune stick, but Lu Yanting set it aside, pulling her forward. Not at all. I do not believe in such things, and neither should you. Jiang Jinyue gazed at his resolute and austere profile, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. The accommodations at Qinglong Temple were sparse and dimly lit, furnished simply. Concerned that Jiang Jinyue might catch a chill at night, Lu Yanting arranged for Qingyao to book a room at a nearby villa, Feilai Courtyard. This villa, perched atop the same elevation as Qinglong Temple, catered exclusively to the high-ranking officials and nobility visiting Liyuan, offering only the finest amenities, though the prices were equally astonishing. After bathing, Jiang Jinyue climbed into bed first, while Lu Yanting retreated to the study to review the documents Qingyao had brought him. Rain fell during the night, making the air even colder. The distant tolling of bells echoed, deep and melodious, as the monks at Qinglong Temple prayed throughout the night. As Jiang Jinyue lay in bed, contemplating whether to create a boundary like the Chu River and Han border here, Lu Yanting entered the room. Noticing she was already tucked in tightly, he asked, Are you tired? Shall I turn off the light? She replied. That night, they shared a single quilt, with Jiang Jinyue regretting her slow movements as she nestled further into the corner. Jiang Jinyue, don't sleep so close to the edge. It's chilly at night, Lu Yanting remarked, glancing at her. She shifted slightly away, whispering, All right, cousin. Lu Yanting reached beneath the covers to check her hand, intending to gauge its temperature. But upon touching her clothing, he gently inquired, Why are you still wearing your middle garment? You'd sleep more comfortably in nightwear. Jiang Jinyue retracted her arms slightly, explaining, I left in a hurry today and forgot to bring it. Lu Yanting's tone turned serious. Your maid seems somewhat incompetent. She can't even manage such trivial matters. I shall send her back to my mother and find you a suitable replacement. No need. It was merely an oversight on her part, she replied. Let Lu Mama return. The princess might misinterpret Jiang Jinyue's intentions, thinking she has regretted her decision and wishes to linger by Lu Yanting's side, which could lead to further complications. Lu Yanting sat up, the rustling sounds breaking the stillness of the night. Jiang Jinyue, unsure of his intentions, clasped her hands tightly on the quilt. Just as she closed her eyes, he gently lifted her. Sit up. Allow me to help you change into another garment. It would be uncomfortable to sleep like this. As Jiang Jinyue opened her eyes, she beheld a silken white nightgown in his hands, faintly scented with bath beans. Turning her head, she noticed, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, that he was entirely bare above the waist, having removed his own clothing. Instantly, she shook her head. Cousin, this does not fit me. I think it's unnecessary. Lu Yanting replied, This is freshly changed after my bath, worn for less than a quarter of an hour. It's clean. As he spoke, his hand reached towards the sash at her waist, attempting to untie it. No, I can manage on my own, she insisted. Reluctantly, Jiang Jinyue turned her back to Lu Yanting and swiftly removed her skirt, donning the nightgown before quickly lying down and covering herself with the quilt. The nightgown was soft, indeed offering her a measure of comfort, but it was excessively large. Any movement caused the garment to slip off her shoulders. Moreover, the gown fell only to her thighs, leaving her lower half exposed, devoid of any sense of security. Fortunately, Lu Yanting appeared unaware of this. Jiang Jinyue tugged the gown down slightly, resigning herself to sleep in it. However, as she began to drift into slumber, she unconsciously rolled over, her calf inadvertently resting against his firm, warm thigh. Startled awake, she hastily attempted to retract her leg, but he grasped her ankle first. In the darkness, Lu Yanting chuckled softly. It seems I forgot to give you pants. Jiang Jinyue protested. It's all right. The room is quite warm. I am not cold. Yet, Lu Yanting was drawn to her, unwilling to let her go. His large hand began to glide from her calf upwards, reaching the inner thigh. But I am cold. May I hold you while we sleep? That wouldn't be appropriate. Jiang Jinyue thought to refuse, but the next moment, she found herself ensnared within his firm embrace. Lu Yanting confined her between the wall and his body, lowering his head to gently nip at her earlobe. The unexpected gesture caused Jiang Jinyue to instinctively gasp, her head tilting back, inadvertently locking eyes with his deep gaze. This look was entirely different from his usual demeanor, and Jiang Jinyue immediately grasped his intentions, pushing against his chest. No, don't. Lu Yanting's gaze traveled from her rosy lips down to her delicate neck, his head leaning closer, breath growing heavier. Simultaneously, his hand began to slide inward, his voice soothingly murmuring, It's all right. There's nothing to fear. I'll do anything. Just gently. Jiang Jinyue yearned to escape, yet she found herself utterly restrained, unable to struggle. Without the barrier of fabric, her hands could distinctly feel the defined contours of his muscular torso, quivering subtly with his movements. In the depths of the night, he held her tightly, his hand wandering unknowingly, eliciting soft gasps from her. Jiang Jinyue's face flushed crimson, her tone shifting. No. This is a temple. I feel embarrassed. You felt the same at home. It's fine. We have left the temple. The distant chime of bells echoed, and Lu Yanting's hand ventured deeper. Jiang Jinyue could no longer contain herself, softly calling out, her delicate hand gripping his shoulder. Without the barrier of fabric, the warmth emanating from him startled her heart. Could you please refrain from this? It feels so strange. Her voice softened further, seemingly igniting his desires, and his actions hastened. Lu Yanting lowered his head to kiss her, stifling her unfinished words, drawing her into the fervent tide of passion alongside him. Fortunately, he retained a shred of reason, refraining from crossing the final threshold. When she ultimately succumbed, breathless, nestled in his embrace, he kissed her forehead once more. As her breathing steadied, Lu Yanting's own ardor had nowhere to vent. He gently wiped away her tears, shifting his attention to her hands. What are you doing? Upon noticing his actions, Jiang Jinyue's heart, which had just calmed, raced anew. It's nothing, it will be over soon. He leaned down, their foreheads touching. Jiang Jinyue yearned to retreat. Yet Lu Yanting would not relent. By the end, she was nearly weeping. Her rationality was on the brink of collapse. He assured her it would soon pass. But after several anxious urgings, it was only when she felt tears welling again that it finally ceased. Lu Yanting raised his hand to find a handkerchief, while the young girl remained motionless in his embrace. He pressed his face against her tear-streaked cheeks, chuckling softly, "My little cat, my shy little cat." Upon finishing his words, he could not resist the urge to kiss her again, but at that moment, a knock on the door interrupted, accompanied by the voice of old Madame Lu. "Young master, the princess has instructed that, given the lady's pregnancy, you must not indulge too much. If she experiences a fright." Her words were abruptly cut off by Lu Yanting's chilled tone. "Prepare water." A brief silence ensued at the door, followed by a distant acknowledgement. And then the footsteps retreated from the room. Jiang Jinyue, hidden in his embrace, spoke in a quavering voice. "What should we do?" She knows, she knows." Lu Yanting gently patted her slender back, murmuring words of comfort. "It's nothing. It's quite normal, especially since we have yet to." "Stop talking." Jiang Jinyue, now oblivious to her disheveled attire, sat up, one hand shielding her front while the other searched in the darkness for her nightgown, unwilling to acknowledge Lu Yanting. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lu Yanting could not resist embracing her from behind until her eyes reddened once more, prompting him to relent. The two had kept each other awake until the wee hours, initially planning to visit Liu Yuan the next day, yet that excursion was thwarted. Due to sudden official duties in the capital, Lu Yanting had to depart early, while Jiang Jinyue struggled to rise. It was only around noon that she leisurely returned to the Duke's residence in a carriage. In the carriage, Lu Mama accompanied her, incessantly chattering along the way. "Madam, I believe it would be prudent for you to maintain some distance from the Crown Prince. Let us not even mention anything else. You are with child. With such a ruckus at night, how can that be acceptable?" Jiang Jinyue felt an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing to hide her face, cursing Lu Yanting in her heart countless times. Yet, she merely replied with a faint "I understand." Noticing her perfunctory attitude, Lu Mama could not help but caution her further. "Madam, do not entertain any improper thoughts. Do not forget that you have prior arrangements with the princess. Surely you do not intend to go back on your word?" Jiang Jinyue cast a helpless glance at Lu Mama, but remained silent. Unlike the coarse, robust, wet nurses, Lu Mama had delicate willow-like eyebrows, a pointed chin, and thin lips. Had she been a few years younger, she might have been considered a beauty. However, her words often undermined that charm. Her speech was sharp, and she gesticulated animatedly, nearly bumping into Jiang Jinyue several times. "Madam, do not regard me in such a manner. Consider your background as a merchant and the years you spent in the teaching court. How could you possibly assume the role of a daughter-in-law to the princess? Does that seem reasonable to you? Empathize. If you were the princess, could you bear to witness your esteemed son bringing home a courtesan?" Lu Mama exclaimed, slapping her hand down, her expression turning serious. "Reflect on how you came to marry the crown prince. Such an embarrassing situation, if not suppressed, would inevitably become a source of ridicule. Think of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why did the crown prince take you out alone? Was it not to spare you the humiliation of facing the other ladies at home?" Jiang Jinyue recalled her recent disagreements with her sisters-in-law, feeling a pang of discomfort. "Enough, Mama. Please do not lecture me. I am well aware of my situation." Yet, fearing her resolve might waver, Lu Mama pressed on. Though the bond between the princess and her son has grown distant, they still share a semblance of familial affection. Initially, the princess could only allow you to be a concubine, yet the crown prince insisted on marrying you, causing a considerable uproar with the princess, which is truly inappropriate. This assertion drew Jiang Jinyue's dissent. She scoffed, "Mama, your words are misguided. Was it not the case that before I married into this family, he and his mother were inseparable? Even if they were not quarreling over me, they would find other reasons for discord. Do not place the blame solely on me." Lu Mama shook her head. "Madam, one cannot dismiss the truth so readily. The crown prince is unable to comprehend the princess's plight. He is solely focused on his own desires, believing that marrying you would bring happiness for all. However, in esteemed families like ours, to thrive and flourish, one must forge alliances through marriage with other families. This not only strengthens our lineage but also benefits the crown prince. Jiang Jinyue understood this well enough without Lu Mama's reminders, but the incessant commotion from the child within her was becoming unbearable. If only you could manage to keep him from sleeping beside me, or perhaps even remove him from my bed altogether, I would be most grateful. However, Lu Mama naturally lacked such capabilities. Upon seeing Lu Yanting, she fled faster than anyone else. The following night, when Lu Yanting returned to the Gui Lu courtyard holding a wooden box, Lu Mama had already vanished. At that time, Jiang Jinyue had just finished her evening meal. Cradling a small hand warmer in one hand and a book in the other, she leaned against the bed, leisurely turning the pages. Clad in a pale pink satin nightgown and matching trousers, she curled up on the bed like a docile little rabbit. Lu Yanting approached, placing the wooden box on the bedside, and inquired while sitting at the foot of the bed, "What are you doing? Why have you changed into your nightgown so early?" Jiang Jinyue set the book down, softly reclining against the pillow, and replied, "I haven't taken it off since this morning." Lu Yanting, sensing her boredom, gently patted her shoulder in consolation. "I asked Chun Wanshun this morning, and it seems the small tea house will be repaired in about 10 days. It's not far from your Chinyu pavilion. You'll be able to visit it then. I will also try to find more time to accompany you and the child. You need not worry about me. I'm quite content on my own," Jiang Jinyue said, her gaze falling upon the wooden box beside the bed. "What is this?" Lu Yanting handed her the wooden box, and, as she sat up to open it, she discovered an intricately crafted model made of bamboo and wood, along with a blueprint depicting a ship's design. "I had one of the deputy ministers from the Ministry of Works create this for the child to play with in the future." Jiang Jinyue's interest was piqued. Before the child could play with it, she eagerly began. Following the blueprint, she stacked the pieces high, though some parts remained perplexing. Just then, Lu Yanting emerged from his bath. "Cousin, come help me take a look," she called. Lu Yanting strolled over, patiently guiding her after examining the blueprint. "Here, you should place these two small pieces on top. Yes, now insert this little flag. Give it a try." He found the corresponding wooden blocks for her and observed whether Jiang Jinyue had assembled them correctly. After nearly half an hour of tinkering together, they finally completed the wooden ship. Jiang Jinyue beamed with satisfaction, inspecting the little vessel from all angles. Suddenly, Lu Yanting remarked, "Jinyue, today Chang Yu Jing mentioned something regarding you, which I wish to inquire about." Upon hearing Chang Yu Jing's name, Jiang Jinyue's expression soured, yet she maintained her composure. Lazily resting her head on the pillow as she asked, "What is it?" While gently patting her shoulder, Lu Yanting continued, "I recall that 4 years ago, during your last year at the Jiangfangxi, following a dance performance at a banquet, you were taken away by the Empress Dowager, correct?" Jiang Jinyue focused intently on him and nodded. Lu Yanting pressed on, "At that time, was there an official with the surname Liang who showed you considerable favor?" Jiang Jinyue stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before responding, "What favor?" "He harassed me. Once, after a performance, he embraced me from behind and refused to let go, only being stopped by the matrons of the Jiangfangxi. After that, he persistently bothered me, claiming he wanted to take me back as his concubine. I felt powerless. I feared he would truly act on it. Thus, during that dance, I performed the same piece the Princess of Shanyang had once danced, hoping to evoke the Empress Dowager and Princess Jiai's emotions, which led them to notice me and bring me back to the palace." Lu Yanting fell into a momentary silence, gently brushing his fingers through her hair. "So that is how it is." Jiang Jinyue poured out her thoughts in a torrent, only to suddenly become unhappy. She shrugged off Lu Yanting's hand, her expression darkening as she retorted, "So what do you think it is? What did Chang Yujing say to you? Did he imply that I had ulterior motives, that I seduced Lord Liang 4 years ago, that I only took refuge in Xian Palace after the ensuing chaos?" Indeed, Chang Yujing had conveyed such notions to Lu Yanting, suggesting that Jiang Jinyue had intentions from the very beginning upon entering the Duke's residence. And now she had become the wife of the heir apparent. Yet, Lu Yanting could not bring himself to believe that Jiang Jinyue would ever stoop to such deceit. He pondered instead whether she had been wronged back then. She had always been the type to endure her hardships in silence, swallowing her grievances alone. His concern prompted him to inquire about her past. Lu Yanting had discovered that the official surnamed Liang had been dispatched to Hangzhou shortly after Jiang Jinyue visited the Empress Dowager, and he had yet to return, rumored to have been demoted, an act of poetic justice. Jiang Jinyue's response aligned perfectly with Lu Yanting's expectations, but just as he intended to comfort her, she gloomily remarked, "So you think so too, don't you? You believe I am a scheming woman, suspecting me, which is why you came to question me." Lu Yanting quickly denied it, reaching out to caress her face. "No, you err, of course not." Jiang Jinyue once more swatted his hand away, her tone rigid as she declared, "I understand. You all look down upon me, deeming me lowly and insignificant. It is no wonder that you would think I am capable of such actions. You clearly find this trivial matter uninteresting, yet you have endured my company for so long, truly a burden for our esteemed heir." In her frustration, she pushed, causing the small boat at the edge of the bed to crash down, transforming into a heap of building blocks once more. Jiang Jinyue turned away, burying her face in the pillow, ignoring him. In a flurry, Lu Yanting gathered the items from the bed into a wooden box and climbed onto the bed to embrace her. "How could I ever look down upon you or disrespect you? I was only concerned that you might have been mistreated, which is why I sought to ask you." He attempted to pull Jiang Jinyue closer, but she clung tightly to her pillow, unmoving, observing her reddened earlobes and the tears welling in her eyes. Lu Yanting realized she was beginning to cry. Chapter 82. Lu Jiang Jinyue's voice was laced with hurt as she buried herself beneath the covers, saying, You do not respect me. Do you think I wanted to come to the Duke's residence? Do you believe I wish for things to unfold this way? Do you think I wanted to marry you? Lu Yanting, we were never meant to intersect, and I do not seek your approval." As she spoke, memories of the conversation she had with Granny Lu the previous day flooded her mind, renewing her sorrow. "You were the one who insisted on bringing me to the Duke's residence. It was also you who inexplicably stripped me of my virtue. You have no idea how terrified I was at that moment. Lu Yanting, how can you now stand alongside Chang Yujing, elevated and aloof, investigating and interrogating me?" Upon finishing, she cradled her slightly rounded belly, weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing her profound distress, Lu Yanting cursed Chang Yujing in his heart 1,000 times. He was utterly consumed by his investigation, to the point of dragging Jiang Jinyue into it. He himself was troubled by concern, yearning to ascertain whether she had indeed suffered any grievance, yet he overlooked her feelings. At this moment, regret flooded him as he hurriedly wiped her tears and gently patted her back, his voice tinged with anxiety. "You are right. It is my fault, you err, all my fault. Do not cry. Tomorrow I shall confront Chang Yujing. If he dares to pry into these baseless matters again, I shall deal with him first." Jiang Jinyue lay on the bed, her eyes glistening with tears, and asked through her sobs, "Is that true?" "Indeed, do not cry any longer." Lu Yanting allowed Jiang Jinyue to rest her head on his lap, using a handkerchief to dry her tears. "Look at you. Your eyes are so swollen from crying. I promise, we shall never speak of the past again, and no one will investigate it further." Just as his words fell, Jiang Jinyue felt a sudden flutter in her abdomen, the child stirring within her. She tugged at Lu Yanting's garment, indignantly asserting, "Both of you are bullying me." Lu Yanting placed his hand on her belly, but this time, Jiang Jinyue's stomach was eerily calm. He remarked, "It seems he knows that his father has caused his mother distress, hence he is ignoring me. You err, do not be sad. I shall seek retribution from Chang Yujing tomorrow." As Lu Yanting lay beside Jiang Jinyue, he casually picked up the book she had been reading, saying, "Is this not the record of the Feng family's observations? I believe I first read it when I was 13. By the way, when you have a moment, you might want to consider a name for the child." Jiang Jinyue immediately rejected the notion. "I do not want to. Why should I name the child? You can do it. This is your child as well. You are the mother." Noticing the seriousness in Lu Yanting's gaze, Jiang Jinyue felt somewhat uneasy and blinked. She turned her head away, avoiding his focused stare, and casually pointed to a string of ruby beads hanging from the bed canopy, saying, "Let us name him Tanghulu. Since your surname is Lu, let us call him Lu Hulu." Lu Yanting glanced at the ornament and explained, "That resembles a pomegranate, symbolizing abundance and blessings." Seeing Jiang Jinyue's lack of amusement, he quickly added, "Lu Hulu is indeed a delightful name. Lu Yanting embraced her, attempting to soothe her into slumber. Although the physician mentioned yesterday that you are recovering well, it is still essential to rest more, to avoid overexertion and sorrow. Shall we sleep now? Jiang Jinyue nestled in his arms, remaining silent for a moment before abruptly asking, "Cousin, do you know who drugged you back then? Have you found out?" Lu Yanting maintained his composure, playing with Jiang Jinyue's hair as he replied, "Not yet. There were so many guests at the betrothal banquet. I'm still investigating." Jiang Jinyue lifted her head to meet his gaze, stating, "Cousin, I had suspected all along that it was Aunt who drugged you. I also surmised it was an accident, yet I have been worried you might doubt me, think I had ulterior motives, and conspired with Aunt, which is why I was so furious earlier." Lu Yanting replied, "You're the kind of person I understand better than anyone else in this world." He leaned in to kiss her forehead and suddenly inquired, "Was it very painful the first time? You never mentioned it before." Jiang Jinyue shot him a glare. "Do not feign ignorance." Lu Yanting lowered his head to kiss her, trailing from her cheek down to her neck, causing Jiang Jinyue to giggle from the ticklish sensation. He whispered softly, "Could you grant me another chance? This time, it will not hurt at all." The curtains were drawn, and the temperature within the tent rose steadily, effectively warding off the chill of late autumn. However, the march of autumn would not be halted. By September, the ground was nearly devoid of golden leaves. The trees lining the streets stood bare, their trunks exposed, while the sky over Hangzhou remained perpetually overcast. The gently flowing cool waters of the river seemed to narrate endless tales of yesteryears. The old residence of the Shun family was merely an ordinary house, having undergone repairs over the years, yet it was too cramped for habitation. Consequently, a few years prior, the Shun family acquired a garden in Hangzhou. Named for Madame Shun's maiden name, Su Chan, this garden was called Qingchan Garden, where Madame Shun and Shun Wan now resided. Shortly after arriving in Hangzhou, Madame Shun began to follow the affairs of Hangzhou closely. Perhaps fortune favored her, as this endeavor proved remarkably smooth. The individuals following the leads provided by the woman conducted an investigation into the renowned physician from years past, and fortuitously, the physician's family had practiced medicine for 3 generations. With their clinic still thriving and holding a reputable name in Hangzhou, making them easily locatable. Moreover, they had long been engaged in this profession, with all regulations and records meticulously maintained, including a complete registry of patients who had consulted at the clinic over the years. Overjoyed, Madame Shun prepared to journey to Hangzhou. Before her departure, she instructed those around her, "In my absence, take good care of Wanner. And remember, I will only tell her that we are visiting relatives in Hangzhou. Do not let slip any details. Do not mention this matter at all, understood?" The old maid replied, "Yes, madam. You are truly kind to the young lady. But I wonder when the eldest young lady returns." Madame Shin immediately interrupted her. "I am aware of your concerns, but although Wanner is not my biological daughter, I have raised her myself. While she may exhibit some arrogance, she is undeniably good to her family. Should she learn that her sister has been exiled for over a decade, she would be more concerned than anything else." The carriage rumbled along, while Shun Wan hid behind the corner gate, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. The following day, in the capital, Chang Yuqing was seated at his official residence, working diligently when he was informed that Lu Yanting had arrived. He set down his pen and summoned the man to enter. As Lu Yanting stepped inside, Chang Yuqing eagerly inquired, "Well, was I not correct? She is indeed scheming. You must be vigilant." Chapter 83. Conception. Lu Yanting, with a cold expression, approached the desk and, with his hands clasped behind him, spoke sternly to Chang Yuqing. "I know precisely what sort of person she is, and I have already told you how she entered the Duke's residence. Chang Yuqing, my wife is the most innocent person imaginable. If you continue to offend her, she is not. She is not. She is not." Chang Yuqing exclaimed, covering his ears and rising to confront Lu Yanting. "You are blinded by your emotions. Lu Yanting, do consider enough." Lu Yanting slammed his hand on the desk, warning, "Chang Yuqing, should you continue to investigate her in secret or bypass me to discuss nonsense with her, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond." With that, Lu Yanting turned and strode out without looking back. Madame Shun's carriage encountered misfortune midway due to a damaged wheel, causing her to miss the most recently departed merchant ship. By the time another vessel was procured for her, Nearly 2 days had elapsed upon reaching Anzhou. At the Anzhou dock, Suzhou was already waiting with others. "Have you managed to uncover Qingran's whereabouts?" Madame Shun inquired hurriedly. Suzhou nodded, yet shook his head in a manner that suggested the gravity of the situation, responding, "Madam, last night, for reasons unknown, the study of the medical establishment caught fire, resulting in the destruction of a significant portion of the registries, including the records from the day your daughter went missing." What? Madame Shun felt darkness envelop her, nearly fainting from despair. Fortunately, Suzhou continued, "Do not be alarmed, madam. While half of the registries were consumed by flames, the most crucial names remain intact." Suzhou took the charred remnants from the servant's hands and turned to the relevant page, revealing a list of over 20 names. The upper section contained names, while the lower part, barely discernible, indicated the patient's origins, most of which had been reduced to ashes. Embracing the tattered document, tears streamed down Madame Shun's face like pearls slipping from a broken string as her fingers tenderly traced each letter on the page. The ink of those words had yellowed with time. But what of her daughter? Was her daughter still safe? Zhang He, Su Yun, Ning Yunyang, Chun Fengyan, Tong Xiangwan. These 20 or so names, without known origins, would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack across the vast expanse of the way. Yet, amidst her anguish, she glimpsed a flicker of hope, a glimmer of light piercing through the darkness of over a decade, and she wept inconsolably. As winter approached, Jiang Jinyue's belly grew larger by the day, making her increasingly drowsy. During this time, Lu Yanting was assigned a month-long official duty. When he departed, despite his insistence that Jiang Jinyue, you need not see him off, she wrapped herself in a thick fox fur cloak and hurried to the gates of the Duke's residence to bid him farewell. Just as Lu Yanting mounted his horse, he turned back and spotted Jiang Jinyue peering at him from behind the door. With a sigh, he reversed his horse, dismounted, and told her, "You should return. You'll catch a chill." Jiang Jinyue nodded in agreement, but merely continued to gaze at him in silence. "What is it? Are you unhappy?" Lu Yanting asked. Concern etched on his face as he gently touched her cheek. Jiang Jinyue shook her head. She was not unhappy, merely a bit unwell. She was not very familiar with the people of the Duke's residence, save for Lu Yanting, who was her dear friend. However, with her pregnancy advancing, and Lu Yanting departing for his official duties, she felt a pang of sadness at the thought of not seeing him for a while. She understood that her stay at the Duke's residence was not destined to be long, and she ought not to develop a dependency on Lu Yanting. Yet, perhaps due to her condition, she felt herself becoming increasingly peculiar. Lu Yanting embraced her, offering solace. "Very well, I shall do my utmost. I will return in 20 days. You must take care of yourself and nurture the baby in the courtyard. Will you wait for me?" Jiang Jinyue nodded, watching him depart. After Lu Yanting left, she occasionally visited Chunyu Pavilion and the small tea house. With Lu Yanting's assistance, the tea house had flourished, and the name she had casually penned years ago truly appeared on the menu. However, more often than not, Jiang Jinyue preferred to remain indoors, spending entire days alone in front of the couch, absorbed in her reading. After Lu Yanting returned, the new year soon approached, and by February of the following year, Jiang Jinyue was on the verge of giving birth. The child was born on the 25th of February, during a time when the political landscape of Zhao and Wei had undergone significant changes. Lu Yanting had been in the palace for several days and often returned home late at night. Upon receiving the news of Jiang Jinyue's impending labor, he hurried back from the palace, also bringing along a physician due to her initial complications during pregnancy. Fortunately, the delivery went smoothly, and at dawn, a clear and melodious cry resonated within the main hall of Gui Lu courtyard. By the 7th day, Jiang Jinyue had regained some of her vitality. On this day, fragrant sandalwood incense filled the room as she sat beside the window, gazing at the snow-laden scenery outside. The wet nurse entered, cradling the child. "Madam, the young master has already been fed. Would you like to hold him?" As Jiang Jinyue turned her head, she saw the wet nurse presenting the baby before her. Gazing at the plump little one swaddled snugly, with eyes bright as grapes, she seemed momentarily taken aback, instinctively recoiling in bewilderment and uncertainty. Initially, she had no desire to look at him, fearing that she might become too attached. Yet, she could not resist the temptation. At that moment, Lu Yanting returned from his duties, and upon witnessing the scene, he approached and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "What troubles you? Are you still getting accustomed? There's no need to rush. Take your time." He then took the child in his arms, pacing the room. Yet the baby's gaze remained fixated on Jiang Jinyue, pouting as if questioning why his mother did not seem to favor him. Lu Yanting gently soothed the child. "Little gourd, your mother is still adjusting. Allow her some time. You can go outside for now." After saying this, he handed the baby back to the wet nurse, instructing her to take the child away. Lu Yanting then sat beside Jiang Jinyue, pulling the blanket snugly around her. Noticing the untouched meal on the table, he frowned. "You are still in confinement. How can you neglect your meals?" He then served her a bowl of fish soup, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Observing Jiang Jinyue's pale lips and still slender figure, Lu Yanting tenderly arranged her loose strands of hair. "I apologize for my busyness lately. I've only been able to spend less than 2 hours with you each day. If you find it overwhelming, let the wet nurses take care of him for now. Focus on your recovery first." Jiang Jinyue nodded, acknowledging that the child had indeed disrupted her routine. As things began to return to normal, she realized she had to refrain from looking at him too much, fearing she might become too attached. "Very well, cousin. Have you been busy lately?" After Lu Yanting helped her finish the soup and returned her to bed, tucking her in, he replied, "Indeed, there has been turmoil in Zhao. It is said that the third prince, who is thought to have perished, has returned. This prince is the offspring of a discarded consort, who was once favored by the emperor. However, the queen's family held too much power. If the child had thrived, he would be the one seated on the throne today." Jiang Jinyue furrowed her brow slightly. "Is that so?" "Yes, according to our spies, shortly after the third prince's return, a significant portion of Zhao's power has fallen into his hands. It is rumored that he may have even taken the emperor of Zhao hostage. Thus, your majesty believes that the current turmoil within the Zhao kingdom presents a splendid opportunity for us." Jiang Jinyue exchanged a glance with him. "Do you wish to take to the battlefield?" Lu Yanting shook his head. "That mysterious third prince, who has achieved so much in such a short time, is undoubtedly no ordinary foe. He must not be underestimated. A rash attack at this moment could lead to unforeseen consequences. I hold a differing opinion from your majesty, which is why I have been engaged in discussions with the ministers in the palace of late." He truly has been quite occupied, and shortly after speaking, he took his leave, mentioning he would return early in the evening with crystal cakes from Yong'an Tower for her. After his departure, Jiang Jinyue wished to rise from her bed, but immediately a maid approached, inquiring about her wishes. "I wish to see Lu Hulu." The maid then draped a cloak around her shoulders and assisted her to the room where the young master resided. Chapter 84. Let's part ways inside the room. There are currently 5 or 6 individuals. 2 wet nurses were coaxing the young master to sleep, while others were in the outer chamber, sorting through garments, shoes, toys, and other items sent from various households. Jiang Jinyue asked them to step out for a moment, then walked to the small bed, sitting on a low table beside it to touch Lu Hulu's tiny hand. He was not asleep, full of energy, and upon seeing Jiang Jinyue, he danced joyfully. Leaning over the bed, Jiang Jinyue whispered, "I do not know how much longer I can accompany you, perhaps a month, perhaps 2, but ultimately I must depart." "I am sorry." He did not comprehend, his bright eyes fixed on his mother, occasionally blowing bubbles with his mouth. Jiang Jinyue continued, "I have made arrangements for you. Your father will not be leaving for the time being. I will bequeath my little tea house to you, a token of my love. So you must listen well to your father." Little Hulu did not understand his mother's words, flailing his arms and legs in the air, occasionally kicking. Jiang Jinyue reached out to press his small hand, but he grasped it tightly. She paused, then resolutely withdrew her hand. "Very well. I shall give you both of my shops. If the opportunity arises, I will return to see you, all right?" However, the child was too young to grasp his mother's admonitions. His gaze remained transfixed on Jiang Jinyue's movements. Jiang Jinyue sat pensively at the low table, observing him for a considerable time before taking her leave. The celebration for little Hulu's full moon was grand, far more elaborate than the hurried wedding of Jiang Jinyue and Lu Yanting. Many guests attended, including numerous members of the royal family. As morning arrived, Lu Yanting and Jiang Jinyue held little Hulu and made their way to the main hall of the Duke's residence for the gathering. The hall had been meticulously arranged, with a large round table adorned with gold, silver, ivory, jade, and silk, and at its center, a large basin containing fragrant herbal bathwater, encircled by colorful ribbons. A circle of friends and relatives surrounded the table, and once the couple placed little Hulu inside and stirred the basin. The old royal uncle symbolically cut a tuft of his newborn hair, allowing little Hulu to return to rest. The feast was still 2 hours away from commencing, and Lu Yanting needed to return to the Dali Temple. Knowing Jiang Jinyue's aversion to crowded gatherings, he suggested, "Your body has yet to fully recover. It would be best for you to return with the wet nurses and allow little Hulu to rest. If you feel drowsy this afternoon and do not wish to attend, it is perfectly acceptable." Jiang Jinyue nodded. "All right, you may go about your duties. I shall take good care of the little gourd. You must take care of yourself." Lu Yanting quickly leaned down and bestowed a brief kiss upon her in a secluded corner before hurrying away. As the group made their way back to Gui Lu Courtyard, they passed a lakeside, and upon reaching a small bridge, Jiang Jinyue turned around and addressed the nurse and maidservants who were tending to the young master. "It seems I have misplaced my earrings in the hall. You may take the young master back first. Lu Momo, accompany me to search for them." Of course. The group then split into two, with Lu Momo accompanying Jiang Jinyue in the opposite direction, not returning to the main hall, but rather heading toward the princess's residence. Upon her arrival, the princess had already returned to the courtyard, engaged in light conversation with the county princess of Huaining, laughter occasionally echoing from within. The county princess, born of the 9th imperial uncle, was but 17, charmingly lovely and vivacious, having grown up under the watchful eye of the princess. During their journey, Lu Momo had mentioned to Jiang Jinyue that the princess had initially favored Miss Su, having sent invitations to the Su residence several times. However, Miss Su seemed heartbroken over the affair between Jiang Jinyue and Lu Yanting, and had repeatedly declined to visit the Lu residence to converse with the princess. Recently, she had retreated to Qinglong Temple for a month-long prayer, her return date uncertain, signaling her unwillingness, which left the princess with no choice but to relent. Since she could not choose her preferred candidate, she would select one more advantageous to the Lu family. Thus, Lu Momo began to extol the virtues of the young county princess, highlighting her noble upbringing in the capital, being the true cousin of Lu Yanting, a genuine descendant of the phoenix and dragon, unlike Jiang Jinyue, who was merely a counterfeit. The county princess was well versed in the arts, and in the future, as the heir's wife, she could provide support in court and manage the household, alleviating burdens from the heir. Over the past few months, Jiang Jinyue had grown weary of hearing these praises, especially with Lu Yanting often absent. Lu Momo's enthusiasm only intensified, but fortunately, a maidservant emerged to inform Jiang Jinyue, "Madam, you may enter now." Upon entering, the laughter of the princess and the county princess abruptly ceased, both taking a sip of tea in unison, creating an eerie silence in the room. Jiang Jinyue offered her respects to the princess, who merely responded with a nonchalant before a matron approached to escort her to another chamber. Just as she stepped out, the laughter resumed in the main room as the two resumed their light-hearted banter about recent amusing events. In the anteroom, a matron placed a divorce document and a stack of silver notes before the princess. "Madam, if there are no objections, you may take your belongings and depart." Jiang Jinyue sat quietly at the table, examining the divorce document, which stated that her lowly status rendered her unworthy as the heir's match. And due to her disrespect towards her mother-in-law, she had violated the 7 grounds for divorce. The document was scarcely distinguishable from a simple letter of dismissal, as even in such trivial matters, the exalted princess sought to suppress her. Jiang Jinyue set down the divorce document and inquired of the matron beside the princess, "Momo, will that young county princess truly become the heir's wife?" The matron, uncertain how to respond, cautiously replied, "Most likely." Jiang Jinyue inquired, "Will she treat the young master well?" The old nurse replied, "The princess of Huaining is quite lively and has a fondness for children. Once she marries into the family, she will naturally care for the young master. Rest assured, madam, for the young master is the firstborn of the heir, and the princess values him greatly. Moreover, The young master has his father and wet nurses, and as he grows, he will have learned men to guide him. Life in the duke's residence will undoubtedly be favorable for him. Jiang Jinyue's heart, which had been heavy with bitterness, finally found a flicker of solace. However, the old nurse then remarked, "Yet, should the heir discover the true reason for your departure, leading to discord between him, the princess, and the new lady, how could the young master possibly thrive? Madam, you are an astute person. I hope you can comprehend the princess's concerns." Jiang Jinyue stood in silence for a considerable time, nodding slightly as she took the divorce papers before turning to leave. Outside, Nurse Lu, upon seeing the divorce papers in her hands and her tranquil expression, dare not speak further, following closely behind her all the way back to the deer courtyard. Jiang Jinyue's silhouette was resolute as she trudged through the vast expanse of snow. Reminiscent of her arrival, she recalled the day she left the palace, gazing with hope at the wild geese flying across the horizon along the long palace path. She had believed that everything would improve after leaving the palace, yet it seemed otherwise. She felt akin to a solitary bird that had inadvertently flown into a phoenix grove. Although they were willing to offer her sustenance and allowed her to don feathers similar to theirs, she could never truly integrate, as they were not of the same kind. All of this felt like an illusion to her. Fortunately, she managed to extricate herself from this reverie in time, continuing her journey towards her original destination, flying alone. Uncertain of what lay ahead, she refused to remain stagnant. She had been in the duke's residence for over a year, and it was time to bring this mistake to an end. That night, Lu Yanting returned from the banquet. He first entered the main chamber to glance at Jiang Jinyue before stepping outside to check on the child. After bathing, just as he was about to undress for bed, he noticed Jiang Jinyue descending from the bed and sitting upright on the side couch, her demeanor composed. "Cousin, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Yanting looked at her and removed his inner garment, saying, "Speak." "You should put on your clothes," she replied. Reluctantly, he donned his garments again and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Jinyue retrieved the divorce papers from beneath the soft pillow beside her and handed them to him, stating, "Heir, let us part ways." Chapter 85. Coercion. Lu Yanting stared at the document, standing still for a long time without accepting it. After what felt like an eternity, he finally asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" Jiang Jinyue averted her gaze, focusing instead on the cloth tiger placed on the small table, saying, "This has always been a mistake, has it not? From the very beginning, I was compelled into this. Now that I have borne you a child, Lu Yanting, I have exhausted all my compassion." Lu Yanting stood there, fists clenched, his gaze bloodshot, and his jaw tense, a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor he had earlier displayed. Indeed, their beginning had not been pleasant at all, and it was largely a result of Lu Yanting's unilateral insistence. At the outset, he was aware of her indifference towards him. However, over the course of nearly a year, he gradually accompanied her, endeavoring to melt the frost that enveloped her heart. Little by little, slowly, she began to smile at him, engage in intimate moments, and increasingly depend on him, even when he returned home late. She would sometimes feel a profound sense of sadness, although Lu Yanting recognized that a subtle barrier still existed between them. The fact that they had a child together made such a concern seem trivial. After all, she was always by his side, and he had a long future ahead with Jiang Jinyue. As their child grew, he was confident he could win her over. Yet, he never anticipated that Jiang Jinyue would choose this moment to declare her desire to leave. Could it be that everything she had shown him was merely an act? Did she still not accept him? No, that couldn't be. Something must be amiss. Years of navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom, from numerous cases to the subtle intrigues of the court, had instilled a sense of confidence in Lu Yanting. When confronted with problems, he was accustomed to pinpointing the faults of others, and the outcomes often validated his belief that he was in the right, and the fault lay with someone else. However, when it came to matters concerning Jiang Jinyue, he found himself unable to refrain from seeking the cause within himself. He understood that Jiang Jinyue struggled to express her emotions. Perhaps this divorce document was merely an outlet for her frustrations. She must be angry. Thus, Lu Yanting seized the divorce papers, tossing them aside, and sat beside Jiang Jinyue, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "My dear wife, I have been exceedingly neglectful of you lately. It has been inexcusable. From now on, I shall prioritize our family and dedicate more time to you and our child. Is that agreeable? He held her close, but when Jiang Jinyue attempted to pull away, he tightened his embrace, confining her within his arms. I know I have erred, but grant me an opportunity to amend my ways. Will you? Jiang Jinyue shook her head and looked up at him. You are exceptional. You surpass most in your endeavors. However, my lord, we are not on the same path. Inevitably, we will part ways. It is better to cut our losses now. Why do you always say such things, Heir? Which path do you tread? Can our child and I join you on that journey? Unable to suppress a smile at his smooth words, Jiang Jinyue chuckled, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of moisture. Lu Yanting hastily wiped away her tears. Do not weep. You have only recently emerged from confinement. You must not cry. Please compose yourself. Jiang Jinyue gently removed his hand, sniffled and lowered her gaze. Lu Yanting, I am not jesting. I am sincere. You promised to respect my wishes. Does that still hold true? Lu Yanting glanced at the darkening sky and sidestepped the topic, guiding her towards the bed. It is too late now. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow, shall we? Jiang Jinyue had no choice but to accept his apparent agreement and turn to leave. I will sleep in the guest room. Lu Yanting swiftly grasped her arm. Do not go. It is freezing outside. What if you catch a chill? Stay here. I need to return to my study to attend to some documents, and shall not be back tonight. Jiang Jinyue stood still, watching Lu Yanting depart, and let out a heavy sigh. In recent days, she had been consuming a concoction infused with tranquilizing herbs. As the effects of the medication took hold, she found herself overwhelmingly drowsy. Although her heart ached with a dull throb, she succumbed to the tide of sleepiness and soon drifted off. An hour later, Lu Yanting re-entered the room to find her already in slumber. Jiang Jinyue lay upon the bed, her forehead glistening with cold sweat, her cheeks devoid of color, and her lips pale. Her sleep was restless, occasionally punctuated by soft, labored breaths. Lu Yanting reached out to wipe the sweat from her brow, then gently placed his hand on her face, noting how the little weight she had gained during her pregnancy was gradually dissipating. He climbed onto the bed and cradled her in his arms. Apart from the lingering scent of her post-bath freshness, she emitted a faint floral and fruity aroma. He recalled that after their marriage, understanding her aversion to perfumes, he had commissioned someone to procure numerous exquisite fragrances for her. Yet, she seldom used them, reserving a touch only for significant banquets, washing it off immediately upon her return. Lu Yanting pondered whether she had feared being looked down upon. However, he mused, as long as he was by her side, none would dare to belittle her. My dear Heir, what troubles your thoughts? He caressed her hair, remaining awake throughout the night. Upon awakening the following morning, Jiang Jinyue was surprised to discover that Lu Yanting had not yet departed. He had risen early but remained in a simple white robe, leaning against the headboard, seemingly lost in thought. She hurriedly sat up, astonished, and asked, Aren't you on duty today? You're already late. With a gentle smile, Lu Yanting shook his head. I have taken the day off to stay here with you and our child. I shall go nowhere else. As Jiang Jinyue's mind cleared, she recalled the events of the previous day. Meeting his gaze, she insisted, My lord, I speak the truth. My decision is resolute. I shall move out soon. There's truly no need for this. Suddenly, Lu Yanting inquired, someone has wronged you, hasn't she? Tell me who it is, and I shall take care of it. Chapter 86. The pitiful little gourd, she had been perfectly fine until yesterday, when she returned from the full-moon celebration and declared her intention to part ways. Lu Yanting found it hard not to doubt her words. Yet, Jiang Jinyue continued to deny it, calmly stating, My lord, you must understand. This has always been a matter solely between us. Lu Yanting straightened himself, the disarray of the previous night long gone. Now, he maintained his composure as he calmly laid out the pros and cons. I understand that you may not harbor feelings for me at present, but that is of no consequence. We can take our time. However, I believe your reasoning is flawed. Given your current condition, how can you venture out? Though you have completed your confinement period, the physician examined your pulse just 2 days ago and found your health still quite fragile. The medicine and nourishment you are currently consuming have been meticulously tailored to your needs by the physician. Even so, restoring your health is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. If you recklessly choose to leave, it would only be detrimental to your well-being. Lu Yanting spoke the truth. Jiang Jinyue now finds herself feeling unwell after merely taking a few steps or exerting herself. Yet, she still expressed, "These exquisite garments and sumptuous delicacies were never meant for me. My lord, you have witnessed my year-long estrangement from the Duke's residence. I feel utterly out of place here, with no one willing to befriend me, and it weighs heavily on my heart." Lu Yanting consoled her, "Then disregard them. Little Hulu and I will keep you company. We shall live our lives as a family of three, indifferent to others." Jiang Jinyue offered a bitter smile. "But I cannot spend my entire life revolving around you and your son. Lu Yanting, I hope you can respect my wishes and cease your insistence." The atmosphere in the room had grown unbearably tense. The wet nurse, cradling the well-fed little Hulu, approached with the intention of fostering a bond between the child and his parents. However, upon hearing the discord within, she silently withdrew. The two remained at an impasse for a considerable time until Lu Yanting finally closed his eyes and suggested, "Very well. Let's do this. You shall rest for another month, if you please. It is bitterly cold now, and a little turmoil may lead to illness. After spring arrives in March, you may depart without delay." Jiang Jinyue was about to voice her thoughts, but Lu Yanting lowered his voice, a hint of suppressed anger evident in his tone. "Jinyue, this is my bottom line. It is not solely about your adaptation. I too require time to come to terms with this." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Jinyue acquiesced to his proposal. "Then 1 month it shall be. After that, I will move out." Upon leaving the warmth of the main room, she was immediately met with a biting cold that pierced her skin. The frigid wind, laced with snowflakes, howled mercilessly around Lu Yanting, who now wore a grim expression, his earlier composure dissipating. He coldly instructed Jinyue, "Investigate whom my wife has been associating with lately, and find out if anyone has wronged her." "Yes, my lord," Jinyue replied, departing. Before long, Yinshu approached from a distance, exclaiming, "My lord, I fear you will not find rest today. The emperor summons you to the palace." Lu Yanting closed his eyes briefly, glanced back at the main house, then strode away purposefully. Inside, Jiang Jinyue sat, listening to the wet nurse recount the recent happenings concerning the young master. Her hands were not idle. She busied herself returning a scattered array of toys that Lu Yanting had left out. Shortly thereafter, she caught the sound of a woman's clear laughter emanating from the courtyard. Confused, she glanced at the wet nurse beside her, who stepped out to investigate and returned with news, "Madam, the Princess of Huaining has arrived, accompanied by the third young mistress. Lady Lu has already gone out to greet them." Jiang Jinyue halted her tasks, pondering. They were not announced. How did they gain entry? "I recall that the guards at Gui Lu courtyard are quite vigilant." The wet nurse replied, "Madam, the Princess of Huaining has grown quite close to the princess of the realm recently. This must be her intent. Moreover, with Lady Lu accompanying them, who would dare to obstruct their passage?" With a sense of resignation, Jiang Jinyue rose to see what was unfolding. However, the Princess of Huaining seemed not to regard her presence at all. Before the hostess could emerge, she was already wandering through the courtyard as if it were her own home. "Yulan, you mentioned that this garden is indeed spacious, yet it appears rather desolate, lacking in charm. We ought to summon a craftsman for some renovations in the future. It would be splendid to place Taihu stones in this small pond, and over there, we should plant a greater variety of flowers." Huang Yulan surveyed her surroundings, nodding in agreement. "The county lord speaks truly." Jiang Jinyue stood beneath the corridor, observing the two. Both bore expressions of leisure, adorned in opulent cloaks, embellished with pearls and jade, the delicate sound of their jewels clinking together resonating as they moved, showcasing their grandeur. She had not noticed it before, but upon closer inspection, she found the young county lord indeed charming and delightful, standing beside the tall Huang Yulan, resembling an innocent girl unacquainted with the world. At that moment, Huang Yulan also spotted Jiang Jinyue and, covering her mouth with a smile, remarked, "Sister-in-law, the county lord has come today to see the young master. You should hurry and bring him here." Jiang Jinyue frowned. "It is icy outside, and the young master is currently asleep. Perhaps the county lord might visit another day." The county lord cast a glance at her and replied, "That is reasonable. Let us proceed inside and take a look." With that, she shot a sidelong glance at Mama Lu. who promptly led the county lord to the side room where the young master was sleeping. Mama Lu smiled with servility, guiding her courteously. County lord, please watch your step on the snow. Their group moved forward with great enthusiasm, while Jiang Jinyue lingered behind, feeling somewhat uneasy, and thus followed them. Inside the room, the wet nurse was cradling the child to sleep. The county lord entered, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the plump little boy, unable to resist reaching out to poke his chubby cheek, exclaiming, "What a delightful child, so fair and tender." Huang Yulan chimed in, "Indeed. County lord, do you see how much he resembles the heir?" The county lord, unable to contain herself, continued to poke the child's cheek. "This little one is such a joy. He will be able to play with me in the future." Jiang Jinyue entered and witnessed this scene, concerned that she might awaken the child, and gently intervened, smiling politely at the county lord. "County lord, he is still small. Let him sleep for a while." Jiang Jinyue covered the child's face, prompting the wet nurse to take him away. However, the county lord was not yet satisfied. Observing the wet nurse preparing to carry the child away, she expressed her discontent. "Why should he sleep during the day? Let me hold him for a moment." The wet nurse glanced at the young master as noticeably reddened right cheek, hesitating to relinquish the child to her. Chapter 87. The truth having finally been lulled to sleep, the young master was abruptly awakened by the commotion. He cast a disgruntled glance at the crowd before bursting into tears. Seizing the opportunity, the wet nurse hurriedly took him away. Witnessing the county lord's displeasure, Huang Yulan quickly reassured her. "County lord, the young master is still a child. When he grows up, he will naturally play with you." The county lord then resumed her exploration of the room, picking up the young master's clothing and exclaiming, "Yulan, look at how tiny this garment is. It is simply adorable. When will you have one of your own?" Huang Yulan forced a smile, suggesting that it would depend on fate, though inwardly she felt anything but content. She and the Princess of Huining were old acquaintances, having frequented each other's company in their youth. Yet, after a considerable time since her marriage, she found herself in a rather disheartening situation, as even the younger Huining was preparing for her own wedding, while she felt no stirrings of life within her own womb. Previously, she had lost face to Jiang Jinyue, and Lu Yanting promptly informed the third brother, who chastised her for a time and subsequently refrained from visiting her chamber for many days. Despite her yearning, she felt utterly powerless. Gazing at the myriad of trinkets surrounding her, Huang Yulan was inexplicably overcome with a wave of agitation. Nevertheless, she was somewhat aware of the underlying dynamics. If only she could placate Huining, Jiang Jinyue would not last long. The Princess of Huining wandered about the room, idly picking up a small object to toy with, while a child in the distance continued to wail, prompting her to throw down a bamboo dragonfly in frustration. "Why must they cry so much? It's utterly vexing." Huang Yulan soothed her. "All right, Your Highness, let us stroll elsewhere. How about we return to the princess's quarters for some pastries? It will soon be time for lunch, and the princess has specially prepared your favorite camel hoof soup for your visit today." After the Princess of Huining departed, Jiang Jinyue stood at the doorway, her gaze lingering on the retreating figure with a hint of melancholy. The wet nurse approached her and said, "Madam, the young master is quite restless and cannot be soothed. Perhaps you might hold him?" "Me?" Jiang Jinyue turned to see the child being offered to her, and she instinctively waved her hand in refusal. "I cannot." Since his birth, she had never held him. It was always his father or the wet nurse who cradled him. Yet, seeing the child's pitiful expression, with a faint blush still on his cheeks and those big, watery eyes, her heart softened. What fault did he possess? Reluctantly, she accepted him and, with the wet nurse's assistance, settled onto the couch with the child in her arms. Jiang Jinyue's hands remained stiff, terrified that she might inadvertently drop him. He fidgeted in her embrace, initially crying incessantly, but eventually fell silent, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. A gentle worry flickered in Jiang Jinyue's eyes as she cradled the child inside. What was to be done? Jiang Jinyue lingered in the small gourd-s room throughout the afternoon, and upon Lu Yanting's return from the palace, he found her dozing at the foot of the little bed. Jiang Jinyue slept lightly, awakening at the sound of his entrance. "I didn't see you in the main room. What brings you here?" Lu Yanting sat at the edge of the bed, observing the little gourd clad in a tiger hat, his mouth agape in sleep, fists clenched beside his head. Softly, Lu Yanting murmured, "Silly child. Still sleeping as if your mother has abandoned you." Jiang Jinyue quickly admonished him, furrowing her brow in irritation, relieved that the child remained undisturbed. She shot Lu Yanting an exasperated glance and turned to leave. While he followed her, conversing as he entered, "I heard that Huining visited today. Being younger and quite mischievous, she posed no threat to you or the child. I have instructed the guards to ensure she does not enter again." At the mention of this matter, Jiang Jinyue felt an increase in her agitation and merely nodded distractedly before retreating to the bathing room. Lu Yanting gazed at her somewhat distracted figure as she stepped out and inquired of Qingya perched on the tree. "What have you discovered?" Qingya leapt down from the bare trunk, responding, "My lord, I have investigated for an entire afternoon. The lady's recent movements have been quite singular. During her confinement, she remained solely in the Gui Lu courtyard, only occasionally visiting the old matriarch and briefly inspecting a shop outside. There is nothing particularly unusual. However, on the day of the full moon banquet, a servant spotted the lady accompanied by Nurse Lu near the princess's courtyard. Furthermore, the princess of Huining has been closely associating with the princess lately." Lu Yanting discerned the implications behind his words, and recalling Huining's visit to the Gui Lu courtyard today, he sensed an unsettling discrepancy. He promptly turned back to the room, rummaged through the cabinet beside the bed, and retrieved the divorce decree, hastily unfolding it to scrutinize its contents. When Jiang Jinyue had previously presented him with this document, he had been so furious that he contemplated incinerating it, yet refrained, merely due to his need for recuperation. At that time, he lacked the composure to examine the decree thoroughly. However, upon meticulously reading it word for word this time, Lu Yanting discovered discrepancies. What nonsensical phrases were inscribed? Terms like lowly status, despicable, neglecting in-laws, and voluntarily requesting to be dismissed. Jiang Jinyue appeared gentle and demure, easily mistaken for a fragile flower. Yet Lu Yanting knew her spirit was as resilient as blossoms blooming in the harshest winter. She would never degrade herself in such a manner for the sake of a divorce. He then retrieved Jiang Jinyue's previous account book, and a comparison revealed that the handwriting on this decree was not hers at all. Coupled with Qingya's earlier remarks, Lu Yanting let out a cold laugh. So it was. Such behavior was indeed characteristic of his extraordinarily esteemed mother. He cast the divorce decree aside, took a vigorous sip of tea, his expression taut, and strode into the bathing chamber, embracing Jiang Jinyue's shoulders, asking, "It was my mother, wasn't it? What did she say to you?" At that moment, Jiang Jinyue had just emerged from her bath, clad in nothing but her skin, startled by his abrupt entrance. After a moment of shock, she gasped and hurriedly retreated behind a screen, wrapping herself in a towel. "Lu Yanting, are you out of your mind?" Lu Yanting took a couple of steps closer, his urgency palpable. Just then a maid stood trembling outside the door, reporting, "My lord, Yinshu is outside, conveying that His Majesty has issued a decree for you to enter the palace immediately, without delay." Lu Yanting's hand, raised in midair, faltered before ultimately lowering. He paced 2 circles in place and declared, "Wait for my return. I have matters to discuss with you." After speaking, he instructed the maid to assist her in dressing before hastily departing. Jiang Jinyue, concealed behind the screen, recalled his earlier question, furrowing her brows, her steps faltering. In the imperial palace, within the Zicheng Hall, Emperor Li Yin stood with arms crossed, furiously berating Lu Yanting below. "I have made my decision. Immediately muster the troops and march north. Lu Yanting, either you accompany me to battle or you leave the imperial city at once." Chapter 88. The conflict. Although Lu Yanting knelt, his back remained resolutely straight. In response to the emperor's reproach, he reiterated, "Your Majesty, I believe that at this moment, sending troops to attack Zhao would yield little success. I implore you to reconsider." Despite the absence of direct evidence, Lu Yanting sensed that the third prince, who now held sway over the situation in Zhao, was far from ordinary. The emperor sought to eradicate Zhao at this opportunity, yet a moment's carelessness could render him vulnerable to others. The emperor, infuriated, dismissed those around him and pointed an accusing finger at Lu Yanting, exclaiming, "How many times have you whispered these words in my ear? A few years ago, during your studies in the palace, you yearned to be a military official. Yet due to your mother's disapproval, you were left seething with indignation, ultimately settling for a civil position. Now that I have presented you with an opportunity, you cower? Have you forgotten your former aspirations? Do you wish to be a coward?" Kneeling on the ground, Lu Yanting spoke with conviction, "Your Majesty, my dear friend Ning Hung perished at the hands of the Zhao people. I yearn to avenge him more than anyone else. Yet this is indeed not the opportune time to mobilize our forces. I beseech you to reflect carefully." "Enough, Lu Yanting. Do you presume to understand more than those seasoned generals? I have already devised a plan. Are you defying my decree?" The emperor slammed his hand upon the dragon throne, turning away in anger, unwilling to face Lu Yanting. Without hesitation, Lu Yanting removed his official hat and struck it heavily upon the ground, declaring, "I do not dare to defy your Majesty. Please impose your sentence upon me and banish me from the capital." The emperor, hands on his hips, turned back, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, which bore a slight resemblance to Lu Yanting's. That night, upon returning to his residence, Lu Yanting found a palace made awaiting him in the princess's chamber. Upon entering the princess's courtyard, he bowed respectfully to his mother, who reclined on a couch, eyes closed in repose. Hearing his footsteps, the eldest princess slowly opened her eyes and spoke softly. "The emperor has not been in power long, and the remnants of the rebel faction remain. He has yet to consolidate his support. This campaign against Zhao serves as an opportunity for him to assert his authority." The eldest princess sighed wistfully, "Thus, my child, no matter how you advise, it will prove fruitless. Moreover, he is more invested in this outcome than anyone else. This battle is not without its chances of success. He is merely acting out of anger. Rest assured, you will not be leaving the capital." At this, the eldest princess slightly curved her lips, a hint of pride evident. Although her son had entered officialdom, he was still far too young. How could he manage without her guidance? "No, mother, I shall leave." Lu Yanting's tone was calm and unwavering. The princess abruptly raised her gaze. "What did you say?" Her eyes, illuminated by the warm light, appeared piercingly sharp as she fixed her stare upon Lu Yanting, confusion evident in her expression. "What do you mean? Are you still at odds with your uncle?" "Yanting, I must know the reason." Lu Yanting's countenance remained serene, clearly having made his decision. He spoke as if merely informing her rather than consulting. "Indeed, your Majesty is correct. I have lingered too long in the court, preoccupied with the struggles and documents of governance, often engaged in theoretical discussions, wholly oblivious to the broader realities of the people's lives. After being released, I can delve into the minutiae, and the insights I gain will undoubtedly surpass those acquired within the confines of the capital. Mother, perhaps I am but a leaf obscuring my vision. Allowing me to venture forth may grant me a clearer understanding of the political landscape from an outsider's perspective." The Grand Princess knelt before the couch, pondering deeply, her hands clenched into fists, yet a smile eventually graced her face. Indeed, serving outside is a splendid opportunity for growth. However, the external world is vastly different from the capital. The family cannot provide shelter. Should you encounter any troubles, the household may not learn of them in a timely manner. When you return, aspiring for promotion will rely on your achievements in the field, which must speak for themselves to earn the trust of others. Your considerations are sound, but I fear your motivations extend beyond this sudden desire. Yanting, even without accumulating experience, you could ascend to greater heights. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanting shook his head. "Mother, I did not rely on familial favors to enter office in the past, and I shall not do so now with your intervention." The Grand Princess, unable to contain her frustration, abruptly rose and hurled a teacup at him. "My patience has its limits. You need not depart. Simply soften your stance before your uncle. Do not think I am unaware. You are doing this for that little dancer, Lu Yanting. You dare defy your mother repeatedly for her." Her eyes bore down on him, filled with anger. The princess gazed at her son, who now seemed almost a stranger. She suddenly realized that he had grown significantly, requiring her to look up at him. How had he matured so swiftly? At that moment, he regarded her with a sardonic expression. "Mother, throughout my life, I have believed I fulfilled my duty as your son and have never complained about your negligence. Yet now, you insist on tearing apart my family with my wife and child. What is your reasoning behind this? Is this truly the behavior of a mother? Do you see me as your son, or merely as a wild beast you wish to tame? The Grand Princess let out a cold laugh. Indeed, this son was confronting her because of her agreement with Jiang Jinyue. With a face filled with disappointment, she replied, "You have no idea of my struggles. Tear apart? Do you truly believe your affair with that little dancer merits such a term? This union was nothing more than a farce. Do not forget. I opposed it from the beginning. I have made it clear that I shall never accept her." Months prior, upon learning of Jiang Jinyue's existence, she had quarreled with Lu Yanting, her greatest concession being to allow Jiang Jinyue to become a concubine. Yet at that time, Lu Yanting had the audacity to rebel against her for a cousin he had known for but a short while. The Grand Princess, having wielded power for many years, had even instilled fear in the emperor and the high-ranking ministers. Yet, her once obedient and exemplary child, who had never caused her concern, had turned into this. As she watched Jiang Jinyue don her wedding gown and enter the Gue Lu courtyard, the princess felt a tumultuous knot in her chest. While she appeared calm and collected in setting conditions with Jiang Jinyue, her heart was deeply troubled. Jiang Jinyue's identity was that of a person she would have never glanced at in the past, someone with whom she would never have the opportunity to exchange even a word. To her, they were no different from the grass by the roadside. Yet she had married him to her son. She was resolute. Whenever Lu Yanting displeased her, she would seek to rectify the situation. No, that wasn't quite right. As long as he obediently followed her instructions this time, he would remain the considerate and well-behaved son she had always known. Contemplating this, the princess sought reasons for Lu Yanting's behavior. What was the matter? Did you not fancy Huaining? She sighed, softening her tone. In families like ours, love is far outweighed by interests. Did I not also marry your father beneath my station? Huaining is simple-minded, fond of indulgence. You know she has had a physical ailment since childhood, and her health is deteriorating. Perhaps she shall never bear children. If you are not fond of her, simply take a few more concubines in the future, ensuring she is well-fed and cared for in the manner. Lu Yanting felt an urge to laugh. Mother, do you truly believe my marriage can be so casually exchanged? Am I to change my intimate partner at whim? Why should I bring misfortune upon a county princess? The princess, seeing him unyielding, slapped him in frustration. How can this be casual? I'm only considering your future, the well-being of the Lu family. The young lady I previously sought for you, Miss Su, is both virtuous and beautiful, yet you acted so foolishly. Huaining's father wields significant power and has cherished her since she was young. He merely wishes to find someone who can care for her for life. Yanting, having Huaining by your side will undoubtedly benefit you greatly in the future. Everything I do is for your own good. When the princess observed Lu Yanting standing in silence, she shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. When that little dancer first entered the manor, I noticed your interest in her and was willing to let her become your concubine. Little did I know I was gravely mistaken. Her character is utterly lacking, and she is unworthy. We had agreed that she would leave after giving birth, and I thought she had consented, but she quietly held on for months, waiting for me. At this, the princess turned away in anger, oblivious to the change in Lu Yanting's expression upon hearing those words. Thus, if you are concerned about letting Huaining raise the child, you may entrust them to me. I would be more than willing to take on the responsibility. And that wretched name you chose, I despise it. I shall have it changed. Lu Yanting retorted sharply. Entrust them to you? And in what? Raise your grandson to be an emotionless being, calculating only the balance of advantages and disadvantages? Lu Yanting. You. The princess suddenly went into a frenzy, sweeping everything off the table. As if that were not enough, she stormed over to the lampstand and toppled it, causing candles to crash to the ground and igniting eager flames. The servants outside heard the commotion and rushed in to extinguish the fire. Two matrons hurried to support the princess. Noticing her flushed face, they urgently instructed a young maid. Quickly, fetch the princess's calming pills. As the matrons restrained the princess, she seemed to break down at that moment, shouting at Lu Yanting. Even His Majesty does not have your level of disobedience. In your childhood, you were undeniably well-behaved. Whenever I returned home, you would promptly come before me to pay your respects. Yet now, I ponder when you transformed into this current state. You harbor resentment towards me, blaming me for not managing you properly back then. Consequently, you now deliberately sulk and refuse to adhere to my arrangements. Chapter 89. We must depart. The old maid hurriedly assisted her to sit on the couch, offering words of comfort. Princess, please calm your anger and speak kindly to the young master. He will listen to you, I assure you. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Lu Yanting let out a cold, detached laugh. Mother, I take my leave. He clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, and then that tall, elegant figure vanished beyond the door. The Grand Princess watched his retreating silhouette, gradually finding tranquility, her eyes filled with melancholy. Lu Yanting had requested Jiang Jinyue to wait for his return. However, it was far too late. Having recently taken a calming potion, she unknowingly succumbed to slumber on the couch. The following day, Jiang Jinyue awoke to the sound of laughter from the little gourd. Turning over, she discovered she had somehow returned her bed. Lu Yanting was cradling the child, pacing near the window of the inner chamber while softly humming a lullaby. The morning light streamed through the window, caressing his face, illuminating his features, which appeared serene and radiant as jade. Even while holding a wriggling child, the scene was undeniably beautiful. Jiang Jinyue felt that unlike her increasingly irritable self, Lu Yanting had become considerably gentler after their marriage. The previous sharpness that had made him seem unapproachable had considerably diminished. Yet, she understood that this was merely an illusion. The little gourd, with its wide eyes, giggled at the melody he hummed, occasionally flailing about in his embrace. As Jiang Jinyue gradually sat up, Lu Yanting, noticing her awakening, approached with the child. Little gourd, look, your mother is awake. He placed the child on the bed, and instinctively, the little gourd reached out to tug at Jiang Jinyue's clothing. With a swirl of conflicting emotions, Jiang Jinyue, frightened, averted her gaze and fled. After freshening up, she emerged from the bathing chamber, only to encounter a stranger phenomenon. Lu Yanting had opened the cabinet and was packing a bag. Jiang Jinyue gazed at the assorted garments piled on the table, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you doing?" With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Lu Yanting continued his task, saying, "The little gourd and I are leaving." Jiang Jinyue stood in stunned silence. "Where are you two going?" "We're going out to have some fun." Feeling utterly bewildered, Jiang Jinyue approached the dressing table and sat down to comb her hair. Suddenly, she was startled by distant cries of distress. Initially believing it to be a figment of her imagination, she soon realized that the sounds persisted, echoing intermittently in her ears. Rising again, she glanced at Lu Yanting, who appeared unfazed, which only deepened her sense of unease. Changing into outer garments, she stepped outside, following the sounds. After walking a few paces, she hid behind a tree and saw a woman in the corner of the backyard being restrained by two maids, while a large, robust matron wielded a whip, striking the woman. The piercing screams revealed that it was Madame Lu enduring punishment. She had always spoken in a shrill voice, but at this moment, her cries were even more piercing and grating. Soon, old Madame Lu could no longer withstand the punishment and was dragged away, her body limp. Jiang Jinyue raised her hand and tapped on the tree, inquiring, "Qingyao, what is happening?" Qingyao descended from the tree and replied, "Madam, the young master said that old Madame Lu violated the rules and has been punished with 30 lashes. Once the punishment is complete, she asks not to remain here, but to be sent directly back to the princess for her to handle." Jiang Jinyue was taken aback, and just as she turned to leave, she halted her steps again. "By the way, Qingyao, I saw your young master packing his belongings. Where's he going?" At this mention, Qingyao's expression turned forlorn. He sighed and said, "Alas, madam, did the young master not inform you? He went to the palace last night and has been demoted today. We must go to Jiazhou." "What? How can this be?" Jiang Jinyue gasped, covering her mouth. Such a significant event had occurred, yet Lu Yanting appeared completely unperturbed. Chapter 90. Departing together, seeing her in shock, Qingyao hurriedly reassured her, "Madam, please do not panic. The young master will be fine. He has influential backing and is not worried in the slightest. He is likely merely displeased with his majesty. Besides, leaving the capital may be a blessing in disguise, allowing us to escape the turmoil, at least temporarily. We will certainly return. The emperor and the princess have supported each other since childhood in the treacherous palace, and the princess has devoted herself tirelessly for the emperor's throne. Surely, the emperor would not harm the princess's only bloodline. Although Jiang Jinyue understood this, she still wondered how he could have been suddenly demoted. Was it related to the affairs of Zhao? Upon returning to her room, she looked at Lu Yanting, feeling at a loss for words. Little Hulu had fallen asleep again, and Lu Yanting was dressing the child before instructing the wet nurse to take him back to his own room. When he noticed Jiang Jinyue enter, he glanced at her and withdrew his gaze, asking, "Jiang Jinyue, did you really have to hide your matter with my mother from me for over half a year?" Jiang Jinyue stood still, her thoughts tangled, her gaze cast downward, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, she finally said, "I am sorry for keeping this from you for so long, but the princess was not wrong. We are indeed not of the same world. A divorce decree cannot dictate my fate. My desire to leave stems from my own reasons." Lu Yanting set aside what he was doing and approached her, slightly bowing his head to meet her gaze directly. "I said I would follow you and the child on your path. If we journey to Jiazhou together now, we shall indeed be of the same world." Jiang Jinyue asked him, "Is that true? For how long? You're not deceiving me, are you? The imperial decree has been issued. How could I deceive you? It will likely take 2 or 3 years. What, do you not wish to go? Or do you have other plans?" Jiang Jinyue remained silent, her heart tumultuous, as she sat back down before the bed, lost in thought. Lu Yanting, perceptive as ever, noticed her slight reluctance and teasingly asked, "Well then, shall the two of us depart while you stay here to accompany the princess?" Unable to contain herself, Jiang Jinyue offered a bitter smile. Lu Yanting moved closer, embracing her, and said, Can you not leave? Both the child and I cannot bear to be without you. You ought to